As a humble servant, Guan inadvertently shattered a jar of Linghua during his childhood, and in a state of panic, he discovered that he had unwittingly seized 12 years of life. Thus, a path to immortality unfurled before him. To ensure a stable cultivation of his skills, Guan chose to become a menial disciple at the Tai Xuan Sect, spending his days cultivating medicinal herbs to extract their life force for his own training. Through this transmutation of life essence, his foundational techniques continuously evolved, progressing from rudimentary methods to celestial wonders. With the passage of epochs and the shifting constellations, legends of immortals began to emerge among mortals. Known as an immortal, Guan expended half of his lifespan to assist in transcending the limits of the immortal way, achieving the status of a sage, rising above the laws of the heavens. However, one day, a venerable elder clad in white, exuding an ethereal aura, came to pay a visit to Guan. "I am a Xianqing Star Lord from the heavens. The Heavenly Emperor Tai Hao has heard your benevolent deeds among mortals, repeatedly saving countless lives, and thus has sent me to invite you to join the ranks of the immortals and take on a celestial position as the Divine Horse Officer. Pray tell, what duties does the Divine Horse Officer entail?" The Heavenly Court possesses divine steeds that traverse realms and slip between yin and yang. The Divine Horse Officer is responsible for their care and nourishment. Raising horses? Chapter 1. Seizing Life. Beneath the scorching sun, the sky was a clear azure, surrounded by majestic peaks that seemed to make the very earth tremble. The forest swayed gently as a mountain breeze swept into the valley, providing a refreshing respite for Guan, who stood in the garden. He wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the vibrant flowers and herbs dotting the ground, all in full bloom and showing no signs of wilting despite the relentless heat. That on either side of him stood two young men, both of whom had also entered the Tai Xuan Sect's medicinal herb valley that day. While Guan was filled with excitement, the other two appeared disinterested, distractedly wiping their brows. Before them stood a young man in plain attire, whose appearance was unremarkable, but whose physique was robust and whose eyes sparkled with vitality. He was Zhang Chunxiu, the eldest disciple of the Herb Valley, currently imparting the essential techniques for harvesting Linghua and Lingqiao to Guan and his companions. This patch is filled with first-tier herbs. When harvesting, do not uproot them entirely. Instead, cut them close to the soil, and after clipping, wrap them in the protective spirit paper you hold to prevent the leakage of spiritual energy. Zhang Chunqiu's voice resonated clearly, brimming with vigor, unaffected by the sweltering sun. Guan held the scissors firmly in his right hand, while his left clutched the strips of white protective paper, diligently recording each word spoken by Zhang Chunxiu. Unlike his companions, he valued this opportunity greatly, having endured much scorn to attain it. While others assumed he was merely slacking off, they failed to realize that this was the path to his empowerment. "All right, let us begin. Each of you is to harvest one plant, and I will inspect your work," Zhang Chunqiu declared. As soon as the words left his lips, Guan crouched down. He placed the protective paper on the ground and carefully grasped the stem of a red flower before him. "Brother, you're too tense. Even if you mess up, it's no big deal. It's just a first-tier herb, meant for foundational elixirs. If it were at my home, I wouldn't even glance at it," remarked Meng Lang, standing to Guan's right, his attire luxurious and indicative of an affluent background. Indeed, this was the case. Aside from Guan, who was a servant, the other two hailed from wealthy families. However, even the scions of the affluent needed to possess spiritual roots to enter the realm of cultivation. They were all of the most common 5 spiritual roots, and to remain at the Tai Xuan Sect, they could only serve as menial disciples. Ignoring Meng Lang's comments, Guan focused intently on the task at hand. He pinched the stem, deftly snipped it with the scissors, and then wrapped the base of the red flower in the protective paper. After completing his task, he stood up and presented it to Zhang Chunqiu for inspection. Zhang Chunqiu took the flower, examined it, and smiled with satisfaction. "Well done, you are quite meticulous." Guan said nothing, his eyes fixated on the red flower in Zhang Chunqiu's hand. At that moment, he felt even more anxious than before the cut. After a few breaths, a line of text that only Guan could perceive materialized before him. "You have successfully seized 1 year of lifespan from the Qi Linghua first year." It worked. A smile spread across Guan's face, a wave of relief washing over him. Indeed, only living beings imbued with spiritual energy could have their lifespan claimed by him. The first time Gu and seized a lifespan was at the tender age of 10, when he accidentally bumped into a flower pot held by another servant, causing the linghua to spill onto the ground, resulting in him gaining 12 years of life. At that time, the guardian was furious and wanted to chop off his hand, but it was the third Miss Ji Xiaoyu who intervened and saved him. This time, Gu En's entry into the Tai Xuan Sect was also thanks to Ji Xiaoyu. She was a rare dual spiritual root, and many prestigious cultivation sects courted the Ji family. Ji Xiaoyu brought 5 members of her family to the Tai Xuan Sect, while Guan was one of only 2 servants allowed in. Without Ji Xiaoyu, with his 5 spiritual roots, he could only have joined a third-rate sect. As Guan reveled in his success, Meng Lang and another young man named Li had also completed their harvest. Zhang Chunxiu placed the 3 Qi Linghua into a storage pouch at his waist and said seriously, "Your task for today is to collect 50 Qi Linghua. You may only operate within this patch of land and must not encroach upon others. Once completed, bring the Qi Linghua to the pavilion to find me." With that, Zhang Chunxiu turned and departed. Meng Lang waved his fist at Zhang Chunxiu's retreating figure and muttered, "What a trivial matter to drone on about for so long without bringing the disciples along." Li simply sat down in the dirt, frantically wiping sweat from his brow. Upon hearing this, Meng Lang's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed with delight, "Not bad, brother. You're quite sharp. If you ever find it unbearable here, I assure you a life of ease and comfort." Leah, too exhausted to speak, nodded in agreement. The two then left their protective papers behind, helping each other as they made their way out of the garden. In Gu An's eyes, the garden filled with Qi Linghua was not merely a patch of flowers, but rather the celestial stepping stones leading to immortality. He began to move with utmost caution, determined to complete the task and excel, ensuring he did not lose this perfect opportunity. The blazing sun radiated its brilliance, showing no regard for the plight of humankind. Meng Lang and Leah took refuge in a small pavilion, continuously wiping their foreheads, so fatigued they could hardly speak, their gazes following Guan. As time ticked by, Guan was drenched in sweat, yet he remained invigorated, his smile unwavering. Observing Gu An's flushed face, Meng Lang could not help but exclaim, "On such a hot day, this lad is truly pushing himself. I admire that. Let us take care of him in the future, ensure he is well fed and watered, and shield him from any bullying. That way, he can continue to assist us." Elia rolled his eyes and retorted, "There are hardly any people in this valley who could possibly bully him. Would you dare to speak up if the eldest brother were to do so?" Meng Lang cleared his throat and turned to Leah, asking, "Brother, which Li family are you from?" Leah replied calmly, "The Li family of Chanluo in Sangzhou." "Chanluo? Isn't that the imperial city? Do you share a surname with the royal family?" Meng Lang inquired, astonished, and as soon as he finished, his eyes widened in disbelief. Meng Lang felt awkward. He hadn't anticipated encountering a member of the royal family here. However, he soon rationalized that it was only natural after all. This was the Tai Xuan Sect, the foremost cultivation sect of the Tai Xuan dynasty. Sharing the same character Tai with the royal family underscored the exalted status of the Tai Xuan Sect, making it not entirely absurd to encounter a royal scion among the lower ranks. After some time, Guan finally finished harvesting 50 Qi Linghua, carefully placing all the wrapped herbs into a bamboo basket. He slung the basket over his shoulder and gazed at the other patches with eager anticipation. The valley contained over 15 garden plots. The one they occupied was merely a small corner, and he speculated that the herbs in the other patches might be of even greater value. There was plenty of time ahead. Guan did not wish to reveal his extraordinary ability thus. He decided to conclude the day here. He walked along the narrow path toward the pavilion, waving to Meng Lang and Leah, who promptly rose to follow him. "Guan, my brother, you've worked hard. Allow me to carry it," Meng Lang said with a warm smile, having introduced himself when they first met the Valley Master, thus remembering each other's names. Ji Yuan saw through Meng Lang's intentions, smiled, and nodded, handing the bamboo basket over to him. Leah curled his lips, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. Guan merely wished to retain his position. He had no desire to be transferred for excelling too much, so he refrained from quarreling with Meng Lang. The trio ascended to the attic to meet their senior brother, Zhang Chunxiu. Zhang Chunxiu was engrossed in a book, and, upon noticing Gu and the others entering, he set the book aside and said, "Place the Qi Ling Hua down." These 3 volumes are the foundational techniques left by our master. During your leisure time, practice diligently, striving to eventually leap from here and become a true disciple of Tai Xuan. 5 years ago, one disciple obtained our master's elixir and successfully established his foundation, becoming an outer disciple of Tai Xuan. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and the 3 volumes flew from his sleeve towards Gu and his companions. Guin caught one and discerned the title inscribed upon its cover, Chun Mugong. It sounded rather elementary. However, Guin was not disheartened, for he understood he was at the very bottom of Tai Xuan. After a stick of incense had burned down, Guin lay on the wooden bed, panting heavily, his face flushed from the recent exposure to the sun. A thought stirred within him, and lines of text materialized before his eyes. Name: Guin lifespan, 15151 spiritual root. Ordinary 5 elements spiritual root can invest lifespan for evolution in cultivation level. Non-mainstream can invest lifespan for evolution in cultivation technique. Fire control technique not yet mastered can invest lifespan for evolution in cultivation. Gu and had just seized 88 years of lifespan. Prior to this, his lifespan had been 63 years, of which 12 years had been gained from breaking the flower bed at the age of 10. This meant he had initially been destined to live only 50 years. First-tier herbs could provide only 1 to 2 years of lifespan, but for mortals, a single year is of immense significance. As Guin gazed at his attribute panel, his excitement mounted. In such a short time, he had gained 88 years of lifespan. This task was indeed splendid. He intended to become the steadfast resident of the medicinal valley. He looked down upon the titles of outer and inner disciples. It was said that becoming an official disciple required venturing into the world to slay demons and exorcise evil, which was peerless. Throughout his life, Guin had never killed even a single chicken. In his past life, he had been an ordinary person on Earth, and to engage in combat was beyond his capabilities. Staying in the medicinal valley was delightful. He would encounter little danger and could amass lifespan at an astonishing rate. Who said that cultivating immortality required relentless struggle? Guin found himself lost in this beautiful reverie, unable to extricate himself. A night passed. Guin awoke early, and after a brief wash, he went to seek Zhang Chunxiu to receive his task. Zhang Chunxiu was still awake, practicing his breathing techniques. He smiled with appreciation at Guin's diligence, then rose and walked to the door, gesturing towards a garden area. You may gather the Ling Xian Chow from that patch. Once finished, leave the herbs at the entrance. There's no need to knock. With that, he waved his sleeve, and strips of protective talisman paper fell into Guin's hands. Observing Guin's barely contained excitement, Zhang Chunxiu hesitated momentarily before displaying a kind smile. Junior brother, work hard. As long as you are diligent and willing to endure hardship, you will surely succeed. Chapter 2. A millennium of lifespan. As the seasons shifted, Tai Xuan's medicinal valley endured a year of neglect amid the changing seasons. The door of a loft swung open, revealing 16-year-old Gu and alongside Meng Lang and Li stepping outside. They turned to bow towards the interior before Meng Lang closed the door. The trio exhaled in relief and descended the stairs. Upon reaching their courtyard, Meng Lang could no longer contain his sarcasm. Can you believe he could talk for an entire hour about such trivial matters? He could have simply handed us the Bai Chao Lu. Li shook his head in resignation, then walked to a corner of the yard, retrieving a sword embedded in the soil, and began practicing. Although his spiritual root was mediocre, he hailed from royalty and possessed a set of exquisite sword techniques, which he intended to utilize to turn his fortunes around. In the Tai Xuan Empire, the path of cultivation was revered, with both scholars and warriors practicing it. The empire classified the populace into different ranks, from lowly slaves to commoners, officials, and eventually immortals. Merchants were included among the commoners, and only upon attaining immortal status could one truly be considered noble. Ordinary officials could only serve in townships, while the lords of prefectures and state governors were all of immortal rank, not to mention the imperial capital, Chongluo, which required one to be of immortal status to enter. Many noble families of immortal status would cast aside offspring with poor spiritual roots to preserve the quality of their bloodline, and the royal family was no exception. Even in his fallen state, Liu was not someone Guan could provoke, for he belonged to the slave class. Throughout the year, Guan diligently assisted Li Ye and Meng Lang in gathering herbs, most of which were collected during the summer or early morning, thus earning their goodwill. In other instances, such as planting, watering, and fertilizing, Guan refrained from lending a hand, and they were reluctant to press him further. Moreover, during planting, Zhang Chunqiu would always be watching from aloft. As Guan listened to Meng Lang's incessant chatter, he observed Li Ye practice swordplay. Every man harbors a dream of becoming a swordsman. After spending a year together, their bond had strengthened, and Li Ye did not mind them watching his training, as he could not hide away to practice swordplay. Additionally, the Li family's sword techniques included a unique luck-enhancing method. Merely mastering the sword moves was insufficient. After a lengthy monologue, Meng Lang finally concluded, clapping Guan on the shoulder and laughing. "You rarely practice your techniques. Why are you so fascinated by swordplay? Indeed, it is rather dull. You must know, at home, I have 4 maidens to entertain me." "Do you realize?" Meng Lang lamented, launching into another lengthy tale. Guan had grown accustomed to his boastful nature and chose not to expose him. As dusk fell, Li Ye concluded his sword practice, sheathing his sword in the courtyard. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he announced, "I'm going to take a stroll in the small woods." Once he left the courtyard, Meng Lang whispered, "What do you think that fellow is always doing in the small woods? Impossible he's been sent out as a servant. Yet, think about it, there are more places than just Tai Xuan men. Why is he here, serving as a menial?" Guan shook his head, causing Meng Lang to fall silent. He then approached the well, using a wooden ladle to scoop a drink from the bucket, quenching his thirst before setting down the scoop and walking out of the courtyard. Guan arrived at a garden patch where second-tier spiritual herbs, the Jing Xian Chao, were cultivated. Throughout the year, he had only harvested first-tier medicinal materials, and these herbs were not ordinary plants. They required a longer maturation period, with many taking years to be ready for harvest. Therefore, the quantity he had gathered in a year was minimal. Zhang Chunqiu mentioned that in another month, they would be able to collect the Jing Xian Chao from this garden, which would be their first time gathering second-tier herbs. Something Guan had eagerly anticipated. In his eyes, each deep blue Jing Xian Chao was not merely a medicinal herb, but a value of lifespan. Suddenly, Guan noticed a Jing Xian Chao swaying. Upon closer inspection, his expression changed dramatically as he swiftly vaulted over the wooden railing and dashed forward. He spotted a palm-sized white-furred mouse digging in the soil beneath the Jing Xian Chao, seemingly attempting to uproot it. Seeing Guan rush over, the white mouse scurried away in fright, disappearing like lightning beneath the edge of the wooden railing. Guan contemplated pursuing it, but noticed that the Jing Xian Chao had been nibbled, and its stem was broken. He quickly crouched down, retrieving a protective talisman from his waist. With his left hand, he swiftly severed the Jing Xian Chao, then wrapped its root with the talisman in his right hand to prevent the spiritual energy from dissipating. After securing the herb, Guan stood up. "You have successfully acquired Jing Xian Chao second tier for 4 years of lifespan." Before Gu and could display a smile, another line of text appeared before him. "Your lifespan has surpassed 1,000 years for the first time, unlocking the lifespan exploration function." Lifespan exploration? Curiosity piqued. Guan turned his gaze to the Jing Xian Chao on the ground, silently contemplating view lifespan. JNGXN Co. Second stage. 425,102 years. Age lifespan. Limit: can this JNGXN Co. reach a lifespan limit of 102 years? The lifespan seized is distinct from its original lifespan. It appears that one cannot entirely deprive the target of their lifespan, as most of it dissipates upon the targets. Death.gn is uncertain about the difference between lifespan and lifespan limit. Perhaps it is related to cultivation. He picked up the bandaged JNGXN Co. and rose, making his way towards ZHNG Chenki's loft. All the herbs within the Medicine Valley are to be entrusted to ZHNG Chenki for safekeeping, while GN and his companions receive their remuneration as miscellaneous disciples of Tixin every 6 months, which is entirely devoted to the cultivation of spiritual stones and elixirs. Zhichengji Chenki will also bestow herb seeds upon them based on their performance. G-In's dwelling houses 3 JNGXN Co., one more than MNG, LNG, and LY, but neither of them harbors any jealousy regarding this. As G-In stepped out of the garden, he noticed an individual ascending the staircase to Zhichengji Chenki's loft. It was an elderly man clad in black, carrying a book box and wearing a black cloth hat, exuding an air of mystery. Upon glimpsing the elderly man, G-In's curiosity piqued, prompting him to examine the other's lifespan, which was immediately followed by 2 lines of information appearing before him. Qing Sundan, 8th layer of Qi refinement. 104120-180 Qing Sundan. The master of the Medicine Valley and, nominally, G-In's mentor. He had only heard of him through Zhichengji Chenki and was meeting him for the first time today. At 104 years of age, Qing Sundan has a lifespan of 120 years, with a maximum lifespan of 180 years thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he has merely 16 years left to live. G-In found the ability to investigate lifespans intriguing, as it aids in discerning the cultivation levels and aptitudes of others. He speculated that the maximum lifespan might signify the height of one's innate talent, although this hypothesis requires repeated validation for confirmation. Qing Sundan entered Zhichengji Chenki's room and closed the door behind him. G-In proceeded to Zhichengji Chenki's courtyard, placing the bandaged JNGXN Co. on a long table before turning to leave. MNG LNG's 2nd layer of Qi refinement. 1790-190 indeed a waste. Having awaited the arrival of nightfall, he arose upon hearing L.Y.'s footsteps and stepped out of his room. As L.Y. was about to head towards his own dwelling, he noticed him emerging and inquired, "What's the matter?" L.Y.'s 6th layer of Qi refinement. 182101-550 His. A maximum lifespan of 1,550 years. Is this the innate talent of a royal offspring? Isn't L.Y. also a miscellaneous spiritual root? G-In's gaze towards L.Y. shifted significantly. Perhaps L.Y. is an undiscovered genius destined to shine brightly in due time. Moreover, this fellow has surprisingly attained the 6th layer of Qi refinement. What does this signify? Feigning ignorance while hiding great strength? The cultivation realms G-In has encountered, ranked from low to high, are divided into Qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and God. Transformation, each major realm further subdivided into 9 minor realms. Given that L.Y. reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement at the age of 18, it is likely that he will establish his foundation in no time and ascend to become an official disciple of Tixim. Such a prodigy among peers must be befriended. L.Y. raised an eyebrow at G-In's words, nodding in agreement. "All right, you've thought this through. Call me when you wake up tomorrow." With that, he turned and walked towards his own dwelling. G-In watched as he closed the door, feeling a surge of emotion. Indeed, class differences exist in any world, and the disparity in status will undoubtedly make it challenging for him and L.Y. to become true friends. G-In bore no resentment, having been a servant since childhood. He had endured disdain and neglect, and he did not blame L.Y. for appearing so ordinary. To seek stability, one must avoid conflicts and refrain from causing trouble. The more low-key, the better. G-In smiled, then turned to close his door. The moon tonight is full, casting its silvery light upon the stone steps of the courtyard like flowing water. As dawn broke, within the main hall, G-In, NGLNG, and L.Y. stood side by side, while before them, Qing Sundan sat in a chair, holding a cup of hot tea, with Zhichengji Chenki standing respectfully beside him. Zhichengji Chenki, 5th layer of Qi refinement. 54110-175 Very well, one more waste added. G-In mused silently. Indeed, such a medicine valley exists in more than one place within Tixim, and it is already remarkable to have a L.Y. emerge. Moreover, compared to these individuals, the initial G-In was the most wasteful of all. Qing Sundan lifted his murky eyes to scrutinize G-In and his companions, speaking, "I have learned of your performances from your master brother as we meet for the first time. I must present you with a token of greeting. You may choose from the Bai Koel, Ing, QGNG, or FSHD-MTNG, but you may select only one, and you are forbidden from sharing it with each other should I discover any violations. the punishment shall be severe. Upon hearing this, MGLNG was the first to speak. Master, I desire the DMTNG. Jian thought that the Baiko L would surely be unclaimed, so it would be wise to let LY choose first, doing him a favor. LY then stated, I would like the Baiko L. Jian gazed at him in astonishment. Brother, are you deviating from the norm? Chapter 3. The Evolutionary Technique. Longjin Xinyuan, Gong Menglang, and Zhang Chunxiu were equally astonished by Li Ya's choice, yet they remained silent. Cheng Xiandan regarded Li Ya with an approving expression, nodding slightly as he remarked, Indeed, you possess discernment and exhibit patience. With a wave of his right hand, 3 ancient tomes materialized upon a nearby table. He exchanged a glance with Zhang Chunxiu, who promptly began distributing the texts. Throughout this exchange, Guan found himself unable to interject. Well, I suppose I have been overlooked. Guan, inherently optimistic, did not allow this to dishearten him. Old fellow, though you may be indifferent towards me today, in 16 years, I shall disregard past grievances and offer my respects. Guan accepted the tome inscribed with the principles of Yangqi Gong, feigning delight. Recently, there had been reports of malevolent entities infiltrating Tai Xuan, and with Yaogu located at the periphery of the sect, there existed a latent danger despite the disciples' vigilance. You all should refrain from leaving Yaogu. Cheng Xiandan advised before waving his hand, prompting Guan and his companions to bow and take their leave. As Guan trailed behind, he casually closed the door upon exiting. Cheng Xiandan nodded slightly, observing, that lad, named Li Ya, is quite remarkable. He likely practices a technique that conceals his cultivation level. His essence and vitality are on par with yours, so pay him more attention in the future. Furthermore, he hails from the royal family, so do not be overly harsh on him. Zhang Chunxiu nodded in agreement, contemplating before responding, Master, Guan is the most diligent among us, and given his inferior talents, he will undoubtedly remain in Yaogu for an extended period. Cheng Xiandan replied calmly, Very well, then take good care of him, as he is now entrusted to you. Zhang Chunxiu smiled and expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, Li Ya halted and turned towards Guan, stating, Yangqi Gong is, in fact, quite beneficial. It can conceal one's aura and extend lifespan. I already possess a technique, so I do not require it, but for someone like you, Yangqi Gong is a superior choice. Upon hearing this, Guan beamed with appreciation, saying, Thank you, Brother Li, for your guidance. I shall likely remain in Yaogu for my entire life, and the Baichao Lu holds little significance for me. By following senior brother, I can still learn about herbs. Li Ya nodded slightly, pleased by Guan's receptiveness. The daily affairs in Yaogu were not overwhelming, allowing them ample time for cultivation. Guan settled on his bed and began perusing the Yangqi Gong. Initially indifferent to the technique, he suddenly felt compelled to practice it after hearing Li Ya mention its benefits in energy concealment and lifespan augmentation. Curious to test the limits of his own longevity. Over the course of a year, he had practiced the Chumu Gong bestowed by Zhang Chunxiu without notable progress, ultimately abandoning it after merely half a month. For him, the monotony of training paled in comparison to the prospect of exploring the herbarium and various travelogues to broaden his horizons. Days turned into weeks. Aside from routine herb inspections, Guan devoted himself to his practice within his chamber. After 15 days of diligent training, the words Yangqi Gong finally appeared on his attribute panel, albeit with a notation indicating that he had yet to master it. Guan gazed at his attribute panel, his face alight with anticipation. The prospect of utilizing longevity evolution for the first time filled him with trepidation, leaving him uncertain as to how many years of life might be required for the cultivation of Yangqi Gong. Although his lifespan had surpassed a millennium, the thought of expending several decades or even centuries was disheartening. Guan fixated on the Yangqi Gong displayed on his attribute panel and silently opted to invest in longevity evolution. Please select a number to invest in longevity without hesitation. Guan made his choice, and 2 lines of text promptly materialized before him. You have invested 1 year of your lifespan into the evolution of Yangqi Gong. You have practiced Yangqi Gong for 1 year. Due to your mediocre comprehension and aptitude, there has been no progress in your cultivation, yet your vitality has increased. Guan suddenly felt a wave of comfort envelop him, though the sensation was fleeting. Is this all? The term mediocre struck a nerve within Guan. How utterly frustrating. Confused, he pondered whether aptitude was indeed linked to spiritual roots. He immediately chose to invest in spiritual roots for longevity evolution, committing 100 years of life. You have invested 100 years of your lifespan into the evolution of spiritual roots. You begin to comprehend the natural world, enhancing your spiritual roots' sensitivity to nature. After a century, your sensitivity to the five-element spiritual roots improves. Upon reviewing these two lines of prompts, Guin accessed his attribute panel once more and discovered that his spiritual roots had transitioned from ordinary to superior. A sense of regret washed over him as he watched his lifespan diminish from 4 digits to 3. It pained him deeply. It seemed that the evolution of spiritual roots was an insatiable abyss. Perhaps I should try Yang Qigong once more? This thought emerged in Guin's mind, and after testing his luck with longevity investment, he felt a peculiar thrill. If I can gain a millennium of lifespan with just 1 year, why not indulge a little today and then strive to earn back my years later? I shall allow myself this one indulgence, for it is my first time using this function. Taking a deep breath, Guin silently chose to invest 500 years of lifespan into Yang Qigong. You have invested 500 years of your lifespan into the evolution of Yang Qigong. You have practiced Yang Qigong for 1 year. Due to your mediocre comprehension and aptitude, there has been no progress in your cultivation, yet your vitality has increased. You have practiced Yang Qigong for 10 years. Due to your mediocre comprehension and aptitude, there has been no progress in your cultivation, yet you have successfully mastered Yang Qigong, enhancing your vitality. You have practiced Yang Qigong for 100 years. Years of practice have led to insights, and your Yang Qigong begins to transform. You have practiced Yang Qigong for 200 years, integrating it with the spiritual energy of the world, evolving it into a method of cultivation. You have practiced Yang Qigong for 300 years, and your Yang Qigong has ascended to the level of Yang Shanggong. You have practiced Yang Qigong for 400 years. On this day, you experience a sudden epiphany, capturing the essence of a universe, and you create Longxiang Yang Yuan Gong, transforming your physical vitality. You have practiced Yang Qigong for 500 years. Longxiang Yang Yuan Gong reaches completion, breaking through the limits of the technique and evolving into Longjin Xinyuan Gong, resulting in a qualitative change in your physique. A series of notifications flashed before Guin's eyes, and before he could fully comprehend them, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, stirring the curtains beside his bed and tousling Guin's dark hair. With his eyes closed, he unconsciously parted his lips, inhaling and exhaling, faintly producing a soft dragon's roar. After an indeterminate period, Guin gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the dim, shadowy forest outside the window. Night had fallen. Having fully inherited the complete cultivation memories of Longjin Xinyuan Gong, he found himself adept in the technique. Longjin Xinyuan Gong, inspired by the cultivation of the dragon tortoise, possesses the ability to conceal one's aura, mass cultivation levels, and cultivate the strength of the dragon. Yang Qigong serves as a foundational aspect of Longjin Xinyuan Gong, with longevity evolution akin to evolving a fragmented technique into a complete one. Guin speculated that perhaps Longjin Xinyuan Gong already existed in the world, and Tai Xianmin merely possessed a fragment, hence naming it Yang Qigong. What transformations might occur in Longjin Xinyuan Gong were he to invest another 300 years of lifespan? Guin forcefully suppressed the urge to invest in longevity, focusing instead on how he felt. He sensed a domineering force within him, granting him an exhilarating sense of boundless strength. He believed he could effortlessly shatter an entire pavilion with a single punch. This overwhelming sensation was simply sublime. Moreover, his senses had been significantly heightened. He could hear the breaths of Meng Lang and Li Ye, and even the distant conversation between Zhang Chunxiu and Cheng Xiandan. The demons have already slain 13 disciples, most of whom were the miscellaneous disciples of Yaogu. Master, relying solely on you and me may not be enough to protect them. Fear not. I have already applied for a sect mission. The sect will dispatch a foundation establishment disciple to safeguard our Yaogu. That is truly wonderful. This afternoon, the spiritual energy within the valley felt somewhat unusual. I initially thought it might be the demons approaching. To my shame, I did not even dare to step outside. You, who have grown up under my tutelage, have never ventured out for training. Your timid nature is somewhat understandable. Listening to their conversation, Guin was drenched in cold sweat. How careless of me. In the future, I must exercise caution when evolving techniques. Fortunately, Zhang Chunqiu's cultivation level is low. Otherwise, my practice would have surely been discovered. Guan eavesdropped for a while, and, upon confirming that Chang Xiandan and Zhang Chunqiu were not discussing him, he finally felt reassured. He continued to savor his newly enhanced physique while suppressing his internal energy to the lowest level according to the methods of Longjin Xinyuan Gong. His vital energy was contained within his body, making him appear no different from before his cultivation, still fragile and weak. After an hour, Guan opened his eyes and summoned his attribute panel. Name: Guan. Lifespan: 16,402. Spiritual root: good 5 elements. Spiritual root can invest lifespan for evolution and cultivation. Cultivation level: non-remarkable, can invest lifespan for evolution and cultivation. Technique: fire control technique, not yet mastered. Springwood technique, not yet mastered. Longjin Xinyuan Gong, mastered, can invest lifespan for evolution and cultivation. Longjin Xinyuan Gong, perfected. Guan gazed at the panel with satisfaction, lamenting only that Longjin Xinyuan Gong was a body cultivation method and could not cultivate spiritual energy, thus his cultivation level remained unremarkable. Despite this, Guan believed he could easily sweep through the qi refining stage. Now he could await the increase in his lifespan. His Longjin Xinyuan Gong had reached great achievement, and the energy surged within him, automatically aiding in the enhancement of his lifespan, although the rate of improvement remained uncertain for the time being. That night, Guan found it difficult to fall asleep. However, as dawn broke, he repeatedly refreshed his attribute panel without seeing an increase in lifespan. He could only console himself that no matter how powerful a technique, it could not yield a year of lifespan in a single day. The heavens would not disappoint those who invest their lives. Eventually, there would be surprises. After a brief wash, Guan stepped out of his room, intending to stroll through the garden area, observing the herbs to calm his mind. Serendipitously, as he arrived at a patch of the garden, his gaze locked onto a white-furred mouse. It was the very mouse that had nibbled on the Jingxin grass. Guan looked around, confirming that no one else from the Yao Valley had exited their dwellings, and he quietly approached the white mouse. The mouse, oblivious to his presence, had its back turned to him about 10 zhang away. As the distance shrank to less than 7 steps, Guan sprang forward like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly capturing the white mouse with his right hand. The mouse, terrified, immediately raised its tiny paws in a gesture of surrender. Dare to steal my life, huh? You're finished. Guan chuckled triumphantly, observing the mouse's slow turn as he caught it. Too slow. At noon, Guan, Meng Lang, and Leah stood before a wooden railing in the garden area, with Meng Lang curiously staring at the white mouse in Guan's grasp. Leah pondered aloud. This must be a Bai Ling Shu. They have a keen interest in treasures rich in spiritual energy, hence their reputation as treasure-seeking mice, and can be considered a type of spiritual beast. Upon hearing this, Meng Lang couldn't help but inquire, what distinguishes a spiritual beast from a demon beast? Demon beasts cultivate themselves, while spiritual beasts are born with the ability to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They can also cultivate, and their aura lacks the bloodthirsty nature of demon energy. Simply put, spiritual beasts are not as dangerous as demon beasts, Leo explained. Upon hearing this, Guan suddenly felt reluctant to harm the mouse. Meng Lang's interest peaked further as he grinned. Guan, why not let me have this mouse? Guan raised an eyebrow, silently cursing the audacity of the lad. Leah coldly interjected, Bai Ling Shu typically do not live alone. If one appears, it means there's a nest nearby. You should catch them yourself. How petty to fight over a mere mouse. Meng Lang's cheeks flushed with anger upon hearing this, and he retorted, fine, I'll catch it. With that, he turned and walked away. Once he had distanced himself, Guan expressed his gratitude to Leah. Guan noticed that while Leah appeared aloof, he was quite amiable, generous, and had not obstructed Guan from watching him practice swordsmanship. Today, he even spoke up for Guan. If Leah had not intervened, Guan would have been in quite a predicament if he had made Meng Lang cry. The commotion would surely have been considerable. Leah scrutinized Guan, his expression contemplative as he remarked, you seem to have undergone some change, though I cannot quite pinpoint what it is. Suddenly, he grasped Guan's wrist. To Guan, his movements appeared exceedingly slow, yet he did not evade, instead feigning surprise. Lee, what are you? Nothing, Guan nodded, engaging in casual conversation. Lee, you seem to be in good spirits today, chatty, and through him, Guan gained greater insight into the world of cultivation. It must be said that the royal offspring were indeed exceptional. Even without extensive travels, they possessed profound knowledge. After a brief time, Meng Lang hurried back, breathless with urgency. Something big has happened. He whispered to Guan, his tone tense. Guan raised his eyes toward the valley's entrance. Li inquired, "What is it?" Meng Lang, wide-eyed, explained, "There's a cultivator guarding the valley entrance." When I asked a few questions, he claimed to be an inner disciple of the sect, taking on a task from our master to protect us for a month. I suspect the task was issued due to the demons we spoke of. If that inner disciple cannot fend off the demons, we could be in grave danger. Guan had already caught sight of the inner disciple from afar, and with his current vision, he could discern the person's true appearance. It was a young man clad in a blue robe, handsome and refined, clearly not an ordinary individual. Chu Jingfeng, Foundation Establishment Stage 119290870, 19 years old and already at Foundation Establishment Stage 1. A genius. No wonder he could become an inner disciple. Guan marveled at the information displayed before him. The Tai Xuan Sect was indeed the premier sect of the Tai Xuan dynasty, teeming with talent. Li and Meng Lang began discussing the mysterious demons, with Meng Lang expressing disbelief, questioning how such a powerful sect as Tai Xuan could allow demons to infiltrate, especially after half a month without capture. Li, however, regarded it as normal, stating that, in his words, Tai Xuan was vast, and the Yao Valley was on the outskirts. It was reasonable for disciples to encounter danger. A century ago, a demonic cultivator had invaded Tai Xuan, harming hundreds of disciples before fleeing. That demon might possess some secret arts, making it difficult to capture. Li spoke solemnly. Not just Tai Xuan. There's no place in this world that is completely safe. The dynasty provides an immeasurable amount of resources to the demon-suppressing offices each year. Li began to discuss the world, capturing the interest of Guan and Meng Lang, who listened intently. Guan, from the Ji family, a family of cultivators, had little understanding of the world, and this was the first time he learned of such dangers. Demons roamed freely, and malevolent spirits prevailed. 3 or 4 out of 10 cultivators met their demise at the hands of demons or evil spirits. After hearing this, Guan felt an even greater fear. He vowed never to leave the sect, wanting to remain in Tai Xuan to accumulate his lifespan. He would endure for 1,000 or 10,000 years, if necessary, until Tai Xuan fell. But our Yao Valley has so many herbs, which are of great significance. Why did the sect only send one inner disciple? Meng Lang expressed his dissatisfaction. Li shook his head, saying there are over 50 such Yao Valleys in Tai Xuan. The herbs cultivated here are not particularly precious. Within the sect, there are even more valuable Yao Valleys where celestial materials and earth treasures are grown, each capable of altering a mortal's fate. Upon hearing this, Guan's eyes brightened, and he began to inquire about the circumstances of those herb gardens. However, Leah only knew of their existence and was unclear about the specifics. The three conversed for a while longer before dispersing, each needing to check the garden area regularly to prevent any unforeseen incidents with the herbs. Guan tied the Bai Ling shoe with a rope to prevent its escape. He sat cross-legged on his bed, placing the white mouse on his lap, and began his cultivation. He practiced Long Jin Xinyuan Gong to enhance his strength and lifespan, while neglecting other techniques, planning to simply invest his lifespan when the time came. As night fell, the Yao Valley grew eerily silent. Guan's senses were remarkably acute. From a distance of 100 zhang, he overheard Cheng Xiandan conversing with the inner sect disciple, Chu Jingfeng. Cheng Xiandan displayed great respect towards Chu Jingfeng, suggesting that he was more than just an ordinary inner sect disciple. Through their dialogue, Guan learned the name of the malevolent spirit, Tan Chun Yao Gui. Chu Jingfeng expressed disdain for Tan Chun Yao Gui, his confident tone providing reassurance to Cheng Xiandan, whose heartbeat visibly normalized. Tan Chun Yao Gui. Guan's eyes flickered with curiosity. He wondered if his Long Jin Xinyuan would be capable of vanquishing Tan Chun Yao Gui. According to the inherited memories of the Long Jin Shun Yuan technique, its power was said to suppress demons and eradicate evil. He had to prepare for the worst. What if Chu Jingfeng faltered? No matter how long Guan's life might be, he possessed but a single thread of it, a risk he could not afford. That night, the atmosphere within the Yaogu was notably unstable, evidently influenced by emotions, which heightened Guan's anxiety. It was not until dawn that he finally succumbed to sleep. For the next 5 days, Tan Xinyao Gui did not make an appearance, and Guin's taut nerves gradually relaxed. On the sixth day, Bai Ling Shu darted from beneath the bed and swiftly leaped onto the table. Having sensed Guin's cultivation of the Longjing Shen Yuan, it had developed a dependence on him. Now, even without being tethered, it would not flee. Guin sat at the table, teasing Bai Ling Shu before perusing a book titled Qingxia Yuji. The window was partially ajar, and the cool night breeze swirled in, causing the flame of the oil lamp to flicker, casting elongated shadows of Bai Ling Shu on the table. Guin found the travelogue quite intriguing, albeit laden with excessive romantic entanglements. The protagonist, Qingxia, traversed the world, experiencing the landscapes of the south and north, slaying demons and engaging in fleeting romances. As he read late into the night, a sense of unease began to settle over him. Why did every woman Qingxia encountered seem enamored with him, despite his feigned modesty? Surely, this could not have been penned by a scholar? Guin inwardly scoffed at the author of this book, yet he continued to read with great interest. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through the window, prompting even Guin, a practitioner of Longjing Shen Yuan, to shudder. He set the book down and rose to close the window. Before he reached it, however, he heard a commotion in the distance, causing him to pause and listen intently. Demon, prepare to die. Chu Jingfeng's low shout sent chills down Guin's spine. Had Tan Xinyao Gui arrived? Yet, Chu Jingfeng seemed unfazed, even exhilarated. He appeared reliable. Guin retreated to a corner of the room, whereby Ling Shu, sensing something amiss, quickly leapt into his embrace. The little creature trembled, amplifying Guin's fear. Throughout his life, Guin had never encountered a demon or malevolent spirit. The Ji family was far too secure in his childhood. The most terrifying figures were the guards of the Ji household, akin to Zhang Fei or Li Kuei. Chu Jingfeng, you must live up to your boasts, as well as those of your neighbor, Li Ya. I observe your extraordinary talent and unique fate. You must be the protagonist of a tale. Slay that demon, and you shall ascend like a dragon amid the clouds. Guin endeavored to calm himself, clenching his fists as he began to gather the Longjing within him. Soon, he heard the sound of a door being pushed open next door. It was Li Ya, rushing to assist Chu Jingfeng with sword in hand. Meanwhile, Meng Lang, even more cowardly than Guin, had concealed himself beneath the bed, nearly provoking Guin to exclaim in frustration. This scoundrel often boasted of being a big brother. Yet in the face of danger, he cowered. As each second dragged on, Guin felt increasingly tormented. In his perception, Chu Jingfeng's presence abruptly vanished. Had he perished? Demon, silence. Guin caught Li Ya's voice, sending a fresh wave of dread through him. Was the demon intent on consuming them? Then came a sharp thud, and Li Ya's voice abruptly ceased. Had he fallen? So useless? Guin's heart raced like a war drum, refusing to calm. Cheng Xiandan and Zhang Chunqiu remained hidden in their respective rooms, oblivious to the cacophony outside, truly a testament to the saying like master, like disciple. Silence enveloped the outside, and even Guin, with his keen senses, could not discern the movements or presence of Tan Xinyao Gui. Chapter 5, was that it? The night was eerily quiet. Even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Leaning against the wall, Guin seethed internally, questioning why his heartbeat raced so. Strangely, despite the silence outside, he felt an inexplicable certainty that Tan Xinyao Gui was approaching his room. Bai Ling Shu's tremors made Guin's chest itch, compelling him to throw it away. Yet he could not bring himself to do so. Time slipped away as Guin held his breath in concentration. He had never before yearned for the arrival of daybreak, as he did now. This Tai Xianmin was far from safe. He needed to accumulate longevity while maintaining a low profile, ensuring his strength continued to grow. As Guin's thoughts spiraled, he suddenly fixated on the threshold of the door. The door lay less than a meter to his left, illuminated by moonlight, casting a shadow through the crack, sending a shiver down his spine. Dan Chen Yaogi. It was coming. Guin's heart raced to his throat, his body tense. He felt an overwhelming urge to bolt. Suddenly, Guin froze, sensing a damp hand pressing against his head, sharp nails digging into his forehead, sending chills coursing through him. His mind went blank as he cautiously lifted his gaze, only to see a pale arm emerging from the darkness above him, resembling a woman's hand, with a palm resting on his head, claws as sharp as talons. The owner of the arm emerged from the shadows, revealing a disheveled, ghastly visage, her true face obscured, yet her bloodied fangs were clearly visible. She was smiling. In a fit of terror, Guan went completely mad, swinging his arm in fury and striking Tai Xuan Sect across the face. Boom! The eaves of the house were blown apart, blood and flesh splattering within, debris soaring high into the night sky, vanishing into the darkness. The night was so dark, the mountains and forests surrounding the Yaogu appeared to stand as monstrous figures. Guan gasped for breath, his raised arm trembling, his palm stained with blood. Splattered from Tai Xuan Sect. As silence descended, Guan struggled to regain his composure. Moonlight spilled into the room, illuminating a massive bloodstain blooming on the wall. Horrifying in its intensity, a pale severed arm lay at Guan's feet. After several breaths, he finally calmed down. You have successfully claimed 52 years of lifespan from Tai Xuan Sect, second stage. Gazing at the notification that appeared before him, he continued to breathe heavily, though his expression turned peculiar. Was this it? Guan found it absurd. Was he truly that strong, or were Chu Jingfeng and the others simply that weak? Just as he pondered this, he faintly heard the sound of a door opening. Instantly, he lay down, closed his eyes, and casually draped Tai Xuan Sect's severed arm over himself. That was not enough. He then pried open the demon's hand, wrapping it around his own neck. Completing these actions, he spread his arms wide, feigning unconsciousness. As autumn approached, the heat of summer began to wane. Guan was harvesting herbs in the garden when Liya and Meng Lang stood outside, observing his labor. Liya was partially wrapped in white cloth, revealing 2 ghastly scars on his face, nearly touching his right eye, making it difficult to imagine what he had endured. Meng Lang appeared unscathed, watching Guan with curiosity, exclaiming, "This fellow is so pleased to be picking herbs," as if he had never encountered Tai Xuan Sect. Liya's expression remained stoic, yet the scars on his face lent him an air of menace. He replied calmly, "Perhaps he finds joy in hardship." How do you know he maintained a smile after closing the door? His survival could simply be attributed to luck. Injuries were far more grievous than his own. Having lost an arm in a brutal manner, while Cheng Xiandan, Zhang Chuanxiu, and Meng Lang remained unscathed. On that fateful morning, several cultivators from Tai Xuan Sect arrived, all possessing superior cultivation levels compared to Chu Jingfeng, with the highest reaching the 9th layer of foundation establishment. They interrogated Gu and regarding the circumstances, to which Guan feigned a state of shock, claiming ignorance. Ultimately, the cultivators concluded that others must have intervened to rescue the errant disciples of this medicinal valley, as Guan lacked any spiritual power and could not have been responsible for vanquishing the greedy and wrathful demons. Subsequently, Guan deliberately changed rooms, and Zhang Chuanxiu's demeanor towards him improved, seemingly filled with remorse. While Liya and Meng Lang discussed Guan, he reveled in the joy of acquiring the lifespan from second-tier medicinal herbs. These herbs could grant him an additional 2 to 5 years of life, and he was set to harvest a total of 60 such herbs, an exhilarating prospect indeed. Simultaneously, he could not help but ponder the greedy and wrathful demons. The extermination of these demons had bestowed upon him 52 years of life, suggesting that slaying demons might yield even greater longevity. However, the recollection of that terrifying experience, along with Chu Jingfeng and Liya's injuries, quickly dispelled such thoughts. There was no need for haste. He was in no rush to grow stronger. So why risk his life? No, he resolved to adopt a more cautious approach and focus on his development. After a while, Guan completed the harvest of the 60 Jingxin herbs and approached Meng Lang, prepared to hand them over. Meng Lang cleared his throat and suggested, "This time, let you present them to the senior brother." Remembering his own humiliating performance that night, he felt too embarrassed to steal Guan's credit. Guan accepted this gracefully, smiling as he nodded politely to Liya before making his way to Zhang Chuanxiu's loft. In the hall, Guan presented all the Jingxin herbs to Zhang Chuanxiu, who did not immediately send him away, but instead engaged him in warm conversation, inquiring about his recent sleep. Each time Zhang Chuanxiu recalled the image of Guan being throttled by the greedy and wrathful demon, his heart swelled with guilt. As the senior brother, he felt utterly impotent for failing to protect his junior. Guan was typically so obedient and earnest. The thought of losing such a disciple filled him with sorrow. Upon hearing this, Guan could not help but frown. It became clear to him why that demon had been able to roam so freely for such an extended period. Zhang Chuanxiu, seemingly uneasy, added, "Such an elder is not someone we can provoke. A mere word could obliterate our entire medicinal valley. You come from humble beginnings and should comprehend the disparities of status and identity. Only by enduring can one survive. He then reached into his robe and produced a tome, stating, "This is a secret technique prepared by the master, procured at the cost of 5 years of sect contributions. After all, you have indeed suffered an injustice." Joy immediately lit up Guin's face as he accepted the tome, noticing the 3 characters inscribed on the cover. Kin Fong Te? Thank you, senior brother, and thank you, master. Guin promptly bowed in gratitude. Zhang Chunxiu blinked and smiled. Practice it diligently during your free time. It may one day help you protect yourself. Do not share this tome with Meng Lang. But as for Li Ye, he has demonstrated extraordinary talent, and the master has decided to assist him in breaking through to foundation establishment. It is estimated that within 2 years, he will leave the medicinal valley. Guin was not surprised by this. It indeed seemed a waste for someone of Li Ye's caliber to remain in the valley. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Chunxiu dismissed him. As Guin closed the door behind him, Zhang Chunxiu sighed softly. What a sincere child. He will surely take care of the master in the future, and I can finally descend the mountain. Just as Guin was descending the stairs, he hesitated momentarily before continuing down. Although the attack by the greedy and wrathful demons had not resulted in any deaths within the medicinal valley, it had undeniably altered the atmosphere. Li Ye had become increasingly enigmatic, retreating into the woods after completing his chores, while even Meng Lang began to practice diligently. Guin spent a month practicing the Kinfeng 2A technique before finally managing to make it appear on his interface, which was quite disheartening, leading him to abandon his training and resolve to rely on more reckless pursuits in the future. As the days and months passed, autumn leaves blanketed the medicinal valley. Guin's figure became a constant presence across various fields, rendering him the busiest person in the valley. Zhang Chunxiu grew increasingly trusting of him, no longer supervising his tasks, while Cheng Xiandan remained cooped up in his room, refining pills, making it difficult to see him even once a month. As autumn faded into winter, the valley was enveloped in a thick blanket of snow. The new year arrived amidst the falling snow. It was not until the early thaw of winter that visitors from outside the valley finally came, specifically seeking Guin inside the house. Guin closed the door and approached the table, pouring hot tea for the youth already seated. The young man, clad in the blue robes of an outer disciple of Tai Xuan Sect, surveyed the room and inquired, "How has the past year and a half treated you?" Among the 5 who followed Ji Xiaoyu to join Tai Xuan Sect, only Guin and the youth before him served as household attendants. This youth, named Du Yi, possessed 4 spiritual roots and, with the assistance of the Ji family, had entered the outer sect. In the years since their last meeting, his demeanor had transformed considerably. "Not too bad," Guin replied casually. Du Yi regarded him, shaking his head slightly. You insisted on coming here. With the influence of the 3rd young lady and the Ji family, it would have been easy to secure your place in the outer sect. Why endure suffering here? Especially when there's little hope for cultivation. Guin, contrasting Du Yi's lifespan of fewer than 150 years with his nearly 1,000 years, replied with a smile, "My aptitude has always been mediocre, and I fear death and pain. This tranquil place suits me well." Du Yi shook his head in amusement, chastising him further before revealing the purpose of his visit. Young Master Jilin is preparing to build momentum for the 3rd young lady within Tai Xuan Sect, gathering connections. We must also contribute our share. You should diligently collect medicinal herbs. I will come to you every 6 months to gather them. These herbs can serve as leverage for young Master Ji in attracting other disciples. Sure, no problem, Guin readily agreed. For medicinal herbs were not of great concern to him. Seeing Guin so agreeable, Du Yi smiled. Leo approached Guin, pressing a tome against his chest. "I am preparing to leave. Consider this sword technique as a farewell gift in gratitude for all you have done for me over the past year and a half." Guin caught the tome, feeling a peculiar sensation within him, although he had known for some time that Leo would depart. Hearing it confirmed stirred a sense of reluctance. In this medicinal valley, he had only 2 friends. After all, he had little in common with Cheng Xiandan and Zhang Chunxiu. Leo was certainly a better companion than Meng Lang, who was more of a brute. "Are you about to establish your foundation?" Guin inquired. He had sensed through the lifespan probe that Li Ye's cultivation had already reached the 9th layer of qi refinement, an astonishing rate of advancement. Could it be that he had received guidance from a master in the woods? Or perhaps Li Ye harbored the soul of a grandfather wronged by treachery within him. Leah nodded, stating, I plan to establish my foundation next month. He paused, then spoke earnestly. This parting may mean we cannot meet again. Do not be too compliant with Meng Lang in the valley. Such behavior will only embolden him. In the future, there will surely be other disciples. And as a senior brother, you must assert your own character. Guan felt speechless. Why had he been lectured by two people in one day? Nevertheless, compared to Du Yi, Li was far more sincere. A wave of reluctance washed over him. Throughout his life in the Ji family, he had walked on eggshells, never having true friends, only those he had to ingratiate himself with. There had never been a friend like Leah who gifted him something. He understood Leah's words would ring true. This farewell might very well be for a lifetime. Guan could not help but urge, you too, do not act recklessly as before. Living is the most important thing. You have risen from an errant disciple to the brink of establishing your foundation in less than 2 years. Your talent must be extraordinary. As long as you survive, you will undoubtedly become a renowned grand cultivator. Leah smiled upon hearing his words. Ultimately, he departed, bidding farewell to Guan before heading to visit Cheng Xiandan, and was escorted away by Zhang Chunxiu from the medicinal valley. The winter snow has yet to fully melt, and the Yao Gu has become quite desolate. In his leisure time, Guan begins to practice the sword manual given to him by Leah. His aspirations are modest. He does not seek to master it, but aims to become proficient enough to display it on his attributes panel. It takes time for a martial arts manual to appear on the attributes panel, and Guan does not wish to find himself in peril, only to realize too late that he has not practiced adequately. The sword manual, known as Li Jiaqi Jian, bears a common name. Yet Guan is aware that this Li family represents the royal lineage of the Tai Xuan dynasty, which is why he dedicates himself to his training with great seriousness. As winter yields to spring, vibrant life flourishes throughout the Yao Gu. Xiao Chuan is a reclusive youth who, upon entering the Yao Gu, seldom interacts with Guan and Meng Lang. However, after Guan assists him multiple times in gathering herbs, Xiao Chuan develops a fondness for him, and their conversations gradually increase. Yet, overall, he remains a person of few words. As summer arrives, Guan learns from his attributes panel that he has reached the age of 17. Throughout his life, he has been unaware of the exact date of his birthday and has never concerned himself with it. Rather than his birthday, Guan eagerly anticipates the day he can harvest third-tier herbs. Most herbs in the Yao Gu require years to mature. Thus his lifespan has not been increasing at a steady pace and has begun to slow recently. One day, Zhang Chunxiu approaches Guan's junior brother Gu. I have a task here with considerable rewards. Would you be willing to accept it? Zhang Chunxiu says with a smile. Guan raises an eyebrow, surprised that there are tasks within the Yao Gu. He suppresses his reluctance and asks, May I inquire, senior brother, what is this task? Upon hearing the details, Guan's heart stirs with excitement. Spirit stones are ranked from low to high as inferior, medium, superior, and extraordinary, with each level differing in value by 100-fold. A medium spirit stone is equivalent to 100 inferior spirit stones, while Guan's monthly remuneration consists of a single inferior spirit stone. This task equates to acquiring 1,000 inferior spirit stones over 2 years, which is undeniably enticing. Guan hesitates and asks, Is that elder trustworthy? Zhang Chunxiu pauses for a moment before bursting into laughter. Well done, junior brother Gu. You're quite cautious. Rest assured, that person is an old friend of mine. We both joined the Tai Xuan Sect in the same year. The reason I chose you is because of your diligence and honesty. If it were Meng Lang, I would still have my doubts. Moreover, his cave dwelling is not far from our Yao Gu, merely a few dozen miles away. You only need to visit him twice a month. After some contemplation, Guan ultimately agrees. Having had no opportunity to gather herbs for the past half-month, he feels distressed watching his lifespan stagnate, yearning for the earlier thrill of sacrificing years. The long Jin Xinyuan Gong only grants him a year's increase in lifespan each month. Without the ability to seize life, he would be content, but now he finds himself greedy. Furthermore, he is uncertain how long the effects of a long Jin Xinyuan Gong on lifespan enhancement will last. After all, everything has its limits. Seeing Guan's agreement, Zhang Chunxiu leads him out of the valley. It has been 2 years since Guan left the Yao Gu, and the prospect of venturing outside makes him somewhat anxious. Upon exiting the valley, he is met with a panorama of undulating mountains and forests, with sunlight filtering through the trees, creating beautiful halos. Zhang Chunxiu pats his waist, and a long sword flies out from his storage bag. He grips Guan's arm and leaps onto the sword, taking off into the skies. Gu, startled, clings tightly to his waist. The hot summer breeze tousling his black hair, and envy flickers in his eyes. Flying on a sword is the hallmark of a cultivator. He had not anticipated that Zhang Chuanxiu possessed such skills. Sensing the strength in Gu and S grip, Zhang Chuanxiu laughs heartily. Junior brother Gu, keep your eyes wide open to remember the way back. You will need to navigate it on your own in the future. Unable to restrain himself, Guan asks, Senior brother, could you teach me this sword flight technique? You will need to work hard in your training. Once you reach the 4th level of the Qi refinement stage, I will teach you to fly the sword. Zhang Chuanxiu straightens his back, radiating a bright, sunny smile as he speaks. He thinks to himself, in junior brother Gu's eyes, I must appear quite impressive now. I hope he feels inspired and no longer shirks his training. To him, Guan is commendable in all respects. Except for his lack of dedication to cultivation, he spends his leisure time reading instead. Guan feels somewhat speechless. Is reaching the 4th level of the Qi refinement stage truly that difficult? Can I not sacrifice 100 years of lifespan for it? If not, then how about 500 years? If 500 years is also insufficient, then that is utterly absurd. The two brothers converse as they fly on the sword. Zhang Chuanxiu leads Guan forward, passing through a dense forest until they arrive at a mountain wall. He raises his hand and takes out a jade pendant, pressing it into a recess in the wall. His cave dwelling has restrictions, so you must bring this jade pendant with you in the future. Do not lose it. It would be troublesome, Zhang Chuanxiu warns. Guan nods, and soon the mountain wall trembles, revealing a stone door that opens. Zhang Chuanxiu removes the jade pendant and enters with Guan. The two vanish into the darkness, and moments later, the mountain door slams shut. This cave dwelling is larger than Gu and had anticipated. The passage alone spans 5 zhang. They arrive in a spacious chamber, and Guan's gaze is drawn to an area densely populated with cultivated herbs. There must be at least 100 plants occupying most of the chamber, and with Guan's current knowledge, he can immediately discern that these herbs are of no ordinary quality. Do the outer disciples of the Tai Xuan Sect possess such wealth? Zhang Chuanxiu begins to instruct Guan on which herbs to harvest and the specific cultivation processes of various herbs. This cave dwelling is equipped with restrictions, ensuring an adequate water supply. However, excessive moisture could cause the herbs to perish. Some herbs must be harvested promptly to prevent igniting spiritual flames, which would destroy all the herbs. Additionally, there are seeds on the table, and after harvesting, Guan must continue planting. The outer disciple has also prepared protective spirit paper, which is similarly placed on the table. Instead of immediately harvesting the herbs, Guan surveys the chamber. It is quite simple, containing only a stone bed, a stone table, and 2 stone stools. No, there are also books hidden within the walls, obscured by creeping vines. Guan refrains from perusing them, concerned that a cultivator might have some form of surveillance or restriction in place. It is best to earn his lifespan quietly and avoid unnecessary trouble. Guan begins to harvest the mature herbs. You have successfully acquired Ling Yen Chao, 3rd tier, granting you 9 years of lifespan. 3rd tier herbs. Guan suddenly finds himself at a loss, questioning whether it is his understanding of herb tiers that is flawed or if the treatment for outer disciples indeed surpasses that of his Yao Gu. Regardless, he decides to relish the moment. The first batch of herbs to be harvested consists of 11 plants, bestowing upon him 89 years of lifespan, bringing his total lifespan to 1,264 years. As Guan surveys the area with his lifespan probe, he unexpectedly discovers 4th-tier spiritual herbs. What a bountiful situation for an outer disciple. Guan feels elated, realizing he must cultivate a good relationship with such a generous employer for future opportunities. Wait, can he also offer such services to other disciples of the Tai Xuan Sect? After all, going out to hone one's skills is an experience all disciples undergo. No, he must first focus on this task and proceed cautiously. What if he encounters malicious individuals attempting to deceive him? As a mere servant disciple, he would undoubtedly be the one discarded in a conflict with formal disciples. Guan begins to plant the seeds of Ling Yen Chao, taking great care to ensure he performs the task well. After a stick of incense is time, Guan exits the cave dwelling, closing the mountain door behind him, and heads back toward the Yao Gu. He hastens his pace, fearing another encounter with greedy and malevolent spirits. Zhu Jingfeng, the one-armed Chu Jingfeng, clad in a black robe, bears a look of profound weariness, appearing as a wholly different person from before. Chapter 7. 3,000 years of lifespan. Crisis reborn when Gu and sees Chu Jingfeng. The latter also notices him. Just as Gu intends to quicken his steps to greet him, Chu Jingfeng leaps several zhang high, soaring over the hillside and landing before him like a great wild goose. "You must be Guan. I have questions for you," Chu Jingfeng states solemnly. Observing Gu An's remarkable honesty, Chu Jingfeng's demeanor softened. He spoke softly. "You have encountered the greedy and wrathful demoness. She once grasped your throat. Can you recall her visage?" Guan shook his head, replying, "That night, the oil lamp was unlit, and I could not discern her features. The moment she appeared, I was rendered unconscious." As he recounted this, he discreetly summoned his internal energy, causing his face to flush crimson. Noticing his embarrassment, Chu Jingfeng's anger dissipated considerably. "What am I doing? Putting a mere servant disciple through such hardship?" Chu Jingfeng reflected with self-mockery. His expression transformed into one of warmth as he said, "Should you remember anything or encounter further difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me." He then produced a spirit stone about the size of an egg and explained, "This is a special spirit stone. Infuse it with your spiritual energy and we can communicate." He tossed the stone to Gu and before leaping into the air, a long sword materializing from thin air at his waist. He soared out of the thicket, leaves cascading around him. Guan could not help but feel that this one-armed version of Chu Jingfeng exuded an even greater strength. Without further contemplation, Guan made his way towards Yaogu. "Alas, when will I possess my own storage bag?" The youth traversed the sloping forest path, dappled sunlight cascading down, wrapping him in a vibrant cloak. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Now 19, Guan walked through the woods, appearing taller and sturdier than 2 years prior. Despite his simple cloth attire, he radiated cleanliness, especially his bright eyes. His long hair was casually tied back with a grass rope, with 2 strands falling on his forehead, enhancing his carefree demeanor. Behind him trailed a younger boy, of average appearance and a head shorter, carrying a bamboo basket and wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. "Senior brother, how much further?" Xiao Chuan called weakly. He was the only disciple in Yaogu younger than Gu In, and typically enjoyed following in Gu In's footsteps. Upon hearing that Gu In was managing a cave dwelling for the outer sect disciples, he had pleaded for a long time before Gu In finally agreed to take him along. Gu In had his own considerations in bringing him, should there be ill intentions. The presence of another might deter any threats. He did not wish to endanger Xiao Chuan. After all, his Dragon Force divine origin technique was not honed in vain. "We are nearly there." Having such an obedient junior brother was indeed a relief. Xiao Chuan lamented loudly. He had already heard those 2 words more than 8 times and wished he had not come. A dozen miles was no short distance for a commoner, and with the rugged terrain and the sweltering heat, Xiao Chuan felt as though he might perish. Guan refrained from further consolation, for they were indeed close. After roughly half a tea's worth of time, Guan parted the grass and arrived at the mountain wall. Rather than directly opening the mountain door, he clasped his fists and said, "Junior disciple Guan, here to return the cave dwelling jade pendant to the senior." Xiao Chuan stood on the other side of the grass, curiously surveying the mountain wall. His background was not significantly superior to Guan's, and he possessed little knowledge of the cultivation world. To him, the outer sect disciples of Tai Xuan men were figures of great stature. With a thunderous rumble, the mountain door swung open, and a hoarse voice beckoned from within, "Come in." Naturally, Xiao Chuan dared not follow inside. Merely witnessing the spectacle of the cave dwelling opening sufficed to make his journey worthwhile. Guan stepped into the cave, exuding more confidence than he had 2 years earlier. His newfound self-assurance stemmed from the longevity he had accrued, now reaching over 3,400 years. In addition to the herbs within the cave, over the past 2 years, Cheng Xiandan had also begun instructing him to gather 3rd-tier herbs, thus hastening his increase in lifespan. Confidence is born from strength. Despite having only cultivated a modicum of spiritual energy, Guan was no longer the same. As he traversed the passage, he spotted an individual seated at a stone table. It was a middle-aged man, lean of frame, clad in a loose Dao robe. His hair was a mixture of black and gray, his sunken eyes and prominent cheekbones imparting an impression of profound depth. At first glance, Guan sensed that this man was no ordinary character. Zhu Moyan, ninth layer of Qi refinement 581304140. His lifespan limit was even less than that of Zhang Chunxiu, indicating his inferior aptitude. His higher cultivation compared to Zhang Chunxiu was likely achieved through the accumulation of medicinal pills. Guan speculated as he hastened to Zhu Moyan's side, presenting the cave-dwelling jade pendant with both hands. Zhu Moyan lifted a cloth bag from the table and handed it to Gu, and receiving the bag with respect. Guan discreetly gauged its weight before expressing his gratitude to Zhu Moyan. He nodded, performed another bow, and turned to leave. As he did so, his keen eyes caught sight of something, and his reflexes kicked in as he swiftly sent out a lifespan probe. Greedy, wrathful demoness, second tier 31140-180. Guan maintained his composure and departed briskly. Zhu Moyan watched Guan's retreating figure, his gaze turning icy. Only upon hearing the sound of the mountain door closing did he let out a cold snort, muttering to himself, "Consider yourself fortunate." The restrictions on outer sect disciples' cave dwellings were rather rudimentary. Such restrictions were merely a form of magical mechanism, and Guan could easily overhear Zhu Moyan's mutterings, which only heightened his unease. Indeed, there was a problem. Guan had previously suspected why the greedy, wrathful demoness had not affected Zhu Moyan's cave dwelling along the way. It appeared this man was connected to the demoness. "Senior brother, was it successful?" Xiao Chuan inquired with concern, watching Guan approach. Nodding in affirmation, they began their journey back, and only once they had distanced themselves did Xiao Chuan begin to inquire about the cave dwelling's owner. Guan provided a brief description, leaving Xiao Chuan captivated. Throughout the remainder of the journey, Guan had little inclination to engage with Xiao Chuan, as his mind was consumed by thoughts of the greedy, wrathful demoness and Zhu Moyan's words. This matter cannot be ignored. It is far too perilous. Reflecting on the spirit stone left by Chu Jingfeng, Guan resolved to seek his assistance. However, before that, he needed to bolster his strength just in case. 3 years without risking his life had him exhilarated at merely the thought. Should he cultivate the remnant wind leg or the leaf family's 7 swords? Guan found himself torn by the decision. The bamboo basket was filled with the ordinary herbs they had gathered along the way. Exhausted, Xiao Chuan lacked the energy for anything else and hurried straight back to his courtyard. Taking a deep breath, Guan first attuned to the energies of others within Yaogu. Meng Lang was practicing spells in the woods, Cheng Xiandan was refining pills, and Zhang Chunxiu was diligently gathering energy. It seems no one is paying attention to him. Guan summoned his attribute panel. Name, Guan, lifespan, 193,463. Spiritual root, well-rounded 5 elements. Spiritual root can invest lifespan for evolution. Cultivation, first layer of Qi refinement, can invest lifespan for evolution. Techniques, fire control technique, not yet mastered. Springwood technique, not yet mastered. Dragon Force divine origin technique, mastered, can invest lifespan for evolution. Ultimate skills, remnant wind leg, not yet mastered. Leaf family's 7 swords, not yet mastered, can invest lifespan for evolution. Guan cautiously decided to invest 1 year of lifespan into his cultivation. You practiced Qi gathering for 1 year. Due to mediocre talent and average technique tier, your cultivation has not increased significantly. As this notification appeared, Guan felt a transformation within himself. A thread of spiritual energy had doubled. Guan's mouth twitched involuntarily as he cast his gaze upon the springwood technique. He had only grasped this one Qi gathering technique. As for the fire control technique, it was an auxiliary skill taught to him by an old servant while he was chopping firewood at the Ji family, aptly named for its ability to control fire. Forget it, there is no need to wait for a more profound technique. After all, I can evolve through lifespan. Even the most ordinary technique in my hands can ascend to divine prowess. With such thoughts, Guan's resolve solidified. He chose to invest 100 years of lifespan into the evolution and cultivation of the springwood technique. You have cultivated Chumu Gong for a year, and due to your mediocre aptitude and comprehension, your mastery of Chumu Gong has only seen slight improvement. After 10 years of practice, you have finally perfected Chumu Gong, enhancing your energy absorption speed. 50 years into your training, your Chumu Gong has reached its pinnacle, with your absorption speed increasing tenfold. After a century of dedication, you have gained new insights into Chumu Gong, which has now evolved into Qinyuanzu. A surge of memories floods Guan's mind, all pertaining to the cultivation of Qinyuanzu. Chunyuanzu is far less intricate than Longjing Shenyuan Gong, and soon Guan opens his eyes. Upon awakening, he first listens to the voices of others in the Medicine Valley. Xiao Chuan has fallen asleep, while the others are preoccupied, momentarily oblivious to his presence. Now, the dilemma arises. Should he continue to enhance Chunyuanzu or directly use it for cultivation? After much contemplation, Guan concludes that the method is of utmost importance and must not be taken lightly. He resolves to invest a millennium into it first. Chapter 8. The Pure Yang Skill of Divine Wood. Position of the senior brother Gu and refrains from immediately channeling his lifespan into the evolution of his cultivation. Wary of making too much noise, given the precedent set by Longjing Shun Yuan Gong, he decides to wait until nightfall. By then, even if there's a commotion, with Chang Xiandan and Zhang Chuanqiu's timid nature, they are likely to retreat into their shells, too frightened to venture outside. Nightfall descends swiftly. After Meng Lang retires to his room for rest, Guan accesses his attribute panel. He focuses on Chunyuanzu and selects the option to invest 1,000 years of lifespan into its evolution. Heaven grant me favor, let not this millennium of life be squandered. As Guan prays, he gently rubs the Bailing Shu, channeling its spirit. You have invested 1,000 years of lifespan into the evolution of Chunyuanzu. After 1 year of practice, due to your mediocre aptitude, your cultivation shows minimal growth. After 10 years, your understanding of Chunyuanzu reaches a new realm. After a century, you perceive the essence of the earth and forests, generating more thoughts regarding Chunyuanzu. After 2 centuries, your Chunyuanzu ascends to Tsangmu Chunshengong. After 5 centuries, your comprehension of Tsangmu Chunshengong has reached perfection, enhancing your wood spirit root. After 8 centuries, you grasp the essence of nature, elevating Tsangmu Chunshengong to the divine wood pure yang skill. After a millennium, your mastery of the divine wood pure yang skill reaches a realm of consummate proficiency, and your wood spirit root is further enhanced. Observing the series of notifications before him, Guan seizes upon several key phrases, his heart swelling with joy as a wealth of memories floods his consciousness. His essence immerses in the legacy, radiating a verdant glow, while emerald spiritual energy wafts from the ground within the room. Meanwhile, Zhang Chuanqiu, practicing in his room, opens his eyes, glancing at his windows as a sudden gust of wind rattles them. He hastily rises, approaches the window, peers outside, and quickly closes it. He rushes to his desk to extinguish the oil lamp, then seeks refuge beneath his covers. This situation is untenable. He must depart soon, for the Medicine Valley grows increasingly sinister. Meng Lang, similarly shaken, trembles beneath his blanket, while Xiao Chuan, exhausted from the day's events, sleeps soundly like a log, snoring thunderously. Chang Xiandan, meditating by the alchemy furnace, senses the disturbance outside and gazes at the night sky, his expression deep and devoid of fear or curiosity, as tranquil as a still well. Eventually, Guan awakens, opening his eyes to a transformed world. He can distinctly feel the wood elemental spiritual energy in the air and sense the vitality of the flora around him. This sensation is utterly marvelous. With a flicker of thought, the previous notifications reappear before him, and upon realizing that his wood spirit root has been elevated, he is filled with elation. Practicing the technique can indeed enhance his spirit root, alleviating the need to grind for innate talent, an endless pit he has only dared to explore once, leaving psychological scars. He attempts to operate the divine wood pure yang skill, and unlike before, he effortlessly absorbs the wood elemental spiritual energy from the surroundings. Upon entering his body, it flows into his dantian, transforming into wood attribute spiritual power. The entire process is fluid and seamless. A mere inhalation surpasses his previous half-year of effort. Guan is overcome with a dreamlike sensation, feeling as if he has suddenly become a genius. In light of this, there is no urgency to elevate his cultivation level. Upon surpassing a millennium of lifespan, he unlocked the ability to explore his longevity. Perhaps when he exceeds 10,000 years, new abilities will manifest. Moreover, given his current pace of cultivation, he believes he can rely on training to enhance his prowess. Longjing Shun Yuan Gong serves as a supportive technique, devoid of offensive maneuvers, and his gaze turns towards Canfeng Leg. The Li family 7 swords is a sword technique, yet he possesses no sword, and such techniques likely depend on cultivation level. Canfeng Leg, however, relies on physical strength. His corporeal power has already enabled him to easily dispatch foundation-establishing demons. If paired with Canfone leg, its power would undoubtedly surge. How much lifespan should he invest? Guan finds himself in a quandary. Investing too little would be futile, while too much would cause him grief. Ultimately, he decides to invest 500 years. Excitedly, he channels 500 years of lifespan into the evolution of Canfone leg. You have trained in Canfone leg for a year. Due to your mediocre aptitude, while your technique flows smoothly, it fails to unleash the full potential of Canfone leg. After a decade of relentless practice, your Canfone leg reaches its zenith. After a century, your Canfone leg returns to its essence, and you gain new insights, elevating your Canfone leg to foaming leg. After 200 years, your foaming leg reaches maturity, and your understanding of physical techniques deepens. After 400 years, your foaming leg evolves into Quangfeng Jueying leg. After 500 years, your Quangfeng Jueying leg attains a state of harmonious integration, enhancing your comprehension of physical techniques and agility. Understanding physical techniques and agility. Could this be a matter of comprehension? Just as this thought crosses Guan's mind, his consciousness is filled with memories of Quangfeng Jueying leg. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight sweep across the Medicine Valley. Yet before they touch Guan's doorstep, the door swings open. Guan steps into the courtyard, facing the rising sun, stretching lazily, feeling invigorated and entirely transformed. A smile graces his face, the excitement still palpable. He silently checks his attribute panel. Name, Guan, lifespan, 191,862, spirit root. First class with spirit root, 4-line, good spirit root, can invest lifespan for evolution. Cultivation, chi refining stage. Second layer, can invest lifespan for evolution. Techniques, controlling fire technique, not yet mastered. Divine with pure yang skill, consummate. Longjing Shun Yuan Gong, consummate, can invest lifespan for evolution. Ultimate techniques, Quangfeng Jueying leg, harmonious integration. Li family 7 swords, not yet mastered, can invest lifespan for evolution. He has reached the second layer of chi refining stage. During the transmission of divine with pure yang skill last night, his spiritual power increased significantly, and coupled with an entire night of energy absorption practice, he successfully broke through to the second layer of chi refining stage. He is no longer a talentless individual devoid of spiritual power. The sensation of investing his lifespan is utterly exhilarating. Guan contemplates his path in cultivation. He has no desire to venture out. While slaying demons and monsters to seize lifespan might accelerate his longevity, such actions would also escalate the risk of death. Instead, he considers the position of the Medicine Valley Lord. Cheng Xiandan has only a few years left, and with Zhang Chunqiu intending to descend a mountain, the lordship is rightfully his. At that point, he can recruit a group of miscellaneous disciples to assist in his cultivation, while he focuses solely on harvesting, an exquisite arrangement. Guan stands with his hands on his hips, gazing at the surrounding peaks. There is no reason not to cultivate more herbs on a mountain. Cheng Xuandan's reluctance to expand the Medicine Valley likely stems from the belief that expansion holds no significance for him. He is merely a laborer of Tai Xuan Sect. However, for Guan, the situation was markedly different. He had no intention of distributing more herbs, but rather sought to seize the lifespan of the herbs. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, prompting him to exercise his legs on the spot, stretching his body. He executed the techniques of the Canfone leg, sharp and vigorous, creating a gust of wind. Before long, Meng Lang emerged from the adjacent room and chanced upon Guan's leg techniques, his eyes widening in astonishment. The 19-year-old Guan had fully matured, his legs whipping through the air like whips. Although his position remained unchanged, the forceful wind he generated swept across Meng Lang's face, leaving him stunned. Meng Lang could not help but rub his eyes, doubting his own recognition. When had Guan become so formidable? Noticing Meng Lang's gaze, Guan retracted his legs, turned to him, and smiled, asking if he had disturbed his slumber. Meng Lang hurriedly approached him, scrutinizing him closely, and inquired, "How come you are suddenly so powerful? Did you notice the demonic winds last night? Could it possibly be related to you?" Guan rolled his eyes, responding, "Indeed, it was I. I practiced the Canfone leg taught by my master last night, stirring the heavenly principles and causing the earth to tremble, a display that could astonish both heaven and earth. Since you heard the commotion, Why didn't you come out to witness my prowess? Meng Lang would not admit to his embarrassment and retorted, your leg techniques, while fierce, lack spiritual power. How could they have stirred the great winds of last night? Moreover, there were not just strong winds but also fluctuations in spiritual energy, likely indicating either demons consuming the world's spiritual essence or a great practitioner breaking through. Guan chuckled and playfully kicked him. You dare to kick me? Are you rebelling? With Liu gone, do you not wish to acknowledge me as your elder brother? Meng Lang cried out. If I were to recognize you as my elder brother, wouldn't that mean you must stay here and accompany me for life? Don't you want to become an outer disciple? Guan countered. You make a valid point. You are indeed different from me. The two began to engage in playful banter. After an hour, Zhang Chunqiu sought out Guan, leading him through the Yaogu, expounding upon every inch of land and every herb within. Guan listened intently, but as he continued, he sensed something amiss. Was this not akin to a farewell? Had last night's disturbances truly terrified him so? Guan had initially intended to offer him consolation, but upon reflection, he realized that Zhu Mo was no benevolent entity, likely having engaged in numerous nefarious deeds for the powerful practitioners behind the greedy and wrathful demons. Once Chu Jingfeng resolved this matter, Zhang Chunqiu would likely be implicated, given their friendship. It would be better to descend the mountains sooner. Guan vowed that his desire to become the eldest disciple was genuinely in consideration of Zhang Chunqiu's well-being. After mastering the Shenmu Chunyang Gong, Guan was not eager to contact Chu Jingfeng. Firstly, he had acquired the power to protect himself, and secondly, he wished to avoid alarming the snake. His apprehension was not directed at Zhu Mo, but rather the individual behind him. Zhang Chunqiu had previously mentioned that this person held a high position, one that cannot be swayed by the entirety of Yaogu. Perfectly, he could use this waiting period to enhance his cultivation. After an hour of wandering, Zhang Chunqiu, having grown parched from speaking, finally led Guan to Changxiandan. Upon seeing the alchemical furnace before Changxiandan, Guan was filled with curiosity. He had long heard of Cheng Xuandan's mastery in alchemy and wondered if he could learn from him. If successful, he could directly metamorphose into a master alchemist. Cheng Xiandan rose and looked at Guan, pronouncing, from this day forth, you shall be the eldest senior brother of this Yaogu. Upon hearing this, Guan was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Zhang Chunqiu, and anxiously asked, eldest senior brother, what has happened? Observing Guan's concern for him, Zhang Chunqiu felt a profound sense of gratitude as he prepared to descend the mountain. The one he would miss most was not his master, but his diligent junior brother Guan. He was too obedient and too earnest. Zhang Chunqiu shared the same sentiments as Liu, worrying for Guan and fearing that he would be bullied in the future. I have spent 40 years in Yaogu. It is time for me to descend the mountain. My cultivation aptitude is mediocre, and I hold no hope of foundation establishment in this lifetime. Rather than languishing here, I would prefer to enjoy my remaining years. Junior brother Gu, please take on the position of eldest senior brother. That lazy fellow Meng Lang cannot assume such a role. Zhang Chunqiu patted Guan's shoulder earnestly. Guan hesitated, but without you as the eldest senior brother, I fear. Cheng Xiandan interjected, if you are hesitant, let Meng. I am not unwilling. Guan swiftly interrupted. Zhang Chunqiu, who had intended to comfort him, was momentarily taken aback. Cheng Xiandan cast a deep gaze at Guan, but chose to remain silent. Guan cleared his throat and stated, I cannot let down the expectations of my eldest senior brother. However, to be honest, I fear that Meng Lang will order me around once he becomes the eldest senior brother. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chunqiu could not help but laugh, easing the atmosphere. He began to encourage Guan, who listened earnestly. After some time, Zhang Chunqiu rolled up his sleeves and bowed to Cheng Xiandan, performing 3 deep bows before rising to depart, leaving Guan alone with Cheng Xiandan. You see, Yaogu cannot retain individuals. If you do not wish to spend your life here, you may speak up. I may be able to assist you, Cheng Xiandan remarked, his gaze calm. Guan quickly replied, disciple wishes to remain in Yaogu for a lifetime. Master, I would not dare to lie. I genuinely wish to stay here forever. Perhaps to others, the work done in Yaogu is laborious and dirty, but for me, these are the most comfortable days of my life. Master has taken great care of me, and my fellow brothers have treated me kindly. I truly wish to remain here forever. Guan spoke sincerely, feeling the need to express his heartfelt intentions at this critical juncture. Cheng Xiandan replied in a low voice, You must have a background. Surviving the grasp of the greedy and wrathful demons is no mere coincidence. And the direction of last night's spiritual energy disturbance originated from your courtyard. Guan grew anxious. Master, I truly have no background. The only connection I might have is with the third miss of the Ji family, Ji Xiaoyu. But I am merely her servant. The Ji family? Cheng Xuandan's expression changed, and this was the first time Guan witnessed such a dramatic shift in his demeanor. Guan perceived a mixture of dread, anger, and fear on Cheng Xuandan's face, a convergence of negative emotions rendering him quite fearsome. This was concerning. This old man could not harbor a grudge against the Ji family, could he? Guan felt a wave of unease wash over him. So be it from now on. You shall be the eldest disciple of this Yao Gu, Cheng Xiandan declared, taking a deep breath. Guan sighed in relief. Regardless of Cheng Xuandan's true intentions, he would accept the title of eldest disciple for the time being. Even if Cheng Xiandan harbored ill intentions, he likely did not have long to live. Guan was not particularly worried about Cheng Xiandan plotting against him. Could Cheng Xiandan withstand the wrath of the greedy and wrathful demons? I shall diligently strive and shall not disappoint Master's expectations, Guan assured him promptly. Cheng Xiandan waved his hand. Go call Meng Lang and Xiao Chuan. Upon hearing this, Guan immediately bowed and then turned to leave. After the duration of a stick of incense, Guan, Meng Lang, and Xiao Chuan descended from the pavilion, with Xiao Chuan brimming with excitement, addressing Gu and his eldest senior brother with every breath. Meng Lang, however, was disgruntled, exclaiming, "How can he be the eldest senior brother? Why not me? My cultivation is higher, and my background is superior. Is that so?" Meng Lang's anger subsided. "Of course. Look at our eldest senior brother. He's been here for 40 years. How many people have 40 years in their lives?" Meng Lang fell silent, his gaze shifting to Guan, now filled with sympathy. He patted Guan's shoulder and said, "Guan, I'm sorry for you." Xiao Chuan also fell silent, harboring his own dreams of cultivation and naturally desiring not to spend his life here. Guan feigned silence, inwardly laughing at how easily Meng Lang was fooled. Thus began Guan's life as the eldest disciple. Cheng Xiandan entrusted him with all affairs of Yao Gu, delegating the cultivation matters to Xiao Chuan and Meng Lang, while Guan focused solely on harvesting. Meng Lang, perhaps feeling guilty, did not complain, given that harvesting occurred only a couple of times a month. Guan spent most of his time in cultivation, yet he concealed his true abilities, never allowing others to perceive them. 3 months swiftly passed. In the quietude of obscurity, Guan ascended to the 5th layer of the Qi refinement realm. The mastery of the Shenmu Chunyang Gong was indeed formidable. Guan's training period was not as prolonged as Meng Lang's, for he had allocated time for reading. The autumn leaves carpeted the medicinal valley, and the surrounding peaks were tinged with the colors of fall, exuding a sense of melancholy into the world. Guan stood before the wooden railing, gazing at the soon-to-mature third-tier herbs, his hand gently stroking the Bailing Shu. Suddenly, he heard a sound and turned to see Cheng Xiandan approaching from the valley's entrance, accompanied by 2 individuals, one male and one female, both appearing around 14 or 15 years of age. Instinctively, he probed their lifespans. Gielan, Ji refinement Ryu. First layer 14110-130, Lu Jiojia, Qi refinement realm. Second layer 15140-190, excellent. 2 more assistants have arrived. A smile crept across Guan's lips as he swiftly approached Cheng Xiandan. He stood before Cheng Xiandan, clasping his fists in salute. Lu Jiojia and Yilan curiously regarded Guan. With his handsome features and the cultivation of the long Jin Shun Yuan Gong and Shenmu Chunyang Gong, his aura was striking, reminiscent of the disciples of the Tai Xuan Sect they had encountered. "Honor, these 2 are your junior brothers and sisters. You shall guide them to settle in," Cheng Xiandan remarked before departing. "I know." Guan felt a shiver run down his spine, but still bowed to Cheng Xuandan's retreating figure. He turned to Lu Jiojia and Yilan, who promptly returned his greeting with utmost respect, pleasing him greatly. Wonderful. Guan felt an immediate fondness for his junior brother and sister and commenced introducing himself, inviting them to share their own identities. Lu Jiojia had a dark complexion and wore tattered clothes, resembling a peasant, yet his eyes shone brightly with vigor. Yilan was petite, dressed in finery, and her beauty could only be described as fair. "Come, let me show you to your quarters," Guan said with a smile, and seeing his gentle demeanor. Their tension dissipated. As they walked toward the disciples' courtyard, Yilan could not resist inquiring about the other disciples in the medicinal valley. Guan provided an honest account. Subsequently, he called for Meng Lang and Xiao Chuan to introduce them to one another. Unlike Zhang Chuanxiu, Guan genuinely aspired to foster harmonious relations among his peers, for he was destined to become the Valley Master. The addition of Yilan and Lu Jiujia reminded Guan of Zhu Moya and the greedy, angry spirits. This will not do. It is imperative to resolve this matter promptly to prevent any danger to my junior brother and sister. While harboring this concern, Guan began instructing his junior siblings on how to fulfill their duties. That evening, he closed his door, retrieving the spirit stone from Chu Jingfeng, infusing it with a trace of spiritual energy, causing the stone to grow warm. It was Guan's first encounter with such cultivation technology, and he found it exceedingly intriguing. After a few moments, Chu Jingfeng's voice emanated from within. "Who is it? My goodness, how many people have you given such a spirit stone?" Guan suppressed the urge to retort and replied, "Senior, I am Guan from the Medicinal Valley." Chu Jingfeng fell silent. Guan sensed a hint of awkwardness. But fortunately, Chu Jingfeng soon spoke again. "Do you have information regarding the greedy, angry spirits?" "Indeed," Guan replied emphatically, recounting his observations and experiences. Once he finished, Chu Jingfeng inquired solemnly, "Is this true?" "Absolutely. There is no deception. He is not far from our medicinal valley, and I fear he may cause us harm." Guan stated earnestly, "Very well. I will take full responsibility for this matter. I will seek out his lair in the outer sect and will not trouble you further. Thank you for your understanding, Senior. If this matter is resolved smoothly, I hope you will not mention my name, as I possess mediocre aptitude and wish to avoid trouble, seeking only a peaceful life." "Understood. I will exercise discretion." With that, Chu Jingfeng severed the connection. "What a hassle. I hope this matter passes smoothly. I merely wish to tend to the fields," Guan mused, preferring a tranquil existence of herb gathering over conflict. After conferring with Chu Jingfeng, Guan patrolled daily, keeping a vigilant watch over his junior brother and sister, fearing they might stray from the medicinal valley. 3 consecutive days had passed without incident. However, on the 4th night, Guan sensed a surge of spiritual energy outside the valley and faintly heard the sounds of clashing weapons. A skirmish had erupted. He stealthily made his way to the valley entrance, intending to stand guard to thwart any greedy, angry spirits or malevolent individuals from infiltrating the medicinal valley and slaughtering his junior siblings. The distant battle raged fiercely, and by the time Guan reached the valley entrance, it was still ongoing. The multitude of peaks along the way made it difficult for Guan to ascertain the situation through anything but his acute hearing. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a pavilion where Cheng Xiandan stood at the window, watching him from afar. The silvery moonlight bathed the dimly lit pavilion, casting Cheng Xiandan in a ghostly light that sent shivers down Guan's spine. "This is bad. He has spotted me." Guan furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Just as he hesitated, Cheng Xiandan slowly closed the window, yet his gaze, akin to 2 haunting lights, left Guan feeling unsettled. Guan was not afraid of Cheng Xiandan. He feared that Cheng Xiandan might disclose the situation. However, upon reflection, he reasoned that it was unlikely. If Cheng Xiandan were truly connected to the formidable cultivators behind the greedy, angry spirits, why would he summon Chu Jingfeng for protection? That would be superfluous. The lives of these servant disciples were of little consequence. The adversary need not even fabricate an excuse to report to the sect. Chapter 10. Alchemy. A promise of one Jade Guan made a concerted effort to avoid overthinking Cheng Xuandan's intentions, focusing instead on guarding against enemy incursions. He maintained his vigil throughout the night. Guan longed to observe the battlefield, but feared the presence of traps, so he could only endure. The arrival of Yilan and Lu Jiujia breathed new life into the medicinal valley. The two were like youthful spirits, energetically racing around the valley with Xiao Chuan. Guan leaned against a wooden railing in a garden area, cradling the Qing Xia Yuji, relishing the caress of the autumn breeze. His gaze occasionally drifted to Cheng Xuandan's pavilion. The earlier exchange lingered in his mind, and he yearned to converse with Cheng Xiandan, yet he feared disrupting the delicate balance. At that moment, Lu Jiujia approached Guan with an eager expression and inquired, "Senior brother, I heard from Meng Shixiang that you are proficient in a profound leg technique. Could you teach me?" I would gladly take on all the herb-gathering tasks. Guan regarded him with a smile and replied, I wouldn't say I am proficient. If you wish to learn, I will gladly teach you. As for the herb-gathering, it is best left to the senior brother, as I must engage in some work myself, and harvesting is my passion. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiaojia's admiration for Guan deepened. What a wonderful senior brother. He was positively thrilled. Guan tucked the book into his embrace and began to instruct Lu Jiaojia in the practice of the Confong leg. Before long, Xiao Chuan and Yilan also rushed over to learn, while Meng Lang, feeling too proud, refrained, believing himself superior to Guan. He had only mentioned Guan's leg technique to avoid being pestered by Lu Jiaojia. The Confong legs techniques were fierce, and even as Guan moderated his moves, the three youths were left in awe. An hour later, just as Guan pondered how to discreetly slip away, a voice called from the distance, Aner, come here. Guan turned to see Cheng Xiandan beckoning him from the window. Here we go. Guan promptly walked toward Cheng Xuandan's pavilion, while Xiao Chuan and the others remained engrossed in their practice of the Confong leg. Upon entering Cheng Xuandan's room and closing the door, he swiftly approached Cheng Xiandan and bowed in greeting. Cheng Xiandan sat before the alchemical furnace and gestured to the opposite side of the furnace, stating, Please take a seat. Guan moved to the indicated spot and sat cross-legged, mentally preparing his words. Are you referring to Chu Jingfeng? Cheng Xuandan's first words interrupted Guan's thoughts. Well, that was direct. Cheng Xiandan nodded and continued, You were right. This matter can only be entrusted to Chu Jingfeng. He is no ordinary individual. Not only is he exceptionally talented, but he also possesses a prominent background, which is why he could be an inner sect disciple at the foundation establishment stage. A significant background? No wonder he dares to investigate the greedy, angry spirits. Guan felt a sense of relief within, as he also harbored concerns that Chu Jingfeng might fail, ultimately attracting the attention of the formidable cultivator behind the greedy and wrathful demons. Guan helplessly remarked, Master, you should understand me. I fear trouble and have no desire to engage in conflict with others. No matter how Meng Lang might summon me, I am disinclined to contest with him. Thus, I initially intended to feign ignorance. However, with you leading the junior brother and sister into the medicinal valley, I had no choice but to reach out to Chu Jingfeng. His words were heartfelt, driven by sincere reasoning. Cheng Xiandan gazed deeply at him, his eyes drifting towards the nearby alchemy furnace. You have done well. From now on, you shall be my true disciple, and I will impart all that I know to you. As for this matter, let us forget it, both as master and disciple. Neither Chu Jingfeng's father nor the influential figures behind the greedy and wrathful demons are entities we can afford to provoke. Upon hearing this, Guan was taken aback, looking at Cheng Xuandan's profile, and suddenly realized he had misjudged this master. Master! Guan immediately rose and bowed deeply, treating the moment with utmost seriousness. Cheng Xiandan turned his gaze back to him, displaying a benevolent expression that contrasted sharply with his usual demeanor. In the future, should you wish to learn or inquire about anything, do not hesitate to approach me. Do not feel that you are a bother. My years are limited, and the time I have to teach you is dwindling. Cheng Xuandan's eyes and tone were imbued with an unprecedented gentleness. Guan sat back down cautiously and asked, Master, can you concoct a youth-retaining pill? The hallmark of a cultivator is to consume such a pill at the outset, ensuring eternal youth. And Guan certainly did not wish to become a white-haired elder in the future. Cheng Xiandan shook his head with a chuckle and then raised his hand, summoning a jade vial that appeared in his grasp. He poured out a pill and handed it to Guan. Without hesitation, Guan swallowed it. His boldness stemmed from his mastery of the Shenmu Chunyang Gong and the Longjing Xinyuan Gong, which both possessed detoxifying properties. Describing him as immune to poisons was no exaggeration. Seeing Guan's complete lack of apprehension, Cheng Xuandan's eyes glimmered with approval. After consuming the youth-retaining pill, Guan felt no distinct sensation, as if he had simply ingested a piece of melt-in-your-mouth rock candy. What are your thoughts on alchemy? Cheng Xiandan inquired. Guan's eyes brightened, and he quickly nodded, saying, To be honest, Master, I have long wished to learn alchemy from you, but I felt too shy to speak up before. Cheng Xiandan chuckled heartily, his laughter filling the room with warmth. The atmosphere became amicable as Cheng Xiandan began teaching alchemy, starting with the ignition of the furnace. Having previously learned the fire control technique, Guan grasped the concepts quickly, leading Cheng Xiandan to mistakenly believe he possessed a natural talent for alchemy. However, once the discussion shifted away from fire, Guan began to lose focus, prompting a moment of silence from Cheng Xiandan. After establishing a genuine master-disciple relationship, the medicinal valley became increasingly lively. Cheng Xiandan, who had long remained secluded, began to emerge and guide Gu In and others on how to cultivate herbs. Lu Jiuji and Yi Lan grew fonder of Cheng Xiandan, frequently praising him for his amiable nature, much to Meng Lang's disdain. Following the fierce battle that night, no further disturbances were heard from outside the valley. Neither Chu Jingfeng nor Zhu Moyan returned to the medicinal valley, and Guan dared not investigate the matter, choosing instead to keep it buried in his heart. Time flew by, and a year swiftly passed. Guan crossed the threshold of 20 years, his lifespan extending to over 2,800 years once more. One day at noon, Guan reclined on a cliff halfway up the mountain, engrossed in a book. With the medicinal valley visible below, where he could see Xiao Chuan and Lu Jiuji practicing their footwork. Ever since the addition of alchemy to his attribute panel, Guan had ceased to trouble Cheng Xiandan. The process of learning alchemy was exceedingly monotonous. Notably, upon Gu An's suggestion, Cheng Xiandan procured more seeds from the outer sect, demonstrating his competence as a master now that they had formed a true bond. Guan rested his left hand under his head, holding the book in his right, and exhaled, flipping the pages with his breath. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he sat up straight. The latest edition of the Qingxia Travelogue contained illustrations. This was indeed intriguing. Guan meticulously examined the illustrations in the book, critiquing them aloud. A piercing cry descended from the heavens, and he abruptly looked up, his expression sharpening. A white eagle, with a wingspan of approximately 10 feet, descended, releasing a letter from its talons as it neared Guan, who deftly caught it. The white eagle traced a perfect arc in the air before swiftly disappearing over the mountain's edge. What a magnificent eagle! Guan thought of his own by Ling Shu, which was no larger than a palm and utterly unremarkable. He opened the envelope and discovered not only a letter, but also a jade pendant inscribed with the character Chu. He affixed the pendant to his belt, tucked the Qingxia Travelogue into his clothing, and then read the letter. To his surprise, it was written by Chu Jingfeng. Chu Jingfeng succinctly recounted the previous battle, stating that Zhu Moyan had perished at his hands. Over the past year, he had diligently gathered evidence to bring down the formidable cultivator orchestrating the greedy and wrathful demons, assuring Gu and that he need not worry any longer about this matter. The jade pendants serve as a token of the Chu family. Should Guan encounter an insurmountable problem, he could use it to seek out either him or his family. The Chu family valued the jade over the individual, as one jade represented a promise. Gu In's admiration for Chu Jingfeng surged. He had not anticipated this proud intersect disciple to possess such loyalty and sentiment. After reading, Guan tore the letter to shreds and scattered the pieces on the ground. With a slight twist of his right foot, his spiritual energy surged, reducing the scraps of paper to dust. The spiritual energy of an 8th-layer Qi refining cultivator was indeed formidable. Guan's lips curled into a smile as he leaped into the air like a wild goose soaring away, his toes brushing against the leaves of the trees along the slope, landing gracefully. Lu Jiuji and Xiao Chuan had grown accustomed to such displays. Gu then controlled his aura to remain at the 2nd layer of Qi refining, while his remnant wind leg had already impressed Cheng Xiandan. Now, he resembled a formidable martial arts master. Gu In's actions were discreet, yet he felt it unnecessary to remain concealed indefinitely. Revealing a portion of his strength would enhance his life as a farmer. Upon landing, Bai Ling Shu scurried over, climbing up his leg to perch on his shoulder. It has been several days since I tested your footwork. Come on, let's spar. The two of you together. Guan smiled at Xiao Chuan and Lu Jiuji. The two exchanged glances before rushing towards Guan. The three engaged in a footwork duel on the grassy expanse outside the courtyard, their movements fluid, long legs whipping like whips, creating a gust that scattered grass and leaves. Guan faced off against both, single-leggedly dismantling the footwork of his opponents. Though Xiao Chuan's footwork was somewhat impressive, it lacked finesse, while Lu Jiuji's innate talent shone through, his kicks already possessing the momentum of the remnant wind leg, albeit each of his moves lagged behind Guan's. After half a tea's worth of time, Xiao Chuan and Lu Jiuji were left panting and exchanged glances before conceding in unison. How long is how long? Xiao Chuan asked bluntly. Guan brushed the dust off his pants and replied with a smile, "Well, it depends on how diligent you are." Bai Ling Shu perched on his shoulder, emitting tiny chirps, seemingly in laughter. Chapter 11. The Ji family's unique technique. After a few casual words with Xiao Chuan and Lu Jiuji, Guan made his way back to his courtyard. He pulled the Qingxia travelogue from his pocket, ready to savor the illustrations within. Just as he approached his courtyard, Yilan came running towards him. "Senior brother, I want to learn the remnant wind leg too," Yilan said, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Guan naturally closed the travelogue and inquired with a smile, "What is it? Is your senior brother Meng unwilling to teach you the technique?" Yilan's frustration deepened as she replied, "Yes, he taught me so half-heartedly. I became exasperated and quarreled with him, but he only scolded me, saying he needed to prepare for the outer sect assessment and had no time for me, telling me to leave." Seeing her cheeks puffed up like a ball made Guan want to laugh, but he restrained himself. "Since your senior brother Meng is busy, let us not disturb him. How about this? Tomorrow at noon, I will personally teach you the remnant wind leg. What do you say?" Guan spoke gently. Yilan asked in surprise, "Why tomorrow?" "Shi Xiang is weary. Please show some understanding. Just now, he was entangled by your two Shi Xiao. You may inquire with them." Guan pointed towards the distant Xiao Chuan, addressing Lu Jiujia. Having spoken, he circumvented Yilan and proceeded towards his abode. Yilan noticed the book in his hand, pondering quietly, "Is this Qing Xia Yu Ji truly so captivating?" His fondness for Qing Xia Yu Ji stems from its status as a series, releasing a new volume every 6 months. He soon became engrossed in its narrative. He harbored serious doubts that this book was authored by a practitioner of Tai Xuan, yet remained oblivious to the author's cultivation level. Regrettably, the text contained no detailed accounts of combat, merely picturesque descriptions of scenic excursions and romantic interludes. Half an hour later, Guan was abruptly stirred by commotion from the adjacent room. It seemed Meng Lang was rolling on the floor, his breathing chaotic. Has he mismanaged his training? Guan hesitated over whether to investigate, but Meng Lang soon ceased, showing no signs of pain, and with the surrounding spiritual energy flowing into his room. Guan realized he had resumed his cultivation. TSK. Leah has already risen. Could it be that Meng Lang has encountered his own fortuitous event? Goodness. If this is the case, the three of them entered the medicinal valley on the same day, apprenticed to the same master. All possessing great opportunities, there's a hint of legend here. Upon further reflection, Guan dismissed the thought, believing it overly fanciful. It would be remarkable if Meng Lang could live a full life. In his view, given Meng Lang's disposition, once he exited the valley, he would likely meet an untimely demise after a brief period of chaos. He lacked eloquence and was prone to impatience, hardly resembling a cultivator. He chose not to dwell on it further and continued to savor Qing Xia Yu Ji. Guan devoted 6 hours daily to inhaling qi, essentially utilizing his sleeping hours for cultivation. Cultivators can forego sleep, as the process of qi absorption serves as a superior method of regulation and relaxation. During the remaining hours, he did not limit himself to the travelogue, but also perused other texts. Cheng Xiandan had already transmitted the Bai Chao Lu to him, a compilation crafted by Tai Xuan documenting various spiritual flowers and herbs across the realm, with Cheng Xiandan providing specific annotations on their properties. Though Cheng Xiandan's cultivation was lacking, his century of life had granted him vast knowledge and experience. The advantage of those with inferior talents lies in their capacity to dedicate more time to acquiring knowledge and insights. As winter snow arrived once more, thick flakes fell, blanketing the grounds in pristine white. Guan was presently directing his shitty and shimmy in their clearing efforts. As for Meng Lang, that fellow had succumbed to madness. Sequestering himself indoors to cultivate, Guan could no longer rouse him, and Cheng Xiandan advised to let him be. Each edge of the grounds bore special talismans capable of generating warmth, yet these talismans had a time limit. Once expired, it would take merely an hour for the heavy snow to envelop the entire area. Observing Xiao Chuan, Lu Jiujia, and Yilan busily engaged, Guan's thoughts drifted. He grew increasingly dissatisfied with the yield from the medicinal valley. Expansion was imperative. Once this winter passed, Guan intended to arrange for them to ascend the mountain, chop trees, and cultivate the soil. A sudden sound of something slicing through the air reached him from afar. Guan turned to see a man clad in simple garments, riding a flying sword, traversing the swirling snow like a celestial swordsman. Du Y. Instinctively, Guan cast a lifespan probe his way, discovering that this individual had already attained the 6th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Such rapid advancement. Duye's arrival also captured the attention of the trio. He soared through the air, landing gracefully near Guan, sheathing his sword with a flourish, the blade gleaming in the snowy expanse, the entire sequence flowing seamlessly and elegantly. Xiao Chuan and the others were rendered speechless, having joined Tai Xuan not merely to perform menial tasks, but in pursuit of cultivation. Alas, their spiritual roots were mediocre, leading them to their current predicament. They had joined the medicinal valley in anticipation of an opportunity. Duye appraised Guan, clapping a hand on his shoulder, and remarked with a smile, "Well done, you've truly matured, no longer that little brat trailing behind me." Guan returned his smile, internally cursing. "We are all mere servants. What pretense is this?" After a few exchanges, Duye finally broached the matter at hand, lowering his voice. "How is the preparation of the medicinal herbs coming along? Come with me to collect them." Guan nodded with a smile. He indeed had a stockpile of herbs, a rightful possession of the valley's senior disciple, which he intended to offer entirely to Duye. Although he could seize lifespan, this endeavor required time, until he achieved absolute invincibility. It was crucial to maintain a good rapport with the Ji family, as it might prove beneficial in the future. The Chu family, though formidable, held sway only within Tai Xuan. The Ji family, however, was a premier clan of the entire Tai Tsang Empire, with disciples scattered throughout all sects of the empire. As they journeyed, Duye began discussing the outer sect. "Leah is from your medicinal valley, isn't he? He's been garnering quite a reputation lately. Being a scion of the Tai Tsang royal family, he is currently in a rivalry with his royal brother, even establishing a life and death duel agreement, causing quite a stir. It is said that Leah was once considered a waste of talent, but some fortuitous event has propelled his cultivation to the 2nd layer of the foundation establishment stage." Upon hearing Duye mention Leah, Guan felt intrigued. Leah seems to embody the archetype of a brooding, tragic protagonist. Curiously, Guan inquired, "Must one reach the foundation establishment stage to become an outer sect disciple?" Duye nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, as for me, despite being in the outer sect, my insufficient cultivation relegates me to the status of a handyman. However, I reside within the outer sect city and can access these matters." Achieving the foundation establishment stage allows one to be directly promoted to an outer sect disciple. Reaching the core formation stage permits elevation to an inner sect disciple. Above the inner sect disciples are the apprenticeship disciples and the true disciples. These are the overt regulations, yet if one possesses exceptional talent, the rules may be bent. Our third young lady is such a person. She became an apprenticeship disciple upon entry and now aspires to become a true disciple. To achieve this, mere cultivation is insufficient. She must also command respect and possess considerable prestige. Hence we are paving the way for her. Duye enthusiastically recounted tales of Ji Xiaoyu, and for the first time, Guan found himself attentive, not resenting his verbosity. Upon entering the house, Guan listened intently while retrieving the prepared bundle. After a lengthy discourse, Duye paused, raising a hand in mild dissatisfaction. "Is this all you have?" Guan chuckled. "There is ample time ahead. Cultivation is not a matter of 1 or 2 years. Rather than overstepping and risking expulsion from the valley for greed, it is wiser for me to remain compliant, consistently providing herbs, without retaining a single one for myself." Upon hearing this, Duye's expression softened, and he inquired, "Are you truly sincere?" "Indeed, with my aptitude. What need have I for herbs? My pursuit is merely to live a long life," Guan affirmed. Duye opened his mouth, ultimately exhaling a sigh, his right hand reaching for a storage pouch at his waist. He produced a tome and handed it to Guan. Upon receiving it, Guan discovered it was inscribed with Ba Fong Bu. This revelation took him by surprise. Has this fellow experienced a change of heart? Duye explained, "This is the Ji family's footwork. While is merely the foundational technique of the Ji family's Renouncial Bu, mastering it will expedite your movements, potentially allowing you to evade future calamities. This footwork does not rely on spiritual roots. If you invest the time, you will surely master it." Guan regarded Duye with newfound respect, about to express his gratitude when Duye hoisted his bundle, patted his shoulder once more, and brushed past him. Guan turned and followed in his wake, escorting him to the door. Having spoken, he clapped his left hand against the sword sheath, producing a ringing sound as the sword was drawn, and he leapt into the air, riding the sword away. Such a splendid display of swordplay. Guan glanced down at the tome in his hand, a smile tugging at his lips. He began to peruse Ba Fong Bu, practicing the footwork in the courtyard. Ji family secret arts? One wonders if life essence can be utilized to comprehend and cultivate those Ji family techniques. Once Xiao Chuan and the others completed their clearing of the grounds, they hastily approached Guan's courtyard. Their curiosity piqued as they observed him practicing the footwork. Shi Xiao, what technique are you practicing? Yilan inquired with interest. While adjusting his steps, Guan smiled and asked, "Would you like to learn?" "Absolutely." The three responded in unison. The door of the adjacent house swung open, revealing Meng Lang, whose bloodshot eyes and forehead were marred by crimson veins, a sight both chilling and fearsome. Xiao Chuan, Lu Jiojia, and Yilan were all taken aback. Like a frenzied beast, Meng Lang charged towards Yilan, exuding an air of ferocity. Yilan, paralyzed with fear, was unable to react. In less than a breath's time, Meng Lang was about to collide with her. Guan seized Yilan's shoulder and pulled her back while simultaneously placing his right foot firmly on Meng Lang's chest. With a thunderous impact, Meng Lang's momentum erupted, his energy swirling around him as his feet carved long marks into the ground. Guan's right leg gradually straightened, forcing Meng Lang to retreat. Xiao Chuan and the others widened their eyes, deeply impressed by Guan's poise, which left them in awe. Could the senior brother be so formidable? Although Guan often triumphed in their sparring sessions, those were without the use of spiritual power. Xiao Chuan and Lu Jiojia believed that they would eventually surpass their senior brother. Suddenly, Meng Lang grasped Guan's right foot with both hands, attempting to exert brute strength to break it. Guan leaped up and then forcefully stomped down, causing Meng Lang to collapse to the ground with a thud. His knees sank into the earth, trembling uncontrollably as he struggled to dislodge Guan's foot, a pitiful sight indeed. Chapter 12. Foundation Establishment. Night of turmoil observing Guan's effortless oppression of Meng Lang. Xiao Chuan, Lu Jiojia, and Yilan were exhilarated. In their daily encounters, Meng Lang often boasted of being the strongest in the Yao Gu. Yet today he had lost control and was brought to his knees by their senior brother. No wonder their senior brother was not Meng Lang. Their master had a discerning eye. Guan looked down at the kneeling Meng Lang and remarked, "Have you not yet come to your senses?" His spiritual energy flowed into Meng Lang through his leg, forcibly calming the chaotic energy within him. Meng Lang's breathing began to stabilize, the bloodshot veins in his eyes receding as his menacing expression gradually returned to normal. Upon witnessing Meng Lang regain consciousness, Guan slowly withdrew his leg and assisted him to his feet. Meng Lang jolted awake, looking up at Guan, gasping for breath. "What has happened to me?" he managed to ask, his internal turbulence making speech laborious. Upon hearing this, Meng Lang's eyes widened in shock. "I did not harm you, did I?" Xiao Chuan and Lu Jiojia exchanged peculiar looks. Meng Lang exhaled in relief, forcing a smile as he declared, "I am the true senior brother. How could I hurt you?" Yilan, however, gazed at Guan with eyes full of admiration. Not only was the senior brother powerful, but he was also exceedingly gentle. Xiao Chuan and Lu Jiojia shared the same sentiment, simultaneously looking down on Meng Lang. Such sweet words, yet moments before he had acted like a specter. "What kind of technique are you practicing?" "It seems rather sinister," Guan inquired. While he held a rather low opinion of Meng Lang, having spent so much time together, he still hoped for Meng Lang's well-being. Meng Lang chuckled awkwardly. "Naturally, it is an extraordinary skill. It is just that my aptitude and comprehension are lacking, making it easy for me to go astray. However, I must become an outer disciple." Guan, puzzled, asked, "Why the insistence on becoming an outer disciple? Did you not previously express indifference?" Meng Lang's expression darkened, and he fell silent. Not wanting to pry further, Guan helped him to a bed and then turned to leave. For Guan, this incident was merely a minor interlude. He could not control the fates of others, as everyone had their own pursuits. If one were to perish on the path of cultivation, that would not be considered a loss. Upon returning to the courtyard, Guan resumed his training in the Bafong Bu. As winter faded into spring, another year of beauty unfolded. In the early morning, remnants of ice and snow lingered in the Yao Gu as Guan led his junior brother and sister up the mountain. Chopping trees and uprooting roots is also a form of cultivation. You may utilize your own spiritual energy for this task, and once it is depleted, you may resume your training, which will aid in improving your cultivation. Clad in green, Guan stood amidst the trees, smiling softly, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a master. That day, with a single leg, he had subdued the frenzied Meng Lang, successfully establishing an image of prowess in the minds of his junior brother and sister. Guan even sensed that his junior sister had developed other feelings for him, growing increasingly clingy. Fortunately, he guided Yi Lan's training to redirect her attention. How could one speak of emotions in the realm of cultivation? Guan did not wish to be ensnared in the whirlpool of romance too early in this life, for it would lead to confusion. Maintaining a smile, he said, "Approach matters as they come. Cultivation is one aspect, while fulfilling tasks is another. One must find the right direction." Was this the sensation of Zhang Chunqiu in the past? Such idle talk was invigorating. "Xiao Chuan, let's compete to see who is faster," Lu Jiujia declared, rubbing his fists in excitement. Xiao Chuan readily agreed, and Yilan also clamored to participate, only to be ignored by the two boys, who were uninterested in competing with a girl. Guan watched them as they uprooted trees, all the while contemplating the new garden layout. What herb should be planted on this mountain? Guan fell into deep thought. Though Xiao Chuan and the others were cultivators, their abilities were still modest. It took them half a day to clear a patch of land. Guan brought forth the seeds of the third-tier herb, Yao Hun Chao, and instructed them to plant it. After completing this task, the group descended the mountain together, chatting and laughing, their silhouettes stretching across the hillside as the sun set. Guan encouraged his junior brother and sister to share their aspirations, and while all three aimed to enter the outer sect, their motivations differed. Xiao Chuan sought strength for its own sake. Lu Jiujia aimed to prove himself to his family, and Yilan seemed to harbor unspoken concerns, speaking in vague terms. Guan listened intently, believing that everyone should have their own story. Hearing the tales of diverse individuals would enrich his own life. A month had passed since planting the Yao Hun Chao, and on this particular night, with the moon hanging high and stars sparse, Guan sat cross-legged on his bed, contemplating his attributes. Name: Guan. Lifespan: 203,163. Spirit root: first rate with spirit root. 4 elements of good spirit root can invest lifespan for evolution and cultivation. Cultivation: Qi refining stage 9 can invest lifespan for evolution and cultivation. Technique: fire control technique, not yet mastered. Divine wood pure yang technique, mastered. Dragon power divine element technique, mastered. Can invest lifespan for evolution and cultivation. Secret arts: Gale shadow leg, thoroughly integrated. Li Clan's 7 swords, not yet mastered. Ba Fong Bu, not yet mastered. Can invest lifespan for evolution and cultivation. Should I invest lifespan to break through my cultivation realm? Cheng Xiandan possesses the ability to refine foundational pills, and given his favorable treatment of Guan, he might be worth seeking for a foundational pill. However, Meng Lang's peculiar behavior made Guan wary of Cheng Xiandan. Meng Lang lacked an illustrious background. If he possessed extraordinary skills, he would have practiced them long ago. Why wait until Liya and Zhang Chunqiu left before he began? Based on Guan's current perceptions, he could ascertain that Meng Lang had not interacted with outsiders in the past 2 years, at most being summoned by Cheng Xiandan. Guan certainly would not eavesdrop on their conversations every time. Never mind. It is better to rely on oneself than on others. Caution is key. The path of cultivation is peerless. A single misstep could lead to ruin. Guan promptly invested 1 year of his lifespan into evolutionary cultivation of his abilities. Special reminder: cultivation is a tangible existence. The evolutionary process transforms the virtual into the real, and its consumption will exceed the lifespan used for actual cultivation. You focused on qi absorption for 1 year. However, due to the absence of a foundational pill and lack of opportunity, you were unable to break through to the foundational realm. 2 lines of prompts appeared before Guan's eyes, as he had failed to achieve a breakthrough. His cultivation did not increase. Guan remained unfazed and continued to invest year after year. Failure, failure, failure. After 9 attempts, he could no longer maintain his composure. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. I will invest 100 years. Fueled by frustration, Guan directly committed 100 years of his lifespan to evolutionary cultivation. You have devoted 10 years to the cultivation of qi, employing the profound techniques of SH, NMCH, and Ying Ing to forcefully attempt a breakthrough into the foundation establishment realm, ultimately failing in your endeavor. After 20 years of diligent practice, you successfully achieve a breakthrough into the foundation establishment realm. Having honed your skills in SHNMCH, in Ying Jiying to a remarkable level. After 30 years, your cultivation ascends to the second layer of foundation establishment. Following 50 years of unwavering commitment, you elevate your mastery to the third layer. 70 years of relentless effort culminate in your advancement to the fourth layer. And after a century, you reach the fifth layer of foundation establishment. In rapid succession, these prompts flash before Gu En's eyes. Before he can revel in his success, an ominous feeling washes over him. The commotion from such a substantial leap in cultivation will be considerable. As this thought crosses his mind, his physical form begins to heat up, and the SHNMCH in Ying Jiying activates instinctively. He hastily rises and leaps through the open window. His steps are swift and silent. In less than 3 breaths, he plunges into the forest. With agility reminiscent of a monkey, he scales the mountain's face, reaching the summit in no time. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth begins to surge towards him, he leaps into the dimly lit woods, landing deftly on a branch and propelling himself forward, easily alighting on the ground after several bounds. The spiritual energy floods into his body, forming a swirling vortex around him. The speed of his absorption quickens, causing a pang of anxiety within him. Had he not reacted swiftly, the breakthrough in the medicinal valley would surely have disturbed others. Ing Su Ndn and Ming Elling might refrain from emerging, but the 2 impetuous youths, Shi Ochu N and LGG, would undoubtedly come forth. As Guan contemplates this, he moves forward with the swiftness of a spirit fox, the trees swaying and rustling in the night. Utilizing the technique of Ku Ngf Ingju Ying T, his pace is astonishingly rapid as he traverses mountains and valleys, distancing himself from the medicinal valley. Without pausing, his cultivation begins to surge, the spiritual energy violently impacting his meridians while simultaneously transforming his dantian. A sharp pain shoots through him. Guan furrows his brow. Yet his feet do not falter. After sprinting for several miles, he finally halts in a thicket, sitting beneath a tree to cultivate. As he practices, he reflects on the unexpected fortune of a century of life, allowing him to ascend from the 9th layer of chi refinement to the 5th layer of foundation establishment. It seems the years he has seized are indeed tangible. Of course, his rapid advancement is primarily due to the exquisite mastery of SHNMCH in Ying Jiying. If he were to invest a millennium of life, he wonders if he could leap directly into the core formation realm, or perhaps even touch the Yuaning realm. Guan becomes lost in boundless imaginings. The influx of spiritual energy intensifies, and the forest around him appears to be caught in a tempest, swaying violently, with fallen leaves swirling like apparitions in the night. This commotion is somewhat exaggerated. Guan internally laments. The drawbacks of using his lifespan to cultivate have emerged. Such a ruckus could easily attract trouble. The transition from the 9th layer of chi refinement to the 5th layer of foundation establishment creates this much disturbance. What chaos would ensue when he attempts to break through to the Yuaning realm? Should he attract other cultivators during this process, it could spell disaster. Guan is accustomed to envisioning the worst-case scenarios. No, he must exercise greater caution in the future. He resolves to dedicate a year of his life to his cultivation each day, progressing steadily. Time accelerates quickly as the night deepens and the winds howl. Gu En's robes billow, and his internal spiritual energy rapidly increases. After some time, his aura suddenly shifts. Foundation establishment successful. His dantian transforms, accelerating the production of spiritual energy while simultaneously strengthening his bones and sinews. Yet it is not over. His cultivation continues to rise, swirling dust and grass debris encircling him with grandeur. Foundation establishment, 2nd layer. Foundation establishment, 3rd layer. Foundation establishment, 4th layer. Chapter 13. I only remember his swift leg techniques. Despite the rapid breakthroughs, Guan remains tense, aware of the ever-present possibility of others arriving. The Tai Xuan Sect is vast, and the medicinal valley is 100 miles in circumference with few people in sight. Surely, it would not attract any powerful cultivators. Would it? As he ponders this, he suddenly perceives 2 formidable auras approaching from afar, even stronger than that of Sijie and Jiefeng. What one fears often comes to pass. He is currently in the midst of advancing from the fourth to the fifth layer of foundation establishment, rendering it inconvenient for him to rise. Even if he attempts to flee now, escaping from these two would prove challenging. This is dire. Guan anxiously senses the encroaching auras. When they are less than 100 paces away, they come to a halt, separated by a mountain peak. He finds himself in the shadowy woods, clad in a dark green robe, obscured by the swirling dust, making it difficult for anyone to discern his true visage. Perceiving that the two do not charge forth, Guan exhales in relief. Evidently, they harbor some caution and do not dare to intrude recklessly. As his cultivation continues to grow, the surrounding commotion escalates, and the distance of the mountain prevents him from hearing the exchange between the two, leaving him in a state of unease. Upon reaching the fifth layer of foundation establishment, the two figures on the other side of the mountain remain inactive. Guan's rate of advancement begins to decelerate. He lifts his right hand to press against the tree trunk behind him, channeling his internal spiritual energy into it. A blue light manifests upon the trunk, swirling around his palm. He places a mask over his face, then carves two eye holes into it with his fingers, revealing a complete visage. Spiritual energy continues to surge into him, but he can finally rise, sensing that the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth is calming. A resonant voice calls out, "May I ask which fellow Taoist is breaking through here? Why not do so within your own cave abode?" The tone is stern, clearly questioning Guan's affiliation with the Tai Xuan Sect. As a mere servant disciple, being discovered achieving foundation establishment success within a few years of entry carries inherent risks. Even if he manages to enter the outer sect, the commotion he has created tonight is too pronounced. Should those two learn of his identity, it would inevitably lead to the attention of a third and fourth party. What if someone harbors ill intentions toward him? Guan cannot help but overthink, having been raised among the treacheries of humanity as a servant. As he binds the mask with vines, his eyes glimmer with a cold light, radiating an icy glare in the night. No, I cannot expose myself. Guan wishes to avoid trouble, even if he becomes an outer sect disciple. It would not bode well for him. The Tai Xuan Sect does not nurture disciples without expectation. Outer sect disciples are obliged to undertake sect tasks, inevitably courting peril. Once his cultivation stabilizes completely, he rises, his face concealed by the mask, leaving only his eyes visible, still encircled by a vortex of energy. At that moment, he senses two auras swiftly approaching from the mountain, evidently perceiving him as an intruder. Guan remains silent, having discerned that their cultivation is not particularly strong. Had they been formidable, he would not have dared to think so much. He immediately turns and dashes into the depths of the forest. Whoosh! A woman clad in white extends her right arm, palm facing the hilt of her sword, channeling her spiritual energy as the blade erupts with a fierce sword chi, unstoppable, akin to a startled swan soaring through the woods. In an instant, her sword closes in on Guan, mere inches from him. As Guan's left foot touches the ground, he pivots, crouching down as the sword blade narrowly misses him. The white-clad woman's eyes widen. The darkness of night veils her features, yet the sword light illuminates her gaze, revealing a pair of stunningly bright and astonished eyes. Just as the moment passes, Guan crouches, propelling his right leg backward, delivering a powerful kick to the woman's abdomen, unleashing a force she has never encountered. Her consciousness plunges into blankness, and she coughs up a mouthful of blood. Bang! The white-clad woman is sent flying, crashing into a large tree, and subsequently collapses onto the grass, her life uncertain. "How dare you?" A furious voice resounds. Guan focuses his gaze, spotting a figure in azure swiftly approaching, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. How fast? Guan's eyes struggled to keep pace with his opponent's swift movements. In a moment of panic, he unleashed the fierce wind shadow leg. Lacking practical combat experience, his previous encounters with greedy demons had merely involved a casual slap, so he dared not approach a formidable adversary. Channeling his spiritual energy into his right leg, he took a step back and propelled himself forward with great force. The resulting gust of wind surged forth, hurtling towards the silhouette of a figure enveloped in azure light. Within that ethereal glow stood a swordsman whose pupils dilated in shock, overwhelmed by the oncoming shadow of Guan's leg. Dust billowed as trees were uprooted, and the shadows of his leg overwhelmed the swordsman, sweeping through the air with tremendous might for several dozen feet. As Guan withdrew his leg and turned to retreat into the shadows, the forest fell silent. Once the dust settled, the swordsman lay motionless on the ground. In the early morning, Yilan stepped out of her dwelling, her gaze instinctively drifting towards the courtyard of her senior brothers. Through the not-so-tall wall, she caught sight of their figures. How industrious they are! I must not fall behind. Yilan thought to herself, hastening her steps. Upon reaching the courtyard, she quickly approached Guan and greeted him sweetly. Senior brother. Guan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Senior brother, will you be working today? Yilan inquired curiously, noting his attire of plain clothes, which she recognized as his old garments reserved for harvesting. Without further contemplation, she continued, last night a strong wind blew, which deterred me from practicing, as I feared the chaotic influx of spiritual energy would disrupt my cultivation. Senior brother, I heard from Meng Shixiang that you encountered a demon attack. What was the situation like? As Guan observed Xiao Chuan and Lu Jiojia practicing the remnant wind leg, he recounted the events of that encounter. He was always patient, regardless of whom he spoke to. Half an hour later, with his junior disciples departing, Guan welcomed his moment of relaxation. He reclined beneath a tree, one hand cradling a volume of the adventures of Qingxia, while the other toyed with a white spirit mouse, basking in contentment. At that moment, his mind lingered on the two individuals he had encountered the previous night. He had moderated his strength. Surely, he hadn't inadvertently killed them? Guan felt a twinge of unease, as he bore no enmity towards them. With such worries weighing on his mind, he endured a rather restless day. As the sun set and the moon rose, at noon the following day, Guan, engrossed in his reading at the wooden railing, suddenly caught sight of figures at the valley's entrance. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that there were two individuals, a man and a woman. Guan breathed a sigh of relief. They were alive. He utilized the long Jin Shun Yuan skill to suppress his cultivation to the third layer of the qi refining realm, ensuring he would not be recognized. Soon, Changxian Dan emerged from the loft and briskly approached the pair. He clasped his fists in greeting to a white-clad woman and a blue-clad man standing before him. The white-clad woman possessed an ethereal beauty, her skin as delicate as jade, with almond-shaped eyes and willow-like brows. She held a sword sheath in her right hand, exuding an air of aloofness that warned others to keep their distance. The blue-clad man was equally handsome, tall and regal in his embroidered robes, though his complexion appeared somewhat pale. They were both outer disciples of Tai Xian men, the man named Shi Yang and the woman, Li Xianyu. Upon facing Changxian Dan, Shi Yang smiled and conveyed his purpose. Having lived for a century, Changxian Dan had encountered myriad experiences, thus he maintained a calm demeanor. Shi Yang turned his gaze towards the medicinal valley and inquired, "Could you gather your disciples?" Changxian Dan had no objections and, taking a deep breath, called out loudly, prompting Guan and the others to rush over. "Xiao Chuan, go fetch your Meng Shixiang," Changxian Dan instructed. Xiao Chuan immediately turned and dashed off to find Meng Lang. As Shi Yang and Li Xianyu scrutinized Guan and his companions, their brows furrowed in silence. Cheng Xuandong remained quiet, awaiting Meng Lang's arrival. Seizing the opportunity, Guan discreetly assessed the lifespans of the two outer disciples. The previous night had been too urgent for him to do so. Li Xianyu, Foundation Establishment Level 4242451670. Shi Yang, Foundation Establishment Level 525298130. 4 Good heavens. They are both prodigies, possessing Foundation Establishment cultivation in their 20s, with maximum lifespans exceeding 1,000 years. Remarkably, Li Xianyu's maximum lifespan surpasses that of Li Ya. Sharing the surname Li, could she perhaps be of royal descent? Guan was taken aback, grateful that he had not revealed his identity the previous night. Before long, Xiao Chuan returned with a visibly irritated Meng Lang in tow. Upon seeing Meng Lang, Shi Yang narrowed his eyes and whispered to Li Xianyu, "Li Shimi, this young man's aura is chaotic, suggesting signs of demonic deviation. Although his cultivation is low, he may be connected to the person we seek." Li Xianyu's piercing gaze scrutinized Meng Lang, her cold eyes seemingly attempting to see through him. Feeling their intense scrutiny, Meng Lang, noticing their distinguished attire, quickly composed himself, lowering his head to stand beside Guan, with Xiao Chuan closely following. Changxian Dan broke the silence. The other night, a mysterious cultivator was breaking through several miles from the medicinal valley, suspected to be a demonic spy. Have you encountered anyone else in recent days? Guan internally scoffed at the mention of a demonic spy, while his expression betrayed a hint of tension. Meng Lang's eyes widened in alarm as he exclaimed, "Could there be another demon invasion? Another?" Siang glutted at Meng Lang, Kuewistioning. Unable to restrain himself, Meng Lang recounted the earlier incident involving the greedy demon, which alarmed Shi Yang upon hearing it had implicated an inner disciple. Is this area truly so perilous? Shi Yang immediately lost interest in further inquiries. Guan seized the moment to ask, "Esteemed seniors, have you encountered this demonic spy? Could you provide us with any leads?" The others nodded, growing tense at the mention of demons. Shi Yang pondered, "It was too dark that night. I only recall his leg technique being exceptionally swift." Chapter 14, Daily Plans. Medicinal Pests, Swift Leg Technique. Xiao Chuan, Lu Jiujia, and Yilan all reacted, simultaneously thinking of Guan, though they refrained from looking his way, only mulling it over in their minds. Meng Lang inquired, "What do you mean? You two did not confront the demonic spy?" Upon hearing this, Shi Yang's expression soured. He took a deep breath and replied, "Indeed, we were outmatched. My cultivation is at the 5th layer of foundation establishment, while my cousin's is at the 4th layer. The demonic cultivator could easily defeat us, his power beyond measure. If you possess any leads, please share them promptly to avert potential calamity." His admission of cultivation level caused Meng Lang, Xiao Chuan, and the others to gasp in shock. Meng Lang, feeling a surge of fear, quickly asked, "If you're not his match, why do you still pursue him? Why not summon inner disciples?" His increasingly irritated tone struck a nerve, his words cutting deeply. Seizing the opportunity, Guan interjected, "If the individual truly is a demonic spy and you two were easily defeated, it seems illogical. I observe that neither of you bears significant injuries, if any at all. Would the demons be so benevolent?" Li Xianyu studied Guan intently, while he feigned anxiety, avoiding eye contact with the two outer disciples. "It appears my disciples truly have not encountered any demonic spies," Chang Xiandan stated, breaking the awkward tension. Shi Yang was about to speak, but Li Xianyu interjected, "In that case, we shall take our leave." With that, she performed a gesture of respect towards Chang Xiandan before turning to depart. Shi Yang followed suit, casting a final glare at Meng Lang before leaving. Xiao Chuan turned to Guan, about to speak, but Yilan silenced him with a finger to her lips, signaling for quiet and casting meaningful glances. Chang Xiandan said no more and retreated to his loft. After watching Shi Yang and Li Xianyu exit the valley, Guan made his way back to his courtyard, the others trailing closely behind, while Xiao Chuan hesitated. Guan glanced at him and smiled. "What is it? Do you believe my leg technique could rival that of 2 foundation establishment cultivators?" Xiao Chuan's face flushed, and he scratched his head sheepishly. Meng Lang chuckled, expressing his disbelief as he remarked, "Our senior brother has merely reached the 3rd layer of the Qi refinement stage, and the Tsong Feng leg he practices is one of the most rudimentary techniques among the outer disciples. How could he possibly be the demonic spy that the outer disciples speak of?" Lu Jiujian nodded in agreement, for he truly did not consider Guan to be a spy. In his eyes, senior brother was the gentlest and kindest person he had ever encountered. Yilan, however, displayed some dissatisfaction as she asserted, "Even if it is the most basic leg technique, senior brother will surely master it in due time." The incident where Guan had subdued Meng Lang with a single kick had not reached Meng Lang's ears, as Guan had advised both junior brothers and sisters to keep it under wraps. Meng Lang shook his head in laughter and then departed alone, intending to practice his spells in the woods. Yilan watched his retreating figure, her fists clenched in anger, her cheeks puffed up like dumplings. "All right, let us each focus on our cultivation and strive to join the outer sect soon," Guan said with a smile, gesturing for his junior brothers and sisters to disperse. Meanwhile, atop the mountains, Shi Yang and Li Xianyu soared through the skies on their swords, their pace not particularly swift as their gazes scanned the terrain below. "Cousin, I can't shake the feeling that something was amiss at the Herb Valley earlier," Shi Yang voiced, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. That guy was infuriating. His thoughts drifted to Meng Lang's ugly visage, causing his anger to swell. Li Xianyu's expression remained cool as she replied softly, "I believe that the servant disciple is correct. Perhaps he is not a demonic spy at all, but merely wishes to remain inconspicuous. Our very existence is the best testament to that." Shi Yang furrowed his brows, remarking, "Is there such a figure among the outer sect? He appears to possess at least the cultivation of the 9th layer of the foundation establishment stage." And that leg technique I've never seen before. It must be some form of extraordinary skill. His background likely holds significant weight. We shall know in due time, Li Xianyu said, lifting her gaze toward the horizon. As if recalling something, her brows knitting together. Shi Yang fell into silence as well. Both of them renowned geniuses of the outer sect, feeling disheartened at the thought that their opponent from the previous night was also an outer disciple. As summer gradually approached, the heat of the Tai Xuan Sect became oppressive, warping the very air around them. Lu Jiojia, who was laboring in the fields, was enveloped in a cloud of steam. The 21-year-old Gu and was in the courtyard refining pills, a small cauldron before him as he scrutinized the boiling concoction, hesitating whether to add the herbs in his hand. Refining pills is truly a skillful endeavor. Just as Guan grappled with his dilemma, Meng Lang rushed into the courtyard, hastily entering his room. Within moments, he emerged carrying a bundle. "I'm off," Meng Lang exclaimed excitedly. "Outer sect assessment?" Guan was taken aback. Meng Lang had only reached the 7th layer of the Qi refinement stage. How could he participate in the assessment? If one could not demonstrate exceptional talent upon entry, they would have to wait until they succeeded in foundation establishment to join the outer sect. This was the Tai Xuan Sect, the foremost sect of the Tai Xuan dynasty. Foundation establishment cultivators and lesser sects would be revered, yet in the Tai Xuan Sect, they would only be outer disciples. Guan watched as Meng Lang hurried away, noticing Cheng Xiandan descending the stairs. It seemed Cheng Xiandan intended to take Meng Lang out of the valley. Guan sensed something amiss. But even if he intervened now, Meng Lang would not listen. He had become obsessed with attaining the status of an outer disciple. What does it matter? I am pursuing the path of longevity. If I concern myself with this and that, will I ever find peace? Guan thought resolutely, his gaze hardening. He resumed his pill refining, striving to push Meng Lang from his thoughts. Thus, he sat before the small cauldron for an entire day, ultimately producing a heap of medicinal dregs. It wasn't until deep into the night that he quietly slipped away. He left the herb valley not for Meng Lang, but to cultivate himself, as it had been 2 months since Shi Yang and Li Xianyu departed. He was ready to embark on his daily regimen. From now on, every deep night, he would sneak out, investing a year of his life into enhancing his cultivation. This endeavor, too, would create a considerable stir, yet thankfully, it was far less than before, and concluded swiftly. The following day, Guan seized the opportunity to inquire about Yilan's cultivation progress from the previous night. This time, Yilan had not heard any rumors and had cultivated smoothly. Guan felt entirely reassured. His daily plan could now be executed. Days passed, and Cheng Xiandan and Meng Lang had been gone for half a month without return. Guan could firmly conclude that Meng Lang's fate was grim. Cheng Xiandan, his hair completely white and without a cloth cap, startled Xiao Chuan and the others, who surrounded him in shock, Guan included. "I am fine. I just need to rest for a few days." Cheng Xiandan waved his hand, his tone weak as he gently pushed Lu Jiojia aside and made his way toward his pavilion. Guan's brows knitted together. He observed that Cheng Xiandan's cultivation had regressed to the 2nd layer of the Qi refinement stage, and his lifespan had dwindled to merely 2 years. He had originally suspected that Cheng Xiandan had sinister intentions toward Meng Lang, either to seize his body or to turn him into a puppet. Yet now Cheng Xiandan appeared as if he were on the verge of death. Guan gazed at Cheng Xiandan's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. Yilan, believing he was worried about Cheng Xiandan, spoke up to comfort him. "Senior brother, do not fret. Master will be fine." Guan turned to her, smiling as he nodded. After exchanging a few words with his junior brothers and sisters, Guan departed alone. "I sense something is off with Master." Lu Jiojia whispered to Xiao Chuan, his brow furrowed, his gaze sharp. Xiao Chuan nodded, acknowledging, indeed, something is amiss. Lu Jiojia leaned closer to him, speaking in hushed tones. Yilan continued to watch Gu in silhouette. As winter approached, Cheng Xiandan finally emerged from his dwelling, calling out to Guan from a distance. Guan immediately sprinted over. "Master," he greeted respectfully. Cheng Xiandan, now with completely white hair, beard, and brows, bore dark spots on his face, appearing exceedingly aged. "Come, I will take you to the outer sect," Cheng Xiandan said, stroking his beard with a gentle smile. Guan couldn't help but inquire, "What shall we do at the outer sect? Do you no longer wish to become the Valley Master?" Cheng Xiandan countered. Upon hearing this, Guan's heart raced, yet his expression changed drastically as he anxiously asked, Master, what is wrong? Please do not frighten me. Chung Xiandan, seeing his panic, softened his gaze. Come, we shall talk on the way, he said, turning to head out of the valley. Guan quickly relayed a brief message to Xiao Chuan, then followed in Chung Xiandan's footsteps. Once outside the valley, Chung Xiandan directed their path toward the woods. He could no longer fly on his sword, indicating they would need to walk to the outer sect. As the master and disciple traversed the forest, Guan wished to support Chung Xiandan, but was gently declined. The sect provides limited remuneration for the valley master. You must consider carefully when recruiting servant disciples. And a certain amount of harvest must be submitted each year. Chung Xiandan spoke casually as he walked ahead. Guan feigned attentive listening while remaining vigilant in his thoughts, as Meng Lang's fate still hung in the balance. Chung Xiandan's pace was not swift, and with the nearby mountains, they had walked for half an hour, yet covered only a few miles. Guan's patience began to wear thin. How long would it take to reach the outer sect? He was almost inclined to carry Chung Xiandan himself. After crossing a small stream, Chung Xiandan suddenly asked, "Why do you not inquire about Meng Lang's whereabouts?" Guan feigned confusion, questioning, did he not go to participate in the outer sect assessment? Did he fail? I deceived him. He has already been transformed into a drug puppet by me, Chung Xiandan replied. Upon hearing this, Guan maintained his composure, carefully sensing his surroundings to ensure no one else was present. Chapter 15. Qianxiu Pavilion. Master of the Xian Valley Drug Puppet? Master you? Guan feigned horror. Could Chung Xiandan truly be planning to turn against him? Guan fell into silence, realizing the implications of Chung Xiandan's words. Was it possible that Meng Lang was killed for his sake? Yet, he harbored no desire for Meng Lang's demise. Though Meng Lang was crude, he was not inherently malicious. Do not overthink it. My act of killing him, though it paves the way for you, is merely because his aptitude surpassed yours. My allegiance lies with the master of the Herb Valley, Chung Xiandan stated nonchalantly. Guan could not help but inquire. Shouldn't the choice of the master of the Herb Valley favor the one with superior aptitude? If one's qualifications were truly formidable, how could they spend their entire life in this Yao Gu? Does this Yao Gu possess any extraordinary attributes? Indeed it does. My master is not merely a disciple of Tai Xuan. He is also an operative of Qianxiu Gu. Qianxiu Gu is an organization of the demonic path, lacking the strength of Tai Xuan, and thus has dispatched many operatives like myself. Goodness, there truly are demonic spies. Guan suddenly found himself at a loss for words. It became evident that Chung Xiandan did not wish to harm him. The most alarming aspect was that Chung Xiandan clearly intended to pass the burden of being an operative onto him. After my master's demise, you may peacefully assume your role as the Valley Master without the need for undue effort. When Qianxiu Gu requires your services, someone will naturally come to you. You simply need to heed their summons. Of course, you could also report this to Tai Xuan, but you must consider whether Tai Xuan would accept you. For a mere errand disciple like you, it is more likely they would prefer to err on the side of caution and eliminate rather than risk leaving you alive. Chung Xiandan spoke with an air of satisfaction, inciting Guan's desire to retaliate. Remember the secret code of Qianxiu Gu. Qianxiu Tsang Tung, Xin Bu Hui. 1 Fa Ku Ji. Nansun General, do I have no other options? What do you think? Guan fell silent once more. An operative like my master is of little consequence, even to Qianxiu Gu. Perhaps you will never encounter them in your lifetime. Chung Xiandan remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. Guan pondered deeply and realized he could not resist. It was akin to yellow mud stuck in one's pants. Regardless of being a demonic spy or not, one must accept their fate. Master, if you're indeed a practitioner of Qianxiu Gu, there must be a reason for your presence in this Yao Gu. Why conceal it? Guan inquired solemnly. The Chi-Chi stage? Guan's voice trembled, his eyes shining brightly. Tiny winter snowflakes danced in the air, and a grand city stood amidst the mountains, its gates towering 10 zhang high. Some entered on foot, while others, disciples of Tai Xuan, soared gracefully on swords, and some even rode mounts. As Guan traversed the mountain path, he beheld the outer city of Tai Xuan, his eyes reflecting wonder. What a magnificent city! Tai Xuan boasts 8 outer cities, with 4 inner cities beyond them, and nestled within the 4 inner cities lies the main city of the sect, a place only accessible to the truly gifted and esteemed. From above, it is said that the layout of Tai Xuan resembles an exquisite compass. with each mountain holding its own mysteries. Chung Xian Dan elaborated, his words tinged with nostalgia and regret. Guan could not help but ask, how vast is Tai Xuan? They had traveled for over half a month, illustrating just how far Yaogu is from the city. Boundless and immeasurable. My master is uncertain. Chung Xian Dan continued towards the outer city, with Guan closely following. Upon his initial entry into Tai Xuan, Guan had not visited the outer city. An elder of Tai Xuan had received Ji Xiaoyu in a forest pavilion, and out of respect for her, the elder had sent a disciple to escort Gu into Chung Xian Dan's Yaogu. This was his first visit to the outer city. The master and disciple reached the city gates, where Chung Xian Dan revealed his token, and Guan caught a glimpse of the two characters inscribed upon it, Xiangu. Upon entering the city, a cacophony of sounds enveloped him, astonishing Guan. The city gates possess a restriction. With his keen hearing, he had not discerned any sounds from within the city while outside. Premium herbs, first come, first served. Today only 10 stalks are available. Treasure from the cave of a great Yuaning cultivator. Come take a look. A bloodline pure snow mountain spirit fox. Within 5 years it shall speak human words. Treasure hunting. Each item for 10 low-grade spirit stones. What you uncover depends on your fortune. Maps of ancient great cultivators' caves. Those of formidable strength may purchase them. Guan was captivated by the vendors' calls lining the streets, where pavilions and shops stood, the wide streets devoid of disciples selling goods on the ground. He even spotted a brothel. Impressive, indeed befitting a prestigious sect. Chung Xian Dan continued to elaborate, broadening Gu An's horizons. No wonder so many are eager to join Tai Xuan. Its resources for cultivation are indeed abundant. Guan not only listened but also fervently probed, using his lifespan detection. After traversing 2 li of the street, he had already observed 5 cultivators with lifespans exceeding 500 years. The outer sect truly harbors hidden talents. After half an hour, Chung Xian Dan led Guan into a vast mansion, the plaque inscribed with 3 large characters, Dan Yao Tang. Within Dan Yao Tang, people bustled about, some hurried, others wore frowns, while some laughed heartily. Guan followed Chung Xian Dan to a courtyard, where they paid respects to an elder of Dan Yao Tang. Zhu Qing Lu, a 9th-layer foundation establishment cultivator, one of the elders of Dan Yao Tang, oversees 51 Yao Gu and is Chung Xian Dan's superior. He was stout, adorned in a loose blue robe, his face carrying a warm smile that exuded a harmless aura. In the hall, Zhu Qing Lu greeted Chung Xian Dan and instructed a disciple to serve him tea. Xian Dan, why do you look so unwell? Zhu Qing Lu inquired with concern. Seizing the opportunity, Guan probed with his lifespan detection. Zhu Qing Lu, 9th Layer Foundation Establishment, 211267510. He has lived for 211 years. Standing beside Chung Xian Dan, Guan dared not show any disrespect. Chung Xian Dan chuckled and said, to be frank, my time is running short. I have come today not only to submit herbs, but also to pass on the position of Valley Master to my disciple. Zhu Qing Lu turned his gaze to Guan and remarked, 3rd layer of qi refining. It appears this child possesses exceptional qualities. Ha! Such foul words. Chung Xian Dan laughed. This child has a pure character, capable of uniting disciples, and he is willing to remain in the Yao Gu for a lifetime. He is the best candidate. Zhu Qing Lu did not elaborate further. He waved his hand, summoning a disciple from outside the hall. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Guan exited Dan Yao Tang alongside Chung Xian Dan, toying with a bronze token inscribed with the words Xiangu, sensing the presence of restrictions within it. From this day forth, within Tai Xuan's Dan Yao Tang, his identity shall be that of the Valley Master of Xiangu. The storage bag of the Valley Master is in my possession. I shall pass it to you. Chung Xian Dan's voice interrupted Guan's thoughts as they walked ahead. Guan hastily asked, Master, where shall we go next? He gazed at Chung Xian Dan's retreating figure, his heart stirring with emotions. Every person has many facets, and this was vividly embodied in Chung Xian Dan. Previously, Chung Xian Dan had treated his disciples coldly, and now he had even refined one of his disciples into a medicinal puppet. He was indeed an operative of the demonic path, appearing as a villain. Yet, his kindness towards Guan was genuine. The Jia Yao Tang was not far from Dan Yao Tang. It took only a few turns to reach it. This mansion was even larger, and upon entering the main gate, Guan beheld a spacious square teeming with people, observing those waiting to be selected as candidates. Guan realized how fortunate he truly was. Had it not been for the Ji family, relying solely on his spiritual root qualifications to enter Tai Xuan Sect, he would have been among those waiting to be chosen like the others. Feel free to look around. I shall not interfere. Once you have made your selection, I will take you to register, Cheng Xiandan gently suggested, rubbing his chest, clearly feeling unwell. Guan nodded and then stepped forward. Is further judgment necessary? Activate the golden finger. Guan began to utilize lifespan detection fervently, examining each individual. Most here had very low maximum lifespans, with some even facing imminent demise. Some possessed but a year to live and still awaited selection. Guan swiftly identified a prodigy with a maximum lifespan exceeding 500 years. He did not rush to a decision, opting to survey all before concluding. The Yao Gu did not require prodigies. He sought those with longevity in the present. Maximum lifespan reflects a person's cultivation limit. Reaching that limit is exceedingly difficult, requiring a plethora of opportunities to bridge the gap. The multitude of overlooked talents exists because spiritual root qualifications do not wholly dictate a person's future potential. Conversely, current lifespan is different. As long as one is not gravely injured, they can live for many years. Soon, Guan's gaze settled upon a young monk, whose appearance was unremarkable, clad in tattered robes, meditating in a corner of the square. Wu Xan, Lian Shi Jing, second layer 15, 330, 380. The fact that one at the second layer of Lian Shi Jing could possess a lifespan of 330 years was indeed extraordinary. It was possible that this young man possessed a unique constitution or had cultivated some rare technique. Guan approached Wu Xan, who, sensing his presence, opened his eyes to meet Gu and smiling face. Would you like to join my Yao Gu? It is not overly busy, and you will have ample time for cultivation. Guan said gently. Upon seeing his smile, Wu Xian instinctively nodded. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiandan scrutinized Wu Xian, seemingly discerning something, and then glanced at Guan with an odd expression. Chapter 16. The seventh layer of foundation establishment, secrets of the mountains and forests. After Guan's invitation, Wu Xian remained silent until they exited the Ziyuan Hall, only nodding occasionally. Guan began to suspect he had recruited a mute. For Wu Xian, becoming a Ziyuan disciple was of utmost importance. Guan left a favorable first impression, prompting his immediate agreement. The urgency to become a Ziyuan disciple stemmed from his role as an undercover agent for the demonic sect Qianqiuge. As the youngest son of a sect leader, he volunteered for this task, seeking to escape the oppressive environment at home and hoping to achieve something significant. If he failed, so be it. Wu Xian observed Guan and Cheng Xiandan, forming initial judgments about them. One was a kind and simple, ordinary cultivator, while the other seemed to be an old man nearing his end. From their conversation, it appeared that Yao Gu was indeed a tranquil place with a pleasant atmosphere. Heavy snow fell, enveloping Xiangu in a blanket of white, rendering the world monochromatic. Bang! Wu Xian was knocked down into the snow, the flakes splattering against his face as he clutched his chest in pain. Lu Jiojia, why are you taking this so seriously? Yilan scolded from his side. Lu Jiojia stood in the snow, slowly retracting his leg, and huffed. Training must be earnest. Only then can one improve. He had already reached the fifth layer of Lian Shi Jing, making him the strongest openly in Yao Gu. Yilan was at the fourth layer, while Xiao Chuan and Guan were both at the third layer. Wu Xian, at the second layer, was utterly defenseless against Lu Jiojia. How could the Ziyuan disciples be so formidable? Wu Xian's mindset nearly shattered. He watched Lu Jiojia practicing his leg techniques, and unable to resist, tried to engage, only to be defeated again by Lu Jiojia's swift kicks. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Jiojia had a skilled senior brother. Over the years, Guan had taken the time to train with him daily. Despite giving his all, Lu Jiojia could not win, and day by day, his leg techniques had become exquisite, coupled with considerable physical strength. Wu Xian refused to accept defeat, believing his failure was due to carelessness, and he stood up to charge at Lu Jiojia once more. Bang! Bang! Lu Jiojia delivered two swift kicks, sending Wu Xian sprawling in the snow again. Wu Xian felt as if his forearm might snap, and at 15, he lay in the snow, tears of humiliation streaming down his face. Why was this happening? This was not the life of an undercover agent he had envisioned. He should not have been defeated on the path of gathering intelligence. Instead, he was bested by an ordinary-looking Ziyuan disciple. If I had not cultivated this technique, would my innate talent have allowed such disgrace? Wu Xan clenched his fists tightly as the argument between Yilan and Lu Jiujia rang painfully in his ears. Lu Jiujia looked at Yilan, dissatisfied, and said, "He is a boy, not a frail girl. Step aside. Do not show him favoritism. When I was knocked down by my senior brother, why didn't you say anything?" Yilan glared at him and replied, "Oh, I certainly did. I was defending you, and you yelled at me. Besides, senior brother does not exert himself like you do. Think about it. When senior brother spars with you, does he not wait until you have finished your entire leg technique before gently defeating you? Meanwhile, you just brute force it. What can Wu Xan learn from this? It's only through giving his all that he can have more insights. One-sided beatings teach nothing." Lu Jiujia felt a wave of shame wash over him, along with a deeper appreciation for Gu and senior brother has been exceedingly kind to him. Yilan helped Wu Xan to his feet, noticing his reddened eyes, and quickly comforted him. "Do not take it to heart. He means well, wanting to spar seriously for mutual improvement. He just has a penchant for being earnest." Lu Jiujia, seeing Wu Xan's eyes reddened, awkwardly scratched his head. "Jiujia, I see your leg techniques have improved. Let us practice together." A gentle voice came from behind. Lu Jiujia turned to see Guan approaching with a refreshing smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiujia eagerly nodded, feeling confident that he could win against his senior brother. Wu Xan looked toward Guan, curiosity piquing within him. Was this senior brother truly capable of defeating Lu Jiujia despite the two-layer difference in their realms? Guan halted and beckoned Lu Jiujia, who grinned and rushed to stand before him. Bang! Lu Jiujia was sent flying several meters, carving a long trench in the snow. Dazed, he felt as if his internal organs were shifting, experiencing excruciating pain. Wu Xan was left astonished. Such speed in leg techniques. He could hardly perceive how Gu and had executed the kick. Yilan, however, was laughing joyfully, hurrying to Guan and praising his ever-quickening leg techniques. Guan affectionately ruffled her hair before turning to Wu Xan and inquired, "Wu Xan, would you like to learn leg techniques in the future?" Given Wu Xan's exceptional lifespan, he was indeed a genius with potential that should not be squandered by Lu Jiujia's kicks. "Yes," Wu Xan replied, his tone resolute and powerful, unlike his usual timid demeanor. In the distance, Lu Jiujia began to wail, capturing Guan's attention. Guan approached him, looking down with a stern expression, and remarked, "Stop pretending. Senior brother is asking you if you enjoy such sparring." Lu Jiujia lay on the ground, slightly turned to glance at Gu and seeing his serious demeanor. He closed his eyes again and groaned. "Senior brother, I was wrong." Guan helped him up, brushing off the snow and gently saying, "A true strong person is not one who defeats those stronger than themselves, but one who can control their arrogance and not bully those weaker." Lu Jiujia pondered Guan's words earnestly while Yilan and Wu Xan listened intently, especially Wu Xan, whose heart was stirred. He had not anticipated such wisdom hidden within this small Yao Gu. In Qinqiu Gu, the strong prey upon the weak was the norm. He was bullied even by his father and brothers. Indeed, they hardly qualify as strong. Wu Xan thought to himself, his gaze toward Guan shifting profoundly. "Let you teach Wu Xan the leg techniques," Guan said, patting Lu Jiujia on the shoulder. Lu Jiujia immediately nodded, not daring to refuse. Subsequently, Guan led Yilan and Wu Xan up the mountain to tend to the recently planted seeds, while Xiao Chuan remained on the mountain. Days turned into weeks, and Wu Xan's presence brought liveliness to Yao Gu, as Lu Jiujia and Xiao Chuan took joy in teasing him, their playful shouts echoing through the valley. As the year drew to a close and night fell, Guan sat in his room reading, no longer perusing the tales of Qing Xia. He had turned to another tome entitled The Secret History of Qinqiu Gu. This book, sourced from Yao Gu's library, was of uncertain authenticity, yet he found amusement in its contents. The flickering flame of the oil lamp cast a gentle glow, while a chill breeze slipped through the window cracks. Guan, now at the 6th layer of foundation establishment, remained unfazed. After finishing the page, he set the book down, preparing to rise and attend to his daily tasks. Suddenly, he heard faint movements from the adjacent room. Someone was quietly exiting their door, a sound imperceptible to most but not to his keen ears. It was Wu Xan. Guan was intimately familiar with the essence of every individual within Yao Gu, allowing him to instantly discern their identities. Silently, He listened to Wu Xin's footsteps as the latter made his way towards the Songshu Gu. Upon entering the building, this young man commenced browsing through the books. What was he searching for? Curiosity brimmed within Guan. In his recollection, Wu Xin was quite earnest. He diligently executed the tasks assigned to him, unlike Lu Jiujia, who occasionally slacked off. Besides his honesty, Wu Xin possessed a competitive spirit that rivaled Lu Jiujia's, often seeking sparring sessions with his two senior brothers. Facing defeat, yet returning for more. Could it be that this young lad was in pursuit of secret manuals? Guan felt a twinge of sympathy for his junior brother. From tomorrow onwards, he would personally instruct him. After a while, Guan rose and quietly departed from his dwelling, intending to embark on his daily regimen in the mountains. Located several miles away, another summer had arrived. Guan, having surpassed the age of 22, had lived for over 4,000 years, preparing to save his longevity until he reached 10,000 years before utilizing it. Over the past half year, through his daily discipline, he successfully advanced to the 7th layer of the foundation establishment realm, although his outward cultivation still appeared to be at the 3rd layer of the Qi refinement realm. As time passed, Guan became increasingly intrigued by the 7th tier spirit tree mentioned by Chang Xiandan. He had even attempted to search for it, but could not find the entrance leading underground. Occasionally, Wu Xian would wander about at night, and on one occasion, the two nearly crossed paths, but Guan's keen hearing allowed him to sense the situation in advance. As noon approached, Guan crouched beneath a tree, observing his Bai Ling Shu, which was energetically spinning in circles before him. Had it grown? Spring had clearly passed, thought Guan, puzzled. This little creature had been spinning for quite some time. The Bai Ling Shu seemed to comprehend Guan's thoughts. It suddenly leaped up, nipped his hand, and quickly scurried away. Guan felt no pain and thus bore no anger, his gaze following the creature, which had come to a halt and resumed its frenzied spinning. Wait! A thought struck Guan, prompting him to spring to his feet and approach the Bai Ling Shu. Upon seeing him advance, the Bai Ling Shu ceased its spinning and dashed into the woods, and soon, both man and mouse vanished within the forest. Wu Xin stood beneath the tree, observing the direction in which Guan had departed, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Once again, it was the mountains. Lu Jujia had mentioned that Liya and Menglang enjoyed solitary cultivation in the mountains. His senior brother's leg techniques were far superior to his cultivation realm. Could there be hidden mysteries within the forest? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He chose not to pursue Guan, instead deciding to wait until nightfall to investigate quietly. Meanwhile, Guan followed the Bai Ling Shu over hills and dales, inadvertently leaving the Yao Gu. Goodness! This little creature had such an expansive range of activity. Guan realized he had underestimated the Bai Ling Shu, and his curiosity piqued regarding where it would lead him. Previously, Li had mentioned that the Bai Ling Shu was known as a treasure-seeking mouse. Had it perhaps discovered the 7th tier spirit tree? Chapter 17. Assuming the role of Valley Master indeed, Guan had underestimated the Bai Ling Shu's traversable range. After following it for over 10 miles, the creature showed no signs of stopping. The further they strayed from Xiangu, the dimmer his enthusiasm became. Although he had ventured to the outer sect, it had only been a single route. Beyond a 20-mile radius from Xiangu, he sensed danger, even with his cultivation at the 7th layer of foundation establishment. Fortunately, the Bai Ling Shu did not continue indefinitely. It came to a halt nearly 20 miles away from Xiangu. This area remained a mountainous terrain, with a small stream trickling down the hillside, where the Bai Ling Shu began to spin in circles by the creek. Guan approached, noting the vibrant flora flourishing on either side of the stream, interspersed with stones of varying sizes. He captured the Bai Ling Shu and executed a sweeping kick with his right leg. With a resounding crash, debris scattered, and stones flew in all directions as Guan cleared a substantial area with a single sweep. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a flat stone slab by the stream. Good heavens! A well cover? He crouched before the slab, which bore intricate, mysterious carvings, neither words nor images he had ever encountered. He sensed a faint aura of spiritual energy seeping from its edges. Perhaps this was why the Bai Ling Shu had led him to this location. In the foundation establishment realm, one possesses spiritual consciousness, an invisible and intangible force. By extending his consciousness, akin to opening a heavenly eye, it could penetrate and explore hidden spaces. Though Guan seldom employed this ability, it did not mean he lacked it. In fact, One could begin cultivating spiritual consciousness upon reaching the seventh layer of qi refinement. He immediately concentrated his spiritual consciousness, attempting to penetrate the stone slab and glimpse the space beneath. However, upon contact, his consciousness was repelled by an enigmatic force, causing his body to tremble. Such strength? Even the seventh layer of foundation establishment as consciousness could not breach its barrier. Gu hesitated. Such a powerful restriction might conceal immense dangers below. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from within, indicating either the nurturing of some rare treasure or that someone was undergoing seclusion beneath. No, he could not act recklessly. The Bailing's shoe squeaked, but he paid it no mind. Upon returning to Xiangu, Guan refrained from mentioning this incident to anyone, as if he had never ventured beyond the valley. In the following evenings, aside from completing his daily tasks, he would return to observe the stone slab. Night after night, there were no signs of any disturbance around it. Furthermore, Guan noticed that Wu Xian frequented the mountain forest each night, seemingly in pursuit of something. He chose not to confront Wu Xian, as his instincts hinted at the young man's exceptional background. With a cultivation level that allowed him to live for over 300 years at the second layer of qi refinement, he must have cultivated some extraordinary technique. Guan had once employed his spiritual consciousness to observe Wu Xian's training, but discerned nothing remarkable. It appeared to be a standard absorption practice. And thus, the sweltering summer passed. Xiangu gradually became cloaked in a yellowish hue, while Guan opened 17 plots of land within the surrounding forests, increasing his workload. Each day, Xiao Chuan and the others had to patrol the area. One evening, Cheng Xiandan sought out Guan, signaling him to follow, and the master and disciple made their way towards the northern peak. Guan's heart was heavy as he observed Cheng Xiandan's back. The master's lifespan had waned, his age aligning with his remaining life, indicating that his end was near. Despite having been wronged by Cheng Xiandan, the master had indeed contributed significantly to his growth, evoking a bittersweet sentiment as the specter of death loomed near. He endeavored to convince himself not to dwell on sorrow. His pursuit was the path of eternal life and cultivation. He would inevitably face numerous partings and losses, and he would eventually come to terms with it. Of course, this was contingent upon his own survival. While watering the plants, Wu Xian noticed the figures of the two, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. He silently noted the direction in which they headed, certain that the forest held secrets. Once within the woods, Cheng Xiandan spoke. "I will take you to the entrance leading underground. This place must remain confidential, not to be disclosed to anyone, including your junior brothers and sisters. Though they may seem close to you today, once they leave Yao Gu for their training, they will become strangers." Guan did not dispute this. He was well aware of the truth. As long as Xiao Chuan and the others held onto their aspirations of becoming outer sect disciples, they would inevitably part ways. After a moment's hesitation, Guan inquired, "Master, were you originally from Qianqiugu, or were you later selected by them?" Guan fell silent. He suddenly felt sympathy for Cheng Xiandan. After assisting his master with certain tasks, this identity became inextricable, yet he bore no regrets. Hearing his master's words, Guan hesitated, unsure if he had done enough to replace. Cheng Xiandan began recounting his experiences with his own master, describing him as eccentric, sometimes stern, and at other times whimsical, much like a child. In his words, his master was akin to a grown-up child who never matured. They meandered around to the backside of the peak, where Cheng Xiandan halted before a mountain wall, covered in moss and creeping vines. "Master, is your master still alive or deceased?" Guan could not restrain his curiosity. He recalled the stone slab he had been observing not far from Xuangu. The master of Xuangu was a traitor of the demon path, leading him to suspect that the slab had been left by Cheng Xuandan's master. Guan furrowed his brow, contemplating not Cheng Xiandan, but rather his master. This implied that Cheng Xuandan's master might still be alive. Cheng Xiandan retrieved a compass from his sleeve, pushed aside a patch of grass and vines on the mountainside, discovered a recess, and placed the compass within it. As he infused his spiritual power into the device, it began to tremble, emitting a faint glow. Guan distinctly sensed that Cheng Xuandan's aura had weakened significantly. He could not help but worry that Cheng Xiandan might unexpectedly perish here. The mountainside trembled, producing a sound that was not overly loud, and soon a hole appeared in the rock face, requiring Guan to bow his head to enter. Cheng Xiandan instructed, "You may go in. I will wait for you outside." Guan hesitated, "Master, please entrust the compass to me. After you leave, I will enter." Cheng Xiandan smiled, removed the compass, and handed it to Guan. A stone door emerged at the cave's entrance, sealing it perfectly, giving no indication that an opening had existed. Cheng Xiandan turned and walked down the mountain, with Guan following closely. The underground space contains a complete formation. In the future, should you wish to cultivate spiritual herbs and flowers discreetly, you may choose this place. Cheng Xiandan spoke softly, as though imparting final instructions. Guan listened intently, feeling a conflict within himself. He was grateful for Cheng Xuandan's actions, yet a lingering sense of caution remained. Until the end, one must not become complacent. After all, Cheng Xiandan was nearing death. He could afford to relax only after his passing. Guan planned to honor Cheng Xiandan annually, respecting him more when the time came. By the time they reached Yaogu, night had fallen. Cheng Xiandan imparted his final words to Guan. The journey of life is long. Sometimes being of mediocre talent is a blessing, for it allows you to pursue what you desire. After pausing for half an hour, Guan finally made his way to his courtyard. His junior brothers were cultivating in their respective rooms, and the courtyard was quiet. That night, Guan immersed himself in cultivation. Just before dawn, he heard Cheng Xuandan's footsteps and approached the window, watching as Cheng Xiandan descended the stairs. Cheng Xiandan moved slowly and unsteadily, not glancing in Guan's direction. After reaching the ground floor, he headed directly toward the valley's entrance. Guan remained at the window until Cheng Xuandan's figure vanished from sight. As the sun rose over the eastern mountains, the first rays of dawn illuminated Guan, casting a long shadow. When Xiao Chuan, Lu Jiujia, Yilan, and Wu Exen gradually awakened, they sensed something was amiss in Yaogu. They quickly realized the unusualness. Typically, the eldest senior brother would lead them in practice. The body tempering technique, known as Chuying Qifei, possessed its own secrets. To their surprise, Guan, usually unwavering, did not lead them in practice today. It was not until noon that Guan finally appeared, gathering them together to announce that Cheng Xiandan had departed. From this day forth, he would be the master of Yaogu. Xiao Chuan and the others were somewhat excited, inquiring about Cheng Xuandan's whereabouts. Since Li Ye's departure, Cheng Xiandan had become gentler, treating his disciples well, thus they held a favorable impression of him. Only Wu Xian felt less impacted. After a half-hour of commotion, the junior brothers and sisters eventually dispersed. Guan climbed to the mountaintop, gazing into the distance where Cheng Xiandan had gone. Once he could no longer see Cheng Xuandan's figure, he entered Cheng Xuandan's abode. The alchemical furnace remained, and the table was cluttered with various items, storage bags, letters, several keys, and even a jar of spiritual flowers. He picked up a letter to read its simple content. "I know you love to gather herbs, so before departing, I'll leave you 5-tier tiger blood flowers for your picking as a farewell gift." A smile graced Guan's face as he took hold of the storage bag. Intrigued by such an item, what cultivator could do without a storage bag? Thus, he began to inspect the legacy left behind by Cheng Xiandan. He did not leave the loft until evening, now possessing a purple cloth bag, which was indeed Cheng Xuandan's storage bag. He made his way toward the northern peak. Arriving at the mountainside where the underground entrance was located, he extracted the compass from a storage bag and placed it within the recess of the mountainside. Accompanied by a deep rumbling, an opening materialized before him. Guan removed the compass and stepped into the opening. After just 5 strides, the passage widened, and the entrance began to close. Once the entrance had fully sealed, Guan continued along the passageway, with the perception of a foundation establishment practitioner at the 7th level. He navigated effortlessly, and the tunnel expanded further, seemingly without end. Guan's curiosity regarding Cheng Xuandan's master deepened. What extraordinary individual could construct such an expansive underground passage? The tunnel twisted downward, extending for several miles without revealing an end. He now confirmed that the area beneath the stone slab was connected to this underground tunnel. A gentle spiritual breeze wafted toward him from the passage ahead, refreshing his spirit. As he advanced, light began to emerge from the tunnel, revealing the walls adorned with various colored crystals. Upon closer examination, he realized they were not spiritual stones, which left him feeling disappointed. If they had all been spiritual stones, he would have struck a fortune. Guan pondered this as he proceeded, wondering if Cheng Xiandan was merely putting on an act. After walking several more miles, he noticed the tunnel was becoming increasingly illuminated accompanied by the sound of flowing water. He had reached the cave's entrance. Guan cautiously approached, peering into the underground space ahead, his eyes widening in astonishment. "This is truly a windfall," Guan murmured, excitement evident in his gaze. Following his line of sight, he beheld a vast underground chamber, many times larger than Xuangu, with a height exceeding 100 feet. In the center stood a colossal tree over 100 meters tall, its trunk requiring several people to encircle. The branches were not overly dense, adorned with fruit resembling lanterns, their surfaces glistening with a blue hue. Beneath the tree lay a lush meadow, alongside which flowed a 2-meter-wide underground river, tracing the edge of the space against the mountainside. Song Tong Tree, Tier 724599987600, an astonishing lifespan of 87,000, nearly 10,000 years of current lifespan. Upon seeing this prompt, Guan felt an impulse to uproot the tree, yet he restrained himself. According to Chang Xiandan, this 7th-tier spiritual tree was the linchpin of the underground formation. It governed the entire formation, allowing other extraordinary herbs and treasures to flourish freely, while the spiritual energy they accumulated would, in turn, nourish the 7th-tier spiritual tree. Uprooting the Song Tong tree would cost Gu in a potentially vast planting ground. Moreover, this location could serve as his dwelling. The formation set by Chang Xuandan's master was exceedingly intricate, enabling cultivation and breakthroughs without drawing attention. Guan surveyed the surroundings, noticing numerous unique stone statues embedded in the walls in various directions, totaling several dozen, each adorned with special runes, profound and mysterious. He stepped out of the cave entrance, and as he entered, he caught sight of a stone tablet beside him, inscribed with 4 characters, Ba Jing Dong Tian. Glancing at it, he continued deeper into the cave. Throughout the journey, he fervently employed his lifespan detection abilities. The ground was scattered with 3rd and 4th-tier spiritual herbs and flowers, with the quality increasing the closer he approached the Song Tong tree, leaving him dazzled. With such a treasure trove concealed, how could Chang Xianan not reach foundation establishment? Guan found himself torn between pity for Chang Xuandan's inferior aptitude and sympathy for his insufficient alchemical skills. Even if his alchemical skills fell short, he could sell some herbs to acquire spiritual stones or enlist the help of alchemists from Tai Xuan men to assist in refining pills. In Guan's perspective, a sect like Tai Xuan men could easily produce a foundation establishment cultivator if they truly desired resources. Of course, another possibility exists. Chang Xiandan might fear the exposure of his identity. Standing beneath the Song Tong tree, Guan felt the vastness and vitality of the tree more acutely. As he circled the Song Tong tree, he noticed that the Ba Jing Dong Tian had not just 1, but 8 entrances. He suspected that one of these entrances might connect to the stone slab he had previously discovered. For now, he had no intention of exploring the other entrances. Instead, he turned around and retrieved the Bai Chao Lu from his storage bag, beginning to reference it meticulously. If the herbs were already mature, he would harvest them directly. The harvested herbs could be taken to the outer sect in exchange for more high-level seeds, ensuring continuous development. Just the thought invigorated Guan. In a swift half-hour, Guan had harvested over 130 Tier 3 herbs, wildly collecting more than 900 years of lifespan, causing his total lifespan to surpass the remarkable threshold of 5,000 years. This identity as a demonic spy was indeed worthwhile. Guan felt elated. The variety of herbs cultivated in Ba Jing Dong Tian was vast, and he had only harvested 1/10 of them, the lowest tier at that. In the future, this would be his cave dwelling, a secret base. Just as Guan prepared to bend down to harvest another herb, he suddenly heard a sound, swiftly turning to focus on a distant entrance. The entrance loomed darkly, exuding an aura of horror. Guan shifted cautiously. The ground was not solely covered with herbs. Ordinary weeds were also present. He suspected that a battle might ensue, necessitating his careful movements to avoid disturbing his precious herbs. They were his lifeline. Approaching the underground river, Guan kept his gaze fixed on the entrance. Soon, footsteps and heavy breathing echoed from within, as if a beast were about to charge out. A foot stepped forth from the darkness, and as Guan finally discerned the figure emerging from the cave, he couldn't help but frown. It was actually Meng Lang. In that moment, Meng Lang appeared disheveled, clad in tattered garments, barefoot, with blood streaked across his neck, his face flushed as if scalded, and his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, exhaling white vapors. With a roar, Meng Lang lunged at Guan, his speed astonishingly rapid, closing the distance between them. Rather than retreating, Guan advanced, the gap narrowing swiftly as grass and debris were kicked up beneath their feet. Guan's brow furrowed tighter. His right leg felt slightly numb. Good heavens! How had Meng Lang become so formidable? Guan sensed that even the greedy and wrathful demons could not compare to him. Though he had not exerted his full strength nor used any spiritual energy, he could roughly gauge the situation. He had been holding back, curious to see if Meng Lang could survive. Shaking off the numbness in his right leg, he charged once more at Meng Lang. Meng Lang collapsed onto the grass, seemingly oblivious to the pain, immediately scrambling to rise and pounce toward Guan again. Guan stepped forward, forcibly halting his body, lifting his left leg, channeling spiritual energy into it, and executing the gale, shadow, leg technique. A gust of wind surged forth, each kick striking Meng Lang, sending him flying once more, rolling several times upon landing before finally coming to a stop. His limbs were visibly contorted, and though he attempted to rise, he collapsed again, his forehead crashing heavily onto the grass. Guan retracted his leg, a look of curiosity crossing his face. Was Cheng Xian Dan's medicinal curse truly this formidable? Even at the first tier, such a powerful physique seemed not inferior to the greedy and wrathful demons. How could Cheng Xian Dan possibly compare to the great cultivators behind those demons? Guan became increasingly convinced that Cheng Xian Dan was concealing something, likely related to his master. He approached Meng Lang, gazing down at his grotesque form, caught in a moment of hesitation, uncertain how to proceed. After all, he was already dead. Why should he concern himself with Meng Lang's past identity? Guan's eyes flickered as the grass and dust around his feet began to swirl slowly, indicating he was channeling energy. At that moment, he noticed a corner of a book protruding from Meng Lang's bosom. Instantly, he reached out, drawing the book toward him with spiritual energy, and it swiftly flew into his hands. Wan Gu Xian Gong, Guan murmured softly, flipping through it briefly. This was a cultivation technique, albeit a fragmentary one, with the final page showing a conspicuous break in content. Aside from the initial cultivation methods, the latter part detailed 5 types of curse techniques, each accompanied by illustrations. Comparing the information, he ultimately identified the curse afflicting Meng Lang. Yan Shi Gu, the afflicted cultivator, nourished by fiery energy, possesses a body as resilient as deep rock, with immense strength and no remedy or solution, until reduced to ashes. Upon concluding this revelation, Guan looked at Meng Lang, sympathy evident in his eyes. How pitiable. The Wan Gu Xian Gong contained methods to suppress Yan Shi Gu, merely requiring the blockage of its 7 orifices to prevent the curse from consuming spiritual energy, thus rendering the curse dormant and immobile. He promptly blocked Meng Lang's 7 orifices with earth, then stood up, glancing toward the entrance from which Meng Lang had emerged. He did not immediately venture to explore, but instead stored the Wan Gu Xian Gong in his storage bag and turned back to continue harvesting herbs. Even if Cheng Xian Dan's master were still alive, the other party had not acted against him, a qi refining cultivator, either out of lack of murderous intent or inability to act. In that case, why should he alarm the snake before striking? The passage of time would only favor Guan. After half an hour, he departed from Ba Jingdong Tian, thoroughly satisfied, having achieved an astonishing lifespan of 7,000 years. He had harvested all the Tier 3 herbs available, and now it was time to sow seeds. It would take several years for the new seeds to mature. After harvesting the Tier 3 herbs, it will be time to collect the Tier 4 herbs. To prevent the disruption of the formation's ecology, Guan refrained from harvesting all the mature herbs in one go. Instead, he collected a portion while sowing another, ensuring a sustainable and effective development. Furthermore, even if the herbs were mature, leaving some behind would allow them to live longer, thus yielding more lifespan. Naturally, there existed a critical point in this process, which Guan was still observing. The next morning, the newly appointed head of Xiangu, Guan, stepped out early, urging his junior disciples to follow. "Junior sister, it's time to come out," Guan called. "All right, senior brother," she replied. Before long, everyone stood before Guan. He scanned them with a smile, saying, "Congratulations to you all. You are about to become uncles. I will recruit more errand disciples, who will then be my apprentices and your nephews." Upon hearing this, everyone became excited, eagerly discussing their future, with no mention of Cheng Xiandan. It was not that they were heartless. They had privately agreed not to mention Cheng Xiandan for the past month. After encouraging them briefly, Guan began leading his junior brothers and sisters in exercises to limber up, after which he would head back to Bajing Dong Tian to cultivate flowers and herbs. Life was about to become busy. Chapter 19. The Lifespan Barrier, breaking through to the Jiedan stage within Bajing Dong Tian. The fruits of the Tsang Tung tree illuminated the cave walls, while the shimmering surface of the underground river also reflected upon them, rendering the cave a serene and beautiful sanctuary. Standing beneath the Tsang Tung tree, Guan turned, hands on his hips, looking over the area he had cultivated, a satisfied smile gracing his face. One reaps what one sows. Cultivating the Dao of immortality through farming was the romantic pursuit he cherished. He wished for all conflict and intrigue to remain far from him. Guan reveled in his contentment, his gaze shifting. He envisioned constructing a pavilion within Bajing Dong Tian, a place to retreat and rest occasionally. Though he was still young, in 50 or 60 years, he could emulate Cheng Xiandan, entrusting responsibilities to his eldest disciple while he enjoyed life. However, it was still early for that. After all, the medicinal valley was his foundation, and he must find a suitable candidate. Not just anyone who became his disciple first could govern all matters. Guan's mind brimmed with plans. First and foremost, he needed to cultivate a deputy valley master. Xiao Chuan was worth considering. Though his aptitude was lacking, he was honest, albeit a bit too blunt in his demeanor. Lu Jiujia would inevitably venture to the outer sect, thus excluding him from consideration. Yilan, it is unwise to keep her here any longer lest she tarnishes his resolve. As for Wu Xin's words, they can wait. More disciples must be recruited. Guan pondered while lifting his gaze. His curiosity was piqued by the fruit of the Tsangting tree. Some heavenly treasures manifest as fruit. But would plucking the fruit from the Tsangting tree lead to a surge in lifespan? Upon this thought, he acted without hesitation. Guan leaped gracefully, grasping a fruit and tearing it from a tree. He landed upon the grass and examined the fruit in his hand, which was about the size of a pumpkin, weighing approximately 7 or 8 jin. He retrieved a protective talisman from his storage bag, wrapping the long stem at the top of the fruit to prevent the leakage of spiritual energy and loss of nutrients. After all, these are worth a fortune. After a brief interval of 10 breaths, a line of text appeared before him. You have successfully acquired a Tsangting fruit, 6th tier, granting 85 years of lifespan. Good heavens! 85 years of life. Guan's gaze toward the Tsangting tree transformed. This is indeed a money tree. It must not be uprooted. It should be allowed to flourish, nurtured for future gains. Filled with excitement, Guan tossed the Tsangting fruit into his storage bag, then counted the fruits on the Tsangting tree. There were 16 fruits of the same size as the one he had just picked. The smaller ones were not worth the effort. He immediately began his endeavor. Some Tsangting fruits were perched high, necessitating a climb up the tree. At that moment, he yearned profoundly for swordsmanship. After much effort, Guan successfully harvested all 16 Tsangting fruits, securing a total of 360 years of lifespan. His total lifespan now reached 400 years. The threshold of 10,000 years drew ever closer. Enough. Let us press on. Upon reaching 10,000 years, he could enhance his cultivation and explore the other 7 entrances, ensuring all potential dangers were eradicated, thus allowing for a serene existence. With a plan in mind, Guan set to work. The 8th scenery cave heaven was abundant with herbs. He focused on his attribute panel for harvesting, determined to cease once he amassed 10,000 years of lifespan. After half an hour, a message appeared before Guan's eyes. Your lifespan has surpassed 10,000 years for the first time, unlocking the lifespan barrier function. Lifespan barrier. Consuming lifespan to activate the lifespan barrier, which can shield against all forms of probing, perception, and deduction. The lifespan consumed is determined by your cultivation aura and the required spiritual energy. A lifespan barrier? Upon seeing the words consume lifespan, Guan frowned. Was this not tantamount to risking his own life? However, after reading the subsequent explanation, he was filled with joy. Previously, the commotion caused by his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage was substantial. What chaos would ensue upon breaking through to a higher realm? This had been a source of anxiety for Guan. Now he felt unafraid. This function was incredibly advantageous. I am fond of it. Laughing, Guan made his way toward the cave entrance. Once he broke through to the core formation stage, he would investigate the other entrances. Although the 8 scenery cave heaven was arrayed with formations, potential dangers lurked within. Thus, he decided to break through outside, conveniently testing the lifespan barrier. Regardless of what may be concealed within, he remained resolute. He had relocated to the attic where Tai Xuan resided, a place harboring numerous secret tomes, alchemical recipes, and rare books, all of which he would eventually peruse. Upon entering the room, Guan approached a wooden cabinet crafted from special materials designed to preserve the spiritual energy of heavenly treasures as much as possible, as previously instructed by Tai Xuan. There were several such cabinets. He removed all the tsangting fruits and placed them inside the cabinet. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He retrieved one tsangting fruit and set it upon the table. Sitting before the table, he took out the secret history of Qianqiu Pavilion and began to read quietly. A small creature scampered onto Guan's shoulder, its tiny eyes fixated on the tsangting fruit on the table. Guan gently picked it up and set it on the table, awaiting its action. The Bailing mouse approached the tsangting fruit, sniffing the aroma before climbing atop it and beginning to nibble delicately. Guan was uncertain of the tsangting fruit's effects, for the Baichao record did not list any treasures above the 5th tier. Thus, he could only rely on the Bailing mouse to test it. He allowed the mouse to make its own choice. As a spiritual beast, it should be able to detect any toxins. Should it fail to do so, Guan would ensure it received a proper burial. The tsangting fruit was 10 times larger than the Bailing mouse, making it a laborious task for the small creature, and Guan refrained from assisting it. Growing bored of waiting, he decided to break through that very night. Guan stood, departed the attic, and stealthily exited Xian Valley, traversing westward, climbing mountains, and crossing valleys, traveling nearly 20 li. First, he leaped to the top of a large tree, scanning the surroundings to ensure no cultivators were in sight or presence, before settling upon a patch of grass within the mountains to meditate. It had been a while since he had risked his life, and he was quite eager. With a lifespan barrier in place, Guan could confidently refine his cultivation this time. Let us invest 1,000 years to test the waters. Guan thought extravagantly. Possessing 10,000 years of lifespan was a single 1,000 years, merely a drop in the bucket. He channeled 1,000 years of lifespan into refining his cultivation. You have practiced qi absorption for 30 years. Your cultivation has broken through to the 8th layer of the foundation establishment stage. You have practiced qi absorption for 100 years. Your cultivation has broken through to the 9th layer of the foundation establishment stage. You have practiced qi absorption for 150 years. With your mastery of the divine, with pure yang art, you forcefully attempt to break through to the core formation stage, beginning to undergo tribulation, yet you could not withstand the minor heavenly tribulation, resulting in failure. You have practiced qi absorption for 200 years. With your mastery of the divine, with pure yang art, you forcefully attempt to break through to the core formation stage, beginning to undergo tribulation, yet you could not withstand the minor heavenly tribulation, resulting in failure. You have practiced qi absorption for 450 years. With your mastery of the divine, with pure yang art, you forcefully attempt to break through to the core formation stage, beginning to undergo tribulation, and you successfully endure the minor heavenly tribulation, condensing your golden core and stepping into the core formation stage. You have practiced qi absorption for 500 years. Your cultivation has broken through to the 2nd layer of the core formation stage. You have practiced qi absorption for 600 years. Your cultivation has broken through to the 3rd layer of the core formation stage. You have practiced qi absorption for 720 years. Your cultivation has broken through to the 4th layer of the core formation stage. You have practiced qi absorption for 850 years. Your cultivation has broken through to the 5th layer of the core formation stage. You have practiced qi absorption for 1,000 years. Your cultivation has broken through to the 6th layer of the core formation stage. A flurry of notifications erupted before Guan's eyes. Upon witnessing the 6 failed attempts at tribulation, Guan nearly lost his composure. This was exceedingly disheartening. Was tribulation truly that arduous? As the final notification resonated, Guan's body began to autonomously circulate energy, and he felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surging violently. He quickly activated the lifespan barrier. Lifespan barrier activated. Lifespan consumed. 0 years. This message hung prominently before him, and as the spiritual energy flooded into his body, the numeral 0 swiftly transformed into one. May the consumption not be excessive, Guin silently prayed. As the abundant spiritual energy surged into him, he felt an indescribable sensation of relief and ease. This time, he did not move during the breakthrough, thus he experienced no pain. Centered around him, ripples of energy emerged from the ground, surging towards him from all directions. And he could faintly observe an invisible energy shield with a diameter of nearly 5 zhang. Guin looked beyond the barrier. There was not a hint of disturbance outside. The flowers, grass, and trees remained calm, evidently unaffected by his presence. He was immediately intrigued as to why there was no impact. Soon he understood. Once the barrier was established, he was absorbing the underground spiritual energy during his cultivation. Now he was completely at ease. Before long, his cultivation reached the 9th layer of the foundation establishment stage, while the barrier consumed 5 years of lifespan, which caused him some heartache. This is rather costly. It reminded him of his experiences playing mobile games in his previous life. One word, black. Just as Guin lamented internally, he suddenly noticed a glimmer in the distant treetops and squinted to observe a scene of cultivators battling. 10 li away, in the air above the forest, Shuyang wielded his sword, unleashing waves of sword energy that swept through the trees like a tempest, sending leaves swirling in chaos. Leah, clad in a robe of ebony, stood atop the treetops, raising his sword before him, emanating a formidable aura that coalesced into a faint golden bell-like shield, effectively countering all of Shuyang's sword energies. Shuyang's raven hair danced wildly in the tempest, his face contorted into a menacing and defiant grin as he boisterously declared, "Leah, is this all you can muster? With your meager abilities, do you truly believe you can contend with His Highness the Fourth Prince? Will you even survive long enough to step into the inner sanctum?" Leah's countenance remained grim as his gaze shifted towards the direction of Xiangu. This cannot continue. If it does, it will alert the people of Yaogu. Leah had no desire to embroil Gu in and the others in trouble. He promptly thrust his sword, dispersing the sword energies, and then soared towards the opposite direction of Xiangu, with Shuyang in hot pursuit. The two of them glided on their swords, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the night sky. Within the confines of the lifespan barrier, Guin could not discern the distant duel among the cultivators, but he was relieved that the lights had vanished. He dared not relax. The lifespan barrier did not allow for probing, sensing, or deducing. However, it did not imply total obliteration. What if someone inadvertently stumbled in? Time flowed rapidly under Guin's anxious disposition. His body began to coalesce a golden Dan. When the lifespan consumed by the barrier exceeded 50 years, he successfully formed the Dan. Despite the considerable toll exacted by the lifespan barrier, it remained within Guin's tolerable limits. Initially, he had harbored concerns about this endeavor being overly burdensome, potentially draining him completely. Now, all his apprehensions had dissipated. Another thought emerged in his mind. To reach the 6th layer of the Golden Dan realm in a millennium, should he continue to expend his lifespan? Chapter 20. The transformation of spiritual roots. In the Yuanying realm, cultivator, the night sky lay still, occasionally interrupted by the calls of birds, while the mountains and forests slumbered in darkness. Guin sat cross-legged within the lifespan barrier, basking in the moonlight. The moon tonight was exquisite, mirroring his own buoyant spirits. His cultivation had ascended to the 4th layer of the Golden Dan realm, drawing ever closer to culmination. He resolved to continue expending his lifespan until he broke through to the Yuanying realm, thereafter acquiring a profound technique, for the Quanfeng Juying leg could no longer suffice. What cultivator of the Yuanying realm relies solely on legs? It must be the sword. Let us pretend that Cheng Xuandan's master is a formidable Yuanying realm cultivator. Guin aimed to overestimate his adversaries as much as possible, thereby diminishing the likelihood of defeat. He had already attained the Golden Dan realm and wielded sufficient authority in the outer sect. Even if someone were to intrude, they could not withstand a single kick from him. Reaching the 5th layer of the Golden Dan realm, his cultivation soared once more, and Guin's consciousness expanded in tandem. The Golden Dan realm was an entirely different plane from the Foundation Establishment realm. The disparity in spiritual power and consciousness was staggering. Guin's current awareness could coalesce into a formidable force. Only upon reaching the Golden Dan realm did he finally feel like a true cultivator of the immortal path. If the Golden Dan realm was thus, how formidable must the Yuanying realm be? Guan could hardly contain his eagerness to expend his lifespan. He found himself compelled to wait until his cultivation broke through to the 6th layer of the Golden Dan realm before he could access his attribute panel. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the spiritual roots. He had previously attempted to enhance his spiritual roots, only to fail miserably, leaving him with a psychological scar, fearing it to be an endless pit. Thus, he had diverted his lifespan to other avenues, knowing that deducing techniques could also elevate the quality of his spiritual roots. Now that he had grown sufficiently strong and possessed ample lifespan, it was time to try enhancing his spiritual roots again. After a while, once Guan's cultivation growth plateaued, he directly invested 2,000 years of lifespan into his spiritual roots. You have invested 2,000 years of lifespan into the evolution of your spiritual roots. You have comprehended the essence of nature for 100 years. Your perception of the 5 elemental spiritual roots has improved. You have comprehended the essence of nature for 200 years. Your perception of the 5 elemental spiritual roots has improved. You have comprehended the essence of nature for 1,000 years, finally grasping a thread of the true essence of the world. Your spiritual roots have undergone a baptism by nature, and their quality begins to transform. Your 5 elemental spiritual roots have all evolved to the level of ordinary body, with the wood spiritual root standing out prominently. You have comprehended the essence of nature for 1,200 years. Your perception of the 5 elemental spiritual roots has improved. You have comprehended the essence of nature for 2,000 years, finally grasping a thread of the true essence of the world, while also comprehending the earth's veins. Your spiritual roots have undergone a baptism by nature. All 5 elemental spiritual roots have evolved to the level of superior ordinary body, with the wood and earth spiritual roots being particularly outstanding. Lines of notifications continuously flashed before Guan's eyes. Upon witnessing the 5 elemental notifications, his heart began to bleed. How careless of him! It truly was an endless pit. Yet, upon seeing that all 5 elemental spiritual roots had reached the pinnacle, his spirits lifted, though the pain remained. Especially since his previous comprehension of the Shenmu Chunyang Gong had also elevated his wood spiritual root to a superior level. He must not dwell on this. One should consider that the Shenmu Chunyang Gong required 1,000 years to elevate a single spiritual root to a superior level. To elevate all 5 to the same level would necessitate at least 5,000 years. Then the question arose, why not cultivate techniques of the other 4 attributes? One must always experiment to uncover the most perfect path. As Guan reflected upon this, the earth's spiritual energy surged once more. But this time it was not to enhance his cultivation. Rather, it was to refine his sinews and bones. The pain was excruciating. Guan experienced unprecedented agony, forcing himself to endure it through gritted teeth. To divert his attention, he began contemplating his attribute panel. In this light, it appeared that enhancing spiritual root quality was the most arduous endeavor. This was understandable, as spiritual root quality was akin to ultimate lifespan, while cultivation represented current lifespan. Breaking through limits was the most challenging feat. The effort of the acquired cannot surpass the breaking of fate's decree. This was also why the Tai Xuan Sect treated geniuses with such reverence. A dual spiritual root like Ji Xiaoyu was far more valuable to the Tai Xuan Sect than a mere Golden Dan realm cultivator. For ordinary people, fewer spiritual roots equated to higher quality. Suppose a person's spiritual root represented a total talent value of 100. A dual spiritual root would each receive 50. However, with 5 spiritual roots, the talent value would only be 20 for each, where being well-rounded sometimes signified mediocrity. Guan was different now. Enhancing his spiritual root quality was akin to raising his total talent value above 100. Regrettably, the attributes of spiritual roots could not be invested in cultivation enhancement separately. Currently, the other spiritual roots offered little assistance in his cultivation of the Shenmu Chunyang Gong. Hence, his cultivation speed saw a slight increase, but nothing significant. However, he noted that the prefix of superior quality in the notifications was ordinary body. Could there be a sacred body or a spiritual body? Guan's thoughts wandered, and, simultaneously, the speed at which the lifespan barrier consumed his years began to slow. Since the onset of the breakthrough, 134 years of lifespan had already been consumed. As the quality of his spiritual roots continued to rise, Guan distinctly sensed the clarity of the elemental spiritual energies. which in turn altered his perception of the entire world. The sensation of pain was gradually being supplanted by a feeling of novelty. After a considerable time, Gu Wen's body ceased to absorb spiritual energy, and the spiritual roots in his attribute panel transformed into 5 elemental superior spiritual roots. He did not rise, but instead directed another 2,000 years of lifespan into his cultivation. Having suffered the trauma of a failed tribulation, he resolved to make a miraculous effort. Should he invest a mere 1,000 years and find himself stuck at the 9th layer of the Golden Dan realm, he would surely be left bloodied. Such a possibility was all too real. After a failed tribulation, he would need to waste 50 years to continue his ascent. This was a harsh reality. In the event of a failed tribulation, one would either perish or be grievously injured, and healing indeed required time. Furthermore, the tribulations of the Yuanying realm would undoubtedly be more formidable, and the chances of failure could only increase. Let the journey commence. For a century of refining your qi, you have ascended to the 7th layer of the Jie Dan realm. After 2 centuries of cultivation, your prowess has reached the 8th layer. Upon 300 years of diligent practice, you have broken through to the 9th layer of the Jie Dan realm. However, after 4 centuries, despite your profound mastery of the Shenmu Chunyang Gong, you forcibly attempted to transcend to the Yuanying realm and began to face the tribulation. Unfortunately, you did not survive the Sanxian heavenly tribulation and thus failed. After 1,500 years, you again attempted to ascend to the Yuanying realm using your exceptional skills, only to meet with failure once more against the Sanxian heavenly tribulation. Yet, after 1,600 years, you finally succeeded in overcoming the tribulation and ascended to the Yuanying realm. With 1,800 years of cultivation, you have now reached the 2nd layer of the Yuanying realm, and after 2,000 years, you have attained the 3rd layer. Cursed fate, 12 failures. Gu Wen felt his heart plummet when he experienced the 6th failure, and by the 10th, darkness clouded his vision. Fortunately, he ultimately succeeded in breaking through to the Yuanying realm. Was it truly so difficult to transcend the Yuanying realm? Gu Wen thought despairingly, realizing why the lifespan consumed during evolutionary cultivation was greater than the actual expenditure. Evolutionary cultivation amounts to raw cultivation, while normal cultivation involves the use of elixirs and formations to gather spiritual energy, both of which assist in overcoming tribulations, not to mention the wondrous effects of rare treasures. Once again, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged forth, hastening the consumption of his lifespan barrier. Gu Wen focused inwardly, beginning to relish the enhancement of his cultivation. The nascent sunlight swept across the earthly realm, illuminating the Xian Valley, where Gu Wen stood atop the mountain, gazing down upon the autumnal landscape. His robes billowed in the breeze, the sunlight gracing him as if he were destined to transcend and become an immortal. He had solidified his Yuanying, becoming a true practitioner of the Yuanying realm. To commend himself, he elevated his apparent cultivation to the 4th layer of the Qi refining realm, intending to incrementally raise it each year until he reached the 9th layer, ensuring he would not be conscripted. Unable to resist, he summoned his attribute panel for another glance. Name: Gu Wen, lifespan 224,502. Spiritual root: first class 5 elements spiritual root. Wood and earth attributes are particularly prominent. Can invest lifespan into evolutionary cultivation. Cultivation: Yuanying realm. 3rd layer: can invest lifespan into evolutionary cultivation. Techniques: fire control technique, not yet mastered. Shimu Chunyang Gong, mastered. Longjin Shinyuan Gong, mastered. Alchemy: initial understanding. Can invest lifespan into evolutionary cultivation. Ultimate techniques: whirlwind shadow leg, integrated. Leaf family 7 swords, not yet mastered. 8 direction step, not yet mastered. Can invest lifespan into evolutionary cultivation. Gu Wen then prepared to further invest in the Leaf family 7 swords, intending to continue accumulating lifespan until he surpassed the 100,000 mark before using it. Now, he needed a rest for a few days to calm his fervent heart. With his Yuanying realm cultivation, he could easily obtain a respectable position and treatment at the Tai Xuan Sect. However, the thought of being dispatched to vanquish demons and contend with the demonic path, or even face internal strife, quelled any fleeting desire. Staying true to his original aspiration is the key to achieving genuine results. No one would sway him. He was determined to remain in the Xian Valley. He might occasionally seek celestial materials and earthly treasures, but he must not shift the focus of his development away from the Xian Valley. A higher status might expedite the increase of his lifespan, but the corresponding danger would also rise. After all, he had no enemies. There was no need for haste. Guan turned and began his descent down the mountain. Although practitioners of the Yuaning realm could fly, he chose to walk. Upon arriving in the Medicine Valley, he saw Xiao Chuan and the others emerging one by one. "Senior brother, you ascended the mountain so early?" Yilan greeted Guan, and for reasons unknown, she felt that he appeared even more handsome today. Guan smiled and replied, "I want to check on the seedlings. You will lead them in their training today." Yilan nodded in agreement, wanting to ask more, but Guan had already walked toward the pavilion. Not far off, Wu Xian observed Guan's figure, secretly thinking, "There must be mysteries within the forest. I will surely uncover them." Ascending the stairs, Guan pushed the door open and was greeted by the sight of the Bailing mouse sprawled on the table, its entire body resembling a balloon. While the tongue fruit had vanished, still breathing, not dead, he immediately directed his lifespan probe toward the Bailing mouse. Bailing mouse, first stage 12120-180. It has gained 70 years of lifespan. Initially, the Bailing mouse had a mere 50 years. The efficacy of its tongue fruit is astonishing. Guan promptly approached the wooden cabinet, retrieved a tongue fruit, and began to nibble on it. Upon consuming the first bite of its tongue fruit, he felt a warm energy flow into his abdomen, warming him thoroughly. It is effective. He began to eat voraciously, and soon, the large tongue fruit was completely devoured. While digesting, he opened his attribute panel, eagerly anticipating an increase in lifespan. However, he waited for half an hour, and there was no increase. His vitality had significantly strengthened, and his physical power had grown. He glanced at the Bailing mouse on the table. It remained in a deep slumber, its lifespan unchanged, yet its aura steadily improved. Let's wait and see. The Bailing mouse slept for 3 days, and when it awoke, it had grown to the size of an adult cat. It leaped into Guan's arms, affectionately rubbing against him, but its eyes were fixed on the cabinet behind. "Do not eat too much," Guan admonished while reading, realizing that if it grew any larger, it would undoubtedly attract trouble, especially with Xiao Chuan and the others growing curious. With the likes of Lu Jiujia and Yilan, they would eventually venture to the outer sect, and Guan preferred to keep his secrets closely guarded. The Bailing mouse looked up at Guan with a pitiful expression and actually nodded, leaving Guan wide-eyed in astonishment. It understood him. Guan pointed to the side and said, "Come here." The Bailing mouse immediately hopped over without hesitation. He continued issuing simple commands, and the Bailing mouse complied without difficulty, further endearing it to him. Finally, it exhibited the semblance of a spirit beast. Guan scooped up the Bailing mouse and exited the room. It was autumn, and the various gardens were strewn with fallen leaves, while Xiao Chuan and the others were busy cleaning. The Medicine Valley was tranquil and serene. Guan descended the stairs, set down the Bailing mouse, and instructed, "Do not eat recklessly." After speaking, he pointed at the mouse's mouth. It nodded in a manner that suggested understanding before turning and bounding away. Guan watched with a bemused expression. Why did it resemble a rabbit? Was it not just its lifespan that increased, but its very genes altered? Yilan was the first to notice the Bailing mouse, primarily because her gaze had been drawn to Guan, only to see a large white rat approaching her, causing her face to pale in fright. "A mouse demon!" Yilan exclaimed, instantly capturing the attention of Lu Jiujia, Xiao Chuan, and Wu Xian. Upon seeing the Bailing mouse, they were all startled. They had never encountered such a large rat. Bailing mouse, slow down. Seeing this, Yilan and the others set down their tools and rushed toward Guan's senior brother. "Is that your Bailing mouse? Why is it so big?" "It must be another Bailing mouse, right? It seems a bit clumsy, its legs are weak. This spirit beast possesses an extraordinary bloodline." Listening to his junior brother's and sister's speculations, Guan smiled silently, allowing them to guess. As soon as he spoke, everyone except Wu Xian wanted to investigate. What a splendid opportunity. Wu Xian maintained her composure, her heart brimming with excitement. After some competition, Guan ultimately chose to take Yilan and Xiao Chuan to the outer sect, scheduling their departure for 7 days later. Why 7 days? Because he intended to thoroughly explore the Beijing cave heaven first. Guan turned to gaze at the mouth of the valley, where a figure was approaching. It was Leah. After many years, Leah bore an air of weariness and coldness, clad in black robes that danced in the autumn breeze. complemented by the sword at his waist, exuding the undeniable aura of a proud swordsman. The four individuals from Tai Xuan also took notice of Li, whose presence instilled a sense of tension within them. Regardless of who visited their Yao Gu, they were invariably of a higher status, and this individual appeared particularly formidable. Guan assessed Li's lifespan and discovered he had reached the fourth layer of the foundation establishment stage. Remarkably swift, truly deserving of being the first individual of protagonist fate that I have discovered. Guan promptly approached, followed closely by the others. Li surveyed everything within the Yao Gu, and when his gaze fell upon Guan, he experienced a moment of disorientation. In the past, Guan had always trailed behind, yet now he was capable of leading other miscellaneous disciples, a testament to the passage of time. Guan approached him, clasping his hands in salute, and smiled brotherly, long time no see. Have you been injured? Guan sensed Li's disordered qi and shallow breathing, indicating clear internal injuries. Li chuckled. Indeed, it has been many years. Where is Master? And where is senior brother Menglang? Upon hearing this, Li paused momentarily. Tai Xuan and the others stood behind, whispering among themselves, having surmised Li's identity, as Menglang had often mentioned a royal descendant among the miscellaneous disciples, referring to him as a brother. Li sighed. So it turns out you are the only one left. Guan inquired, shall we go to the building and sit? Li nodded in agreement. Guan led Li towards the loft, gesturing for the others to continue clearing the fallen leaves. They arrived at the Valley Master's loft, and as Li ascended the stairs, his emotions reached a peak, prompting him to cough involuntarily, his complexion turning pale. Guan, walking ahead, noticed a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from Li. Good heavens! This fellow indeed has an accompanying elder spirit? Li waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Injured? Then you should stay here for a while. There are plenty of accommodations in the Yao Gu. Guan immediately suggested. Li smiled and nodded, secretly thinking, Gu Shidi is still so considerate. I must lend him a helping hand this time. Upon entering the room, Guan invited Li to sit down and then began to brew tea for him. Li surveyed the interior, quickly captivated by the tongue fruit within the wooden cabinet. Over the past 3 days, Guan had stored most of the tongue fruit in his storage bag, leaving only 2 in the cabinet to prevent the Bai Ling rats from stealing them. If the Bai Ling rats managed to pilfer them, he would be reluctant to kill them, so he chose to hide the fruit instead. Li narrowed his eyes at the fruit, but did not linger on it long, quickly returning his attention to Guan. After years apart, he was genuinely taken aback by Guan's demeanor. Although Guan had always been handsome, he now exuded a captivating aura, reminiscent of a seasoned inner sect cultivator, composed yet possessing an ethereal quality. Were it not for the fact that he could sense Guan's presence as merely at the 4th layer of the qi refinement stage, he would have doubted whether this was indeed the Guan he once knew. While the water boiled, Guan took a seat at the table and engaged in small talk with Li. As an outer sect disciple, you must complete an outer sect bounty task each year? Guan inquired curiously. Li smiled in affirmation. Exactly, and there are often tasks that require venturing out. Have you encountered demons? 3rd tier? Jit on stage? Guan feigned astonishment, dispelling the gloom within Li's heart. In truth, he was genuinely intrigued by Li's experiences. After listening, he could only conclude one thing. It was perilously dangerous. Thank goodness he had chosen not to become an outer sect disciple. In addition to demons, one must also be wary of other cultivators. During my treasure hunting, I clashed with disciples from other sects, entangled in conflict for half a month. After much difficulty, I managed to eliminate one, and guess what happened next? Li, growing animated, began recounting his other experiences. Guan speculated, did his father come? Li looked at him in surprise, shaking his head. Not his father, but close enough. It was his master. Good heavens! Guan felt even more fortunate that he had not entered the outer sect. If the outer sect was this treacherous, how much more dangerous would it be for inner sect disciples? Li continued to narrate his battles of wits and strength against his adversary's master, making Guan feel as if he were listening to a captivating tale. Once the water boiled, Guan rose to prepare the tea. Li casually asked, Gu Shidi, are the fruits in the cabinet left by your master? Upon hearing this, Li raised an eyebrow. Can he truly find treasures? He suddenly felt inclined to raise a Bai Ling rat of his own. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Gu Shidi, could you spare me one for healing? I assure you I will not treat you unfairly. Would you prefer a manual or a magical artifact? Guan turned and placed the tea before him. Speaking in a casual tone, I will give you one directly, no need for anything in return. What kind of relationship do we have? Leah felt deeply moved by his words. After Guan spoke, he approached the wooden cabinet, retrieved a tsang tong fruit, and placed it beside Leah's teacup. His actions made Leah feel even more ashamed. Leah, oh Leah, how could you have previously underestimated him in the Yao Gu? Though you have entered the outer sect, ultimately, you will still rely on him for salvation. Leah, sad fande prijatingri, raised his hand and took out a sword from his storage bag. The scabbard was a deep blue, adorned with sparkling gems, its intricate patterns exuding opulence, while the hilt resembled a coiling dark golden dragon. When Leah placed the sword on the table, it produced a resounding and crisp sound. As he caressed the sword, he softly said, "This was given to me by my mother. I bestow it upon you. This sword may one day save your life." Guan was awestruck by the sword. Although he only saw the scabbard, he could sense the power contained within. For he was a Yuan Ing stage cultivator and perceived more than Leah could. This was undoubtedly a divine weapon. "I cannot accept it. Your mother left this sword for you. How could I take it?" Guan hastily waved his hands, speaking sincerely. For a sword with such a background surely came with many complications. Leah lowered his gaze to the scabbard, lost in memories. "This sword is named Tiansu. It has accompanied me since I was 3 years old. Now, I am unable to unleash its full power, and I am no longer worthy to wield it. It is best left to you. Perhaps it will find its way to someone fated within this Yao Gu." Puzzled, Guan asked, "Why are you not worthy? Does this sword have royal connections? I cannot accept it." The thought of being entangled with the Li family made his head spin. Indeed, the sword was beautiful and appealing, but he more desired to avoid disruptions to his life. Leah looked at him and smiled. "Even if I told you, you would not understand. Rest assured, this sword will not bring you trouble. The Li family would not dare seize it, for it is a token of love given to my mother by the emperor. With it, the Li family would think twice before acting against you. If you ever encounter insurmountable troubles, you may take this sword to Chang Luo and seek my father, the emperor. I, of such lowly status, could not dare to face the emperor." Guan protested. "Rest assured, the moment Tian Su appears in Chang Luo, my father will sense it. In any case, you must accept it. Otherwise, I will not eat this fruit." "Then do not eat." Guan nearly blurted out, but managed to restrain himself. He looked once more at the Tian Su sword. He had not possessed a single artifact of his own until now. The legacy left by Chang Xiandan was merely talismans, not a single weapon, not even a sword. What is there to fear? I am a Yuan Ing stage cultivator. If I truly face an overwhelming challenge, I can always throw the sword to the opponent. Guan took a deep breath and reached for Tian Su. The sword bore some weight, and his right hand trembled as he lifted it, prompting Leah to burst into laughter. "Gu Shidi, even if your talents are modest, do not forget to practice daily. You must train with the 7 swords of the Leaf family I have imparted to you," Leah advised earnestly. Guan held the Tian Su sword with both hands, forcing a smile and nodding. "Haha, young man, you're discerning. I still has room for improvement." Thus, Leah settled into the Yao Gu, and Guan personally arranged a courtyard for him, ensuring solitude. Leah sat cross-legged on the bed, with a half-eaten tsang tung fruit beside him, his hands shifting through incantations as he continued to cultivate for healing. A faint blue apparition emerged from Leah's body, swirling within the confines of the room. This figure was that of an elderly man, possessing kind eyes and a gentle demeanor, his Taoist robe fluttering slightly, exuding an air of a transcendent sage. Leah opened his eyes and inquired, "Ancestor, what fruit is this?" Its medicinal effects are remarkably potent. The soul of the elder, addressed as the ancestor, waved his hand, causing the space within the room to ripple. He stroked his beard and chuckled. "It should be the Tsang Tunggua, born from the sacred tree of Qianxiuge. The Tsang Tung tree. Even its lowest grade is 6th tier. You are indeed fortunate." "Qianxiuge's fruit?" Leah murmured. "Their influence runs deep. No wonder Tai Xianmen regards them as a formidable adversary." The ancestor regarded the Tsang Tunggua and remarked, "Qianxiuge and Tai Xianmen have harbored enmity for over a millennium. Each sect has placed numerous spies within the other. Your junior brother Gu is rather fortunate. Had he not encountered you, the Tsang Tunggua would have brought him calamity." Leah shook his head, stating, "It is not his fortune, but rather his benevolence and loyalty," Such individuals are bound to be rewarded. In contrast, I am the one who is fortunate. The ancestor nodded in agreement. This sentiment holds truth. Such individuals are indeed rare within the realm of cultivation. However, do not feel overly guilty. The Tian Su has bestowed upon him a gift of far greater significance than the Tsang Tongua. Upon hearing the mention of Tian Su, Li sighed. I have disappointed my mother's expectations, yet I truly do not wish to vie for the throne. I seek only to avenge her and then wander the world, away from the strife of the court. The Tian Su is one of the 3 imperial swords of Tai Tsang. To fully wield its power, one must master the Huang Ji sword technique. Your Jing Ju 9 swords is merely in its early stages. It may take you a century to perfect the Huang Ji sword technique, the elder pondered. Leah fell silent. The ancestor jested. You cannot even effortlessly defeat that lad named Shi Yang, so you must strive harder. Remember, your 4th brother has already reached the Jedon realm. Leah took a deep breath, choosing not to respond, and closed his eyes to continue his recovery. The ancestor gazed out the window, although the panes were shut. He could hear the laughter of Xiao Chuan and the others. This is indeed a good place, far removed from worldly conflicts. Yet it is unfortunate that those with a mission are ill-suited to remain here. Alas, I must refrain from further lamentations and return to my slumber to restore my spirit. In the stillness of the night, Guan employed the Long Jin Shun Yuan technique to conceal his presence. Stealthily departing from Xiangu and making his way to the nearby forest, some 20 li away. Sitting beneath a tree, he summoned his attribute panel, focusing his gaze on the Li family's 7 swords. How many years of life should I invest? After much contemplation, he resolved to invest a bit more to enhance his actual combat prowess. 2,000 years it shall be. With this investment, I shall secure my existence for the next 100,000 years. He promptly selected to invest 2,000 years of life. As this thought crossed his mind, the initial digit of his lifespan transformed from 4 to 2. You have invested 2,000 years of life into the evolution and practice of the Li family's 7 swords. You have practiced the Li family's 7 swords for 10 years, achieving great mastery. You begin to contemplate further possibilities. You have practiced the Li family's 7 swords for 50 years, reaching the peak of swordsmanship. Your Li family's 7 swords have ascended to the 7 sword techniques. You have practiced the Li family's 7 swords for 300 years. Your 7 sword techniques have reached the pinnacle, advancing to the Jing Ju 9 swords. You have practiced the Li family's 7 swords for 500 years. Your Jing Ju 9 swords have reached great mastery, and you have condensed your own sword intent. You have practiced the Li family's 7 swords for 1,000 years. Your Jing Ju 9 sword have returned to their essence, ascending to the Huang Ji sword technique. You have practiced the Li family's 7 swords for 1,200 years. Your sword intent has coalesced into your own Tian Di Huang Qi, enhancing your comprehension of the sword path. You have practiced the Li family's 7 swords for 1,800 years. Your Huang Ji sword technique has returned to its essence. Your sword intent has invoked the sword path, and you have grasped the true meaning of the sword path, entering a state of enlightenment. Your Huang Ji sword technique has ascended to the Tai Tsang Jingshin sword. You have practiced the Li family's 7 swords for 2,000 years. Your Tai Tsang Jingshin sword has reached a state of profound understanding, enhancing your comprehension of the sword path. A flurry of notifications erupted, and upon seeing the evolution time reach 1,000 years, Guan swiftly activated his lifespan barrier. He feared disturbing the mysterious presence below and the soul within Liya. Once all notifications subsided, a torrent of immense memories surged into his mind, and the ground began to pulsate with spiritual energy. However, this energy did not penetrate his body. Instead, it encircled him. Gradually, strands of cold light coalesced within the spiritual energy, resembling the glint of a sword, shimmering with an unusual radiance in the night. Guan entered a state of profound understanding. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, until he gradually awakened. At this moment, the dawn had yet to break. Guan first glanced at the consumption prompt of the lifespan barrier. Astonishingly, merely contemplating the technique had cost him 300 years of life. Fortunately, he had completely mastered the Tai Tsang Jingshin sword, and his understanding of the sword path had reached a refined state. This mystical sensation filled him with elation. Upon inspecting his attribute panel, he noted that the entry for the Li family's 7 swords had transformed into the Tai Tsang Jingshin sword, with the words profound understanding inscribed in parentheses. He He did not rise immediately. Instead, he retrieved Tian Su, placing the sword sheath horizontally across his lap, resting his hands upon it, and closed his eyes. He sought to attune himself to the sword's intent. Once the sword's intent harmonized with his own, he would be able to subdue this treasure blade. Within the sword, he discovered numerous restrictions, akin to a series of magical barriers awaiting the sword master's divine consciousness and spiritual power to breach. Although Guan was unfamiliar with these restrictions, he was fortunate to possess his own sword intent, which penetrated through them. After half an hour, Guan rose, stowing Tian Su into his storage bag, and made his way back to Xiangu. As he stepped forward, he found himself suspended in midair, his feet gathering sword energy as he traversed upon it. Approaching within 10 li of Xiangu, he landed and continued on foot, suppressing his aura to its utmost limit. The night gradually waned, and the eastern sky began to reveal a rosy hue. Morning arrived. Leah pushed open the door, basking in the morning sun, stretching lazily, feeling revitalized. The effects of its song, Tunghua, were indeed potent. He no longer felt the discomfort and sensed that he would fully recover in a few days. A smile graced Li Ya's face as he gazed toward the grassy area beside the garden, where Guan was leading his junior brother and sister in practice. The series of movements piqued Li Ya's curiosity. Though the actions were slow, he sensed an inexplicable profundity within them. "What are you practicing?" Li Ya inquired with curiosity. Lu Jiujia retorted, "Honestly, I feel it's of little use." Xiao Chuan shot him a glare and said, "That's because you are dull-witted. It is indeed useful, but requires prolonged practice." Speaking from a position of an outer disciple, his words naturally commanded respect. Guan glanced at Li Ya, noting a newfound gentleness in him, surprised he could utter such emotionally intelligent remarks. In truth, his primary reason for guiding his junior brother and sister in practice was to draw their thoughts away from cultivation and dreams, lest they damage his precious plants. "Once you finish practicing, I shall teach you a set of sword techniques," Li Ya said cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuan and the others became exhilarated, each expressing their gratitude, addressing him as senior brother Li Ya. Li Ya turned to Guan, saying, "You should join as well. It is fortuitous that you have a sword now. Practice more with it." Guan nodded with a smile. "Very well. Let me assess whether you have mastered the Li family's 7 swords." Li Ya's participation elevated the atmosphere, and as he observed his junior brother and sister's lively banter, he felt no annoyance, but instead, joy filled his heart. It was not until midday that Li Ya finally led Guan into the forest. "Show me your Li family's 7 swords. Once you grasp the basics, I can impart to you the true sword techniques." "For this Li family's 7 swords is merely the foundation," Li Ya said earnestly. Chapter 23. The Soul Bell and the Yin-Yang Technique within the forest. Guan, unable to refuse Li Ya, ultimately performed a clumsy rendition of the Li family's 7 swords, only to realize that feigning ignorance was far more challenging than pretending to be proficient. Faced with Guan and stiff swordplay, Li Ya offered a lengthy critique before patiently guiding him in sword practice. Through Guan and sword techniques, Li Ya discerned that he had already begun training in the Jingju 9 swords, qualifying him as a prodigy, at least in terms of innate talent for the sword path. On the arrival of the following day, Li Ya insisted on having Guan practice swordsmanship. Guan, overwhelmed, exclaimed, "Brotherly, I lack the talent for swordplay. Let us forego this endeavor. My life spans only a few decades. To toil away at sword training would be a sheer waste. Instead, I yearn to cultivate flowers and nurture them." With a heavy heart, Guan secretly summoned the dragon energy within him, causing his eyes to redden. Observing this, Li Ya suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. What was he doing? Was this not a form of harm? Li Ya recalled his childhood, when his father compelled him to study alongside his royal brothers. Yet he could never master what they excelled in. Sighing, he approached Guan and, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and said, "Junior brother Guan, it is my oversight. I apologize." Guan forced a smile in response. "There is no need for concern, brother. You only wish what is best for me, but alas, I am lacking in talent." The more Guan spoke, the heavier Li Ya's guilt became. The two sat down, reminiscing about their first year in the valley, easing the tension surrounding sword training. In the days that followed, Li Ya no longer insisted that Guan practice swordsmanship, but still dedicated an hour to teaching Xiao Chuan and others. For those whose dreams had not yet dimmed, learning from an outer sect disciple was a rare opportunity. 5 days later, as Li Ya prepared to depart, Gu-un, accompanied by his junior brothers and sisters, escorted him to the mouth of the valley. Xiao Chuan and the others were reluctant to see him go. They had learned so much from Li Ye. Home. With that, he turned away, cloaked in black, resembling a flickering flame amidst the forest, fiercely burning, impervious to the autumn winds that sought to extinguish his fire. Gu-un sensed a fervor within him, possibly linked to his recent injuries. Lu Jiujia boldly declared his ambition to enter the outer sect. Xiao Chuan echoed his sentiments, though his resolve was evidently weaker. Yilan appeared pensive, lost in thought. Wu Xian proclaimed, "I shall not go to the outer sect. I wish to accompany senior brother for a lifetime." At this declaration, all eyes turned towards him in astonishment, including Gu-an's. Gu-an felt a twinge of emotion. Could he have misjudged Wu Xian? In recent days, Wu Xian had been quite dutiful, refraining from his nocturnal escapades, and nothing had gone missing from Xiangu since, leading Gu-an to withhold any accusations of ill intent. Thus, it seemed prudent to assign more chores to Wu Xian in the future. Yilan felt a pang of regret. Why had Wu Xian stolen her thunder with such words? Simultaneously, she realized that while her senior brother held significance in her heart, the pursuit of immortality outweighed that bond. Lu Jiujia could not resist mocking Wu Xian for his flattery, sparking a lively quarrel among Xiao Chuan, Yilan, and Wu Xian. With Li Ye gone, it was time to prepare for the troubles lurking beneath the earth. In the dead of night, at Ba Jingdong Tian, Gu-an, grasping the Tian Su sword sheath, approached Meng Lang, who lay on the grass, his 7 orifices sealed with dirt. The surrounding grass bore signs of disturbance. Indeed, someone had been here. Gu-an, with keen perception, noticed subtle changes in the grass around Meng Lang, a detail that would elude ordinary practitioners. His heightened awareness stemmed from his prior observations. He tightened his grip on the Tian Su sword and proceeded toward the cave from which Meng Lang had initially emerged. Soon, he vanished into the darkness. The cave tunnel was dim and devoid of crystals, yet posed no hindrance to the divine sense of a Yuan Ing-Rel practitioner. A chilling spiritual wind swept through the tunnel, rustling Gu-an's robes as his divine sense ventured ahead to the tunnel's end. There lay a spacious cavern, smaller than the main chamber of Ba Jingdong Tian, but still ample, filled with coffins, and the ceiling adorned with a turquoise crystal the size of a water vat, casting an eerie glow that rendered the coffins terrifying. Aside from the coffins, there was nothing else. Gu-an's divine sense swiftly detected a living presence within one of the coffins. The faint vitality was imperceptible to lesser cultivators. Although he sensed no immediate danger, he remained cautious. After traversing the tunnel for quite some time, he reached the end. Peering carefully from the cave's entrance, he inquired, "Is anyone there?" Gu-an picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it inside. The stone struck a coffin with a dull thud, yet there was no ensuing movement, leaving him startled, his eyes widening in feigned terror as he instinctively stepped back. Why was there no response? If this continued, it would become awkward. Gu-an felt anxious. His antics were meant to ascertain the presence's disposition, for the individual had not harmed him before, and he wished to avoid mistakenly harming a good person. At the very least, he needed to reconcile his conscience. Gritting his teeth, Gu-an suddenly drew his sword and charged into the cavern, unleashing a flurry of strikes. With a resounding crack, the Tian Su sword cleaved into a coffin lid, becoming lodged. He tugged forcefully, causing his body to stagger back 2 steps from the inertia. A light laugh echoed through the cavern, jarring in the silence. Gu-an's skin prickled. The voice belonged to a woman, reminiscent of a ghostly giggle. He gripped the Tian Su sword tightly, anxiously scanning his surroundings, spinning around in fear of an apparition emerging from the shadows. "Young man, are you a disciple of Cheng Xiandan?" The mysterious feminine voice resounded again, laced with an alluring tone that stirred one's imagination. "Those who reside here are, naturally, your ancestral master. Cheng Xiandan is a disciple of mine. Your presence indicates that his time has come, does it not?" The voice, now devoid of mirth, carried a hint of melancholy. Gu-an responded, "It is my ancestral master. I pay my respects. Indeed, my master has reached his limit. He expressed a desire to emulate you, seeking a secluded place to embrace the end of life." Silence enveloped the cavern. Gu-an remained vigilant. Should the entity choose to strike, he would not hesitate, regardless of whether she was his ancestral master. The Tian Su sword had yet to taste blood. After a long pause, just as Gu-an felt compelled to speak, the voice returned, Did Cheng Xiandan tell you my identity? From your demeanor, you appear timid and cautious. You likely did not enter here willingly. Will you only learn the truth once he hands over the Valley Master to you? The entity teased. Go inside, for the unspoken truth hung heavily in the air. This time, he did not feign. He was genuinely resigned. Since you have taken him as your master, you are also a disciple of mine. Serve as my guardian for another 10 years, and after that, I shall leave Tai Xianmen and bring you no trouble. Upon hearing this, Guan could not help but inquire, May I ask for your name, ancestral master? My surname is Jiang. My name is Qiang. As for my title in the cultivation realm, it is best left unmentioned. Jiang Qiang? A pleasant name, though Guan wondered how many years she had lived. While he pondered this, a coffin suddenly creaked open, startling him into readiness with his sword. From within the coffin, 2 objects flew out, landing before him. He looked down to find a small black bell and a tome. This is a gift from me to my disciple. Jiang Qiang's voice conveyed a hint of fatigue. The shaking soul bell can command all the insect spells of the 10,000 worms, as long as you shake it. Every corpse and insect in this cave will heed your command. The tome contains my cultivation method, the yin-yang method. It includes the technique for refining the shaking soul bell, a skill even your master could not acquire. Guan immediately bowed in gratitude, unable to suppress his curiosity. Why does my ancestral master show such kindness to a disciple of mediocre talent? Mediocre talent? Young man, while I am unaware of the peculiar techniques you practice, your actual cultivation level is certainly beyond the 4th layer of Qi training. You must have already established your foundation, correct? To achieve foundation establishment at such a young age is indeed remarkable. You have managed to suppress your pride and remain humble as a menial disciple in the outer sect. Though I may be unaware of the burdens you carry, your apparent disdain for Tai Xianmen is evident. Your aptitude pleases me, and your conduct suits my preferences. Cultivate diligently, and I shall pass on more techniques in due time. When you inherit my legacy, I will introduce you into Qian Xiu Ge as a true disciple. Jiang Qiang restored her previously enchanting laughter, causing Guan's expression to shift as if he had been seen through, leaving him feeling embarrassed. Guan took a deep breath and said, Thank you, Master Ancestor. If you have any commands, please feel free to tell me at any time. Having said that, he bent down to pick up the soul-shaking bell and the Yin-Yang Sutra before turning to leave. He sat beneath a tree and began to peruse the Yin-Yang Sutra, contemplating whether Jiang Qiang harbored any ill intentions. However, with a decade at stake, he felt little trepidation. He was not only at the Yuanying realm, but also wielded the Taitsong divine sword. Clearly, Jiang Qiang was no virtuous person. She merely feared Guan's foundation-building prowess. In just a decade, how could she go from being wary of a foundation-building cultivator to overpowering a Yuanying realm expert? She had been hiding here, and according to Cheng Xiandan, she had been dead for 70 years. In these 10 years, he aimed to extract as many spells and secret techniques from her as possible. Should she depart peacefully after the decade, Guan would not betray his master. If she harbored malice, then Guan would have no choice but to draw blood with the Tianxue sword. Chapter 24. Jiang Qiang at the 9th layer of the Jedon realm as spring gave way to autumn. 5 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Throughout these 5 years, Guan continued to adhere to his nightly regimen of sacrificing a year of his life. By the end of this period, he had devoted over 1,800 years of his lifespan, elevating his cultivation to the 8th layer of the Yuanying realm. After surpassing the 5th layer of the Yuanying realm, the time required for each subsequent minor realm increased exponentially, and Guan could only engage in arduous training, consuming even more time. Presently, he had just over 10,000 years of life remaining, and with the addition of the Baijing Cave, his annual longevity income had risen. 5 years had passed, and 3 new disciples joined the ranks of the miscellaneous disciples within the Xian Valley, all of whom took Guan as their master, 2 males and 1 female. Named Tang Yu, Su Han, and Jin Qin, respectively, from oldest to youngest. Guan no longer selected disciples based on aptitude. Instead, he opted for those of mediocre talent to avoid complications, as the maximum lifespan of the trio was around 200 years. On this basis, he endeavored to choose disciples with whom he felt a connection. One day, at the valley's entrance, Xiao Chuan, Yilan, Wu Exin, Tang Yu, Su Han, and Jin Qin surrounded Lu Jiujia. Senior brother, wishing you success. Uncle Master, don't forget us when you go to the outer sect. Rest assured, I will take care of the Medicine Valley. If you fail, I will be sure to tease you. Today marked Lu Jiujia's departure to the outer sect for assessment. Guan sliced a tsong tongue fruit into 4 pieces, distributing them among the 4 disciples, resulting in remarkable advancements in their cultivation, with Lu Jiujia being the first to reach the 9th layer of the qi refining realm. Notably, since consuming the tsong tongue fruit, Wu Xian had completely settled down, diligently practicing in his room every night, no longer wandering the mountains, and had become more industrious in his tasks. At 23, Lu Jiujia brimmed with youthful vigor as he gazed up at the loft where his senior brother resided, noticing Gu and standing by the window, which warmed his heart. Wait for my good news. I will not disappoint you, senior brother, Lu Jiujia declared proudly before turning to leave. With the years of practice of the remnant wind leg, he felt confident in making a name for himself in the outer sect. Dressed in a white and black robe, Guan watched Lu Jiujia depart from afar, feeling a mix of emotions within him. He could not discern if it was pride or reluctance. Perhaps it was a blend of both. I am but 27 and already so sentimental. What will I feel at 200, 2,000, or even 20,000 years? Guan chuckled at his own self-mockery. He turned and sat down at his desk, picking up the Qing Xia travelogue to savor it further. This was a newly released work from the previous year, which he deemed a masterpiece. The author had reached a realm of excellence in portraying romance and nature. An hour later, Wu Xian came to visit, still attired in his monk's garb at the age of 21. Guan often teased him, calling him the jade-faced Tang monk, especially when he wore the robe Gu and had specially tailored for him in the outer sect, which accentuated his demeanor. Senior brother, I have finished watering the garden on the mountain. Do you have any further instructions for today? Wu Xian approached Gu and spoke softly, casting a fleeting glance at the Qing Xia travelogue, his fair face suddenly flushing crimson. Without raising his gaze, Guan replied, there is nothing else. You may go and cultivate. Wu Xian walked to the opposite side of the desk, but did not leave, appearing hesitant. Guan glanced at him and inquired, is there something else? Dressed in black, he exuded an aura of authority, and given the recent good harvests in Medicine Valley, he had personally funded new robes for each disciple, making them look far from mere miscellaneous disciples. Wu Xian gritted his teeth and said, Senior brother, I will speak candidly. With my talent, it is impossible for me to be accepted into the outer sect. I truly wish to accompany you in the Medicine Valley for a lifetime. Guan set down the Qing Xia travelogue and scrutinized him closely. Wasn't this saying one thing and meaning another? He desired advancement. Guan furrowed his brows, appearing troubled. Seeing his expression, Wu Xian grew anxious and knelt down. Senior brother, what exactly am I lacking? I work harder than they do. I am more obedient than they are. And while they all wish to enter the outer sect, I do not. Wu Xian spoke passionately, his eyes brimming with tears. Guan discerned that he had activated a certain technique, causing his blood to surge. Such a young lad, learning from me, are you? Guan spoke, Ao says the Usin. In my eyes, no one is superior or inferior. Just as I shared that song, tongue fruit equally among you, the position of the eldest disciple is of great significance, even representing the next Valley Master. Though I am a miscellaneous disciple, my treatment is no less than that of an ordinary outer sect disciple. I must honor the sect's favor. It seems you are concealing something from me. Of course, everyone has their own burdens that cannot be shared, and I do not wish to pry. You will always be my junior brother, but the position of eldest disciple. As he spoke, he sighed, looking helpless. Wu Xian was taken aback. He had not expected his past actions to have been noticed by his senior brother long ago. His first reaction was panic, quickly followed by a sense of gratitude. The last time he had covertly investigated information was 5 years prior, and his senior brother had endured it for 5 years. What did this indicate? His senior brother truly regarded him as family. Putting himself in Guan's shoes, Wu Xian felt ashamed. He would have likely punished such a junior brother long ago. The more he thought about it, the more remorseful he became. He simply could not maintain the facade any longer. Senior brother, actually, Wu Xian hesitated, seemingly steeling himself. I come from the Qinqiu Pavilion. My father is one of the 72 leaders of the Qinqiu Pavilion. My aptitude is lacking, and I have long been bullied by my siblings, so I ran away. The reason I wandered at night was because I heard of senior brother Lia's exploits, and I wanted to see if there was any chance for me to prove myself to my father one day. But now I have given up. I am far inferior to both my siblings and even Lu Jiujia, Wu Xian exclaimed, lowering his head and unable to face Guan. Guan's expression turned to one of shock, incredulity washing over him. You. Hearing his senior brother's voice tremble, Wu Xian felt even more ashamed, pressing his forehead tightly to the ground. Guan truly had not anticipated that Wu Xian hailed from the Qinqiu Pavilion. What was happening? Perhaps they should simply rename the Xian Valley to Qinqiu Valley. Guan discreetly extended his consciousness, forming an invisible barrier to prevent eavesdropping. After a moment of silence, he let out a deep sigh and said, "Very well, let's talk after you get up." Wu Xian, filled with trepidation, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Rising to his feet, he noticed Guan's complex expression, which made him feel even more touched. Indeed, his senior brother sincerely cared for him. "I do not know much about the Qinqiu Pavilion. I have heard it is a demonic sect." Guan took a deep breath and asked. Wu Xian nodded, saying, "Indeed, it is a demonic sect and one of the most sinister among them. They practice corpse techniques, poison arts, soul capturing, and various other dark arts, encompassing all forms of demonic methods. I simply could not stay there, which is why I escaped. Will your father come looking for you? I must consider the other disciples." Guan inquired with concern. Wu Xian quickly waved his hand, saying, "How could he possibly come looking for me? He would be delighted if I were dead. I am his greatest shame." Upon hearing this, Guan's expression softened slightly, and he admonished, "Wu Xian, I cannot permit you to belittle yourself in such a manner. The worth of an individual cannot be determined solely by their cultivation level." Wu Xian, scratching his head, chuckled, "I understand. But the Qinqiu is a place of demonic arts. Senior brother, those who dwell in the demonic path are often peculiar." Guan nodded, seemingly recalling something, and inquired, "By the way, have you ever heard the name Jiangqiong during your time in Qinqiu? Jiangqiong? Wu Xian paused, furrowing his brows in contemplation. After a few moments, enlightenment dawned upon him, and he exclaimed, "I remember now. She was the foremost prodigy of Qinqiu a century ago and the daughter of the second sect master. However, she has been gone for many years. I recall my father mentioning her when I was young. He had even hoped for my elder brother to marry her." Curiosity piqued, Guan asked, "How old is your father?" Guan fell silent, contemplating. The ways of the demonic path indeed possess a certain allure. He posed a few more questions, but regrettably, Wu Xian's knowledge of Jiangqiong was limited. "Given that you have openly shared your origins, I shall cultivate you to become the chief disciple. If I can redeem a lost soul from the demonic path in exchange for the position of chief disciple, it would be a commendable deed. However, this matter must remain confidential for the time being. You must win over everyone in the valley through your own merits," Guan stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Wu Xian was overwhelmed with joy. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Guan continued to emphasize from this point onward, "You must not utter a single word about Qinqiu, even in private. This is Tai Xianmen, and even self-talk could be overheard." Wu Xin notet vigo du Xin, pledging to heed the advice. The two brothers then shifted topics, discussing various trivial matters. Wu Xian felt a growing sense of closeness to his senior brother, a sentiment that filled him with gratitude. He should have confided in him sooner. As night fell in the Bajing cave, Guan made his way to a clearing beside the underground river and began to sow herbal seeds. His movements were leisurely, not having practiced much in daily life. He relished the process of planting. What he was sowing was not merely flora, but rather the essence of life itself. The people of Huaxia have an innate love for cultivation, a habit that has followed his soul into the realm of cultivation. Once he finished, he gazed contentedly at the newly cultivated patch, which exhibited a certain unique beauty in its neatness. "Good disciple, come in for a moment." Jiangqiong's melodious voice echoed from within a cave entrance, prompting Guan to approach. Over the years, Jiangqiong had occasionally summoned him to assist in gathering herbs and even to help with alchemy. Guan's efforts were not in vain. Through this process, his alchemical skills had advanced remarkably. Jiangqiong's prowess in alchemy far surpassed that of Cheng Xiandan, as evidenced by her teaching methods. Entering the cave chamber, he found it still dimly lit, with a furnace standing in the middle of a clearing, half his height, and a pile of charcoal ash beneath it. Just as Guan was about to speak, he suddenly heard a commotion. Fixing his gaze, he noticed the coffin deep within starting to tremble. Boom! The coffin lid crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Guan saw a skeletal hand emerge from the upright coffin, thin as a bone, resembling a ghostly claw. He promptly discarded a lifespan probe. Jiangqiong, 9th layer of Jidon 185, 304, 2490. Good heavens! approaching 2,500 years at the limit of her lifespan. How could a ninth layer of Jian only have a lifespan of 300 years? Could it be related to her injuries? Guan pondered, and with that, the last remnants of his apprehension dissipated. Chapter 25. Have you ever heard of the Yuanying realm? Crack! A withered foot stepped out from the coffin, crushing a piece of charcoal beneath it. Guan beheld a ragged woman, her hair disheveled, her body emaciated to an exaggerated degree, as if all flesh and blood had been drained from her. The tattered robe she wore was vaguely white, and, as she staggered out, she resembled a vengeful spirit. Jiang Qiong slowly lifted her face, which was equally gaunt, her eye sockets sunken, and her eyes bulging, presenting a terrifying sight. Her gaze fell upon Guan, causing him to instinctively lower his head. Good disciple, it is thanks to your assistance in alchemy over the past 5 years that I have recovered so swiftly. Jiang Qiong forced a smile, which only heightened her eeriness. As foul breath escaped her mouth, she no longer referred to herself as this seat, but as I, which significantly bridged the gap in their relationship. Suppressing his discomfort, Guan replied, "It is the duty of a disciple, but I find myself perplexed." "Ask away," Jiang Qiong responded, her trembling form moving towards the furnace. Guan observed her and inquired, "If alchemy can aid in your recovery, why did you not allow my master to assist you in the past?" Cheng Xiandan believed Jiang Qiong had perished 70 years ago, meaning she had been hiding here for that long, without Cheng Xiandan discovering her survival. Jiang Qiong replied with a sardonic smile, "Because I do not trust him. Your master was coerced into becoming my disciple. His heart is unsteady, and he could betray me at any moment. Half of the coffins in this cave belong to his disciples." Guan remained silent, believing Jiang Qiong's words to be true. As Meng Lang had met a similar fate, Jiang Qiong sat before the furnace, waving her hand, causing the herbs piled nearby to soar into the furnace. 5 years have passed. What layer of the foundation establishment are you at now? Jiang Qiong queried. Guan's apparent cultivation level was the 5th layer of qi refinement. But Jiang Qiong was convinced he had attained foundation establishment. You are falling behind. Do not neglect your cultivation. In my youth, I established my foundation at 18 and achieved Jian at 40. Had I not devoted decades to researching alchemy and formations, I would have already reached the Yuanying realm. Have you ever heard of the Yuanying realm? Jiang Qiong remarked casually, her focus fixed on the furnace. Guan nodded eagerly. The Yuanying realm is that of immortals, seldom seen in the outer sect. What immortals? They are merely stronger cultivators. Once I fully recover, I will seek a place to break through to the Yuanying realm. At that time, you shall have an ally in the Yuanying realm. How's that sound? Exciting, isn't it? Jiang Qiong concluded with a tone of pride, her voice enchanting, contrasting starkly with her ghastly appearance. Thank you for your care, master. Is there anything I can assist you with? Guan stepped forward. She gestured for him to sit beside her. Guan complied, but maintained a safe distance, remaining vigilant in his heart. No matter how benevolent Jiang Qiong appeared, he would not let his guard down until she departed. Meng Lang served as a cautionary tale. He likely never suspected Cheng Xiandan before his demise. Jiang Qiong probed into his background, and he did not hold back, recounting his early life. However, he refrained from mentioning the Ji family, stating only that he came from humble beginnings and had joined Tai Xianmen after discovering his spiritual root. They conversed for a full half-hour before Jiang Qiong allowed Guan to leave, instructing him to return for the next 3 nights, promising substantial rewards upon completion. Guan arrived as scheduled. On the 3rd night, Guan sat across from the furnace, holding the Yin-Yang Sutra, occasionally posing questions to Jiang Qiong. Growing annoyed by his inquiries, Jiang Qiong retorted, "Are you trying to deceive me? How could someone so young reach the foundation establishment realm, yet be so dim-witted?" Feeling wronged, Guan replied, "Alchemy is one thing, and qi absorption is another." Jiang Qiong suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Her attention was abruptly drawn to the furnace, which was emitting increasing amounts of steam. The vent on the furnace lid turned a dark green, an unsettling sight. Guan shivered at the thought of what she might be concocting. It felt as though she was brewing a poison pill. Jiang Qiong's eyes sparkled with excitement. She ceased speaking and focused intently on the furnace. Time ticked away. Guan remained on guard, wary of a potential ambush from Jiang Qiong. After an unknown duration, the furnace emitted a muffled sound, and Jiang Qiong's face broke into a smile, one that was more grotesque than joyous. She raised her right hand, extended her fingers, and the furnace lid flew off. With a swift motion, she grasped a pill from within the furnace and, without hesitation, swallowed it. So quick, as if fearing Guan would snatch it away. After consuming the pill, Jiang Xiong immediately sat cross-legged to cultivate, and within moments, wisps of white vapor began to emanate from her body. Guan stood up slowly, retreating to maintain a safe distance. An increasing amount of white mist enveloped Jiang Xiong, rendering her figure indistinct, resembling a specter amidst the fog. Guan began to probe her lifespan, wary of her sudden ascension to the Yuan-Ing realm. Jiang Xiong's current lifespan began to extend, and Guan was witnessing such growth for the first time, displayed numerically, which left him profoundly astonished. His curiosity about the elixir Jiang Xiong possessed piqued. What sort of miraculous potion could this be? Not only was Jiang Xiong's lifespan increasing, but her aura was also surging, soon surpassing the foundation establishment level. A true golden core practitioner, Guan keenly observed that Jiang Xiong's physical form was revitalizing, her body thickening as though inflated like a balloon. Something intriguing indeed. He patiently awaited further developments. Gradually, the sound of Jiang Xiong's breathing filled the chamber, growing increasingly labored, culminating in a roar akin to that of a wild beast. After a considerable time, her gasps ceased abruptly, and Guan noted that her realm had not yet broken through to the Yuan-Ing level, alleviating his tension. From within the white mist, Jiang Xiong stretched languidly, her graceful form unfurling, a stark contrast to her previous state. Emerging from the fog, her hair was still disheveled and her garments tattered. Yet beneath the worn fabric lay smooth, pale skin that caused Guan's face to flush in the dim chamber, compelling him to avert his gaze. "It has been a long time since I have walked like this," Jiang Xiong remarked nostalgically as she approached Guan, leaning forward and brushing her hair aside, inquiring, "So, my dear disciple, do you find your master's appearance pleasing?" Guan stole a hurried glance, though her face was smudged. Her features were undeniably those of a rare beauty, rivaled only by the third miss of the Ji family, Ji Xiaoyu, and the outer disciple, Li Xuanyu, in his experience. "Your beauty is indeed unparalleled in the world, but as your disciple, I am more concerned about your health. Have your injuries healed?" Guan inquired, his words sincere. "If I am healed, I shall leave promptly, but recovery is still a long way off. I need to rest for another 5 years," Jiang Xiong replied with a smile, her bright eyes scrutinizing Guan, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, she struck out a palm towards Guan with lightning speed, halting mere inches from his chest, the force of the wind causing his robes to billow backward. With a teasing smile, Jiang Xiong asked, "Why didn't you dodge?" Guan's expression stiffened as he replied, "I had no time to react." In truth, he found her movement rather slow. In an instant, he could have rebounded her spiritual energy with his own. Her pause was not an act of mercy towards him, but rather a means of self-preservation. Jiang Xiong could not help but laugh, her joy infectious, until she was doubled over in mirth. Guan watched her laughter unfold, refraining from interrupting her amusement. After a prolonged spell, Jiang Xiong turned towards the alchemy furnace, saying, "Rest assured, I would never harm my own disciples. Even when Chang Xiandan sought to betray me, I spared his life, even taking refuge under his protection within the Tai Xuan Sect. As long as you show me respect, I will never disappoint you. Should anyone wrong you, I shall not turn a blind eye." Hearing this, Guan too could not suppress his laughter. He promptly retrieved a set of his own white robes from his storage bag, gently placing them on the ground before respectfully bowing to Jiang Xiong and taking his leave. Once he vanished into the shadows, Jiang Xiong turned back, approaching the white robes, lifting them with a graceful gesture and inhaling their scent with a soft chuckle. At dawn, Guan was practicing with the members of the Yao Gu. Suddenly, a figure approached from the valley entrance. It was Leah, clad in black. Leah exuded an aura of strength that was markedly more pronounced than 5 years prior. His arrival instantly drew the attention of the crowd. "It's senior brother Leah," Xiao Chuan exclaimed with delight. Guan immediately walked towards Leah, instructing the others to continue their practice. "Upon reaching Leah," he intended to speak, but Leah interjected, "Let us discuss this upstairs." Is there something you need?" Guan felt a wave of tension. What could possibly warrant such a personal visit from Leah? He led Leah to the loft, closing the door behind them once inside. Leah approached the table, gesturing with his hand to reveal a tongue fruit resting atop the surface, leaving Gu momentarily stunned. For years ago, A Tsang Tong fruit appeared in the outer sect as alchemy hall. I purchased it, but due to my heavy obligations, I never had the chance to present it to you, Leah explained with a smile. Guin's expression turned peculiar. What is the matter? Leah inquired. Guin realized he could no longer conceal the truth, clearing his throat and admitting, I sold this fruit to the alchemy hall. To evade suspicion, he had sold it at a low price, earning praise from the elders for his gratitude towards the sect. Guin felt emboldened to sell it, because Leah had mentioned that Tsang Tong fruits were not rare in the Tai Xuan Sect. While they might be scarce in the outer sect, the inner sect boasted an abundance of such treasures. Leah sighed. Well, consider it a contribution to the sect. Besides this fruit, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Guin asked, inwardly hoping it was not troublesome news. He wished to avoid becoming embroiled in the outer sect as conflicts. Leah chuckled. You have a fondness for cultivation, do you not? I recall you mentioning helping an outer disciple tend to their cave abode. There is an opportunity now, with decent compensation. Helping manage it for a year will earn you a mid-grade spirit stone and a vial of spirit energy pills. Upon hearing this, Guin sighed with relief. Earning lifespan through such work was certainly appealing, as he often lacked time for cultivation. He began to inquire about the employer's identity, and Leah was forthcoming, revealing that the outer disciple was a friend of his, with their abode located near the outer sect city. After agreeing, Leah promptly took him there. Leah's sword on his sword, with Guin standing behind him, both sharing a single sword in flight. Their figures evoking admiration from Xiao Chuan, Yilan, and others. Who would yearn for the ability to fly on a sword? The tall Tang Yu remarked. If only our master could learn sword flight from senior Uncle Leah and teach us, how wonderful that would be. Nearby, the slender and handsome Su Han nodded. Despite having been in the Yao Gu for 4 years, he still longed for the outer sect. Not just him, but Tang Yu and Jin Xin felt the same way. Meanwhile, high above the mountains, Leah's sword flight was swift, his gaze fixed ahead, his black attire billowing, hair flowing wildly, exuding a carefree and independent spirit. I've noticed that the number of miscellaneous disciples in your Yao Gu has increased compared to before. Gu Shidi. You should aim to recruit fewer disciples and invest more spirit stones into your own cultivation, Leah advised earnestly. Although Guin often claimed his talent was lacking, he still held on to hope. He did not wish for a century to pass, with him still in his prime, while Guin had already entered his twilight years. After years in the Tai Xuan Sect, Leah had a few close friends and some acquaintances of convenience, yet none held a place in his heart like Gu Shidi. Guin smiled. Rest assured, Li Shixiao. The reason I've taken on more disciples is that the land in the Yao Gu has expanded, and the herbs I submit each year are increasing. The alchemy hall is gradually enhancing my treatment. I will not neglect my cultivation. Upon hearing this, Leah's face broke into a smile. Indeed, you are diligent and always manage to achieve remarkable results. How could you compare with your senior brother? My reputation in the outer sect is quite illustrious. The two began to exchange compliments, which Leah typically detested, yet for some reason, these words from Gu Shidi brought him inexplicable joy. 2 hours later, as Guin just landed, he was immediately surrounded by 2 disciples, Su Han and Jin Xin. Curious about Gu's whereabouts, he did not conceal the truth, and after sharing a few words, he sent them away. The departure of Lu Jiojia had greatly impacted the disciples of Yao Gu, making it considerably quieter. Whenever they had a moment of leisure, the disciples would retreat to their respective chambers to cultivate, eager to catch up with Lu Jiojia's pace. What cultivator would concern themselves with the abundance of spells? Moreover, Guin was lacking in many foundational spells. In the dead of night, at the Beijing cave heaven, beneath the Tsang Tong tree, Jiang Xiong donned in white. Her long black hair, cascading loosely, resembled a celestial maiden descending to earth. At this moment, her stunning visage was marred by an expression of vexation. How can you be so foolish? I have repeated the incantation several times, yet you still cannot remember it. Jiang Xiong scolded, suppressing her anger. Standing beside Guin, her gaze remained fixed on the dark energy in his hand. She was instructing him in the soul capture technique, a sinister spell capable of seizing one's soul. Guin helplessly replied, Master, you have only taught me for a brief time. Could you not exhibit a bit of patience? It was not merely Jiang Xiong who found herself at a loss for words. Before her body had healed, she had anticipated teaching Guin, for in her eyes, he was a prodigy. Yet, the reality had diverged from her expectations. This lad was truly peculiar. He grasped the art of swordplay with remarkable ease. Yet when it came to other spells, he appeared as a novice embarking on the path of cultivation. In terms of swordsmanship, Guan was undoubtedly the strongest talent she had ever encountered, but the crux was that she was not well-versed in swordplay herself. If I could master everything effortlessly, would I have been relegated to the status of a mere servant disciple? Guan sighed. After a long pause, Jiang Xiong managed to articulate, yet, it should not be this foolish. Guan's hand trembled. Truly, as a practitioner of the demonic path, her words were excessively hurtful. Angered, Guan retorted, I possess my own strengths. If we were to compare swordsmanship talent, you might not surpass me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiong burst into laughter, playfully challenging. Then let us have a try. We need not use spiritual power, only our sword techniques to spar. Very well. Guan released his grip, allowing the dark energy to dissipate as he stood up, preparing to teach Jiang Xiong a lesson. Jiang Xiong stepped aside, raised her right hand, and brought together her index and middle fingers, smiling. Since we are sparring, let us not harm our relationship. Let us use our fingers as swords. Guan nodded, placing his left hand behind his waist and positioning his right hand forward. Jiang Xiong narrowed her eyes, feeling inexplicably flustered at his raised hand. What is wrong with me? How can I be intimidated by a mere foundation establishment lad? She chided herself, lamenting the loss of her once imperious pride. Without hesitation, she thrust her fingers towards Gu with the speed of a core formation cultivator. Gu's right hand met her fingers with a swift motion, deflecting her arm as if plucking a string. Jiang Xiong's gaze sharpened as she shifted her stance, gliding past Gu like a specter, her fingers darting towards his ribs. Guan pivoted, thrusting his fingers downward to strike her hand, causing her to flinch with a sharp sting, instinctively withdrawing her hand. The two danced beneath the tree, countering each other's moves. Jiang Xiong's attacks were fierce, while Guan moved with fluid grace. After 30 exchanges, Guan sensed Jiang Xiong's rising impatience and feigned a flaw, allowing her to strike his abdomen, which made him stagger back, clutching his stomach. Rather than pursuing the advantage, Jiang Xiong stood up, her gaze fixed intently on Guan. He pretended to grimace in pain, feeling unnerved by her penetrating stare. What kind of gaze is that? It's as if she wishes to devour me whole. Guan shook his head, saying, while becoming famous is one thing, it would inevitably attract trouble. I detest fighting, let alone killing. Jiang Xiong paused, finding his reaction amusing. It was her first encounter with such a timid prodigy. I should not have scolded you in my impatience. Gulme, continue practicing the soul capture technique. Although you're suited for swordsmanship, there are certain spells that must be mastered to ensure preparedness. She beckoned. Guan promptly leaned in to continue his practice, and after their sparring session, Jiang Xiong's demeanor softened considerably, speaking to him in a gentle tone that occasionally sent shivers down his spine. Thus, each night, Guan would visit the Beijing cave heaven to practice spells under Jiang Xiong's guidance. Once he had successfully manifested a spell on his attribute panel, he would proceed to the next. Jiang Xiong, still believing he was struggling, did not press him. After all, she possessed a plethora of spells. While recovering from her injuries, she found it quite enjoyable to mentor a junior. Additionally, every month, Guan would visit the outer sect disciples' cave to tend to the medicinal herbs within. As the year drew to a close, with winter's snow falling thickly, Guan, adorned with a rain hat, ascended halfway up the mountain to a cave. Just as he was about to present his token, he suddenly sensed something. There were people inside, not just one, instantly wishing to leave. He noticed that the conversation within ceased abruptly. If he were to depart now, it would imply that he could penetrate the restrictions and discern the happenings inside the cave. Thus, he had no choice but to press his token against the mountain gate, which subsequently swung open. After speaking, he turned to leave. The cave's master, Chun-Li, appeared to be in his early 40s, exuding a scholarly and refined aura. He raised his hand with a smile, saying, "No need for that. You carry on with your business, and we will continue our conversation." Guan noticed two others present, one male and one female. The woman was none other than Li Xianyu, with whom he had previously crossed paths. The man was not Shi Yang, but another individual, gracefully handsome, resembling a gentleman straight out of a painting, capable of stunning even other men with his looks. Li Xianyu gazed at Guan, recognizing him, yet she remained silent. Guan discreetly probed the handsome man's lifespan. Xiao Chunjun, core formation, first layer 586-211508, core formation, first layer. An inner sect disciple? Upon seeing Guan beginning to gather herbs, Chun-Li turned to Li Xianyu and Xiao Qinjun, sighing, "The outer sect competition is fast approaching. Hosted by Tai Xianmin this time, our pressure has increased." Xiao Qinjun chuckled, "What is there to fear? The outer sect has plenty of geniuses. Even if those sects joined forces, they would struggle to overshadow Tai Xianmin. Within the Tai Xuan dynasty, Tai Xianmin reigns supreme." Chun-Li shook his head. "I have heard that the outer sects of Guhao Zong, Tianju Jiao, and Qianshougu each possess geniuses with dual spiritual roots. They are deliberately stalling their progress, waiting for this outer sect competition." He paused, casting a mournful glance at Xiao Qinjun. "Junior brother Xiao, why do you not wait a bit longer to break through? Your master should be aware of this." Xiao Qinjun replied with a smile, "Senior brother Chun, the outer sect competition is held at least twice every 100 years. We cultivators cannot be overly concerned with victory or defeat. Moreover, Tai Xianmin produces new talents each year, so rest assured, the burden will not rest solely upon your shoulders." The three engaged in light-hearted banter regarding the outer sect competition, with most of the conversation carried by Xiao Qinjun and Chun-Li, while Li Xianyu chimed in occasionally. Chapter 27. Wan Yin Jiao, Su Ruyi. The outer sect competition? The outer sect geniuses from various sects converging at Tai Xianmin, including disciples from Qianshougu. Guan listened with rapt attention. Such a grand event would undoubtedly be thrilling. However, he harbored concerns that disciples from Qianshougu might seize the opportunity to seek him out and compel him to provide intelligence on Tai Xianmin. As the three transitioned to other topics, the conversation gradually shifted towards the inner sect. Chun-Li expressed a keen interest in the inner sect, curious about its wonders. Xiao Qinjun provided a brief overview of the prosperous inner sect cities, the profound heritage of each peak's inheritance, and the wealth of task bounties, all of which Guan absorbed like a tale being recounted. However, Guan remained unenthusiastic. Inner sect disciples were required to protect the Tai Xuan dynasty, not only slaying demons within the realm, but also helping the dynasty fend off invasions from other dynasties, which sounded quite burdensome. Once Guan concluded his tasks and harvested several hundred years of lifespan, he approached Chun-Li to bid farewell. "You are quite meticulous in your work. Would you mind overseeing the cave for me?" Li Xianyu suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Chun-Li immediately responded with a laugh. "This lad indeed performs commendably and adheres to the rules. He comes highly recommended by Li Ya, making him trustworthy." Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Guan found it difficult to decline and nodded in agreement. The two senior brothers continued their discussion, while Li Xianyu took her leave, leading the way. Guan hurriedly bowed to Chun-Li and Xiao Qinjun before following in Li Xianyu's footsteps. Once the cave's mountain gate was closed, Xiao Qinjun inquired with a smile, "The enmity within the Li family is indeed intricate. Do you believe there is animosity between Li Shimei and Li Ya?" Chun-Li shook his head, replying, "How could there be any animosity? If there were, she would not have spoken on Li Ya's behalf. He would have perished at Shi Yang's hands long ago, and now that Shi Yang has been missing for years, I suspect Li Ya may have killed him." Xiao Qinjun raised his teacup, his expression shifting subtly. After departing from the cave, Guan accompanied Li Xianyu, both riding a single sword, yet maintaining a respectful distance. Positioned behind Li Xianyu, Guan was enveloped by a unique and pleasant fragrance, far more delightful than the lingering scent of Jiangxiong, which, despite her cleanliness, still bore remnants of decay. The silence lingered, as Li Xianyu's frosty demeanor rendered Guan reluctant to speak. Her cave was not far from Chun-Li's, and soon they landed. Guan distinctly sensed that the protective barriers around her cave were considerably stronger, and upon entering, this sensation intensified. The spiritual energy was remarkably rich. Li Xianyu began to explain the origins and cultivation process of the herbs within the cave, and Guan listened attentively. After a while, she handed him a token, which would allow him direct access to the cave, granting him the same privileges as Chun-Li. For Guan, the lifespan of the herbs was sufficient, yet he would not refuse any spiritual stones either. He bowed and took his leave. "Wait, what is your relationship with Li Ya?" Li Xianyu suddenly asked. He could tell that she shared a favorable relationship with Li Ya. If there were animosity, she wouldn't be using him, a mere servant disciple, to settle scores with Li Ya. Li Xianyu merely nodded slightly without elaborating. Guan bid her farewell once more. Managing the cave for the outer disciples was not overly taxing, as he typically visited every fortnight or month. Guan felt he could take on additional tasks. His endeavors flourished, with Ba Jingdong Tian and Xiangu as the main trunk, branching out to extend his lifespan. He aimed to achieve a lifespan of 100,000 years as soon as possible. As winter snow melted and spring approached, the evening before dusk saw Xiangu adorned with festive lights. She was 9 years his junior, possessing a sweet visage, large eyes, and a petite frame. Her gentle nature endearing even to Lu Jiujia and Xiao Chuan. Not far off, Wu Xian, Xiao Chuan, and Tang Yu were hanging lanterns and pasting red papers, while Yilan prepared dishes, and Su Han inspected the various garden areas. Zhen Qin exhibited an expression of anticipation. Yet, she pondered whether there were other individuals from Earth traversing this realm. At that moment, Guan furrowed his brow, having sensed two unsettling auras approaching Xiangu, now less than 10 miles away. Both individuals were at the Foundation establishment stage, their auras reeking of blood. They had undoubtedly taken many lives. The Outer Disciple Conference was about to commence. Could it be that demonic cultivators were here to pay a visit? Guan silently prayed that they would not intrude upon their medicinal valley. However, what he feared came to pass as the two figures flew directly towards Xiangu, soon appearing atop the mountain, surveying the medicinal valley. One was a man and the other a woman, both clad in deep purple robes. Their presence exuding an alluring yet sinister charm. Even in broad daylight, they appeared ghostly. The woman, with her enchanting figure and heavy makeup, laughed with a hand over her mouth and said, "Su Lang, we are not far from the outer gate of Tai Xuan. Why not rest here for a while and gather some information from the servant disciples?" The imposing man beside her, Su Ruyi, coldly responded, "What could we learn from a group of Qi refinement insects?" He was a member of the Huanin Sect, accompanied by his partner, Chanji, to participate in the Outer Disciple Conference. Chanji remarked, "Those fellows at Tai Xuan, you know their strength is lacking, yet they relish bullying the weak. Since we arrived first, we will undoubtedly be troubled. It is better to linger here for a bit." Su Ruyi, considering her words, agreed and gracefully leaped down, with Chanji following closely behind. Guan raised his eyes and immediately probed their lifespans. Su Ruyi, Foundation Establishment 9th Layer 673899920. Chanji, Foundation Establishment 7th Layer 74370-605. They appear to be extraordinary talents. Guan stood up, prompting Zhen Qin to follow his gaze. Upon seeing Su Ruyi and Chanji, she hurriedly hid behind her master. Xiao Chuan, Wu Xian, and Tang Yu also noticed the arrival of the two demonic cultivators, abandoning their tasks to rush towards Guan. As Su Ruyi and Chanji landed in the garden area, their eyes scanned the herbs, causing Guan's heart to tighten. Was the security of Tai Xuan truly so lax? With such a major event approaching, they had not dispatched disciples to patrol. Guan silently cursed. Yet he understood that the value of Xiangu was limited to Tai Xuan. The herbs cultivated here were primarily low-tier, intended for the outer disciples' use. Chanji turned her gaze towards Guan and the others, asking, "Who is the valley master here?" Guan stepped forward, clasping his hands and greeting, "I am. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, esteemed seniors?" Chanji cast a flirtatious glance at Guan, smiling as she asked, "Young man, my husband and I have come to attend the grand conference of Tai Xuan and would like to rest in your valley for a few days. What do you think?" Su Ruyi's gaze shifted to Yilan and Zhen Qin, his cold eyes instilling unease in the two women. Yilan frowned, positioning herself protectively in front of Zhen Qin. Guan felt displeased, yet he sensed a familiar aura approaching. He queried, "May I ask which sect you hail from?" Chanji's expression turned icy, ready to respond. "Why bother with this fool? We wish to stay, and with his Qi refinement 5th layer cultivation, can he truly expel us?" Su Ruyi replied impatiently. A terrifying, murderous intent erupted from him, causing everyone present to shudder, as if plunged into a frigid abyss. Did the two from Huanin Sect intend to oppose Tai Xuan? A clear, cold voice resonated from above, prompting everyone to look up and behold Li Xianyu, standing gracefully upon her flying sword, a vision akin to an ethereal being. Li Xianyu was Labia. Chanji enunciated each word, her teeth clenched in anger. Li Xianyu was Labia Kumanda. "Follow me." With that, she turned and vanished beyond the mountain peak. Su Ruyi leapt into the air, a gourd flying from his waist, rapidly expanding to land beneath him, while Chanji followed suit, landing behind him as they departed on the gourd. The crowd at the medicinal valley exhaled in relief. Were those two demonic cultivators? Su Han could not help but ask, his face pale from Su Ru Ye's murderous aura. Wu Xian replied, yes. Huanin's sect is a powerful demonic sect. Xiao Chuan voiced his dissatisfaction. Isn't Tai Xuan a righteous sect? Why invite demonic sects here? The disciples began to discuss the matter, filled with trepidation. Had Li Xianyu not appeared, they would likely have faced grave danger that night. Guan turned his gaze towards the horizon, a slight frown etched upon his brow. As dusk descended, the sky blazed crimson. Guan stood at the side window of the pavilion, sensing distant sounds of combat, faint yet discernible, approximately 30 miles from Xingu. Suddenly, he felt a stirring within him, leaping over the windowsill and swiftly vanishing into the forest. In the distant woods, trees lay askew, the ground marred by alarming fissures. As Su Ru Yi and Chan Ji stood side by side, contemptuous smiles gracing their lips. Facing them were not only Li Xianyu, but also Li Ye. The astounding 9 swords of the Li family are indeed formidable, yet your cultivation is insufficient to witness their power, Su Ru Yi jeered coldly. His right hand flickering with strands of purple energy. Blood stained the corners of Li Ye's mouth, his trembling right hand clutching a sword, while Li Xianyu beside him bore similar injuries, albeit less severe than his. Chapter 28. The Flying Leaves Strike Down Foes. Such overbearing sword, Qi Chan Ji disregarded Li Ye, her gaze fixed upon Li Xianyu. With a beguiling smile, she taunted Li Xianyu. Are you not the proud daughter of the heavens? How is it that you find yourself in such disarray? It seems that the siblings of the Li family are no match for us. In a sudden display of determination, Li Xianyu hurled her sword, which, mid-flight, split into 4 shimmering sword shadows, all aimed at Su Ru Yi. With remarkable swiftness, Su Ru Yi waved his right hand, unleashing a surge of purple energy akin to a blazing inferno, forcefully intercepting Li Xianyu's blade. Like a specter, Chan Ji materialized behind Li Xianyu, brandishing a crimson fan. With a powerful flick, she released a torrent of scarlet toxic mist, compelling Li Xianyu to leap aside. The red mist quickly spread through the forest, where a massive python could be seen writhing within, its path marked by billowing red fog that swiftly engulfed Li Ye and Li Xianyu. Li Xianyu landed beside Li Ye, her gaze sweeping the surroundings. But Chan Ji had vanished from sight, while Su Ru Yi floated above the treetops, surveying them. In the realm of Tai Xuan, do you dare harbor murderous intent? Li asked in a deep voice. With a smirk, Su Ru Yi retorted, I have long heard of the vast domain of Tai Xuan. Ever since the current sect leader took office, the control over the peripheral regions has steadily waned, seemingly allowing disciples to resolve conflicts in the borderlands. The 8 outer city strongholds resemble a wall. Within lies the righteous sects, while outside, it is a survival of the fittest, no different from the demonic paths. As we stand here, no one has come to our aid, indicating that Tai Xuan has not stationed anyone outside the outer gates. Today, I shall slay you and abduct your sister. At worst, I shall forego participation in the Outer World Conference. What say you? And as for those in the Yaogu, they shall also perish. It is evident that the presence of Princess Li is no mere coincidence. Su Ru Ye's eyes gleamed with avarice as he licked his lips. Buy me some time, Li Xianyu whispered softly. She then seated herself cross-legged, her hands moving swiftly as she channeled her energy, a golden flame shimmering faintly between her brows. Li Ye's expression sharpened, suddenly crouching before leaping upward, his sword raised high. The sword energy surged forth like a mighty gale, causing the surrounding forest to tremble violently, the rolling red mist swirling in the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle under the dusk sky. Su Ru Yi chuckled disdainfully, swiftly retrieving a large purple flag from his storage pouch, emblazoned with the image of a fearsome ghost, as though it might leap forth at any moment. With a flick of his left hand, he unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, forming a colossal shadow that crashed down to suppress Li Ye's sword energy. Li Ye froned, realizing that Su Ru Ye's spiritual power far surpassed his own, rendering him unable to resist. Under Su Ru Ye's gaze, the purple flag erupted in a whirlwind of violet, leaving Li Ye disoriented. This is bad. Li Ye's complexion changed dramatically as an overwhelming wave of dizziness washed over him, and he was horrified to find himself unable to fall. You dare attempt to seize my soul? Such audacity! The voice of his ancestor echoed in Li Ye's mind. filled with fury. Let me savor the essence of your Tai Xuan imperial lineage. Su Ruyi cackled, his eyes glinting with greed. A sharp sound pierced the air from afar, prompting Li Ye to instinctively glance in that direction. Even Li Xianyu, who was meditating, lifted her gaze. A single leaf, imbued with lethal sword energy, swept across the sky like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Su Ruyi. Su Ruyi's eyes instinctively flicked towards the leaf, but it was far too swift for him to react. With a thunderous explosion, his head burst apart, blood mist scattering, and the surrounding red fog was swept away by a sudden gust of wind, toppling Li Ye to the ground. Li Xianyu summoned her spiritual power to withstand the fierce wind, yet she was still compelled to rise quickly. Su Lang, Chan Ji, cried out in alarm amidst the tempest, poised to leap, when another sound of breaking air reached her ears. She turned to look, but the fierce wind forced the toxic mist to envelop her, tugging at her robes and accentuating her graceful figure. In her eyes reflected the image of a leaf. With a piercing sound, the leaf penetrated her skull, blood splattering and staining the forest, while the leaf continued its rapid course, severing trees and stirring up clouds of dust, ultimately embedding itself in the trunk of a great tree. With a thud, Su Ruyi's lifeless body fell to the ground, followed by Chan Ji's. Soon, the forest was left with only the sound of the wind. Li Ye propped himself up, sitting on the ground, his disheveled black hair swirling as he stared blankly. Not far away, Li Xianyu was equally stunned, gazing at the corpses of Su Ruyi and Chan Ji, lost in a daze. The flying leaves vanquished foes. Such an overwhelming sword chi. This individual must possess at least the cultivation of Yuan Ying and an exceptional mastery of the sword. The voice of the ancestor resonated in Li Ye's mind. Startled, Li Ye quickly rose, cupping his hands in salute. May I inquire which esteemed elder has intervened? Hearing this, Li Xianyu also stood, scanning the vicinity. Young one, go check that way. The ancestor's voice urged Li Ye in a particular direction. Li Ye complied, trembling as his injuries and the soul-sapping effect left him feeling unwell. Meanwhile, Li Xianyu inspected the bodies of Su Ruyi and Chan Ji, piercing them with her sword twice, shattering their hearts with sword energy. Li Ye walked 200 zhang before stopping before a tree, his gaze fixed upon the trunk. Moved by what he saw. How can this be? He stammered, following his line of sight to a leaf embedded in the trunk, radiating a hint of sword energy. The trunk itself cracked, seeming on the verge of explosion. This person struck from 10 miles away. I could only discern the direction, unable to capture his aura. The ancestor's voice filled with wonder, followed by a TSK of amazement. It appears that Tai Xuan Min is not as dire as it seems. There are formidable cultivators watching from the outside. Li Ye regarded the leaf, striving to calm his emotions. Just then, Li Xianyu approached from behind, and upon seeing the leaf, she too was taken aback. As night fell, at Xiangu, the pavilion of the Valley Lord was adorned with lights. Guan and the disciples gathered around a large round table, toasting and exchanging cups, the atmosphere joyous. Xiao Chuan and Tang Yu were engaged in a drinking contest. Xiao Chuan, the elder uncle, was already flushed, yet refused to concede, ignoring the other's advice to continue drinking. The wine they consumed was no ordinary beverage, but a spirit brew gu and had specially procured from the outer sect, with each jar valued at 2 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 2 months' salary for a servant disciple. Today we encountered 2 demonic cultivators. Surely there won't be more coming? Su Han suddenly inquired, causing the atmosphere at the table to chill instantly. The smiles of the crowd faded, replaced by concern. Guan chuckled reassuringly. Fear not, there are outer sect disciples patrolling. Did you not see them today? Perhaps this incident will enhance the intensity of the patrols. Inwardly, he felt no worry, immersed in joy. Having slain Su Ruyi and Chan Ji, he successfully seized 112 years of lifespan. He was currently analyzing the numerical patterns in lifespan acquisition, concluding that the years seized depended on the target's remaining lifespan, between half to 1/5. The specifics were not fixed, giving a sense of randomness. While the lifespan taken from slaying cultivators was greater, Guan did not anticipate encountering such events again. Too many enemies slain would inevitably lead to trouble. It was safer to accumulate lifespan through herbs, as he did now. Indeed, there are stronger beings beyond the realm, and though Guan might grow swiftly through combat, facing an adversary far beyond his capabilities would still spell doom. He could not ascertain how high the pinnacle of cultivation truly was among mortals. Yet he believed that if he could endure for 1,000 or 10,000 years, he would become invincible among mortals. Upon hearing Gu En's words, the others found them reasonable, and the atmosphere brightened once more. Gu En did not dwell on his thoughts for long, engaging in conversation with his junior disciples, inquiring about their upcoming cultivation goals, the mood continuously rising, and eventually, even he began to drink. By deep night, all had dispersed, and Gu En made his way to the Ba Jing cave. Jiang Xiong was seated in meditation beneath the Tsang Tung tree, surrounded by an aura of demonic energy that rendered her appearance both eerie and captivating. Gu En promptly set down the basket and wooden box, methodically extracting the dishes within, along with a small jar of wine. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xiong's eyes sparkled with delight as she pondered. Since this is your heartfelt offering, I cannot refuse to partake. She swiftly lifted a bowl of food and began to devour it voraciously. Gu En hurriedly poured her a cup of wine and, with curiosity, inquired, Master Ancestor, there has been something that puzzles me. Jiang Xiong, speaking in a vague manner, accepted the wine cup and took a hearty sip, leaving her lips glistening with either oil or wine. Why has Qinqiu Pavilion placed spies beyond the outer gate? It seems that Xiangu cannot uncover any intelligence. Gu En asked. Jiang Xiong shot him a glance, exasperated, and retorted, Who asked you to investigate? Your role is merely to stand guard until the Tsang Tung tree fully matures. This will become the stronghold of Qinqiu Pavilion. The task of gathering intelligence is assigned to others. Gu En felt a wave of unease wash over him. What? A stronghold? Is it only Xiangu that can serve as a stronghold? Gu En furrowed his brow and fell silent. Is Tai Xuan Sect already as porous as a sieve? Jiang Xiong set down her empty plate and picked up a large chicken leg, smiling as she remarked, The taste is quite good. Although I have long ceased eating, it is acceptable to indulge one's palate occasionally. As a reward, I shall teach you the secret arts of Qinqiu Pavilion shortly. What secret arts? Gu En asked eagerly. Having already learned numerous spells from Jiang Xiong, more spells would only benefit him. Once Jiang Xiong departed, the likelihood of encountering such a dedicated master ancestor again seemed slim. Jiang Xiong took a bite of the chicken leg, grinning as she announced, One of the 9 secret arts of our Qinqiu Pavilion, the Mo Ing Shengong. Mo Ing Shengong. Does it pertain to a technique? Gu En inquired, furrowing his brow. He lacked for techniques, and switching to a new one would require him to rebuild his spiritual power, which he was unwilling to do. As I said, it is a secret art. Mo Ing Shengong will enhance your capabilities as a spy. You will understand soon. Jiang Xiong mumbled, her mouth full of chicken, nearly unable to contain it. Gu En's expression twitched. I do not wish to become a demonic spy. He protested. Forget it. I will simply endure Jiang Xiong's presence for now. Later, I shall speak to people as they are, and to ghosts as they are, as I navigate the world. At noon the following day, Gu En was reading beneath the tree, while, 7 paces away, Yilan and Zhenqin practiced their swordplay, their movements graceful. Yet they failed to capture Gu En's attention. Senior brother, Leah has arrived, Xiao Chuan announced as he ran over, followed closely by a figure. Leah. Gu En immediately rose, tucked the Qing Xia Yuji into his garment, and approached Leah. Let us head upstairs, Leah said first. Gu En nodded and led him upstairs. Zhenqin halted her sword practice and turned to Yilan, anxiously asking, Aunt Yi, do you think Leah is here regarding those 2 demonic cultivators from yesterday? Inside, Gu En and Leah sat across from each other. As Gu En poured tea for Leah, he asked, What brings you here? Leah began, I plan to stay in Xiangu for 6 months. Is that all right? Of course. You may stay as long as you wish. Have you encountered any issues? Gu En responded without hesitation, genuinely concerned. After a moment of hesitation, Leah decided to share the events of the previous day, believing that Gu En might be spurred to train harder under pressure. Gu En's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Those 2 are dead? Will the Wan Yin sect not cause trouble? Leah scoffed. They targeted me and Li Xianyu. If trouble arises, it will be Tai Xuan Sect confronting Wan Yin sect. Besides Tai Xuan Sect, the court will also exert pressure on Wan Yin sect. Li Xianyu is my father's most cherished daughter. Gu En, astonished, asked, How can they still dare to act against Senior Li? Leah dismissed it, holding back his emotions. And what else? Gu En pressed, feeling frustrated. Nothing, Leah replied. Gu En thought to himself that Leah should refrain from even hinting at such matters. Leah then inquired, Have you seen anyone passing through the Yaogu since yesterday? Gu En shook his head. You didn't see it. But had it not been for that senior who has reached the Yuan Ing stage intervening yesterday, Li Xianyu, and I would have faced dire consequences. That elder's swordsmanship is truly formidable. With a mere leaf, he could slay an enemy, rendering a ninth-layer foundation cultivator as insignificant as a common weed. Leah excitedly described the battle from the previous day, his enthusiasm palpable. Guan listened with wide eyes, occasionally gasping in awe, as if he were absorbing forbidden knowledge. The Yuaning elder merely tossed 2 leaves, yet Leah used every word he knew to convey the experience, utterly animated. Sword cultivators ought to be this way. A hand without a sword is still a sword. Whatever is held in hand becomes a sword. In summary, senior brother, I believe I have found my path. I shall devote myself to sword practice and delve into swordsmanship, Li Yao expressed, his eyes glimmering with aspiration. Guan nodded, secretly pleased. Brother, the exalted elder you so vividly describe is right before your eyes. Yet alas, your cultivation is too shallow to perceive. Guan interrupted Li Ya's daydreaming, asking, why is the outer sect conference so grand? Yet the sect does not dispatch disciples to patrol or protect us, the servant disciples. Within a 50-mile radius of Xiangu, there are at least 6 outer sect disciples' abodes. While most may not be present, once the sect issues an order, there will undoubtedly be someone to respond. Li Ya's smile faded, and he said somberly, consider why there are individuals within the sect who dare to harbor greed and demons beyond the outer gate. It is precisely because the sect does not regard servant disciples highly. But fear not, I will remain until the conclusion of the outer sect conference. Guan fell silent for a moment before asking, will you not participate? My cultivation is insufficient. To participate recklessly would only lead to injury. Such an event is undoubtedly meant for those at the 9th layer of foundation cultivation, Leah replied, shaking his head. This remark caused Gu to regard him with newfound respect. He displayed a commendable degree of self-awareness. Of course, it could be that Su Ruyi had dealt him a significant blow. The two continued their conversation for some time before descending the stairs. Guan asked Xiao Chuan and Tang Yu to help clear a section of the courtyard for Leah to reside in alone. Upon learning that Leah would stay for 6 months, everyone in the valley rejoiced. They would have protection and the opportunity to train in sword techniques alongside Leah. In their eyes, Guan was admirable, yet his limited spells rendered him unable to guide them. Leah, however, was a genuine foundation cultivator. In the days that followed, it became common to see cultivators soaring above Xiangu on swords, and Guan witnessed many flying artifacts and beast mounts, leaving him filled with wonder. This was indeed the world of cultivation. A month later, in the depths of night, Jiang Xiong leaned against the Tsang Tong tree, her right leg swinging, her white, delicate calf exposed beneath her garments. She held a book in her hands and cast a glance at Guan in the distance, who was gathering herbs. Suddenly, she sprang up, the book flying into the pendant around her neck. Stretching her limbs, she called out, my dear disciple, cease your labors for now. Focus on practicing Mo Ing Shengong. Jiang Xiong leaped gracefully to the alchemy furnace, where herbs were being refined into elixirs. Billowing clouds of white smoke rising from the lid. Jiang Xiong shook her head, smiling to herself, realizing this boy truly is diligent, a rare quality. I must prepare some elixirs for him. After a brief incense stick's worth of time, Guan approached Jiang Xiong with the gathered herbs, arranging them meticulously by category on the ground, which further pleased Jiang Xiong. This child truly is impeccable. Guan had reaped over 1,300 years of lifespan in one go. His spirits lifted, for such opportunities were rare. Continue your practice. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time, Jiang Xiong advised, her gaze fixed on the alchemy furnace. Guan nodded and began to cultivate the Mo Ing Shangong, having practiced it for a month without it appearing on his attribute panel, which left him quite vexed. He was determined to master it. The 8 sceneries cave heaven fell into silence as Guan and Jiang Xiong meditated near the furnace, the smoke swirling around their figures. For days had elapsed, and the MYing Ing finally manifested on Guan's attribute panel. As he gazed at the panel, a satisfied smile crept across his face. Name, Guan, lifespan, 271-2268, spiritual root. First class 5 elements spiritual root, wood and earth elements particularly pronounced. Cultivation level, 8th layer of Yunying realm. Techniques, fire control technique, unmastered. Pure Yang technique of divine wood, mastered. Dragon strength divine yuan technique, mastered. Alchemy, initial understanding. 10,000 worms profound technique, unmastered. Yin Yang technique, unmastered. Ultimate skills, Gale shadow leg, integrated. Tai Xuan divine sword, integrated. 8 direction step, unmastered. Mying shng ing, unmastered. Spells, soul capturing technique, unmastered. Sword control technique, integrated. Bewitching eye, unmastered. Poisonous wood formation, initial understanding. Wind control technique, unmastered. Corpse control technique, unmastered. The mere presence on the attribute panel confirmed the authenticity of his abilities. Over the past 5 years, Jiang Xiong had imparted 8 techniques and spells to him with utmost diligence. This had altered Gu An's perception of her, despite being a demon cultivator. Her teaching approach surpassed that of the righteous path. Silently, Guan turned and departed, his back to her as he strode towards the cave entrance, suppressing his elation, refusing to let a smile escape. Finally, he was about to leave, though Jiang Xiong had treated him well. He yearned to savor the solitude of the B.J.Ing.D.Ing.Tn. He sensed that he was nearing the 9th layer of Yin realm, perhaps to achieve it within a few days. Even with this proximity, he exercised restraint, dedicating only a year of lifespan each day to his cultivation. Upon reaching a spot 20 miles away, Guan sat beneath a tree, restraining his aura to a minimum, nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding flora. He immediately devoted a year of lifespan to his cultivation, and soon, spiritual energy surged towards him. The nearby flowers and grasses swayed as if cheering for his imminent breakthrough. Before long, the flow of spiritual energy settled, indicating the completion of a year's worth of absorption practice. Rising to his feet, Guan prepared to leave, but suddenly sensed something amiss, swiftly hiding behind the tree. After approximately 4 breaths, 2 piercing sounds sliced through the air, sweeping over Gu An's head. His vision, sharper than ordinary, captured the silhouettes of the 2 figures, prompting him to expend 2 years of lifespan for further insight. Zhuo Yijian, 9th layer of Jidan Realm 142-490980. Zhuolin, 2nd layer of Foundation Establishment Realm 2728-01400, a 9th layer of Jidan Realm. Guan mused curiously about the origins of these 2 individuals. The next morning, as was his routine, he conducted practice with his disciples, and Leo approached him, mentioning a visit to the outer sect. This was none other than Zhuolin, whom Guan had observed the previous night. Gu Shidi, allow me to introduce my childhood friend, Zhuolin, who wishes to discuss swordsmanship with me. Let him stay in my courtyard, Leo said, standing before Guan. Zhuolin, clad in yellow, exuded a striking appearance, his pride evident in his demeanor, with a fine sword hanging from his waist, unmistakably of considerable quality. Leo introduced Gu and to Zhuolin, who merely nodded at Gu and without speaking. Gu, unfazed, smiled and said, "Then Li Shixiang, please make arrangements for him." Leo nodded, his eyes reflecting a hint of apology. Zhuolin eagerly pulled Leo forward, exclaiming, "Today, Ji Lin from the Ji family is truly remarkable. Did you see his sword technique? It is exquisite, and I believe he stands a chance of becoming the ultimate victor." Ji Lin, a handsome and proud visage flashed in Guan's mind. Ji Lin, like him, had followed Ji Xiaoyu to join the Tai Xuan Sect. Their interactions were infrequent, although previously, Ji had come to assist Ji Lin in gathering herbs. Guan had not anticipated Ji Lin's emergence at the outer sect competition, considering he was only a few years older than himself. Certainly, this could be attributed to the cultivation resources he had received. The benefits of the Tai Xuan Sect, combined with the Ji family's resources, could accelerate one's cultivation significantly. As Guan strolled toward the tree, he discreetly eavesdropped on Lea and Zhuolin's conversation. The outer sect competition had commenced, with prodigious disciples from both righteous and demonic factions congregating to vie for supremacy. From their discussion, Guan gathered that the competition was conducted in a one-on-one format, with undefeated disciples beginning to make their names known. Guan noted that Ji Xiaoyu's name was absent from their conversation. Upon reflection, it made sense, as Ji Xiaoyu did not belong to the outer sect. Xiao Chuan, Wu Xian, and the others were curious about Zhuolin, gathering in small groups to discuss. Due to their arrival, Guan had reduced his visits to the B.J.Ing.D.Ing.Tn, yet he remained steadfast to his daily regimen. A month swiftly passed. Zhuolin was the one practicing swordsmanship. When he first arrived, Guan had presumed him to be a swordsmanship prodigy. However, After observing him for a month, Guan realized that Zhuo Lin's talent in swordplay was woefully mediocre. Guan, having achieved a certain level of proficiency in swordsmanship himself, could assess that Zhuo Lin's abilities were inferior even to Su Han. Su Han possessed the strongest sword talent in the valley, yet that was only within the confines of the valley. Outside, it would hardly impress. After a while, Guan closed the window. As dawn broke, he descended the stairs to find Zhuo Lin still lingering in the courtyard, standing still and frowning at his sword. Guan called to his disciples to practice, the commotion capturing Zhuo Lin's attention. You need not force the sword techniques. Your spiritual root is extraordinary. Perhaps when your cultivation level rises, practicing swordsmanship will yield better results. Li softly advised as he approached Zhuo Lin. Zhuo Lin's expression darkened as he replied, "No, I must become a sword cultivator. My father is a sword fanatic of Canghu." Leah initially sought to persuade him, but reconsidered, realizing he too harbored similar aspirations to prove himself to his father. Zhuo Lin intently observed Guan and the others practicing, inexplicably sensing a profound essence in Guan's movements. Although they mirrored those of the others, Guan's execution radiated an enigmatic quality. Initially, he thought it was merely his imagination, but as he continued to watch, he became increasingly convinced he was not mistaken. Leah chose not to disturb Zhuo Lin further, turning to venture into the forest, needing ample time for his own cultivation. The defeat to Su Ruyi lingered in his mind, even if he rarely spoke of it. He was determined not to face defeat again. Once Guan completed a set of exercises, he allowed the disciples to attend to their various tasks. At this juncture, the affairs of the valley no longer required his direct oversight, as Wu Xian gradually assumed the authority of the elder brother. Xiao Chuan, with a reserved nature, preferred not to lead or organize, thus willingly supported Wu Xian. Yilan had also shifted her focus, fully dedicated to the outer sect examination. For individuals of their modest qualifications, the sole pathway to becoming outer sect disciples lay in reaching the 9th layer of Qi refining realm, subsequently participating in the outer sect assessment. Upon passing, they could await the distribution of foundation establishment pills. Should they directly break through to the foundation establishment realm, the examination would be unnecessary. Guan pondered whether to enhance his alchemy skills to assist his junior sisters and brothers in refining foundation establishment pills, as all necessary ingredients could be found within the valley, with the challenge lying in the alchemical process itself. For most individuals, relentless cultivation throughout their lives might not suffice to reach the 8th layer of Qi refining realm. Guan headed towards the attic, retrieving the Qing Xia Yu Ji from his pocket, anticipation lighting up his face. The torrential rain poured as Qing Xia met his beloved Yin girl in a dilapidated temple, their entangled fates on the verge of erupting. Just the thought sent ripples of excitement through Guan and my brother. Zhuo Lin's voice broke into his thoughts, prompting Guan to turn and see him approaching briskly. Standing before Guan, Zhuo Lin appeared somewhat embarrassed. Guan, not holding his earlier arrogance against him, smiled and inquired, "Is there something you need, Zhuo Xiong?" He gritted his teeth and said, "I find your set of techniques exceptionally intricate. Could you teach me?" "Certainly. Let us proceed beneath the tree." Guan replied affirmatively. Zhuo Lin was taken aback, unprepared for Guan's amiable demeanor, which filled him with a sudden sense of guilt. He hastily fell in step with Guan. The two arrived at the courtyard before the attic, and without further ado, Guan began to instruct him in the practice. Zhuo Lin had an exceptional memory. After a single demonstration, he grasped the movements. "Is that all?" Zhuo Lin inquired, frowning. Guan, perplexed, responded, "Not enough? This encompasses all the techniques. What about the mental methods?" Zhuo Lin pressed. "There are no mental methods. Impossible. Without a mental method, how can you?" Zhuo Lin frowned again. His words only deepened Guan's confusion, prompting him to ask, "What is wrong with me?" Zhuo Lin, feeling urgency, replied, "It's just that your presence feels different. The movements may be identical, yet they do not resonate like with others. You must possess a mental method." Guan, feeling helpless, thought, "Has this child become foolish from his sword comprehension?" Observing Guan's expression, Zhuo Lin felt more embarrassed. Rationality reminded him that a mere servant disciple could not possibly harbor extraordinary mental techniques. Yet, his initial intuition could not be wrong. Throughout his life, his sensitivity to a person's talent and aura had been keen, even earning praise from his master for his astute perception. This servant disciple before him was undoubtedly extraordinary. With a spark of inspiration, Zhuo Lin proposed, "How about this? I will teach you my sword technique, and you can give it a try." Gu En initially intended to refuse, but seeing Zhuo Lin's determination, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Why not learn if there is an opportunity? Noticing Gu En lacked a sword, Zhuo Lin retrieved a long sword from his storage bag and handed it to him, while he unsheathed his own prized sword to demonstrate his technique. This kid really doesn't know how to conduct himself. Why is he swinging the sword so quickly? Gu En silently criticized, but remained focused on the display. In the distance, Tang Yu and Su Han observed this scene, hesitant to approach, merely watching from afar. If our master learns it, wouldn't he be able to teach us? Su Han expressed his anticipation, for he had a deep admiration for the sword. Among the myriad paths of cultivation, only sword cultivation stirred his heart. Tang Yu nodded in agreement, stating, "As long as our master learns, we can ask him, and he will certainly oblige." In their minds, Gu En was the finest master, and the crux of the matter rested on whether he could master Zhuo Lin's sword technique. The answer was affirmative. Gu En had devoted 2,000 years of his life to the 7 swords of the Li family, and his swordsmanship was already quite advanced. Although Zhuo Lin's technique appeared commendable, to Gu En, it paled in comparison to the upgraded version of the 7 swords. It was also reasonable. Zhuo Lin could not possibly impart his most formidable sword technique right away. Gu En shook his head, saying, "Perhaps 2 out of 10. I cannot say for certain. Your sword technique flows too smoothly, leaving me bewildered. I've already forgotten the preceding moves." Zhuo Lin frowned and immediately urged Gu En to give another try. Thus, Gu En began to execute Zhuo Lin's earlier sword technique, yet his movements were hesitant and stiff, causing Zhuo Lin's frown to deepen. In the distance, Tang Yu and Su Han despaired, realizing their master might not be able to learn it. After a series of clumsy attempts, Gu En sought an excuse to slip away. An irate Zhuo Lin sought out Liya, claiming Gu En was mocking him. Upon learning the context, Liya could only laugh wryly, stating, "He truly lacks talent for swordsmanship and has an aversion to practicing. Is that so?" Zhuo Lin's anger subsided considerably, yet he recalled Gu En's earlier postures while practicing, feeling certain that Gu En concealed something. "He is my junior brother. How could I not know?" Zhuo Lin fell into contemplation, his gaze drifting toward the attic where Gu En resided, lost in thought. Meanwhile, inside the attic, Gu En slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of sword light flashing within. He accessed his attribute panel, where the column for ultimate techniques displayed the Mu Ling sword technique. Muling. Could it possibly be a wood attribute sword technique? Gu En's Shinmu Pure Yang technique was indeed of the wood attribute. If he cultivated wood attribute spells, he could achieve results with half the effort. He had quickly mastered the poison wood formation taught by Jiang Qiong. However, he was not inclined to enhance this sword technique just yet. He needed to accumulate 100,000 years of life essence. 1,000 years would unlock the lifespan detection function, while 10,000 years would unlock the lifespan barrier function. He anticipated that 100,000 years of life would also unveil new capabilities. Chapter 31. True Dragon Bloodline. Ever since Zhuo Lin began teaching Gu En swordplay, each encounter was marked by Zhuo Lin's melancholic gaze, which made Gu En quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, with Liya present, Zhuo Lin dared not persist in his pursuit. Days passed, with cultivators frequently soaring above Xuangu. Each time someone passed, Gu En utilized his lifespan detection to gauge their cultivation level, even identifying the presence of those in the Yuaning stage. Yet he could not discern their sect or faction. As spring faded into summer, Gu En turned 28. After reaching the 9th layer of the Yuaning stage, he paused his daily regimen, wary of wasting his lifespan, preparing instead to forcibly break through using his immense life essence. Alongside his diligent training, he also delved into metaphysics. As the scorching summer arrived, Gu En reclined beneath a tree, engrossed in a book, while Wu Xen directed Tang Yu, Su Han, and Zhen Qin in weeding. Xiao Chuan and Yi Lan were cultivating in the valley. Tang Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, casting a curious glance at the Qingxia Yu Ji in Gu En's hands. What could that book be? The greatest secret of the valley was the content of the Qingxia Yu Ji. The 3 disciples longed to see it, but alas, the entire collection had been hoarded by Gu En, leaving them unable to find it in the library. Suddenly, a large white rat burst from the grass and scurried into Gu En's embrace. It was the Bailing Shu. Guin noticed something in its mouth and sat up straight, watching as it expelled an egg the size of chicken egg, its shell a pale blue hue adorned with wavy brown patterns. He could sense the fluctuation of spiritual power emanating from within. Is this a beast egg? Guin had previously encountered beast eggs in the outer sect cities, with prices varying widely, some fetching astronomical sums that made him dizzy just by looking. Seizing the moment while Wu Xian and the others were distracted, he quickly stashed the beast egg into his storage bag. The Bai Ling Shu lifted its head with an air of pride, prompting Guin to chuckle as he affectionately ruffled its fur. Walking alongside Guin, Tang Yu inquired about the difficulties he faced with the Canfeng leg technique. Unlike the others, he was the only one among the 3 disciples who diligently practiced this technique, as he had little interest in swords. Guin patiently offered guidance, all the while holding onto the Bai Ling Shu, ensuring it could not escape. Leah nodded, then drew Guin up to the attic. After securing the door, he retrieved 3 white jade vials from his storage bag and placed them on the table, saying, "These 3 vials contain foundation establishment pills, top-quality spirit chi pills, and bone-cleansing pills. Keep them safe and do not expose them lightly, especially the foundation establishment pills. You must reserve one for yourself. Do not trust your disciples too readily. Many have killed their masters for pills. Human hearts can change." Guin was taken aback and quickly waved his hands, insisting, "That won't do. Even if I were the Valley Master for 100 years, I wouldn't have the spirit stones to." Upon hearing this, Guin reluctantly accepted, feeling touched. More than the value of the precious pills, he cherished Leah's sentiments toward him. Leah continued, "Last night, a battle between demonic cultivators occurred over 100 miles away, resulting in casualties. They were all prodigies for various sects, and their deaths will surely provoke investigations from their respective schools. For the next few days, it is best for you not to leave the valley." Guin nodded, about to respond, when Leah turned and departed. Instead of using the front door, he leaped from the window, soaring on his sword, swiftly disappearing over the mountaintops. Ultimately, Guin sighed, waving his sleeve to stow the 3 vials into his storage bag. In the dead of night, Guin arrived at the Baijing Cave Heaven, walking all the way to the Tsang Tang tree. Jiang Xiong was still seated before the alchemy furnace, her aura growing stronger, nearing the 9th layer of the Jidan stage. And Guin felt genuinely happy for her. "You are finally leaving. My dear disciple, you have not visited in such a long time. I thought you had forgotten me." Jiang Xiong's voice rang out. Guin stepped forward to pay his respects, helplessly saying, "Master Ancestor, could you refrain from adding the term dear? I truly cannot bear it. Demonic cultivators are indeed demonic cultivators," speaking without a hint of seriousness. Jiang Xiong smiled slightly, choosing not to respond. Guin extracted the beast egg from his storage bag and presented it before Jiang Xiong, inquiring, "Master Ancestor, what manner of beast is this?" She turned, snatching the egg from his hands, scrutinizing it with a gaze that seemed capable of piercing the shell. Witnessing this, Guin felt a surge of anxiety. Indeed, this object was extraordinary. When he had heard Leah mention a battle of magical cultivators the previous night, he had suspected that the Bai Ling Shu was scavenged from the site of conflict. Having resided in this area for many years, he had not encountered even a single beast, much less a beast egg. "It truly is the sacred beast of Guhao Sect," Jiang Xiong murmured. "Sacred beast?" Guin's eyelids twitched violently, and he suddenly felt a desire to eliminate the Bai Ling Shu, perceiving it as a source of trouble. Jiang Xiong returned the beast egg to Guin, stating, "This is the How Long, a beast of rare lineage possessing true dragon blood. It can mature into a 9th-tier beast, possessing immense potential and the terrifying might to overturn mountains and seas. The Guhao Sect reveres it as a sacred beast. Nurture it well. The How Long is devoted to its master, exhibiting a gentle temperament towards them, yet displaying extreme ferocity towards others. Should the master of the How Long perish, it will go berserk, wreaking havoc upon the world." Upon hearing this, Guin promptly replied, "Such a formidable creature should be entrusted to Master Ancestor. Your journey through the realm of cultivation warrants assistance. Is that so?" Jiang Xiong inquired, a playful smile gracing her lips. Guin nodded earnestly, his expression sincere. Observing this, Jiang Xiong's demeanor softened, and she felt an unexpected warmth in her heart. Reflecting on their acquaintance, she recalled how this young man had always shown her utmost respect. He had never been negligent in carrying out her instructions. And perhaps his current words were indeed heartfelt. Having feigned death for 70 years due to betrayal, she had harbored resentment towards many. When she first met Guan, she had been filled with caution, which prompted her to test him upon regaining her body. Jiang Qiong forcibly pressed the how long egg into Guan's hands, their fingers brushing against each other, eliciting a chill that coursed through his hand. Do not refuse. The Tsang tree requires formidable strength to guard it. Raising the how long here will ensure it remains concealed, Jiang Qiong said earnestly. Guan considered this and found it reasonable, realizing it would help prevent theft of herbs and flowers. With a sigh, he acquiesced. Very well. Jiang Qiong began to recount the legends and characteristics of the how long, enlightening him further. As Guan listened, his excitement grew, and he developed a keen anticipation for the how long ultimately. He left the egg beneath the Tsang tree for Jiang Qiong to nurture. In the following month, the number of cultivators traversing above Xiangu diminished, culminating in 3 consecutive days without any sightings before Gu and finally departed the valley. He had other obligations to attend to, which promised a substantial increase in his lifespan, an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Compared to conflict and strife, Guan preferred the steady and tranquil accumulation of longevity. At midday, he first visited Chun Li's cave abode, only to find it empty. He took a full incense stick's time to tend to the herbs before departing. Next, he made his way to Li Xianyu's cave, which was also unoccupied, prompting him to get busy. True to her status as a princess, Li Xianyu had recently cultivated a new batch of 5th-tier herbs, which thrilled Gu immensely. Mature 5th-tier herbs required at least 5 to 10 years to fully develop. But Guan was patient. I have come to pay my respects, senior, he said, approaching and performing a respectful bow. Li Xianyu, clad in white, radiated an aura of coolness and purity, though Guan sensed an unsettling instability in her presence. Injured again, are we? Truly combative, she remarked softly. Since you and Li are brothers in arms, there is no need to address me as senior. You may call me sister. Guan complied, addressing her as sister. Li Xianyu surveyed the cave and remarked, You have done well. Do you require my assistance in securing this position? If I speak on your behalf, the employers will undoubtedly extend their favor to you. Indeed, I would appreciate it, sisterly, Guan replied eagerly. As he awaited the day, he could accumulate 100,000 years of lifespan to advance beyond the Yuan-Ing realm. Li Xianyu nodded, instructing, return in a month. Guan bowed and took his leave. After he departed, Li Xianyu approached her bed, beginning to cultivate for healing. Her complexion quickly turned pale, devoid of color, and she coughed up a mouthful of black blood that splattered onto the ground. Outside the cave, Guan sensed a sudden surge in her aura, likely a manifestation of her injuries. Yet he continued on his path, unwilling to involve himself too deeply with Li Xianyu. After the conclusion of the Outer Sect tournament, time within Xiangu resumed its swift passage as before. When Guan encountered Li Xianyu once more, her injuries had largely healed. Under her guidance, he met 5 Outer Sect disciples, thereby assisting in managing the cave abodes of 7 disciples simultaneously. He refrained from wielding the Tian Suo sword, opting instead for a common flying sword, a standard artifact obtained from the Outer Sect to maintain a low profile. As summer waned into autumn, leaves danced through the air, blanketing Xiangu. Following the autumn hues, winter snows descended, casting the valley into a shroud of white. One day, Guan was in the loft, pouring ink on a paper. Having read countless tales of the Q-ing Shi, he yearned to compose his own, having learned that writing could yield spirit stones, though the review process was quite stringent. With his background as a reincarnated individual from Earth, he resolved to impart a modicum of shock to Tai Xianmen. The more spirit stones he accumulated, the more seeds he could procure. As he became engrossed in his writing, an unsettling sensation washed over him, prompting him to furrow his brow. Outside the window, the sky darkened and ominous thunderclouds roiled on the horizon, a terrifying celestial majesty enveloping the earth and forest. Chapter 32, Snowy Night Duel. Yuan-Ing confronts Yuan-Ing. Is this a tribulation of thunder? Guan gazed out at the thunderclouds, gradually relaxing his brow as curiosity flickered across his face. He felt no trepidation, sensing that the divine might was still far from Xiangu. Tang Yu, Su Han, and Jin Qin, who were clearing the accumulated snow in the garden, turned their heads towards the spectacle, while Yilan, meditating in the forest, opened her eyes. Xiao Chuan emerged from his dwelling, peering up at the tumultuous thunderclouds. Wu Hexin, seated atop the mountain, remained visible despite the swirling snowflakes. He gazed towards the horizon, his brow furrowed. Such potent sword intent, Wu Xen murmured to himself. Though his cultivation was modest, he hailed from Qianqiuge and had witnessed much. The entire sky was rapidly enveloped by thunderclouds, resembling an unbounded ocean, stirring up waves of tumult, casting the snowy landscape into darkness. The winds intensified, causing the trees to sway and shed their snowy coats. Guan found himself too distracted by the overwhelming celestial might to continue his writing. Rising, he descended the stairs, calling upon his disciples to oversee the various gardens. An hour later, several cultivators soared above Xiangu, rushing towards the source of the divine might, disappearing into the blinding snow. This spectacle heightened the tension among the disciples within the valley. Uncertainty loomed over what had transpired. As evening approached, a thunderous clap resonated throughout the heavens. Guan stood atop the mountain, witnessing distant flashes of lightning and the intertwining of thunderbolts converging upon a specific point on the ground, forming a magnificent fan-shaped display. The brilliance illuminated his face, causing his dark robe to flutter in the wind. The severity of the thunder tribulation is no wonder I failed so many times in my cultivation, Guan reflected inwardly, feeling the pent-up resentment of many years finally dissipate. Afterward, he turned to descend the mountain, preparing to resume his writing. That night, the thunder echoed relentlessly, preventing all within the medicinal valley from finding peace in their cultivation. By the following noon, the thunder still rumbled, and the winds intensified, as if a blizzard was imminent. Guan periodically led his disciples outside to tend to the herbs. 3 full days and nights passed before the thunder finally ceased, as the thunderclouds dispersed, allowing sunlight to finally cascade down, a relief to the disciples of Xiangu. However, before they could fully rejoice, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the heavens and earth, leaving them feeling heavy in their chests, hearts racing with trepidation. Within the loft, Guan set down his brush, gazing out the window with a furrowed brow. He sensed a formidable sword intent emanating from the horizon, though it was difficult to ascertain the distance. What is happening? Guan pondered, perplexed. Has the thunder tribulation just concluded, and now one begins to comprehend the sword? How relentless! Guan could only pray that the adversary would not affect his Yaogu. Although the opponent's sword intent was formidable, he privately compared it and found it lacking when juxtaposed with his Tai Xuan Sect. After all, the Tai Xuan Sect was forged from 2,000 years of his life. How many in this mortal realm can live for 2 millennia? In the deep of night, at Bajingdong Tian, Guan visited Jiang Xiong. He made his way beneath the Tsang Tung tree and raised his hand in a respectful greeting. Zuo Yilin. Guan recognized this individual as the father of Zuolin. Previously, when the father and son had flown over Xiangu, he had tossed him a lifespan probe. At that time, Zuo Yijian was at the 9th level of the Jian realm. After his tribulation, he had ascended to the Yuan Ying realm. Guan pondered quickly in his heart, while nervously inquired, "Who is Zuo Yijian? The Tsang sword maniac?" Curiously, he asked Jiang Xiong, master ancestor, "Are you acquainted with him?" "Indeed, we are old acquaintances. In the past, he foolishly sought to pursue me as a Dao companion, and I humiliated him greatly, turning him into a laughingstock within the inner sect. After that, he devoted himself to sword training, secluding himself until my injury and feigned death, and I never saw him again," Jiang Xiong recounted, her eyes opening to gaze at Guan, teasingly remarking, "My dear disciple, do not let your heart be swayed. It can lead to suffering." Jiang Xiong then invited Guan to sit down and began to instruct him on the myriad of Gu techniques within the Wan Gu Xiangong. The Wan Gu Xiangong encompassed both Qi absorption techniques and numerous Gu arts, requiring extensive time for study. After spending 2 hours in Ba Jingdong Tian, Guan finally took his leave. 3 days later, at dawn, Guan led his disciples in practice. They stood atop the white snow, the biting cold wind enveloping them. Yet they remained scantily clad. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air, startling everyone to turn their heads. They beheld a mountaintop to the east being struck by a sword energy, felling 2 large trees on the slope with a thunderous crash, rolling down the mountainside until halted by a line of trees, sending dust and snow swirling like white mist. Looking up, a 2-zhonglong fissure marred the mountainside, as if cleaved by a colossal sword, a truly magnificent sight. Su Han frowned, saying, This is not the first time. If this continues, it will inevitably endanger us. The other disciples shared his concerns, their movements and practice slowing as a result. Wu Xian sighed, stating, sword cultivators comprehend the sword. It could take anywhere from several days to dozens of years. Who knows how long that person will take to understand the sword? Guan rarely wore a frown, his expression somber. He was worried about the herbs within Xiangu. Yesterday, he had visited the outer sect to report this matter to the Danyao Hall, which had offered him the option to temporarily relocate to the outer sect city, foregoing this year's harvest. Yet they would not bear any losses from Xiangu. The herbs within Xiangu were treasures to Guan. How could he abandon them? If Xiangu were to collapse, Jingdong Tian might also be exposed. This cannot be. A solution must be found. Guan's eyes glimmered. For survival, he could endure humiliation, but for the sake of the herbs, he was willing to fight. All right, let us quickly finish our practice, then each pursue our own cultivation. If that individual has not departed in 2 days, we shall retreat to the outer sect. Guan declared. Upon hearing this, the disciples felt invigorated. They too feared the collapse of Xiangu, thus had long wished to seek refuge. The winter day passed swiftly. Night gradually descended. On a mountaintop, Zhuo Yijian sat in meditation. 5 swords of varying shapes stood before him, each differing in blade width. Under the night sky, the falling snow melted upon contact with him, transforming into wisps of white mist, enhancing his imposing presence. On a peak 100 zhang away, Zhuo sat at the cliff's edge, surrounded by 3 tall banners fluttering in the wind. When sword energy swept by, an invisible barrier neutralized it, leaving him unharmed. Although unscathed, the booming sound of sword energy colliding with the formation startled Zhuo awake. He looked towards his father, his brow furrowed, envy gleaming in his eyes. They say dragons beget dragons. Phoenixes beget phoenixes. Why had he not inherited his father's swordsmanship? Feeling the overwhelming sword intent of his father, Zhuolin's heart raced. Despite his exceptional spiritual root and superior absorption speed compared to his peers, he aspired only to become a powerful sword cultivator like his father. Were it not for the need to comprehend the sword, his cultivation would be far beyond the second level of the Foundation establishment realm. Sighing, Zhuo prepared to continue his sword comprehension, determined to uncover his own understanding of the sword. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he suddenly saw his father rising, leaving him momentarily stunned. Is it over? Zhuo Yijian stood atop the mountain, facing Zhuo, yet his gaze reached higher. Fixated on a more towering mountain in the distance, shrouded in darkness, devoid of any visible figures, but he sensed an aura of sword intent locking onto him. The 5 treasured swords before him began to tremble, as if facing a formidable foe. Zhuo rose in response, calling out loudly, "Father, what is it? Have you succeeded?" 10 li away, Guan stood atop a mountain, donned in white robes, wearing a wooden mask over his face, cloaked in spiritual energy to shield himself from detection. His white garments billowed, merging seamlessly with the snow behind him. He toyed with a leaf in his right hand, sword energy swirling upon it. From his vantage point, he spotted Zhuo Yijian and Zhuo. Before unleashing his sword intent, he had surveyed the surrounding 100 li, ensuring no powerful cultivators were nearby before ascending to this peak. Guan abhorred indiscriminate slaughter. Yet Zhuo Yijian posed a threat to his Yao Gu and must be expelled. Blame yourself for choosing the wrong place, Guan murmured, already channeling his techniques to infuse spiritual power into the leaf. Meanwhile, Zhuo, upon hearing his father's words, quickly turned, but with his foundation establishment cultivation. He could not discern the presence 10 li away, especially not under the cover of night and the swirling snow obstructing his view. Unable to see the incoming presence, he felt a surge of anxiety. Zhuo Yijian sensed the rising sword intent from the opponent, knowing this confrontation was unavoidable. A demonic spy? Or could it be one of their own? Zhuo Yijian's eyes flickered as he grasped the slender, crimson-bladed sword before him. As he gripped it, flames ignited along the blade, making it the brightest object beneath the night sky. He drew the sword, slashing through the air, igniting a wave of fire that hung suspended in the night. In the frigid atmosphere, he prepared to unleash the flame-devouring sword technique. It seemed that the past few days of sword comprehension had greatly enhanced his father's swordsmanship. Zhuo turned to gaze at the flaming sword in his father's hand, admiration shining on his face. Regardless of who approached, he believed his father would not falter. Since my fellow cultivator refuses to speak, I shall assume you aim to disrupt my understanding of the Tao. Let this icy world bear witness to whose sword intent is superior. 10 li away. Guan muttered softly to himself, his voice barely audible, and as the words fell, he suddenly hurled the leaf from his hand. The flying leaf resembled a divine sword transcending time and space. Chapter 33. Stirring the outer sect, sealing the gods in the dimly lit snowy night. Zui Jian's sword intent coalesced into a shockingly powerful column of energy, stirring the wind and snow, connecting heaven and earth as searing flames erupted from within, transforming into a fire dragon soaring into the sky. Zhuo Lin watched in awe, never anticipating his father's flame-devouring sword technique would reach such heights. A feat he had never heard of. Boom! A colossal roar suddenly erupted from behind Zhuo Lin, reminiscent of thunderclaps, startling him into instinctively turning around. Before his face could fully pivot, a radiant sword light illuminated him, causing his eyes to widen as he caught a glimpse of a brilliant sword light racing across the dim horizon. The sword light was dazzling beyond description. The raging snow was struck by its brilliance, creating immense shockwaves, as if the entire night sky were about to be pierced. This spectacle deeply shook Zhuo Lin. His mind blanked, leaving no time for further thought. A radiant sword light pierced the night sky, sweeping over him and stirring up a fierce wind that instantly activated the array surrounding him. A protective barrier materialized, quaking violently on the verge of shattering. Under the watchful gaze of Zhuo Lin, the brilliant sword light collided with the sword intent of Zhuo Yijian with an unstoppable force. Zhuo Yijian's reaction was quicker than Zhuo Lin's. Yet even that speed could not match that of his adversary. He had no time to execute his sword techniques, relying solely on his intrinsic sword intent to resist. With a thunderous roar, the terrifying column of energy enveloping him was shattered, the crimson flame dragon dissipating in an instant, and Zhuo Yijian's sword intent was forcibly crushed. His robes tore apart, and blood erupted from his body. His eyes widened as they reflected a single leaf. How could this be? A thought flashed through Zhuo Yijian's mind, and before he could even feel fear, the leaf pierced his shoulder. A terrifying sword aura erupted, propelling him backward, crashing through mountains until he was finally lodged into the forest several miles away. An empty path was carved through the night sky, with the surrounding snow transforming into mist upon approaching, creating a breathtaking spectacle. On the mountaintop, Zhuo Lin stood within the array, gazing in disbelief toward the direction where his father had vanished. He then knelt down, unable to accept the reality of what he had witnessed. His invincible father had actually been defeated, and without any means of resistance. 10 miles away, on the mountaintop, Guan maintained a waving gesture, the cold wind laden with snow causing his white garments to billow violently, yet the gaze beneath his mask remained remarkably calm. Your century of cultivation cannot possibly contend with the 2 millennia of my existence, Guan mused internally, having already shown mercy by targeting not Zhuo Yijian's head, but his shoulder instead. He turned to leave, vanishing into the heavy snow, as though he had never been there. At dawn, Guan continued his routine of leading his disciples in practice. Zhenqin twisted her waist while gazing at the sky, remarking, "Today's snow seems a bit lighter." Wu Exin, looking into the distance, replied, "Not only has the snow lightened, but that powerful sword intent has also vanished." Upon hearing this, the other disciples instantly became excited. Could it be that the person has already left? It is possible. Legends say that sword cultivators seek serene and beautiful places to comprehend nature. And this locale is hardly a blessed ground. Do not let your guard down. What if he is merely napping? Have you forgotten the thunder tribulation from a few days ago? Do such great cultivators need a nap? Listening to their debate, Guan could not help but chuckle. He cleared his throat and said, "Focus on your practice. We will know soon enough whether that senior has departed. I hope no one else comes nearby to undergo tribulation or comprehend the sword. If he inadvertently strikes too hard, it could lead to disastrous consequences." Occasionally, cultivators flew over the Xian Valley, which the disciples had grown accustomed to. Only Guan understood that those individuals might be investigating Zhuo Yijian's injury, as he sensed one of them possessed a cultivation level of the 6th layer of Yuaning. As night fell, after several days apart, Guan visited Jiangxiong at the 8th Scenery Cave. After exchanging greetings, Guan remarked, "It seems that the elder Zhuo Yijian has departed." Jiangxiong. who was not practicing but rather refining pills, focused on the flames beneath the cauldron as she replied, "He is not departed. He is either dead or gravely injured." "What? Why do you say that?" Guan feigned shock. He even added, "He is a great cultivator of the Yuan-Ing realm." Jiang Xiong shot him a glance, retorting, "What the Yuan-Ing realm? There are levels beyond it." A few days ago, two powerful sword intents clashed, one of which far exceeded Zhuo Yijian's, and the battle concluded in an instant, indicating that the opponent's strength was significantly greater than Zhuo Yijian's. Hearing this, Guan felt a sense of satisfaction within. Externally, he frowned and hesitated, asking, "Could there be danger in Xian Valley?" "Do not worry. Several days have passed. Would you really consider stepping on an ant you see by the roadside?" Jiang Xiong said quietly, her demeanor calm, yet her heart was filled with urgency. 70 years is sufficient for a dynasty to change. Keep in mind that it took her only 40 years to reach the Jindan realm. Who knows what the current scene in the cultivation world is like? In the future, one must be cautious when breaking through tribulations. Do not emulate Zhuo Yijian, who perhaps thought no one would dare disturb him. Unaware of the fierce internal strife within Tai Xuan Sect, Jiang Xiong said softly. Guan inquired in surprise. "Are you suggesting that the one who attacked Zhuo Yijian is a cultivator from Tai Xuan Sect?" "Of course. No cultivators from other sects would recklessly intrude into Tai Xuan Sect, and the opponent vanished swiftly without a second battle, indicating he must be from Tai Xuan Sect." Jiang Xiong nodded in affirmation. "You truly guessed correctly." After Guan acted last night, he swiftly left the scene. Upon arriving at Xian Valley, he sensed several powerful divine senses sweeping past, sending chills down his spine. Fortunately, his Longjing divine elemental art was robust enough. Jiang Xiong, evidently filled with reflections, began instructing Gu on how to navigate the cultivation world. After conversing for quite some time, Guan finally extricated himself and went to check on the How Long egg. The How Long egg was placed under a tree by Jiang Xiong, surrounded by a pile of dry grass, beneath which numerous talismans were laid out, inscribed with Jiang Xiong's spells to aid the How Long egg in better absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. "I wonder what the How Long will look like when it hatches." Guan began to envision the scene of walking upon a true dragon, soaring through the mortal realm. The news of Zhuo Yijian's severe injury had an even greater impact than Guan anticipated, even after more than half a month had passed. When he arrived at the outer gate, he frequently overheard discussions about this matter. In the past, there had been little mention of Yuan-Ing realm cultivators in the outer gate, but now the entire city was abuzz with talk of Zhuo Yijian, possibly related to his recent tribulation. Before his tribulation, Zhuo Yijian was an elder of the outer gate, his strength ranking among the top tier. Guan followed Elder Zhu Qinglu of the Dam Medicine Hall to the library of the outer gate. The library oversaw all the book pavilions of the outer gate, including various scripture repositories. Any books flowing into Tai Xuan Sect had to be registered in the library. "Little brother, your idea of writing a book is commendable. I fully support you. If it passes, I will make a point to ensure they increase the scale of your first batch of books." Since he had benefited from the Tsang Tong fruit, he treated Gu unlike a junior, at least on the surface. Guan smiled. "Thank you, senior, for your guidance. I will not forget your kindness." "Ha ha ha. No need to be so formal." Zhu Qinglu chuckled, though the smile on his face was even more radiant. The library was vast, not smaller than the Dam Medicine Hall. After traversing numerous corridors, the two arrived at a grand hall where an elder sat at a table sipping tea, and rows of bookshelves were visible in the side hall. "Elder Lu, it's been a while. How have you been?" Zhu Qinglu stepped over the threshold, clasping his hands and greeting with a beaming smile. Guan immediately cast a lifespan probe. "Lu Chang, 9th layer of Foundation Establishment, 226-270-340. Upon seeing Zhu Qinglu, Lu Chang promptly set down his teacup and rose to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Chang invited Zhu Qinglu to sit, reminiscing about their last encounter and even discussing their shared entry into Tai Xuan Sect 2 centuries ago. Guan stood behind Zhu Qinglu, appearing earnest and curious, which Lu Chang found quite satisfying. After conversing for a little over half an hour, Zhu Qinglu finally revealed his purpose. "That's settled then. Junior, hand me your book, and I will glance at it. If it is fit for dissemination, the matter will be settled." Lu Chang turned to Guan, speaking with a grand tone. Guan promptly retrieved his completed manuscript. Lu Chang took it, glanced down, and remarked, "The Investiture of the Gods? A fine title." He began to read, while Zhu Qinglu stood up and walked towards the nearby bookshelf, leaving Guan to stand patiently by. Initially, Lu Chong paid little attention, reading casually, but as he continued, he began to sit up straighter. At this moment, a young man clad in white strode in, exclaiming loudly, "Lu Lao, do you have any books on sword cultivation? I wish to see who in this world can defeat Sanghu Jianxi with a mere leaf." Lu Chong raised his hand, signaling him to be quiet. Guan turned to look, instinctively casting a lifespan probe. Guyu Foundation Establishment. 8th layer 342911402. Genius. Guan had encountered such prodigies before, so he did not linger on Guyu for long. Guyu leaned closer to Lu Chong, peering at the Feng Shun Yin Yi in his hands. Before long, Guyu too became engrossed in it. Half an hour passed. Zhu Qinglu approached, astonished, and asked, "Lu Xiong, weren't you just browsing? Why you been at it for so long?" He glanced at Guan. "What has this kid written? Is it inappropriate?" Lu Chong looked up, momentarily taken aback, then stood up, fixing his gaze on Guan, and asked, "Is this truly your work?" Guan nodded, thinking to himself that indeed, it was written by one of his ancestors from Earth. "No problem, it's quite splendid." Lu Chong shook his head and continued, "This book can be published. Your talent is commendable. I shall offer you a 30% profit share, with 50% of the sales and spirit stones going to the sect, and 20% to the library." Naturally, Guan did not dare to voice any objections and promptly expressed his gratitude. Zhu Qinglu nodded slightly, feeling that Lu Chong had given him face. Lu Chong smiled and inquired, "Should the author's name be your real name?" Guan shook his head. "Let us skip that. I fear it may bring trouble in the future. Let us use Pan and as the authoress name." Chapter 34. 30,000 Years of Lifespan. Z-Wei formation record Gu, and had initially considered using the original author, Su Zhonglin name, for Feng Shenyani. But then he thought that he would be writing other books to earn extra income, so he settled on a different name. Lu Chong and Zhu Qinglu did not think much of it. To them, Pan was merely a modification of Guan's surname, which they could comprehend. Subsequently, Lu Chong began to remind Guan, primarily advising him on what topics to avoid writing about. He also subtly urged Gu to include Tai Xuan in his writing, emphasizing the importance of portraying a favorable image. Even if Tai Xuan was not explicitly mentioned, allusions to it would suffice. The more one praised Tai Xuan, the better the treatment one would receive in the future. Guan could only agree, and as for whether he would comply, that was a matter for another time. Writing was merely a pastime for him, and he had no intention of overexerting himself on it. Once Lu Chong finished speaking, Guyu leaned in excitedly and asked, "Brother, have you written any other books?" Guan shook his head. "This is my first." "Ha ha ha, splendid. I have high hopes for you. You might even surpass Qing Xia's status within Tai Xuan," Guyu said, patting Guan's shoulder with a familiar expression. Upon hearing this, Guan became intrigued and inquired, "Do you know Qing Xia?" Guyu raised an eyebrow. "Do you also enjoy his travel writings?" "I don't know him personally. I only know he is a cultivator from Tai Xuan. I asked Lu Lao, but he stubbornly refused to say anything." Lu Chong laughed heartily, pulling Zhu Qinglu along as they walked outside, saying, "Come with me for a stroll, let us reminisce a bit, and let the younger generation have a chat." Zhu Qinglu nodded, and the two soon left the hall. After a full hour, Guan finally followed Zhu Qinglu out of the library. The disciple named Guyu held a significant identity. It was rare to see Lu Chong treating a junior with such regard. Zhu Qinglu remarked meaningfully. Guan nodded, but had no intention of forming a deep bond with Guyu, as such individuals could complicate his life. The two did not continue to walk together. After parting ways, Guan began to procure medicinal herb seeds and purchase a batch of clothing. Days passed by. He started calculating the days, preparing for Jiang Qiong's departure. Once Jiang Qiong left, he would fully unleash his potential within the 8 scenery cave heaven, cultivating a plethora of spirit flowers and herbs. After the new year, Gu In, accompanied by Wu Exin, returned to the outer sect and selected 3 miscellaneous disciples, 2 females and 1 male, named Yin Mei, Yang Min, and Yi Yan. All 3 were of the same age, 18, and were eagerly anticipating their upcoming lives in Xiangu. Becoming a miscellaneous disciple not only allowed them to earn spirit stones, but also provided an opportunity to inherit their master's spells. This time, Guan's purpose was not solely to recruit miscellaneous disciples. He also aimed to assist Wu Xian in fully acclimating to the identity of the eldest disciple, so that he could help him with errands in the future. Upon returning to Xiangu, Guan instructed Wu Xian to introduce the 3 to others in the valley, while he ventured into the northern forest to make plans. He intended to fill the surrounding woods with medicinal herbs. The herbs he submitted last year had already ranked among the top 10 in the outer sect's Medicine Valley. Zhu Qinglu valued him even more and elevated his treatment. He was now supporting 9 miscellaneous disciples comfortably and even wished to recruit more. It is inherently difficult for people to be content with the status quo, and Guan felt this way regarding his annual lifespan income. If this year's lifespan increase fell short of last year's, he would be disheartened. Standing beneath a tree, he surveyed the forest, mentally sketching out the layout of the garden. Suddenly, a white spirit mouse darted out from the woods. Upon seeing it, Guan felt both exasperation and anticipation. He feared it might stumble upon a treasure, yet looked forward to its potential discovery. The mouse hopped to Guan's feet, dropping a jade ring. Guan raised his hand to capture it, tossing the jade ring into his storage bag to inspect later. He scooped up the white spirit mouse, preventing it from scampering away. "Behave well, and I shall reward you with its tongue fruit tonight," Guan smiled. The white spirit mouse seemed to comprehend, ceasing its struggles and instead lying obediently in his embrace. After pausing for a moment, Guan turned and exited the forest, standing on the grassy area beside the garden, waiting for someone's arrival. Before long, a sound of slicing air was heard. An outer sect disciple flew in on a sword, quickly landing beside Guan, his figure drawing the attention of other Xian Gu disciples. The newcomer was none other than Lu Jiujia, who had recently participated in the outer sect assessment. Clad in the outer sect robe, he appeared utterly transformed from before. Guan smiled, extending his hand to squeeze his shoulder, noting that his physique had indeed strengthened. When Guan first met Lu Jiujia, he was merely 15 years old. Now, seeing him flourishing brought Gu in a sense of comfort. On the path to longevity, one can feel immensely lonely. If the acquaintances one makes can meet a good end, it would lessen his regrets. Diligently toiling in Xian, Gu holds promise for ascending to the outer sect. Unexpected windfall? Guan found himself increasingly hopeful regarding the white spirit mouse. It had successfully secured the right to consume the tongue fruit. Lu Jiujia stayed in Xiangu for a month before departing. Everyone knew that his departure might mean they would not meet again in this lifetime unless they too could become outer sect disciples. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Guan was now 30, yet due to the effects of the youth-preserving elixir, he appeared to be around 20. His lifespan had surpassed 30,000 years. Xiangu was expanding, and the number of outer sect disciples managing his cave residence had reached 11. His monthly lifespan increase was also on the rise. Life was busy yet fulfilling, and he felt no fatigue, but rather an invigorating spirit. As summer arrived, the moon hung high and the stars were sparse, illuminating the tranquil forest with fireflies. In the woods, Jiang Xiong, clad in white, walked ahead, her bare feet unbothered even as she stepped on branches. Guan followed behind in silence. "All right, let us end it here." Jiang Xiong stopped and turned to look at Guan, saying. Guan nodded, hesitating momentarily before stating, "Master Ancestor, be cautious on your way out. After all, this is still within the territory of Tai Xianmen. Having spent so many years together, and with Jiang Xiong imparting numerous spells to him, it would be disingenuous to claim there are no feelings involved." However, compared to these sentiments, Guan wished for her departure more. Jiang Xiong nodded, raising her right hand, producing a blue-covered book, which she promptly tossed to Guan. Without waiting for him to respond, Jiang Xiong vanished without a trace, and Guan could sense her demonic energy swiftly departing. In the dim forest, a faint smile crept upon Guan's lips as he turned toward Xiangu, gazing at the book in his hand. Z-Wei formation record. He casually flipped through the pages, discovering that each one of them contained a unique restriction. The text detailed various formations, yet the cultivation of these formations required one to probe with divine consciousness. There is indeed something noteworthy. Guan recalled the formations of Ba Jingdong Tian, which are precisely those formations. Many eminent cultivators of Tai Xianmen had soared above Xiangu, yet none could perceive the existence of its tongue tree. Although Jiang Xiong was merely at the 9th level of the Jidan realm, her mastery of formations and alchemy far surpassed that of her peers, having reached the Jidan stage at the age of 40. Since then, she had devoted herself to the study of formations and alchemy, claiming that during her years of feigned death, she had continuously pondered over formations. Guan suddenly felt the weight of the Z-Wei formation record in his hands. As the moon set and the sun rose, the dawn arrived. Jiangxiong's departure affected only Guan. Life in Xiangu continued as usual. He retrieved a small wooden box that he had prepared earlier and handed it to Yilan. The box was square and exquisitely crafted, as if it concealed treasures within. Yilan hesitated for a moment, then curiously opened the box, revealing a pill nestled inside. "Senior brother, what is this pill?" she inquired. Guan, seated at the table pouring himself tea, responded with a smile. "It is a foundation establishment pill, specially prepared for you. Do not speak of it outside. Should any disciple in the valley reach the 9th level of the Qi refining stage, I shall provide them one as well. But they must not learn of my possession of foundation establishment pills in advance to avoid trouble." Foundation establishment pill. Yilan's eyes widened in surprise, instinctively wanting to refuse. But Guan preempted her, saying, "Rest assured, I have kept one for myself. Once you successfully establish your foundation, you may become my support in the outer sect. Diligent cultivation is the best way to repay me." Yilan felt a whirlwind of emotions, wanting to express many thoughts, but finding herself at a loss for words. Guan spoke earnestly. "Life's journey is long, and one will always have many aspirations. Do not forget what your greatest pursuit in this life is." Although Yilan had not frequently sought his company in recent years, every time she looked at him, her gaze was filled with tenderness. He occasionally overheard discussions among other disciples, all of whom could discern her feelings for him. Guan regarded his feelings for Yilan as merely that of siblings, lacking the depth of a lifelong attachment, as his heart was solely dedicated to cultivating immortality. Yilan nodded earnestly and replied softly, "Senior brother, do not worry. I will strive to cultivate diligently and not disappoint you. I will work hard to rise and take care of you in the future." At this, she playfully winked at Guan. He chuckled and gestured for her to take her leave. Yilan carefully stored the foundation establishment pill and turned to exit, closing the door behind her. Just as it was about to shut, she suddenly exclaimed, "Senior brother, no matter where I go in the future, my heart will only belong to you." With that, she swiftly closed the door and fled. Chapter 35. Fei Yi Sword Immortal. Inheritance of the transformation realm. After receiving the foundation establishment pill, Yilan succeeded in establishing her foundation within a month. That night, Guan secretly watched over her as she faced her tribulation, encountering no peril. The day after her success, Yilan hurriedly took her leave. Her sudden achievement became a remarkable tale in Xiangu, leading to various speculations among the disciples. Some claimed it was due to Guan's foundation establishment pill, while others believed she had encountered a fortuitous event, and some suggested that her cultivation in the mountains had attracted heavenly assistance. Regardless, Yilan ultimately departed. Under the sweltering summer sun, Guan stood upon the pavilion, observing the bustling disciples, and suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia. Cheng Guandan, Zhang Chanqi, Lia, Meng Lang, Lu Jiujia, and Yilan had all left. The remaining individuals were now his juniors. Among them, the most senior was Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan had relinquished any thoughts of venturing to the outer sect, but remained undeterred, living positively and finding other meanings in life beyond cultivation. Guan glanced toward a corner of the medicinal valley, where a bamboo fence enclosed several ducks. Xiao Chuan was leaning over the fence, conversing with the ducks. These were not ordinary ducks found on farms. Each possessed a trace of bloodline from third-tier demon beasts, each valued at 100 low-grade spirit stones. Xiao Chuan had emptied his purse to acquire 2, while the remaining 10 were purchased by Guan, which only deepened Xiao Chuan's gratitude. Although they bore the bloodline of third-tier demon beasts, it was considered a blessing if they reached the first tier. The flesh of low-tier demon beasts could also assist cultivators. Should I consider establishing a livestock business? It could extend my lifespan while also generating spirit stones. Guan's heart stirred with the thought. Raising sheep and cattle in the mountains could be viable. However, doing so would inevitably require expanding manpower, and he feared attracting unwanted attention from Taishan men. He contemplated escaping to a remote mountain to pursue this endeavor, but quickly dismissed the idea, not only because relocating the Tsangtung tree would be challenging, but also due to the valuable resources available within Taishan men that he did not wish to forsake. Within Taishan men, as long as he possessed sufficient spirit stones, he could acquire anything he desired. Outside, such opportunities were uncertain. There would always be rare items that were hard to come by. At worst, he could later embellish Tai Xuan men in his writings. Guan mused that as long as he submitted enough herbs and demon beast flesh, Tai Xuan Men would not trouble him and might even lend him a helping hand. Yes, that sounds good. In the future, Xiao Chuan could become a beast tamer, and Wu Xian could oversee cultivation as the top disciple. They would serve as my guardians in Xiangu. The more Guan contemplated, the more feasible it seemed, and he began to devise a plan. The jade ring discovered by Bai Ling Shu contained a significant fortune, which he had calculated to be equivalent to 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, or 200 high-grade spirit stones, ample resources for him to make his mark. Resolute in his decision, Guan called out to Xiao Chuan, who promptly leaped onto the pavilion. "Senior brother, is there something you need?" Xiao Chuan asked. Guan shared his thoughts, and Xiao Chuan's eyes brightened with excitement. The two quickly reached a consensus. Ultimately, Guan instructed Xiao Chuan to visit the outer sect to compile a list on paper, and Xiao Chuan readily agreed, setting off that very day. 3 days later, Xiao Chuan returned, presenting the already prepared paper to Guan, brimming with excitement as he spoke rapidly. It turned out that he had encountered Lu Jiojia in the outer sect, who personally guided him to investigate demon beasts, thereby saving him considerable trouble. After discussing, Guan decided to purchase 50 young beasts for a trial, as only by buying this quantity would the beast hall in the outer sect agree to transport them to Xiangu. After a day's rest, Xiao Chuan set off with the spirit stones provided by Guan, accompanied by Tang Yu and Su Han, both of whom had reached the 5th level of the Qi refining stage, bolstering their numbers. Had it not been for the imminent harvest of a batch of medicinal herbs, Guan would have personally gone to avoid being deceived. Fortunately, such misfortunes did not occur, as Tai Xuan Men was indeed a reputable sect. 5 days later, Xiao Chuan and his companions returned on their swords, followed by 3 double-horned white eagles with wingspans of 5 zhang. Cultivators stood upon their backs, while their claws grasped large cages containing several young goats, which had yet to grow horns and were not jostled during flight, thanks to the talismans affixed to the cages. After they landed, Guan stepped forward to express his gratitude. The 3 disciples from the medicinal hall were not overly warm, but did not leave him feeling awkward either. After exchanging pleasantries, they departed on their eagles. "Xiao Chuan, these goats cost me 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, so you must take good care of them," Guan said, patting Xiao Chuan's shoulder with significant emphasis. "Not only spirit stones, but also my life." The young goats would possess first-tier strength upon maturity, equivalent to the 3rd level of the Qi refining stage, though they would not develop the spiritual intelligence akin to humans. Xiao Chuan nodded earnestly, scratching his head as he asked, "Senior brother, could I recruit 2 more assistant disciples to help me?" Guan replied, "Have the others assist you for now. You may recruit disciples in 6 months. My storage bag is a bit strained." Xiao Chuan's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. In truth, Guan possessed ample spirit stones, but he chose to exercise restraint for 6 months to avoid attracting undue attention. The inhabitants of the Gu Valley rushed over to marvel at the first-order sheep demons. For those who spent their days tending to flowers and plants, the appearance of these creatures was a novelty. As the cheerful laughter of disciples resonated from outside, Guan's lips curled into an involuntary smile. In a courtyard, the venerable Zui Yijian sat beneath a tree, his white hair cascading like a waterfall. He held a leaf in his right hand, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Compared to the man who had successfully transcended tribulation years prior, he appeared significantly older, devoid of his former vigor, and no longer resembled a grand cultivator of the Yuan-Ing realm. Zuolin entered the courtyard and turned his gaze to his father beneath the tree. He approached Zui Yijian and snatched the leaf from his hand. "Father, how long will you continue in this despondency?" Zuolin questioned angrily, discarding the leaf at his feet and trampling it. Zui Yijian looked up at him, his eyes calm as a still lake, and replied, "I am not in despair. You spend your days gazing at this leaf. How long has it been since you took in breath? How long since you refined your sword intent?" Zuolin exclaimed, frustration evident on his face as memories of his own grievances surged within him, nearly overwhelming his composure. Zui Yijian bent down to retrieve the leaf and asked, "What was it that you pondered so deeply while clutching your sword, neglecting your breath? Do you truly believe that wielding a sword is more arduous than my holding of a leaf?" Zuolin was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing crimson. "A sword is a sword, and a leaf is a leaf. I have yet to grasp the sword path, which is why I sit in silence. You, however, do you seek the path of leaves?" But the flying leaf sword immortal defeated me with but a single leaf. Do you believe his leaf is not akin to a sword? Zhuo Yijian countered gently. The true sword path has never been confined to a single sword. His gaze returned to the leaf, becoming distant. Zhuo Lin cursed under his breath and reached into his storage pouch, retrieving a tome. Father, please take a look at this book, titled Feng Shanyan. It has gained much traction in the cultivation world over the past 2 years, with various sects circulating it. It is said to document the great battles of the ancient era. Zhuo Yijian remained unmoved. Zhuo Lin placed the book at his feet and turned to leave. As he stepped out of the courtyard, he couldn't resist pulling out another copy of Feng Shanyan from his storage pouch. Zhuo Yijian began to drift into thought. Time passed, and he eventually blinked, his gaze subconsciously drifting toward the book on the ground. In the autumn season, Xiangu was draped in hues of yellow. Inside a pavilion, Guan and Leah sat facing each other over tea. Leah was animatedly discussing something, holding the very same book, Feng Shanyan. Listening to Leah extol the virtues of the book, Guan furrowed his brow. Is it truly that popular? Yet my share of the benefits is not substantial. Upon reflection, he realized that the cultivation world had little regard for copyright. After a lengthy discourse, Leah finally concluded, I wonder who this Pan truly is. He is indeed a great talent. I wish to meet him. It is said that even inner disciples and apprentices are reading this book. Curiously, Gu inquired, if it is so remarkable, I must see if it can rival Qing Xiaoyuji. Such an inconsequential work could never compare to Feng Shanyan. Leah scoffed. Guan merely smiled. For him, a decade was but a fleeting moment, yet for his junior, it held significant weight, which is why he took the time to clarify this matter. Guan was not surprised. Cultivators rarely spent their entire lives secluded within their sections. They must venture out to hone their skills, seek opportunities, and cultivate their minds. But do you have a goal? Guan casually asked. Liasimilet, Stitting, indeed. A great master of the Hua Shun realm has appeared in the southernmost Ji province. He is nearing his end and wishes to choose a suitable successor before his passing. This individual is a sword cultivator, and I intend to give it a try. Hua Shun? What realm is that? Is it several levels above the Yuaning realm? Guan feigned curiosity. Leah replied with a smile. The Hua Shun realm is indeed above the Yuaning realm. If it were several levels higher, he would not be in Tai Xuan. This land is not solely occupied by the Tai Xuan dynasty. It is said that beyond the sea lies an even broader world. However, without the Yuaning realm, it is challenging to traverse. With that, he turned and leaped out the window, soaring away on his sword. Guan gazed at the footprints left on the windowsill, raising an eyebrow. The Huashan realm, indeed. Chapter 36, Xianhuang Dragon Qigong. Comprehending divine abilities after Li Ye's departure, Guan immersed himself in the construction of Xiangu, his leisurely days diminishing as the mischievous young sheep demons caused quite a ruckus. At 4 months old, they dashed through the mountains like the swift cheetahs of earth. And were it not for the presence of cultivators in the valley, they would have long since escaped. Guan found himself studying the Ji Wei formation manual left behind by Jiang Qiong, learning some rudimentary restrictions to seal the sheep pen. As the 6-month period drew to a close, Guan sent Wu Xian and Xiao Chuan to the outer sect, where they recruited 2 additional servant disciples named Chun Hong and Zhen Xiaoer, both of mediocre talent, which pleased him greatly. The number of servant disciples in Xiangu had reached 10, creating a lively atmosphere. Time flew by like an arrow, 3 years passing in the blink of an eye. Once more, autumn arrived. Xiao Chuan was inspecting the various gardens, followed by a procession of ducks, marching in formation. On the mountaintops surrounding the medicinal valley, disciples sat in meditation, while the woods occasionally rustled, signaling the antics of Tang Yu and Su Han as they pursued the sheep demons. Guan emerged from the western woods, a smile adorning his face. He had just harvested another batch of medicinal herbs, gaining several hundred years of lifespan, bringing him closer to the coveted 10,000 years. His lifespan had now reached 80,000 years. Within 3 years, he had accrued nearly 50,000 years, primarily due to the maturation of the herbs he had cultivated over many years, with an additional 10,000 years earned from assisting outer sect disciples in managing their caves. The petite Jinshin emerged from the thicket with a bamboo basket, rushing to Guan's side. Master, can you teach me alchemy today? She inquired. A withered leaf perched atop her head, her hair slightly disheveled. Guan chuckled warmly, of course, but you must use your own herbs. That way, you will be more cautious. Zhenxin had once overheard Guan speak of the rejuvenation pill, igniting her interest in alchemy, and she had persistently pestered him for nearly half a year. "I am fully prepared," Zhenxin exclaimed excitedly, bouncing beside Guan like a sprightly young girl. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air above Xian Gu, prompting Gu to glance up, instinctively measuring his lifespan. Another Yuan Ing realm cultivator had passed by. This year, more than 10 Yuan Ing realm cultivators had traversed above Xian Gu, filling Gu with an unshakable sense of foreboding. It felt as though something significant was about to occur. The Outer Sect conference of yesteryear had not attracted so many Yuan Ing realm cultivators. No, I must elevate the Dragon Chi divine art. What if a formidable master far beyond the Yuan Ing realm appears and perceives my cultivation level? Guan silently resolved. Years had gone by, and the life-extending effects of the Dragon Chi divine art had dwindled. Now, gaining a year of lifespan in 6 months was commendable. If he waited another decade, it is likely this technique would cease to augment his lifespan altogether. As night fell, Guan stealthily made his way to the Ba Jing cave heaven. Since Jiang Qiong's departure, he had explored the other 6 cave paths, discovering that the ends were filled with corpses like Meng Lang's, created through various Gu techniques employed by Cheng Xiandan and Jiang Qiong. He had no intention of disturbing these Gu corpses for the time being. He arrived beneath the Tsang Tang tree, rolled up his sleeves, and sat down to meditate. At that moment, a shadow descended from the tree and burrowed into his embrace. A small black dragon, slender in form, approximately 2 feet long, adorned with a pair of dragon horns, whiskers at its mouth, and covered in tiny black scales. It bore a striking resemblance to the dragons of ancient Chinese lore, albeit with a different hue. This was the sacred beast of the Gu Hao sect, the How Long. Guan gently stroked it while examining its lifespan. How long? First stage 196, 518, 000. The lifespan has increased again. When How Long was born, it had merely 500 years of life. Yet, in just 1 year, its lifespan has nearly doubled. Truly, it is a beast of a 9th-tier potential. Guan reminisced about the process last year when How Long acknowledged him as its master, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. Upon its birth, How Long had bitten him, inciting his anger to cast it aside, only for it to timidly approach him for affection. Guan felt that How Long did not recognize him as a master, but rather identified him as kin through blood. They established a resonance of souls, allowing him to understand its thoughts, yet he could not directly control its life or death. How Long serves but one master throughout its life, indicating that despite its fierce nature, it possesses a deep sense of loyalty and righteousness. Good, go eat now. Guan retrieved a demon sheep from his storage bag, a creature he had slain just the previous morning, which only granted him 3 years of lifespan. How Long's eyes gleamed as it seized the sheep demon's corpse and flew away. The corpse was several times larger than How Long, yet it grasped it effortlessly, as if the sheep demon bore no weight at all. Guan summoned his attribute panel, directing his gaze towards the cultivation techniques section, and invested 2,000 years of lifespan into the Long Jin Shun Yuan Gong. This technique conceals his cultivation and aura, serving as the foundation of his existence, paramount in importance. He even deemed it more vital than the Shun Mu Chun Yang Gong. You have invested 2,000 years of lifespan into the evolution of Long Jin Shun Yuan Gong. After practicing Long Jin Shun Yuan Gong for 10 years, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth refines your body, enhancing your vitality. After practicing Long Jin Shun Yuan Gong for 100 years, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth refines your body, enhancing your vitality. After practicing Long Jin Shun Yuan Gong for 200 years, your Long Jin Shun Yuan Gong reaches a pinnacle state. After practicing Long Jin Shun Yuan Gong for 400 years on this day, you capture the true essence of the earth. Your Long Jin Shun Yuan Gong returns to its primal state, advancing to Di Mai Huang Qi Gong. After practicing Long Jin Shun Yuan Gong for 1,500 years, you sense the aura of the earth's rules. Your Di Mai Huang Qi Gong breaks through its limits, advancing to Xian Huang Long Qi Gong. After practicing Long Jin Shun Yuan Gong for 1,800 years, your understanding of Xian Huang Long Qi Gong deepens, achieving integration. After practicing Long Jin Shun Yuan Gong for 2,000 years, your comprehension of Xian Huang Long Qi Gong reaches its zenith. and you grasp the divine ability, Xian Huang Long Wei. A series of notifications flashed before Guan's eyes. The Long Jin Shen Yuan Gong had ascended to Di, Mai Huang Qi Gong, and further to Xian Huang Long Qi Gong. Remarkably, it had even awakened a divine ability. Guan's heart blossomed with joy, feeling fortunate indeed this time. A vast memory surged into his mind, immersing him in a sea of profound philosophical knowledge. The grass beneath him emitted wisps of green energy, surrounding him as he closed his eyes and began to unconsciously breathe, faint echoes of dragon roars resonating in the air. The Xian Huang Long Qi Gong, refined through the essence of the earth, allows the body to merge with the natural world. The so-called dragon roar is, in fact, the sound of the earth's resonance. 2 full hours passed before Guan awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he furrowed his brow. He noticed the surrounding flowers and grasses had withered, and he quickly rose to survey the medicinal herbs of Bajing Dong Tian. After a thorough inspection, he was relieved to find that only the weeds had withered, while the spiritual flowers and herbs remained largely unaffected. One must not be reckless in the future. Whether in enhancing techniques or breakthroughs, it is imperative to leave Bajing Dong Tian to prevent depleting its spiritual energy. To condense a breath of Xian Huang Long Qi, merging body and nature, How Long had already feasted and now lay sleeping beside the sheep's corpse, leaving only the sound of the wind in Bajing Dong Tian. In the early morning, Guan descended from the loft, clad in a green robe, his black hair casually tied back, with 2 strands left to frame his face, exuding an ethereal and transcendent aura of a cultivator. His body had yet to fully adapt to the Xian Huang Long Qi Gong, but he was not anxious. With nightly practice, he anticipated mastering the Xian Huang Long Qi within a month. The divine ability accompanying the Xian Huang Long Qi Gong, Xian Huang Long Wei, required no separate cultivation. Once the Xian Huang Long Qi was born, the dragon's might would manifest naturally. The so-called dragon's might is, in essence, the might of heaven and earth, capable of instilling awe across all beings. Guan began to call his disciples to practice their routines. As all gathered, they sensed that Guan was in high spirits today. Zhen Qin curiously inquired about what brought him such joy. Nothing much. I read a book last night titled Feng Shenyan. You all may borrow it from the library when you have the chance, Guan replied, smiling as he continued with the exercises. Xiao Chuan's eyes brightened, exclaiming, I know Feng Shenyan. Nearly everyone in the outer sect has a copy. It is said to contain ancient secrets of the cultivation world. The disciples grew intrigued and began to question Xiao Chuan about the book's contents. Guan refrained from interrupting, his thoughts still lingering on the Xian Huang Long Qi Gong. In the ensuing month, he practiced the Xian Huang Long Qi Gong nightly, ultimately succeeding in cultivating a breath of Xian Huang Long Qi within his abdomen, significantly enhancing his ability to conceal his cultivation and aura. Guan felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He could now live with peace of mind. This year passed, just as the previous ones, uneventfully. For Guan, tranquility was the best outcome. Under a tree, he became engrossed in reading Qing Xia Yuji. Suddenly, Zhen Qin approached, hands clasped behind her back, bending down and asked, Master, what would you like to eat tomorrow night? I will prepare it for you. Zhen Qin, curious, leaned closer to see what he was reading, but he stopped her. Upon hearing his refusal, Zhen Qin pouted and turned to leave. Guan faintly heard her muttering, reading those inappropriate books again. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Who spread such rumors? It tarnished his reputation. Now, the disciples of Yaogu all knew of his fondness for Qing Xia Yuji. Although they dared not mention it in his presence, they often teased him in private. Guan stood, tucking the Qing Xia Yuji into his bosom. From today onward, he would abstain. Exiting the courtyard, he prepared to inspect the garden area when his gaze was suddenly drawn to the mouth of the valley, causing his brow to furrow. He noticed a man in a white robe strolling towards him, appearing to be in his 30s, handsome and exuding an extraordinary presence. What troubled Guan was that he could not sense the man's aura. Without hesitation, he cast a lifespan probe towards the stranger. Li Xian Dao, 8th layer of Transformation Realm 2, 308, 993, 020, Chapter 37. The Emperor's recruitment, 3,000 years of maximum lifespan. Guan was taken aback by the lifespan information. It was the first time he had encountered someone of such caliber. Moreover, he was at the 8th layer of the Transformation Realm. Yet, such a lifespan seemed rather low. not aligning with Gu In's expectations for the transformation realm. Could it truly only last for 899 years? Gu In speculated that the individual might have been injured, thus shortening his lifespan. He approached, contemplating that this man could possibly be a high-ranking member of Tai Xuan Man, yet he could not display excessive deference. Given the man's suppressed aura, if he were to discern the other's cultivation, it would undoubtedly lead to complications, possibly even resulting in being treated as a demonic infiltrator. As Li Xiandao walked into the valley, he surveyed the garden along the way. Guin reached him and clasped his fists, inquiring, "I am Guin, the master of Xiangu. May I ask your name and purpose for visiting?" Li Xiandao's gaze fell upon Guin, his eyes devoid of warmth, emanating an immense sense of pressure. He smiled, and the oppressive aura dissipated, creating an illusion of warmth. "I am Xiandao, hailing from Cangzhou. I am here to visit my child at Tai Xuan Man. The journey has been long and arduous. I wish to rest in your esteemed valley for a few days to regain my spiritual energy. May I request your hospitality?" Upon hearing this, Guin could hardly refuse. He readily agreed and called out to Xiao Chuan to arrange accommodations for Li Xiandao. Guin refrained from gazing at Li Xiandao to avoid raising suspicions. A man named Li, visiting his child, could he be a member of the royal family? Guin pondered with curiosity. Among the many medicinal valleys, why choose Xiangu if not for Lia's connection? Guin continued his inspection of the garden, everything proceeding as usual. Xiao Chuan led Li Xiandao to an uninhabited dwelling, stating, "The house is rather rudimentary. I hope you do not find it unappealing. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform either myself or the other disciples." Li Xiandao nodded, subsequently inquiring, "On my journey here, I observed sheep in the mountains, tended by disciples. Are you not from Yaogu? Why then do you keep so many sheep? Oh, is the eldest brother the master of the valley? Indeed. Then he must be a good person, considering your needs." "Certainly, my eldest brother is the finest person in the world." Upon receiving such praise for Guin, Xiao Chuan beamed with delight, eagerly extolling his virtues. This piqued Li Xiandao's interest in Guin further, prompting him to inquire about more of Guin's feats. Xiao Chuan, without a second thought, invited Li Xiandao to sit down, becoming even more animated in his storytelling. Meanwhile, Guin, inspecting the garden, couldn't help but smile, realizing that this Navi young man's kindness had not gone unnoticed. Regardless of Li Xiandao's connections to Liya or the upper echelons of Tai Xuan Man, a favorable impression could only benefit him. Surely, Li Xiandao could not be affiliated with Qinqiuge? Wait, Qiyan Qiyi. A chill ran down Guin's spine, and his smile faltered. It is not the fear of the unforeseen that troubles one, but rather the potential for calamity. Henceforth, he must exercise greater caution in his dealings with Li Xiandao. Li Xiandao's arrival aroused the curiosity of the other disciples, as it was rare for anyone to visit Xiangu. On that day, after settling in, Li Xiandao did not venture out, seemingly engaged in a process of spiritual recovery. Due to Li Xiandao's presence, Guin refrained from visiting Ba Jingdong Tian, opting instead to remain in the attic that evening. At dawn the next day, as Guin led the disciples in their morning exercises, Li Xiandao, hearing the commotion, emerged to observe, with Xiao Chuan enthusiastically greeting him. Guin merely nodded at Li Xiandao, choosing not to shy away from him. As the morning exercises commenced, Li Xiandao initially appeared indifferent. However, as he watched, he found it increasingly intriguing. Upon completing the exercises, Guin dismissed the disciples and retrieved a book from his bosom, beginning to leaf through it as he made his way towards the attic. At that moment, he needed to remain composed, unwilling to allow Li Xiandao's presence to disrupt his normal routine. However, just as he stepped into the courtyard, Li Xiandao caught up with him. "Master of the Valley, were you reading?" Li Xiandao asked with a cheerful smile. Guin turned, raising the book in his hand, and replied, "Feng Shanyan, have you read it?" Li Xiandao's smile widened as he exclaimed, "Indeed, I have read it, and I can recite it backward." "Oh, so we are kindred spirits? Ha ha, I felt an instant rapport with you upon our first meeting. Shall we discuss Feng Shanyan?" Hearing Li Xiandao's flattery, Guin could only respond with a smile. He invited Li Xiandao upstairs, and once he was seated, Guin began to boil water and brew tea using his spiritual energy. Li Xiandao surveyed the room's decor and then spoke. "Master of the Valley, what is your opinion of King Zhou?" "Goodness, you're testing me right from the start." Guin, with his back to Li Xiandao, continued placing tea leaves into the cup as he replied, from a narrative perspective, he is indeed cruel and unkind. However, upon closer examination, his actions may not align with reason. Li Xiandao reflected on this, stating, "Indeed, when I first read it, I perceived King Zhou as foolishly brutal. Yet upon a second reading, I found inconsistencies. In the world portrayed in the book, the immortals and deities truly exist. King Zhou could not possibly be unaware of this. Under such circumstances, how could he dare to desecrate the statue of Enhua? Such behavior does not seem befitting of sovereign. An Enhua so exalted does not directly punish those who desecrate her, but instead sends a fox spirit to disrupt the emperor's heart, leading to chaos throughout the land. Can such actions truly be deemed divine?" Guan turned, placing the teacup before Li Xiandao, and smiled. "Indeed, there are many illogical elements. Yet, this is ultimately a tale crafted by humans, designed for entertainment, and thus the contradictions are somewhat understandable." He could not ascertain Li Xiandao's true identity, so he maintained a deliberately ambiguous stance in his discourse. Li Xiandao shook his head. Perhaps the story is fabricated, but the truths it reveals about society are genuine, that there are deities watching from above and humans struggle against fate. Guan had not anticipated such an interpretation of Feng Shunyini from him. If King Zhou were sufficiently powerful, surpassing all the various immortal sects, how would the story unfold? Li Xiandao queried. Guan pondered before responding. Then the ultimate confrontation would not be against the Tong Tian Jiao Zhu, but rather against King Zhou. Li Xiandao paused, unable to suppress a chuckle as he raised his teacup, blowing away the steam. Guan, uncertain of the meaning behind his smile, chose to remain silent. "You have entered Tai Xuan, not seeking an immortal destiny, but rather dedicating yourself to the cultivation of flora. Is this an act of resignation or a genuine passion?" Li Xiandao inquired. Guan sighed. "It encompasses both resignation and affection. Each person has their own pursuits. Immortality is not the sole significance of existence. However, if I possessed extraordinary talent, I would undoubtedly aspire to immortality." Li Xiandao jested. "You are indeed an intriguing individual, showing no signs of pretense." He grew increasingly suspicious that Li Xiandao was affiliated with Qianqiuge and sought to probe his sentiments regarding Xiangu. Li Xiandao set down his teacup and asked, "What is your perspective on the current emperor? Do you see him as King Zhou?" Guan was taken aback. Was this topic shift too abrupt? Why the sudden inquiry about the emperor of the Tai Xuan dynasty? Could he not be affiliated with Qianqiuge, but rather a relative of Liya? Guan's thoughts raced as he replied, "I do not possess much knowledge on the matter. Before joining Tai Xuan, I was merely a household servant, and now within this Yao Gu, I hear little of the outside world. Has the emperor done something?" Li Xiandao chuckled. "Not particularly. It is merely that he has held the throne for an extended period, and both the court and the populace have much to say about him. The secular view seems to be that an emperor should not reign for too long. Prolonged rule inevitably leads to incompetence. The cultivation realm fears that an emperor achieving enlightenment might allow imperial authority to overshadow the world of cultivation." Guan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The layers of hierarchy involved in this conversation were too intricate for him to navigate recklessly. Noticing Guan's hesitation, Li Xiandao teased, "Do you believe it is better for an emperor to reign for a long time, or for there to be a change every few decades?" Aware of Li Xiandao's formidable cultivation at the 8th level of the Huashan realm, Guan dared not remain silent. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "In my view, it depends on the character of the reigning emperor. If he is virtuous and capable of governing the realm well, there is nothing wrong with a long reign. However, if this emperor is indeed virtuous yet chooses to pass the throne to an incompetent son, that would spell disaster for the people. The common folk do not concern themselves with the passage of time. They live but a century, and if their lives are filled with hardship, they will lament why the emperor chose to abdicate." Li Xiandao chuckled again, and Guan could sense a noticeable improvement in his mood. Wait, a relative of Liya, sharing the surname Li, first discussing King Zhou, and now the current emperor. Guan had previously heard from a Ji family that the emperor of the Tai Xuan dynasty also practiced cultivation and had ruled for 2 centuries. "You make a valid point. I indeed should not heed those whispers, but rather witness the lives of the people firsthand," Li Xiandao remarked with a smile. At this proclamation, Guan's expression shifted dramatically, astonished as he exclaimed, "You are the current emperor?" He instinctively began to rise. Li Xiandao raised a hand. a formidable pressure compelling Guin to remain seated. He did not resist, wary of revealing his own cultivation level. Lower your voice. You need not treat me as an emperor. Simply regard me as Li Ye's father and address me as uncle, Li Xiandao said warmly, his demeanor devoid of imperial severity. Guin, however, found himself at a loss for words. An emperor at the 8th level of the Hua Shun realm. This was a significant predicament. Li Xiandao spoke. Produce the Tian Su. At the mention of Tian Su, Guin promptly retrieved the sword from his storage pouch. Upon seeing the Tian Su sword, Li Xiandao's expression grew complex, and he gently caressed the scabbard. Guin recalled Li Ye's words that the Tian Su sword was a gift from his father to his mother. After her passing, it had come into his possession. Now, observing Li Xiandao's countenance, Guin began to speculate about the connection between Li Xiandao and Li Ye's mother, pondering the entangled fates between them. After a long silence, Li Xiandao placed the Tianxiu sword down and pushed it towards Guin, saying within the Tai Xuan Sect, Li shares the closest bond with you. It is said that you once saved him. This sword is now bestowed upon you. From this moment forth, you shall be the master of the Tianxiu sword. Furthermore, I am preparing to establish a medicinal valley near the Tai Xuan Sect, where numerous high-grade herbs will be cultivated. You shall assist me in managing it, and I assure you, you shall not be treated poorly. In due time, I shall aid you in establishing your foundation and even achieving the golden core. It shall be no challenge. However, you must understand one thing. On the surface, you will be a disciple of the Tai Xuan Sect, but your heart will belong to me. Chapter 38. The Sword of Hatred. The Tai Xuan Sect in turmoil. Upon finishing his words, Li Xiandao looked at Guin with a smile, awaiting his decision. Guin felt numb. Was the emperor asking him to act as a spy? This was forcing him to become a triple agent. This was not what Guin sought. Yet he found himself unable to refuse, for the other party's cultivation and status surpassed his own. Not refusing would lead to endless troubles, but declining would bring immediate issues. However, the thought of high-grade herbs made his heart race uncontrollably. Guin hesitantly inquired, Do I have any room to refuse? Yes, if you decline. I shall erase your memory of today, as if we had never met, Li Xiandao replied with a light laugh. Guin, feeling helpless, asked, Why choose me? My aptitude is mediocre. With your status, recruiting disciples from the Tai Xuan Sect would be effortless. Li Xiandao shook his head. I do not seek to specifically recruit from the Tai Xuan Sect. It is merely that you share an excellent relationship with Li Ye, and I wish to support you. Moreover, your mediocrity gives me peace of mind, as I can fulfill your needs. He paused, adopting a teasing tone. The world does not wish for the emperor to live forever, nor do I wish for the master of my medicinal valley to achieve eternal life. You do possess quite the sense of humor. Guin could only respond, If that is the case, I shall acquiesce. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Guin asked, Has your majesty been keeping an eye on Senior Brotherly? Now that the matter is settled, there is no need to call me your majesty. You may refer to me as uncle, as if we were family, Li Xiandao replied sternly. Seeing that he was not testing him, Guin called out uncle. Li Xiandao smiled and said, To be frank, I have many pawns outside the Tai Xuan Sect, and I am well aware of Li Ye's situation. Previously, Guin had thought that Li Ye had a poor relationship with the emperor. It now appeared otherwise. Was there perhaps a misunderstanding? He wanted to inquire on behalf of Li Ye, but held back. The emperor before him desired eternal life, and such a monarch would undoubtedly have a complex attitude towards his sons. Which prince would wish to remain a prince for eternity? Which prince did not harbor a desire for the throne? Guin felt a multitude of emotions. He had previously thought that Li Ye and Li Xianyu's talents were already formidable. Only upon encountering Li Xiandao did he realize why the two possessed such high capabilities. It was all in the bloodline. At the age of 230, reaching the 8th layer of the transformation stage, it was inconceivable that he had broken through the transformation stage at just over 100 years old. Absolutely absurd. The most crucial point was that this man had practiced secret techniques to conceal his aura. Had Guin not possessed the ability to probe lifespans, he would never have seen through his true cultivation. Perhaps the court and the immortal cultivation world had also failed to perceive his true strength, which allowed him to cultivate in peace until now. The firelight flickered across Li Xiandao's face, filled with mirth, as he even shared drinks with Xiao Chuan, making it impossible to associate him with the emperor of the Tai Tsang dynasty. The following noon, Guin bid farewell to Li Xiandao. 2 years, how exciting! Guin thought silently, Li Xiandao had said he would send someone to fetch him to the medicinal valley in 2 years. He planned to strive for a lifespan of 100,000 years within these 2 years, and then break through to the transformation stage. No, he aimed to surpass the transformation stage. He could not rest easy unless he was stronger than Li Xiandao. After all, serving a monarch was akin to walking with a tiger. What if Li Xiandao had a whim to harm him one day? Guan gazed in the direction Li Xiandao had departed, curious as to why this emperor had ventured alone to the outer sect. Could it be that his true visit was to see Li Xianyu? Li had mentioned that Li Xiandao favored Li Xianyu above all. Guan decided not to ponder further and turned to walk into the valley, preparing to plant more herbs. As spring faded into summer, Guan welcomed his 34th birthday amidst the summer sun. On this day, he bade farewell to Du Yi, who had come to request herbs. At the mouth of the valley, having finished speaking, he turned to leave, leaping over the mountains with his sword. Guan shook his head and chuckled. When he had sent Li Xiandao off earlier in the year, Li Xiandao had said something similar. He must maintain a distance from the Ji family, lest they plot against the Tai Xuan Sect and require his assistance. Those sects are powerful. The influence of noble families is immeasurable. In this land, dynasties rise and fall. Sects are extinguished and new ones emerge. Yet some families endure. The Ji family is one such example. Alas, all I wish is to gather herbs and flowers in peace. Yet so many are vying for my attention. As Guan contemplated, he walked in a nearby forest. Within the woods, he spotted a figure practicing swordsmanship. It was Su Han. Now, Su Han had reached the 7th layer of the Qi refinement stage, second only to Gu In and Tang Yu within the valley. While Tang Yu practiced leg techniques, Su Han practiced swordsmanship, albeit his techniques were taught by Li Ye and were not particularly profound. Guan observed him from a distance, hesitating whether to offer guidance. Su Han was diligent in his tasks and dedicated to his training. Guan found no fault in him. Wait, something was amiss. He was not practicing the Li family's 7 swords. Upon closer inspection, the sword techniques he was employing were unfamiliar to Guan. Had this lad encountered some fortuitous event? When did this happen? Guan mused curiously and intentionally stepped on a dry leaf, producing a sound. Noticing Gu An's arrival, Su Han immediately halted his practice and turned to greet him. Xiao Han, entering the outer sect relies on cultivation. Why do you train so diligently in swordsmanship? Guan inquired with a smile. Su Han scratched his head with his left hand and replied, I am not in a hurry to enter the outer sect. I want to first master the sword techniques. Why do you think so? Once in the outer sect, one must undertake tasks. If one lacks the strength, it would only sever one's future. Very well, this lad suits my taste. Guan expressed his approval, asking, Is your swordsmanship a family tradition? Suan Nadif. It is my father's sword technique, but it is too profound. Only recently have I barely begun to comprehend it. Your father must be quite remarkable. Although I am not fond of practicing swordplay, I have witnessed many exquisite sword techniques in the outer sect, none of which compare to what you just demonstrated. Guan remarked with curiosity. Su Han shook his head. My father is a waste. Since I can remember, he has been blind and possessed no magic. He passed away when I was 7, and later, I found this sword technique manual in his belongings. As he spoke, he pulled out a sword manual from his robe and handed it to Guan. Guan took it and raised an eyebrow slightly. Sword of Hatred. One odd name. Upon seeing the title, Guan immediately thought of expelling Su Han from the Xian Valley. This fellow clearly bore a grudge. Guan skimmed through the manual. With his cultivation at the 9th layer of the nascent soul stage, he could memorize it instantly. Yet mastering it would depend on his own comprehension of the sword path. He returned the manual to Su Han and pondered. This sword technique is indeed exquisite, but its core principles seem somewhat sinister. Do you truly wish to practice it? This sword technique required the practitioner to refine their organs with sword energy, subjecting them to unimaginable pain. Indeed, some methods were beyond Gu In's understanding. With his swordsmanship, he could assert that this technique was quite malevolent. Su Han was taken aback and asked, Master, do you think I should not practice it? Guan shook his head. I merely feel that this sword technique may bring you suffering. However, I do not know your background and cannot fathom your feelings. Whether you practice or not is your decision. If you choose not to, you may remain in the Xian Valley for as long as you wish. You shall always be my disciple. Upon hearing this, Su Han felt deeply moved. He tucked the sword of hatred into his robe and nodded earnestly. Guan retrieved a book from his bosom, the latest volume of Feng Shan Yin, a gift from Du Yi. Du Yi mentioned that Ji Lin was enamored with this tome, prompting their entourage to peruse it as well. "This is the book you desire," Guan said as he handed Feng Shanyan to Su Han before turning to depart. A smile graced Su Han's face as he held the book. Upon returning to the Ao Gu, Guan began to observe the other disciples engaged in menial tasks. First, he noted Lia, then Wu Exen, and finally Su Han, each possessing an extraordinary background. The Xian Gu was indeed enigmatic. Something felt amiss. While he could not discern any faults in the other disciple for the time being, it eased his mind. Reflecting on it, he realized that anyone who could enter the realm of cultivation surely bore an extraordinary lineage or experience, seeing themselves as the protagonists of their own tales. As night deepened, Guan stealthily ventured into the Ba Jing Dong Tian. After spending half an hour playing with Hao Long, he drew forth the Tian Su Jian and commenced his practice of the Hen Tian Shen Jian. Proficiency in numerous skills is never burdensome. First, he aimed to cultivate it to the point of integrating it into his attribute panel. In an instant, the sound of the wind rustled beneath the Tsang Tung tree, resonating with the swift movement of the sword. Hao Long, from several paces away, watched curiously, his dragon-like eyes reflecting Gu An's graceful swordsmanship. As summer waned, Guan made his way to the outer gate city, initially visiting the Dan Yao Tang to submit his year's harvest of herbs, followed by a visit to the Tsang Shu Tang to submit his manuscript. Since the rise of Feng Shun, the elder Lu Chong had taken a particular interest in him, always meeting him privately, wary of any leaks. Lu Chong candidly expressed his fear that Gu An's burgeoning fame might attract the attention of the demonic sects, which could lead to significant losses for the Tsang Shu Tang, thus making Guan more cautious. After completing his official duties, Guan sought out Lu Jiujia, who was delighted and invited him to join in seeking Yilan, who happened to be in the city as well. Not all outer gate disciples established their residences outside. The costs of constructing dwellings were steep, leading many disciples to choose to stay within the outer gate and enjoy its spiritual essence. Within the courtyard, after the three settled down, Lu Jiujia poured wine for Guan and mysteriously declared, "A significant event has transpired at Tai Xuan. What sort of event?" Guan inquired with a smile. Sensing an unusual atmosphere in the outer gate city today, laden with an inexplicable tension, Lu Jiujia was quick to respond, his gaze tinged with a hint of melancholy. The sect leader's domineering style has offended numerous elders. Over the years, there have been repeated incidents of disciple casualties in the territories beyond the outer gate due to demonic incursions, which has left many elders dissatisfied. Now, with imperial support, the leader's adversaries will not remain subdued. Such a conflict is bound to stir chaos. Guan, intrigued, asked, "Does the sect leader not possess absolute authority? Is he not the mightiest cultivator of Tai Xuan? What is his name?" "Ahem, I've yet to uncover that." Lu Jiujia coughed awkwardly, trying to mask his embarrassment. Yilan shot him a disapproving glance before turning to Guan, whispering, "I have indeed heard many insider accounts of the GFA Tang. The open and covert struggles within the sect leader's city have reached the inner gate and outer gate. Brother, do exercise caution in the Xiangu. Those individuals will stop at nothing for power." Guan chuckled lightly. Surely it cannot be that someone would dare to massacre the Xiangu and frame another for it? The moment those words escaped his lips, Guan felt a chill of unease. There were already individuals nurturing greed and malice outside the outer gate. What else was beyond the realm of possibility? Yilan noticed his apprehension, placing her hand gently over his, reassuringly saying, "Brother, do not fear. I will find a way to persuade the GFA Tang to enhance patrols around the various Yao Gu of the outer gate." Reluctantly, Guan acknowledged her concerns, wary of reacting too swiftly and arousing suspicion among his junior disciples. Lu Jiujia secretly chuckled at the exchange, but was met with a sharp look from Yilan. "Compared to me, you both must exercise greater caution. Such power struggles are far more perilous than venturing forth to slay demons," Guan solemnly advised. Lu Jiujia exuded confidence, asserting that he was unlikely to meet his demise. Yilan remarked that, being part of the GFA Tang, others would not dare to act against her. The GFA Tang oversaw all the various halls, and joining it conferred authority above that of ordinary disciples. However, GFA Tang disciples had less time to cultivate than regular disciples, as they were called upon to manage any issues arising within the halls. Guan regarded Yilan with a sense of admiration. Having emerged from the valley for just a few years, she had undergone a remarkable transformation. No longer the little girl who once trailed behind him, but a figure of elegance and reliability. The three of them conversed over drinks, with Lu Jiojia and Yi Lan sharing most of the dialogue, through which Guan gained considerable insight into the circumstances surrounding Tai Xuan. He felt a swell of pride, realizing that the juniors he had nurtured were now looking out for him, imparting an unusual sense of accomplishment. If the disciples of Xiangu were to spread across the various halls of the outer gate, or even enter the inner gate, would he not then possess extraordinary influence? Just the thought of it filled Guan with excitement. After 2 hours, Lu Jiojia departed first, and Guan politely declined Yi Lan's invitation to visit her residence for a taste of fine delicacies, leaving the outer gate city amidst her reluctant gaze. As he soared through the wind upon his flying sword, Guan felt elated. The sky deepened into a crimson hue, signaling the approach of dusk. His cultivation had reached the 9th layer of the Qi refining stage, allowing for a swift flight as he savored the undulating landscapes of mountains and forests. Before long, half an hour had passed. Suddenly, while in flight, Guan spotted a figure darting from the forest ahead, rapidly approaching him, prompting him to decelerate. A white-robed elder descended upon a sword, clutching a wine gourd, his nose flushed as if he had indulged excessively in drink. "Young friend, please hold," the elder's voice called out. Guan sensed the elder's cultivation at the foundation establishment stage. Yet, to be prudent, he cast a longevity probe. Lin Fu Tian, first layer of Yuan Ing realm 6038000840, by the heavens. A Yuan Ing cultivator. Guan silently cursed the elder for his cunning. Having practiced the art of concealing his cultivation, the two soon met in midair, Lin Fu Tian wearing a friendly smile as he addressed Guan. "Young friend, I am Lin Kuan, a disciple of the GFA Tang. I have a matter to discuss with you. Recently, there have been frequent appearances of demonic spies. Shall we converse in the woods?" Guan nodded. At this juncture, refusing would likely be futile, so he opted to gauge the situation. They swiftly descended into the forest, and Guan casually plucked 2 leaves from a nearby tree. Lin Fu Tian stepped forward, his tone conspiratorial. "Young friend, have you heard of Su Ruyi from the Wanin Jiao?" "Oruye, I know him all too well. He is the one I killed." Guan recalled vividly how the demonist Chanji sought to enter his Yao Gu and even injured Liya. He could hardly forget. Feigning confusion, Guan asked, "I have heard of Wanin Jiao, but who is Su Ruyi?" Su Ruyi is a prodigy of Wanin Jiao, his father being the deputy leader of the sect. He met his demise in this vicinity, and recently, numerous spies from Wanin Jiao have been investigating the cause of his death. Lin Fu Tian explained, stepping closer. Guan immediately retreated, maintaining his distance. Noting the apprehension on Guan's face, Lin Fu Tian grinned. "What? Young friend, you do not suspect I'm a spy from Wanin Jiao, do you?" Guan shook his head. "I would not dare, but I truly have not heard of Su Ruyi. Since you are from the GFA Tang, why can I ask me?" "Ha ha ha." Lin Fu Tian laughed heartily, suddenly waving his sleeve as a surge of spiritual energy enveloped the area like a mist, quickly covering several miles. Guan was taken aback, raising his sword with trepidation as he looked at Lin Fu Tian. Lin Fu Tian then uncorked the wine gourd, a foul odor wafting from it as he sneered. "Fear not. Inside, you have 15 of your comrades keeping you company." Clenching his teeth, Guan demanded, "Who exactly are you? What is your background? Even in death, may I not perish without understanding? Did you not already surmise?" Lin Fu Tian retorted with a cold smirk, raising his hand to grasp at the air, a powerful force binding Guan and drawing him closer against his will. Guan's expression shifted to one of despair as his body was lifted into the air, swiftly propelled toward Lin Fu Tian. Lin Fu Tian extended his left hand towards him while his right held a wine gourd, pouring its contents into his mouth. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the sky, scattering his spiritual energy in an instant. Lin Fu Tian's pupils dilated, reflecting a single leaf in his gaze. This leaf was surrounded by a fierce sword qi, swift as lightning, directly piercing through Lin Fu Tian's brow, blood splattering as the leaf continued its path. With a thunderous roar, trees were shattered, dust rising like a colossal gray wall stretching for miles. Lin Fu Tian trembled all over, disbelief etched on his face as he exclaimed in anger, "You dare to conceal your cultivation in such a despicable manner." Guan stepped forward, his right index and middle fingers aligned like a sword pressed against Lin Fu Tian's chest. The sword qi erupted, instantly shattering Lin Futian's physical body and dispersing the dust behind him with unparalleled dominance, trees collapsing outward as a chasm several miles long emerged. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure suddenly soared forth. It was an infant, yet with an aged visage, appearing quite eerie. It was Lin Futian's Yuaning. He flew at full speed towards the horizon, but the sound of slicing air reached his ears. Instinctively turning his head, he saw a leaf hurtling towards him, obliterating his Yuan-ing in a burst of blood mist. Guan raised his hand to summon his flying sword, stepping forth as the sword chi enveloped him. He transformed into a streak of sword light, swiftly vanishing into the forest. He did not head toward Xiangu, but rather in another direction. As he sped along, a notification appeared. You have successfully claimed 25 years of Lin Futian's lifespan. Yuaning realm, first layer. It was rather meager, yet there was little he could do. Although Lin Futian was in the Yuaning realm, at 603 years old, he only had 197 years left to live. Guan climbed through the window into the loft hall, seated himself at the table, and with a flick of his right hand, he summoned a jar of wine from the cabinet, beginning to drink deeply. After a hearty sip, he gently set the jar down, his right hand trembling slightly, his heartbeat quickening. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. It was truly terrifying, returning home only to encounter a demonic infiltrator. Concerned that his earlier actions had been too conspicuous, Guan resolved to remain in the valley for the next month to avoid any potential fallout. It was far too dangerous. If a Yuaning realm cultivator could confront him today, who knew when a transformation into the Shun realm or even higher could occur? Guan promptly summoned his attribute panel, observing his lifespan of over 91,000 years, which alleviated some of his anxiety. The path of cultivation was fraught with peril. Even an ordinary practitioner at the 9th layer of Qi refinement could be intercepted by a major cultivator at the 1st layer of Yuaning. Was that not frightening? Guan thought of the 15 souls within the wine gourd and could not help but feel sympathy for them. He then prepared to forcibly harvest a batch of medicinal herbs to challenge the 100,000-year lifespan mark, hoping to unlock new functions, after which he would immediately expend his life force. Taking a deep breath, Guan extracted the Qing Xiaoyu Ji from his pocket, seeking to divert his attention. As night fell, cheers from the disciples echoed outside. Upon probing with his divine sense, he discovered that Tang Yu and Su Han were sparring, with other disciples watching in excitement. Under normal circumstances, he would have joined to observe, but he lacked the inclination at that moment. He studied the Qing Xiaoyu Ji intently, his heart steadying, though a hint of worry lingered. After a while, footsteps approached, and the door swung open as Zhen Qin hurried in, exclaiming, "Master, the senior brother and second senior brother have started fighting." Her gaze fell upon the cover of the Qing Xiaoyu Ji, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Chapter 40. Hearing the flying leaf again. 100,000-year lifespan Gu enclosed the Qing Xiaoyu Ji, maintaining a composed demeanor as he inquired, "Do they not frequently spar? What has escalated to a fight?" Upon hearing this, he immediately rose. The master and disciples swiftly descended the stairs. At that moment, the onlookers had ceased their cheers, now fervently attempting to dissuade Su Han. Under the night sky, Su Han's hair was disheveled, resembling a vengeful spirit as he swung his sword madly, his eyes reflecting a bloodthirsty light. Tang Yu, facing him, appeared quite disheveled, his robe shredded into tatters, revealing 2 gruesome wounds on his chest, blood flowing down to stain his trousers. Wu Xian and Xiao Chuan contemplated stepping forward to intervene, but Su Han's sword techniques were too fierce, preventing them from approaching. Seeing Guan arrive, the disciples quickly parted ways. Guan stepped between the two, grasping Su Han's right wrist with his left hand and blocking Tang Yu's leg with his left arm. Tang Yu was jolted back, astonished at the strength of his master's arm. He sighed in relief, casting a fearful glance at Su Han. Su Han, immobilized by Guan's grip, could not move. Guan tightened his hold, causing the sword in Su Han's hand to clatter to the ground. "Wake up!" Guan's voice boomed, and Su Han's body quivered as the bloodthirsty hatred in his eyes began to fade. Wu Xian, standing nearby, was secretly astonished. The senior brother's speed was remarkable. Although Gu and had reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement, in their eyes he was never considered a formidable figure, mainly due to his frequent self-deprecation. Guan's intervention had reshaped Wu Xian's perception. He suddenly felt that the senior brother was extraordinary. Xiao Chuan, however, was accustomed to this. Recalling how Gu and had once subdued the frenzied Menglang. Perhaps Gu En's spiritual root talent was mediocre, but in Xiao Chuan's eyes, Gu En's practical combat ability was formidable, making him feel reliable. The other disciples were equally struck by Gu En's intervention, witnessing for the first time how effortlessly he could subdue Tang Yu and Su Han, both at the 7th layer of qi refinement. Zhen Qin was the first to cheer, breaking the silence, and the others quickly gathered around. Master, so this is how powerful you are. Second senior brother, wake up. Master, has second senior brother gone mad? It's all the senior brother's fault for mocking him. I've never seen second senior brother so enraged. The disciples chattered excitedly, while Gu En's gaze remained fixed on Su Han. Panting heavily, Su Han's body suddenly went limp like a rag doll, yet he was unable to fall as Gu En held his wrist. He looked up at Gu En weakly and muttered, Master, I... Before he could finish, his neck tilted, and he fainted. Facing Gu En's gaze, Tang Yu's face flushed red, unsure how to defend himself, yet feeling quite aggrieved as he had been injured. Upon hearing Gu En's words, he quickly bowed and departed. Gu En turned to the others and said, Why are you still here? Are we not practicing today? After speaking, he turned and walked toward the loft. The disciples exchanged glances, realizing that although Gu En did not speak harshly, they all sensed his displeasure. Unbeknownst to them, Gu En was merely lacking the mood to lecture. That night, all the disciples in the valley were preoccupied with their thoughts, finding it difficult to settle down. Gu En remained alone in the loft. In the latter half of the night, he sensed several powerful divine senses sweeping through. His battle with Lin Futian had ultimately drawn the attention of Tai Xuan. The next morning, Su Han came to visit Gu En, intending to apologize. What use is your apology to me when you have not harmed me? Gu En replied calmly. Su Han gritted his teeth, saying he mocked my swordsmanship first. Gu En inquired, Did you ever mention the origin of your swordsmanship to him? You and Tang Yu entered the Medicine Valley on the same day, and your relationship is the closest. You know him well. He speaks bluntly but means no harm. Gu En's tone was somewhat stern. After all these years, he did not want his disciples to turn against each other. He had not forcibly stopped Su Han from continuing to practice the Hen Tian Shan Jian. Such matters could not be hindered, and doing so might ruin their master-disciple bond. Initially, Tang Yu had merely teased Su Han's swordsmanship, which had already caused Su Han distress due to his inability to master the Hen Tian Shan Jian. This led to a quarrel, and Tang Yu, incensed, began to speak increasingly harshly, igniting Su Han's fury and causing him to lose control. Master, I was wrong. I will find senior brother soon. Su Han took a deep breath and stated earnestly. Gu En Dao remarked, Do not delay any longer. Let us depart now. I must also attend to the herbs. He rose and made his way toward Su Han. The two exited the loft in succession, with Su Han closing the door behind him. He quickened his pace to catch up with Gu En, unable to suppress his curiosity. Master, do you not wish to inquire why I behaved so unruly last night? Su Han slowed his steps, standing at the base of the stairs, gazing blankly at Gu En's retreating figure. What holds the utmost importance? Gu En had no time to dwell on the disputes among his disciples. He had already expressed his thoughts. If they could not coexist harmoniously, it would be best for them to part ways with Xian Gu and never cross paths again. Gu En commenced his examination of the various gardens, assessing which plants were nearing maturity. Naturally, he refrained from disturbing those herbs still far from their harvest, for he was not so reckless as to destroy his own foundation. Presently, he had numerous channels through which to gather longevity, thus he felt no urgency. Above the mountain forest, cultivators floated in the air atop their magical instruments, observing the disciples of the law enforcement hall scouring the woods. Among them, Yilan. Chu Jingfeng stood upon a flying sword, his right sleeve fluttering in the wind, exuding an air of weariness, a stark contrast to his former vigor. An elder approached, riding a gourd, and handed a leaf to Chu Jingfeng, saying, It appears to be the handiwork of the flying leaf sword immortal. Nearby, the wine gourd of Lin Futian, the leader of the 10,000 sect, has been discovered, containing the souls of 15 disciples from the Tai Xuan Sect. Chu Jingfeng took the leaf, scrutinizing it closely. Its surface was riddled with minute sword marks, nearly imperceptible at first glance. He pondered aloud. Does this imply that the flying leaf sword immortal is indeed one of our own? The elder nodded. It is likely so. The previous assault on Zhuo Yijian was likely a factional conflict. Given his effortless annihilation of Lin Futian, had he intended to kill Zhuo Yijian? the latter would undoubtedly have perished. Chu Jingfeng fell silent. The elder glanced at his fluttering sleeve and spoke. Jingfeng, it is time to release your burdens. You must soon reattach your arm. Otherwise, if you continue to wield your sword with your left hand, it will become difficult to reverse this habit. Why must I reattach? The flying leaf sword immortal wields leaves as swords. Why must I insist on using my right hand? Chu Jingfeng Vito. The elder shook his head with a wry smile, choosing not to press the matter further. In the forest, Yi Lan stood in a ravine, gazing toward its end, as if it led to the edge of the world, her eyes filled with astonishment. It was said that the one responsible was the flying leaf sword immortal. Such a terrifying spectacle was wrought by a mere leaf. A female disciple approached, exclaiming in wonder. The surrounding disciples echoed her admiration for the flying leaf sword immortal, and Yi Lan too was captivated. Just how high a level of cultivation is necessary to possess such formidable power? Yi Lan turned her gaze in another direction, her expression tinged with worry. Since Lin Fu Tian's demise, a new group of cultivators had flown over Xiangu every few days, most of whom possessed foundational cultivation. Guan occasionally caught sight of Yi Lan. She did not descend to visit him, appearing merely to be passing by. Yet, she had crossed above Xiangu 4 times within a month. How could Guan remain oblivious to her intentions? This girl. Guan stood at the windowsill, watching the departing cultivators, feeling a warmth in his heart. He accessed his attribute panel, observing his longevity of 99,990 years. His hands clenched tightly within his sleeves. It is about to happen. Tonight, he shall break through to a new realm. Due to the intense harvesting of the past month, his longevity yield for the following year would inevitably decline. Yet after waiting another year, it should recover and continue to increase. He had deliberately reserved 10 years of longevity, anticipating a quiet harvest that evening. He wished to savor the exhilarating sensation of extending his life. Noting that the sky was still early, Guan could no longer remain seated and thus descended to the courtyard. There, he spotted Su Han practicing swordplay atop the eastern peak. Since the conflict that night, Su Han had become reclusive, and others dared not disturb him, fearing his wrath. The relationship between Tang Yu and Su Han had, however, mended. Upon learning of the origins of the Hate Heaven Sword, Tang Yu had apologized to Su Han, yet afterward he had redoubled his efforts in training. Apologies aside, he did not wish to be outdone by Su Han. After all, he was the senior disciple. Guan approached the wooden railing of the herb garden, gazing out with a smile upon his face. Master, what brings you such joy? Zhen Qin trotted over, curiosity evident in her voice. Guan ruffled her hair, replying with a smile, What? Do you believe your master seldom smiles? Zhen Qin grinned. Master, since you are in good spirits today, why not teach me the Kinwin leg? Guan asked in surprise. Did you not dislike practicing swordplay and leg techniques? What has prompted this change of heart? I too wish to become a disciple of the law enforcement hall, like senior sister Yi Lan. Zhen Qin exclaimed, clenching her fists in excitement. It turned out that earlier, Wu Xian and Xiao Chuan had also seen Yi Lan's figure, and they had shared their sentiments, overheard by Zhen Qin, who had learned that Yi Lan's robe belonged to the law enforcement hall, igniting her admiration. Guan chuckled, saying, Very well, I shall teach you. It will be beneficial to send this girl on her way, for she often interrupted his reading. Thus, Guan began instructing Zhen Qin in the practice of the Kinwin leg. Chapter 41. Exceptional Heavenly Spirit Root. Breaking through to the transformation of God realm beneath the night sky, Guan swiftly traversed the mountain forest, heading in the opposite direction of the site where he had slain Lin Fu Tian. This time, he intended to break through 100 miles away. Over the past month, he had observed that the disciples of the law enforcement hall did not patrol after deep nightfall. As he proceeded, a series of notifications suddenly appeared before his eyes. You have successfully harvested 6 years of longevity from the bitter root grass, Tier 3. You have successfully harvested 7 years of longevity from the bitter root grass, Tier 3. Your lifespan has surpassed 100,000 years for the first time. Unlocking the longevity prediction feature. Longevity prediction consumes lifespan to predict the causal relationships of the great Tao. The lifespan consumed is determined by the causality being predicted. Longevity prediction? Guan's brow furrowed, sensing a hint of conspiracy. Was this an attempt to drain his lifespan? Would it deplete his longevity in one fell swoop? Guan decided to conduct a cautious trial. Upon the emergence of this new feature, he felt a sense of clarity regarding its usage. The so-called prediction was, in essence, a means to inquire with his lifespan. Guan silently posed the question in his mind. Using longevity prediction, does Jiang Qiong currently wish to kill me? After a brief interval of 2 breaths, it will require the consumption of 300 years of lifespan. Would you like to proceed with the prediction? No, too expensive. Guan promptly declined. However, after this trial, he felt considerably reassured. At the very least, the longevity prediction would inform him in advance of the lifespan required, allowing him to avoid being drained all at once. Guan ceased his probing and focused on his journey. He preferred to reserve this functionality, feeling it unwise to expend his lifespan merely for the sake of exploration. As he continued along the path, Guan remained vigilant. His consciousness constantly extended to prevent encountering Yuan cultivators. The night was desolate. Although no demonic beasts were visible along the route, traces of wild animals could be seen, primarily herbivores like rabbits and mice. Approximately 50 miles from Xiangu, Guan suddenly spotted a Bailing Shu. In the forest, it was entangled with a rabbit, following closely behind as the rabbit leaped, occasionally sniffing ahead, resembling a large dog in pursuit of its prey. How pitiful! Guan feigned ignorance, quietly slipping away without startling the Bailing Shu. No wonder this fellow often ventured out. Its movements were akin to that of a rabbit. The Bailing Shu had evidently been spoiled. Fortunately, he still had How Long thinking of How Long's majestic form. Guan's spirits lifted. After a while, Guan arrived at a dense grove where the intertwining leaves were so thick that even if someone flew overhead, they would not be able to see him. Guan sat beneath a large tree, inhaling deeply as he accessed his attribute panel. He gazed at his lifespan of 100,003 years, a look of anticipation gracing his features. A lifespan of 100,000 years certainly represented great wealth. This time, he could significantly enhance his attributes. First, let us enhance the spiritual roots, for this endeavor is indeed the most arduous. How many years should one invest? Guan hesitated for a moment, then resolved to be audacious and directly commit 10,000 years. You dedicate 10,000 years of lifespan to the evolution and cultivation of your spiritual roots. You comprehend the natural world for 100 years, enhancing your perception of the 5 elements. You delve into the natural world for 200 years, further amplifying your perception of the 5 elements. After 2,000 years of understanding nature, you finally grasp a fragment of the true essence of the universe. Your spiritual roots undergo a baptism from the heavens and earth, transforming your 5 elemental roots into exceptional qualities, particularly excelling in the wood and earth elements. You contemplate the natural world for 4,000 years, enhancing your perception of the 5 elements. You immerse yourself in nature for 5,000 years, experiencing the profound mysteries of the 5 elements, resonating with the cosmos. Your spiritual roots undergo a qualitative transformation, evolving into heavenly 5 elemental roots. After 8,000 years of comprehension, you finally grasp a fragment of the wood element's laws, leading to the transformation of your wood attribute spiritual root into a supreme heavenly root. After 10,000 years, your perception of the 5 elements improves. A flurry of notifications erupted, with dozens of prompts appearing before Guan, who dared not blink. As the final notification emerged, he immediately activated the lifespan barrier. In an instant, the grass beneath his feet shimmered with ethereal light, and even the trees behind him emitted a hint of green glow, illuminating the area within the barrier. Heavenly 5 elemental roots. Guan was instantly exhilarated. The heavenly roots were the most potent spiritual roots he had ever heard of. Even Ji Xiaoyu from the Ji family could not compare. Heavenly roots are typically of a single attribute, but the cultivation speed of such roots far surpasses that of dual roots, almost incomparable. According to Liya, heavenly roots are favored by the universe, either born from unparalleled fortune or cultivated through generations of effort in prestigious families over millennia. Currently, there's only one practitioner of heavenly roots within the Tai Xuan dynasty. Situated in the Tai Xuan Sect, the Liya did not disclose their identity. Guan suspected that Li Xiandao might also possess heavenly roots, merely concealing them adeptly. As Guan pondered, the spiritual energy from the universe began to surge into his body, inducing an indescribable sensation of both itchiness and comfort. Let us invest another 10,000 years. With ample lifespan at his disposal, Guan suddenly felt that 10,000 years was inconsequential. Thus, he once again directed 10,000 years of lifespan into his spiritual roots, and a barrage of notifications appeared before his eyes. Perception of spiritual roots enhanced. Perception of spiritual roots enhanced. Observing the identical prompts, Guan's heart began to tremble. Something was amiss. This was a calamity, until 5,000 years had passed. His earth root transformed into a supreme heavenly root. The subsequent 5,000 years yielded nothing but enhancements to perception, as if falling into an endless abyss, persisting until completion. Guan's heart bled. He practiced the divine wood pure yang technique, relying solely on the wood's spiritual root, which meant that the later investment of 10,000 years would not accelerate his cultivation speed further. Spiritual roots are predestined. In reality, there are no known methods for enhancing them. His achievement of transforming from ordinary 5 elemental roots to heavenly 5 elemental roots was already astonishing. No, I must invest again. I cannot allow these 10,000 years to go to waste. Guan gritted his teeth and once more committed 10,000 years of lifespan. Once again, a series of prompts rapidly appeared, and Guan's expression darkened. After a decade of investment, his fire root transformed into a supreme heavenly root. Surely, it cannot take 10,000 years to enhance a single root. Guan directed another 10,000 years into his spiritual roots, feeling an increasing influx of spiritual energy around him, now accompanied by gray and red specks of light. After dozens of prompts, his water root also transformed into a supreme heavenly root. Would gathering all 5 elements lead to a qualitative change? Guan continued to invest 10,000 years. Eventually, his metal root, too, transformed into a supreme heavenly root, and within his attributes panel, the spiritual root section proudly displayed supreme 5 elemental heavenly roots. As Guan gazed at his remaining lifespan, his expression became vacant. 50,000 years of lifespan had simply vanished. Following this, Guan felt an unprecedented emptiness within his heart. The earth's spiritual energy surged into his body, placing his physical form in a wondrous state, both itchy and warm, yet devoid of discomfort. Countless luminous orbs floated around him, with red for fire, green for wood, blue for water, yellow for metal, and gray for earth, resembling a magnificent galaxy, resplendent and dazzling. Guan felt dazed, his thoughts swirling. Time rapidly elapsed. An hour later, he completed the transformation of his spiritual roots, feeling as if the entire world had been rejuvenated. This sudden surge of perception invigorated his spirit. This sensation was truly sublime. He suddenly realized that the investment of 50,000 years was not in vain. The supreme 5 elemental heavenly roots were sufficient to stand out in the Tai Xuan dynasty. And regarding the entire human realm, he could not yet say, as he remained uncertain of the vastness of this world. Guan took a deep breath and turned his gaze towards the cultivation techniques in the attributes panel. Should I invest in the techniques? Tomorrow, there may be a demonic cultivator from the transformation realm lying in ambush. It is time to focus on cultivation. With new heavenly roots, do not let me down. Let us start with another 10,000 years. Cultivation is of utmost importance and deserves significant investment. Commence. You dedicate 10,000 years of lifespan to the evolution and cultivation of your cultivation technique. You cultivate for 10 years, forcefully attempting to breach the transformation realm with your profound mastery of the divine with pure yang technique. Commencing the tribulation, you do not withstand the 5 elemental heavenly tribulation, and the tribulation fails. You cultivate for 100 years, forcefully attempting to breach the transformation realm with your profound mastery of the divine with pure yang technique. Commencing the tribulation, you do not withstand the 5 elemental heavenly tribulation, and the tribulation fails. Watching the incessant notifications of tribulation failure, Guan's expression remained calm. 100 years between tribulations was acceptable to him. He did not believe he could fail 100 times. Fortunately, the situation was not as dire as he had imagined. You cultivate for 2,700 years, forcefully attempting to breach the transformation realm with your profound mastery of the divine with pure yang technique. Commencing the tribulation, you withstand the 5 elemental heavenly tribulation, successfully transcending and breaking through to the first layer of the transformation realm. You cultivate for 3,000 years. Your cultivation breaks through to the second layer of the transformation realm. You cultivate for 3,200 years. Your cultivation breaks through to the third layer of the transformation realm. You cultivate for 3,400 years. Your cultivation breaks through to the fourth layer of the transformation realm. You cultivate for 3,700 years. Your cultivation breaks through to the fifth layer of the transformation realm. You cultivate for 5,000 years. Your cultivation breaks through to the ninth layer of the transformation realm. You cultivate for 5,200 years, forcefully attempting to breach the void-crossing realm with your profound mastery of the divine would pure yang technique. Commencing the tribulation, you do not withstand the mysterious heavenly tribulation, and the tribulation fails. You cultivate for 6,400 years, forcefully attempting to breach the void-crossing realm with your profound mastery of the divine would pure yang technique. Commencing the tribulation, you do not withstand the mysterious heavenly tribulation, and the tribulation fails. Here we go again, facing failure. A tribulation every 200 years was tolerable for Guan. Meanwhile, he contemplated a pressing question. It seemed that the quality of his spiritual roots did not determine the probability of successfully transcending tribulations. Could it be that personal strength was the key? Techniques, divine powers, formations, secret methods, artifacts, and so forth. You cultivate for 9,600 years, forcefully attempting to breach the void-crossing realm with your profound mastery of the divine would pure yang technique. Commencing the tribulation, you do not withstand the mysterious heavenly tribulation, and the tribulation fails. You cultivate for 9,800 years, forcefully attempting to breach the void-crossing realm with your profound mastery of the divine would pure yang technique. Commencing the tribulation, you withstand mysterious heavenly tribulation, successfully transcending and breaking through to the first layer of the void-crossing realm. You cultivate for 10,000 years. Your cultivation increases. Guan summoned his attributes panel, noticing he still had nearly 40,000 years of lifespan remaining, which caused his lips to curl upward in a smile. Chapter 42. Breaking through the void-crossing realm. The demon lord approaches Gu and did not continue to invest in cultivation. He wished to wait until he reached the first layer of the void-crossing realm before proceeding, fearing that the time required to absorb spiritual energy would extend into dawn's arrival. If the disciples were to discover his absence from a valley, it would certainly spell trouble. Accompanied by a cascade of notifications, Guan distinctly felt the spiritual energy within the earth surging violently upwards. With a resounding crash, waves of spiritual energy erupted from the ground, tugging at his robes and tousling his black hair. His body remained anchored, however, as the energy burrowed into him, binding him to the earth like chains. The commotion from this consumption of spiritual energy far surpassed that of his earlier breakthrough to the Yuan-Ing realm, causing the very ground beneath him to tremble. He silently rejoiced in the presence of the longevity barrier. Without it, his cultivation would undoubtedly be exposed. Yet, a sudden worry crept in. Would such disturbances affect the Tai Xuan? Once the longevity barrier was activated, the spiritual energy did not simply materialize from thin air, but was drawn from beneath the earth, and naturally, it was the energy of Tai Xuan that was being extracted. Guan conceived a new hypothesis. Could the pace of his cultivation during the evolution of longevity be influenced by the density of the spiritual energy in the current environment? He considered it highly plausible, recalling Heavenly Dao, who had astonishingly reached the 8th layer of the transformation god realm at the age of 230. Reflecting on it, he recognized the vast chasm that lay between him and Heavenly Dao. If Heavenly Dao also possessed a celestial root, his advantages would far surpass what Guan could compete with. As an emperor of his dynasty, Heavenly Dao had access to the finest caves, the best cultivation elixirs, and undoubtedly top-tier techniques. Moreover, he likely had access to array formations and magical artifacts, which could be the reason for his swift success in transcending tribulations. During the previous tribulation of Zhuangjian, many cultivators had swept through the array, while others had meticulously prepared for their tribulations. In contrast, Guan faced his evolution and cultivation head-on, without the luxury of preparation. In reality, failure meant death, and he had no opportunity for a repeat in 200 years. When comparing his evolution of cultivation to Heavenly Dao's, he appeared to fall short, yet such comparisons were misleading. In truth, Guan was a mere 34-year-old at the first layer of the void crossing realm. Could Li Xiandao achieve the void crossing realm before turning 300? Was there anyone else in this world who could cultivate so bare and rigidly, enduring tribulations without external aid? This thought brought him a sense of balance. The years spent in cultivation were merely numerical, while his real strength lay in his current prowess. Additionally, he pondered whether he should explore other attribute-based techniques or seek a 5-element method to train in, as this might fully unleash the potential of his exceptional 5-element celestial root. The rumbling of spiritual energy flooding into his body grew increasingly thunderous, forming a cyclone within the barrier, with 5-colored spiritual energy threatening to engulf his form. Dark clouds swirled, gradually obscuring the bright moon. In a certain mansion within a small pavilion, a white-haired Zui Jian sat at a table, a lamp flickering beside him, engrossed in a book whose title, Feng Shan Yan Yi, was discernible. He had been captivated by Feng Shan Yan Yi for years, repeatedly delving into its pages, each reading yielding new insights. Though the book lacked explicit cultivation methods, the depiction of celestial techniques ignited his imagination. He believed that the text held profound principles, though he had yet to fully comprehend them. At that moment, Zui Jian seemed to sense something amiss. He abruptly sprang to his feet, his gaze fixated on the ground. The night was desolate, the cold wind whistling ominously. The sound of the wind intensified, and the flame of the oil lamp on the table flickered violently, as if on the verge of extinguishing. He was not alone. Cultivators from all directions emerged from their respective residences, gathering in increasing numbers above the city. Do you feel it too? Surely, there cannot be an invasion of demons? One pondered. It can't be. This is Tai Xianmen. Who would dare to seek their own demise? Another speculated. Could it be that a grand formation is being activated underground? The outer disciples exchanged anxious whispers. Yilan also took to the skies on her sword, nervously scanning the outer street. The night was dim, and a steady stream of cultivators ascended into the air, while those among the servant disciples who lacked sword mastery clustered on the streets, filled with trepidation. Everyone sensed the spiritual energy sinking into the ground, an occurrence they had never before encountered, resulting in widespread panic. Their greatest concern was the accelerating rate of the spiritual energy's descent within the outer city. The spiritual energy was rapidly thinning. Spiritual energy was the lifeblood of any sect, and the foundation of a great sect was inherently tied to it. In the mountains, Guan had already crossed into the transformation god realm, his Yuan Ying emerging from his body and hovering above his head. The Yuan Ying realm allows for the condensation of the Yuan Ying, yet normally, the Yuan Ying cannot leave the body. If it does, it severs its connection with the physical form. Thus, the Yuan Ying typically only departs when facing imminent death, in search of a new vessel to possess. As the Yuan Shun emerged from the Yuan Ying, the cultivator's consciousness underwent a monumental transformation. Immersed in this metamorphosis, Guan watched as his Yuan Ying gradually morphed into a green lotus, blooming forth, from which his Yuan Shun slowly rose, appearing identical to his true self, even mirroring his attire. The transformation god realm was not the ultimate destination. Guan was still striving for a higher realm, and the spiritual energy he consumed was ever more substantial. He noticed that the forests beyond the barrier began to tremble slightly, inducing greater anxiety within him. The commotion was too profound. Guan hesitated to send his Yuan Shun beyond the longevity barrier, fearing an encounter with transformation god realm cultivators investigating the area. Tai Xianmen undoubtedly housed transformation god realm practitioners, especially since some formidable elders in the outer sect could reach the Yuan Ying realm, not to mention the inner sect and the sect's main city. He even suspected that Tai Xianmen concealed void-crossing realm experts, otherwise why would Li Xiandao, at the 8th layer of the transformation god realm, hide his cultivation? Time continued to pass. An hour later, Guan's cultivation had reached the 9th layer of the transformation god realm. Suddenly, two figures darted across the night sky. As his eyes caught sight of them, he hastily discarded his longevity probe. Good heavens! Two Yuan Ying realm cultivators. Guan felt a surge of tension, praying that no one noticed the tremors in the forest. The longevity barrier concealed him from the outside world, yet he feared an unfortunate passerby. Soon, powerful cultivators flew overhead, each at least at the Yuan Ying realm. Before long, He spotted transformation God realm figures, and not just one. Guin felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, especially as he was on the cusp of breaking into the void crossing realm, which required even more spiritual energy. This night was destined to be tumultuous. It was only with the first light of dawn that his cultivation's growth began to slow. He had reached the first layer of the void crossing realm. In this realm, the Yuan Shun could traverse vast distances, experiencing significant enhancement in spiritual power, consciousness, perception, and vitality. Guin slowly stood, the sunlight breaking through the heavens, illuminating the longevity barrier and casting a radiant glow upon him, as if draped in a garment of dawn. He gazed towards the rising sun, a smile gracing his face. The spiritual energy within him was immense, instilling a sense of invincibility. He deactivated the longevity barrier and set off toward Xiangu. The barrier alone had consumed nearly 2,000 years of lifespan, a testament to the magnitude of last night's upheaval. As he returned, Guin observed powerful cultivators soaring above him. Since last night, he had witnessed 7 transformation God realm practitioners, which left him in awe of the profound foundation of Tai Xuan. Master, did you feel the sudden descent of spiritual energy last night? Yin inquired, a frown creasing his brow as he broached the subject. Other disciples chimed in, expressing their concerns, fearing that Xiangu might suddenly collapse. Guin chuckled. This is Tai Xuan, the safest place in the Tai Xuan dynasty. How could it possibly collapse? Upon hearing this, the disciples felt their worries dissipate considerably. Wu Xian speculated, it might be related to some kind of formation. Perhaps a great practitioner within the sect is breaking through and requires substantial spiritual energy. It was evident he had encountered something similar at Xianxiugu, yet could not articulate it. Master, why do I sense something different about you today? Zhun Xin gazed curiously at Guingu and shot her a glance, responding with irritation. You claim I change daily. If you wish to learn my leg techniques, be direct. The other disciples stifled their laughter, and Zhun Xin smiled sheepishly. As the practice officially commenced, Guin familiarized himself with his newly acquired spiritual power. In his quest for a breakthrough, he had exhausted a significant amount of medicinal herbs, which would affect his yield for the next 2 years. Thus, he could only cultivate new land and expand his gardens. Sigh, here I am, a grand practitioner of the Du Su realm, reduced to planting flowers and herbs for you all. Tai Xuan should be grateful. Guin mused contentedly as he entered the forest, where he spotted another practitioner soaring overhead. This sight brought comfort to the disciples in the valley, reassuring them that Tai Xuan indeed cared about their situation. After some time, she finally freed herself from the throng of disciples and followed Gu into the loft. Once inside, she closed the door and went to shut the windows. Moreover, she retrieved talisman paper and affixed it to the doors and windows. Guin watched her nervously and inquired, Junior sister, what are you planning to do? Should we act or refrain? After completing all the isolation measures, Yilan sat down at the table, pouring herself a cup of tea as she said, Senior brother, something significant has occurred. The demon lord may be about to attack. Guin was taken aback and sat down beside her, asking curiously, who is the demon lord? Which sect does he belong to? Chapter 43. Do you know what lies beyond the Huashan realm? My master suspects that the Jai demon lord from the Tai Sect may be coming. Yilan stated solemnly. Guin furrowed his brow, questioning, what led you to this conclusion? Guin found himself momentarily at a loss. Lin Futian was killed by him, and the events of last night were also his doing. Was the demonic path taking the blame for him? Although Guin had reluctantly become a spy for Qianxiu Pavilion, he never considered himself a practitioner of the demonic arts. After some thought, he reassured her, Junior sister, do not worry. If the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall to support it. Tai Xuan is the foremost sect of the Tai Xuan dynasty. Even if the demonic path were to attack, how difficult would it be to shake Tai Xuan? Yilan took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on Guin, determination shining in her eyes as she declared, Senior brother, let us flee far away. I am now at the foundation establishment stage. We can hide in an uninhabited forest to cultivate, and I will assist you in establishing your foundation. Guin nearly lost his composure. Goodness, is she trying to use this opportunity to bind herself to me? Guin replied helplessly, Junior sister, you are being overly dramatic. Besides, is there truly a place in this world that is absolutely safe? If we hide in the deep mountains and encounter a golden core-level demon practitioner, how shall we respond? Furthermore, this is merely your conjecture. I believe the demonic path will not attack. If they truly intended to besiege Tai Xuan, would they not have acted by now, creating so much commotion without taking action? Could it be that they are allowing Tai Xuan time to gather the powerful practitioners who are outside? Upon hearing this, Yilan found it reasonable. She pondered for a moment and suggested, "What if you come with me to the outer sect to avoid the storm?" Guan replied sternly, "Junior sister, you need not worry about me. Do not let me affect your cultivation. Remember, if you genuinely care for me, focus on becoming stronger. In the future, you can support me, and that will be for your own good." If a cultivator does not prioritize their cultivation, they will inevitably face moments of helplessness. Yilan felt a sense of shame, realizing that she had indeed been a bit hasty. "Senior brother, I am now at the 9th layer of the Qi refinement stage. It is not so easy for an ordinary demon practitioner to kill me," Guan said with pride. Upon hearing this, Yilan burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth as she said, "Senior brother, how could a demon practitioner daring enough to infiltrate Tai Xuan be merely at the Qi refinement stage? The Lin Futian who perished before was said to be an ancient figure at the nascent soul stage." "Go off, what? Do you think an ancient figure at the nascent soul stage could kill me without lifting a finger?" Yes, senior brother is the most formidable." Yilan laughed, the tension in her heart dissipating. Subsequently, Guan inquired about the situation in the outer sect, and Yilan did not withhold any information, recounting everything. It was not until evening that Guan saw her off. Originally, he intended to enhance his cultivation and spells that night. But upon hearing that the outer sect had entered a state of readiness, he refrained from acting recklessly and decided to lay low. He still harbored a question. If the nearby spiritual energy were depleted and he continued to push for a breakthrough, what consequences would arise? It was likely that the life boundary would absorb spiritual energy from even farther away, in which case Tai Xuan would be utterly unable to remain composed. For the next 3 days, Guan stayed within the Xian Valley, not even venturing to the Baiying Dantian. How Long had already begun its cultivation. It had been days without meat, yet it was fine, and it had prepared a batch of ripe Tsang Tung fruits in advance, which it could eat when hungry. Guan shared a soul resonance with How Long, so it remembered everything he instructed. Since its birth, it had never caused him any trouble, making it a reassuring companion. One night, while Guan was reading in the loft, he, possessing an exceptional 5-elements heavenly spiritual root, could effortlessly absorb all the spiritual energy within a radius of 10 feet with a mere breath, and the efficiency of converting it into spiritual power was exceedingly high. However, as the spiritual energy in the outer sect was still recovering, he refrained from exercising self-restraint. Suddenly, Guan sensed something amiss, his gaze shifting slightly. He did not rise, but continued reading. After a stick of incense had burned, a figure appeared outside his window, quietly pushing it open before leaping inside. Guan promptly cast a life probe. Fu Xiong, Foundation Establishment 2nd Layer 160198240. Having encountered Li Xiandao and Lin Futian, Guan became increasingly reliant on life probing, as there were far too many schemers in the cultivation world. Fu Xiong appeared to be around 50, not particularly tall, clad in black attire, with dark circles under his eyes and eagle-like eyes that conveyed a sense of deep cunning. He rose, fixing his gaze on Guan, and inquired, "Are you the Valley Master?" Guan frowned and replied, "I am. May I ask who you are?" Guan remained silent. His spiritual sense had long since spread out, confirming that Fu Xiong had come alone. Reluctantly, he responded, "The myriad methods are desolate and hard to trace." Guan nodded, saying, "My master has departed. May I ask what brings you here, senior? Do you know the whereabouts of the Tsang Tung tree?" Fu Xiong asked after sipping a cup of tea, his gaze sweeping the room. The room contained only books and various herbs entwined with protective talisman paper. Guan noticed that he did not seem genuinely concerned about the Tsang Tung tree and asked, "What is the Tsang Tung tree?" Guan shook his head, indicating he did not know. The Tsang Tung tree is the sacred tree of my Chinchou pavilion. Over 200 years ago, we dispatched someone to bring a Tsang Tung tree to the outer sect of Tai Xuan, but over time, the leads have gone cold, and we no longer know where the Tsang Tung tree is hidden, Fu Xiong said with a furrowed brow. "It has been here for over 200 years? Guan frowned, pondering whether Jiang Xiong had concealed something from him. Fu Xiong sighed, saying, "To speak candidly, my master is about to break through to the Huashan realm, and the tribulation is exceedingly perilous. I seek the Tsang Tung fruit to aid him. Guan, upon hearing this, asked curiously, what realm is the Huashan? Above foundation establishment is core formation. Beyond that is nascent soul, and above nascent soul lies Huashan, Fu Xiong said, stroking his beard and smiling, as if he himself were about to break through to Huashan. Isn't it dangerous for a nascent soul practitioner to undergo tribulation? I have heard that nascent soul is akin to an immortal. Guan exclaimed in astonishment. What immortal? Not yet. The transition from foundation establishment to core formation also requires a tribulation. All tribulations are peerless, comparable to a life or death struggle. The higher the realm, the more dangerous the lightning tribulation. My master has been preparing for 10 years for the tribulation, Fu Xiong said, his expression revealing a sense of yearning. Guan asked, what preparations are necessary? Can't one directly undergo the tribulation? How could that be? To undergo a tribulation, one must be prepared with sufficient spiritual power, healing elixirs, and formations to hold the ground. Several sets of magical tools must also be ready. I have never heard of anyone who could directly undergo a tribulation. Fu Xiong glared at Guan, finding his question rather foolish. After hearing this, Guan felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, Fu Xiong laughed, saying, I see your medicinal valley has a substantial amount of herbs. Why not take me as your master? In return, I will support you and impart spells. You would contribute 30% of your annual harvest to me. How does that sound? Guan frowned again. Fu Xiong whispered, youngster, my master, who is also your ancestral master, resides within the inner sect. Once he breaks through to the transformation realm, he shall undoubtedly become an elder. At that time, whatever you desire shall be at your fingertips. Guan's eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired, if your master can become an elder, does that not imply he has been lurking for many years? Why is he unaware of the whereabouts of the Tsang Tung tree? This matter is rather lengthy. Let's first discuss the apprenticeship, Fu Xiong replied solemnly. Guan hesitated and asked, but what does your master mean by this? Impossible. My master is oblivious to my presence in this medicinal valley. You are merely a servant disciple. How can my master possibly take notice of you? Fu Xiong retorted, clearly displeased. Guan rose to his feet, looking down at him, and posed a final question. Fu Xiong frowned and replied, what question? He truly wished to silence the incessant chatter of this young man. Do you know what lies beyond the transformation realm? What? Fu Xiong was momentarily taken aback. Then his anger flared. How could he possibly know what lay beyond the transformation realm? He felt the other was mocking him. Just as he intended to rise, Guan's right hand pressed firmly upon his head. When Fu Xiong glanced up, he was met with Guan's icy demeanor, his eyes sparkling with a chilling light, transforming his entire presence. In that instant, Fu Xiong felt as if he were facing his master. No, even his master did not exude such terror. He attempted to speak, but soon found his consciousness fading into oblivion, his eyes glazing over. Guan was employing the soul-capturing technique. Previously, he had struggled to master it, but now, with the exceptional Wuxing Tianling Jin, he grasped it effortlessly. Though not yet proficient, he was more than capable of dealing with Fu Xiong. His spiritual power suppressed Fu Xiong, while his divine consciousness forcefully invaded Fu Xiong's mind, ruthlessly searching. Half an hour later, Fu Xiong had breathed his last. Guan reopened his eyes, exhaling in relief. This fellow truly knew nothing of the Tsang Tung tree, nor was he sent by his master. Guan lifted Fu Xiong into the air, channeling spiritual fire from his palm to begin incinerating him. He closed his eyes, unable to bear the brutality of the scene. The spiritual fire of the Du Shujing was immensely powerful. In less than 4 breaths, Fu Xiong was reduced to ashes, leaving only a storage bag behind, from which he successfully extracted 4 years of lifespan. Guan examined the contents, removing all medicinal herbs and spirit stones, but refrained from touching the magical artifacts and talismans, opting to incinerate the storage bag along with them to prevent anyone from tracing them back to this location. The following morning, Guan descended the stairs as if nothing had happened. When the disciples gathered for practice, he felt a pang of guilt. Oh no, I'm acting like a fiend. This feeling persisted until a month later, when no cultivators from the Chinchio pavilion sought him out, allowing him to finally relax. One day, Du Yi suddenly visited, and the two conversed in a loft. Third Miss has mastered the Qilin step, and the clan leader is quite pleased, preparing to celebrate her achievement. A banquet will be held in the inner sect, and our Ji family servants must attend to welcome the guests. 10 days hence, I shall wait for you before the law hall in the outer sect. In the meantime, prepare a batch of medicinal herbs as a congratulatory gift. Perhaps you will earn the favor of the third miss, Du Yi said earnestly. Guan nodded, having made a resolution in his heart. Tonight, I shall cultivate the Ba Fong step. I shall witness the strength of the Qilin step mastered by Ji Xiaoyu. Chapter 44. The Pinnacle of Divine Skills and the Teleportation Array. Du Yi arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, and Guan could sense his excitement, as if he truly bore the surname Ji. Guan was also intrigued by the inner sect. This opportunity to visit, due to the Ji family banquet, was fortuitous. He planned to gather more spirit stones in the coming days, allowing him to make purchases within the inner sect. As night fell, Guan stealthily departed from Xian Valley, heading in the opposite direction of where he had previously broken through, stopping after advancing roughly 50 miles. He settled before a mountain face and summoned his attribute panel. He focused on the Ba Fong step, investing 5,000 years of lifespan into it. This method of movement would not only aid in combat, but also facilitate swift escapes. It was imperative to enhance it. As his thoughts settled, a series of prompts appeared. You have invested 5,000 years of lifespan into the evolution and cultivation of the Ba Fong step. After practicing the Ba Fong step for 1 year, you have successfully mastered it. After practicing for 10 years, your understanding of the Ba Fong step reaches its zenith, enhancing your comprehension of movement techniques. After practicing for 50 years, you gain insight into the Ba Fong step, elevating it to the Ba Fong Xian Miao step. After practicing for 100 years, your understanding of the Ba Fong Xian Miao step reaches its pinnacle, further enhancing your comprehension of movement techniques. After practicing for 300 years, your Ba Fong Xian Miao step returns to its essence, and you capture a glimpse of the true meaning of space, elevating it to the Qilin step. After practicing for 1,000 years, your Qilin step returns to its essence, enhancing your comprehension of movement and space, elevating it to the Tianlong Xianjin step. After practicing for 4,000 years, your persistent training finally resonates with the heavens and earth, breaking the limits of your Tianlong Xianjin step, elevating it to the Wu Ji Wu Zong Xian Tian step. After practicing for 5,000 years, your Wu Ji Wu Zong Xian Tian step reaches perfection, enhancing your comprehension of space. The Ba Fong step, Ba Fong Xian Miao step, Qilin step, Tianlong Xianjin step, Wu Ji Wu Zong Xian Tian step. Guan felt a surge of exhilaration, while a torrent of memories began flooding into his mind. He promptly activated the lifespan barrier and immersed himself in the inheritance. Half an hour later, Guan opened his eyes. He first glanced at the lifespan barrier, which had consumed only 200 years. Although the inherited techniques would not elevate his cultivation, they still required the absorption of spiritual energy. After all, during the evolution and cultivation process, one must be in an environment rich in spiritual energy. Compared to his previous breakthrough to the Du Shujing, the amount of spiritual energy absorbed this time was negligible. Guan refocused on his attribute panel, lost in thought. His cultivation certainly needed enhancement, yet given the recent need to avoid attention, he could not act recklessly. Moreover, he wished to elevate his techniques before improving his cultivation. He intended to explore the inner sect to see if there were any 5-element techniques available. If no suitable options presented themselves, he would grit his teeth and fully cultivate the Shenmu Chunyang Gong. After a moment's contemplation, Guan decided to invest in the secret technique of the Qianqiu Pavilion, the Mo Ing Shun Gong, taught by Jiang Qiong. Jiang Qiong remarked that this secret technique was particularly suited for espionage, and he was eager to discover how it was so fitting. He invested 2,000 years of lifespan into it. You have invested 2,000 years of lifespan into the evolution and cultivation of the Mo Ing Shun Gong. After practicing for 10 years, you have initially mastered the Mo Ing Shun Gong. After practicing for 100 years, your Mo Ing Shun Gong reaches a state of perfection, and your speed in executing the technique increases. After practicing for 200 years, your Mo Ing Shun Gong reaches its pinnacle, enhancing your comprehension of movement techniques. After practicing for 500 years, your Mo Ing Shun Gong returns to its essence, elevating it to the Zi Zai Mo Shun Gong. After practicing for 1,000 years, your Zi Zai Mo Shun Gong reaches its peak, enhancing your comprehension of movement and causality. After practicing for 1,300 years, your Zi Zai Mo Shangong returns to its essence, elevating it to the Da Yin Yang Bianhua. After practicing for 2,000 years, your Da Yin Yang Bianhua reaches its pinnacle, enhancing your comprehension of movement and causality. The Mo Ing Shangong, Zai Mo Shangong, Da Yin Yang Bianhua, it surprisingly only advanced twice, suggesting that this secret art was inherently profound. Jiang Xiong had not deceived him. Guan immediately activated the lifespan barrier and allowed his consciousness to delve into the inheritance. After a considerable time, he slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of delight reflected within them. This secret art was indeed highly suitable for espionage. The Mo Ing Shangong enables the practitioner to envelop themselves in demonic energy, forming a shadow that even divine consciousness cannot penetrate. The Yin Yang Bianhua is even more extraordinary, as it cannot be forcibly dispelled. The practitioner may maintain the shadow state until death, and upon death, their true form remains concealed. Most critically, this technique cannot be deduced, nor can magical artifacts or treasures reveal the practitioner's true self. How utterly domineering! With this newfound skill, Guan can undertake numerous ventures in the future. Particularly when paired with the Wu Ji Wu Zong Xian Tian step, he becomes truly invincible. This technique already possesses the essence of the art of evasion, and with each step, he can manifest a form that allows for both defense and offense, revealing boundless profundities. Guan summoned his attribute panel once more, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Name: Guan. Lifespan: 3 for 130. 823. Spiritual root: Supreme 5 elements. Heavenly spiritual root. Cultivation: First layer of crossing the void realm. Techniques: Control fire technique, incomplete. Divine wood pure yang skill, mastered. Xianhuang dragon chi technique, peak mastery. Alchemy, initial understanding. Wangu xian skill, incomplete. Yin yang technique, incomplete. Ultimate skills, gale shadow leg, fully integrated. Tai Xuan spirit sword, fully integrated. Wu Ji Wu Zong Xian Tian step, mastered. Great Yin Yang transformation, peak mastery. With spirit sword technique, novice. Z-Wei formation record, novice. Spells, soul capture technique, novice. Sword control technique, fully integrated. Bewitching eyes, incomplete. Poison wood array, initial understanding. Wind control technique, fully integrated. Corpse control technique, incomplete. Divine powers, Xianhuang dragon might, slightly accomplished. Tonight's harvest was commendable. Guan closed the lifespan barrier and rose to his feet. With a single step, his figure vanished into thin air, appearing momentarily several dozen zhang away in the forest, then stepping again, disappearing once more. He seemed to flicker continuously, showcasing the exquisite nature of the Wu Ji Wu Zong Xian Tian step, and he had merely begun to experiment. The maximum distance he could traverse was far greater. At noon, under the radiant sun, Guan stood amidst the towering buildings of the city, his eyes filled with curiosity. The street bustled with activity, and he could even spot the figures of demon beasts, while numerous cultivators soared through the sky. This city alone likely housed hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. Tai Xuan Sect boasts 4 inner gate cities, each accommodating hundreds of thousands of disciples. Such exaggeration. Suddenly, Guan felt he had underestimated the might of Tai Xuan Sect and the vastness of Tai Xuan dynasty. The 10-day period had arrived. Guan had visited the outer gate the previous day, where he assisted the outer disciples in managing their caves. By the time he finished, dawn had broken. Now, at noon today, he sought out Du Yi, and the two of them utilized the teleportation array to arrive directly at the inner gate city. According to Du Yi, the distance between the outer gate city and the inner gate city spanned several thousand li, with demon beasts raised by Tai Xuan Sect residing in the intermediate area, alongside various secret realms for disciples to hone their skills and valleys for cultivating high-tier medicinal herbs. The teleportation array is indeed a marvelous invention. I must study it thoroughly. Guan mused. He had already inquired with Du Yi about purchasing anything in the inner gate, including formations, provided he had sufficient spirit stones or spirit energy pills. In the world of cultivation, spirit energy pills serve as a form of currency, capable of restoring a cultivator's spiritual power and being utilized like spirit stones. Various sects have agreed upon a standardized specification for spirit energy pills, with each pill containing spiritual energy equivalent to a low-grade spirit stone, holding the same value. Since Li Xiandao invited him to manage the medicinal herb valley, he had plans to expand it. If every medicinal herb valley had a teleportation array, it would be immensely convenient. Guin, hurry up, Duyi urged from ahead, prompting Gu and to quickly catch up. Along the way, Duyi introduced him to the buildings they passed, and Guin listened attentively, preparing to explore thoroughly in the coming days. The banquet at the Ji family would not conclude in just a few days, providing ample opportunity for him to stroll around. Not only was Guin listening, but he was also probing with his lifespan detection. To his surprise, he did not encounter any foundation establishment cultivators. The least among them were at the core formation stage, though these core formation disciples were all nearly 200 years old. After traversing several streets, Guin finally detected the presence of a foundation establishment cultivator, a mere 40 years old, yet already at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Clearly a prodigy admitted to the inner gate based on their spiritual root aptitude. Duyi appeared intent on broadening Gu An's horizons, maintaining a leisurely pace, which Guin appreciated. Half an hour later, they arrived before an expansive estate, its courtyard walls stretching for miles, with the plaque above the grand entrance inscribed with 2 prominent characters, Ji Fu. Goodness, how audacious! Could it be that all the inner disciples of the Ji family reside here? Guin internally lamented, sensing impending trouble. At this rate, there would surely come a day when Tai Xuan Sect would suppress the Ji family. By then, he would truly become a spy for them. Although he was currently affiliated with Tai Xuan Sect, the Ji family held a more significant place in his heart. They nurtured him, raised him into adulthood, and led him to join the foremost sect. These debts of gratitude could not be repaid merely by offering low-tier medicinal herbs. Of course, Guin would not force himself to repay the Ji family, but should they require his assistance, as long as it was not excessive, he would not refuse. 2 foundation establishment cultivators were stationed at the entrance of Ji Fu. Guin utilized his lifespan detection. Their ages exceeded 100 years, clearly not prodigies. Likely mere servants of the Ji family, much like he and Duyi. Duyi immediately stepped forward, producing his token, adopting a humble demeanor, bowing and scraping. Then you shall take over for us. When night falls, we will lead you to your quarters, said a foundation establishment cultivator named Zhang Yin after a moment of contemplation. Duyi dared not refuse and promptly agreed. Thus, Guin and Duyi found themselves on guard as soon as they arrived. Guin stood before a stone statue of Qilin and suddenly had an idea. Duyi, keep watch for me. I will give you 100 low-grade spirit stones. I wish to procure some medicinal herb seeds in the inner gate, which will also serve to assist the 3rd young lady, Guin proposed. Upon hearing this, Duyi was momentarily taken aback. He considered countering, but found it hard to refuse. 100 low-grade spirit stones. This lad is indeed quite generous. Thus, after handing over 100 low-grade spirit stones to Duyi, Guin departed to meander through the inner gate city alone. He had not ventured far when a voice called out, Guin, what brings you here? Chapter 45. Will you be my master? After many years apart, Zuolin had only reached the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, likely still fixated on sword practice. Guin turned to him, cupping his fists in greeting, and said, The family summoned me for work, so here I am. You still have a family? I thought you came from servant background, Zuolin inquired curiously. What? You hail from the Ji family? Zuolin's eyes widened in astonishment. Guin countered, Did not senior brotherly mention it to you? Zuolin shook his head and replied, He didn't say anything. What a coincidence. My father was also invited by the Ji family, and I tag along for the excitement. Isn't the Ji Fu just behind us? Where are you headed? He had always found Gu an intriguing, sensing that he was no ordinary individual, and was determined not to miss this opportunity to reconnect. I plan to explore the inner gate city. Then let me accompany you, though I am not an inner disciple. I have benefited from my father's connections and visited often, Zuolin said enthusiastically. Guin did not refuse. As they conversed and progressed, Zuolin spoke of his father, and through his words, Guin gained a deeper understanding of the hierarchy within Tai Xuan Sect. Generally, disciples would ascend to higher ranks upon reaching certain realms. But some chose the path of power, such as Zuo Yijian, who had entered the Elder Hall. Unlike other departments, the Elder Hall served as the power center of a city. The threshold for the Outer Gate Elder Hall is core formation, while that for the Inner Gate Elder Hall is the transformation stage. The Elder Hall wields absolute authority in each city, and it is said that in the main city of the sect, the Elder Hall's power surpasses all, even capable of determining the position of the sect master. Hence, Some Yuan-ing cultivators opt to remain in the outer gate as elders, continuing to seek their own interests. Zhuo Yijian had arrived at the inner gate, but had yet to join the elder hall. However, he had become the head of the inner gate library hall, enjoying considerable benefits. It's all the fault of Fei Yijian Xian. My father has become infatuated, spending his days engrossed in the Feng Shan Yin Yi and neglecting his sword practice. Zuolin vented indignantly. Guan asked, "Do you find Feng Shan Yin Yi unappealing?" "On the contrary, it's truly captivating. Let me tell you, my favorite character is Yang Jian. Why isn't he a sword cultivator?" Zuolin's enthusiasm surged as he spoke of Feng Shan Yin Yi. Guan privately lamented that he had underestimated the profound impact of Feng Shan Yin Yi on the realm of cultivation. Listening to Zuolin extolling the virtues of Pan and Guan initially felt a sense of delight, but as time passed, the novelty wore off. For he was not the true author. His primary motive for writing was to amass spiritual stones. Subsequently, Guan requested Zuolin to guide him to the Tsang Jingge. The distinguishing feature of the Tsang Jingge, as opposed to the Tsang Shu Ge, is that it houses exclusively cultivation techniques and spells. Along the way, Guan inquired about the existence of 5 elements techniques, only to be met with disdain from Zuolin. In the world of cultivation, techniques typically focus on a singular attribute, even for those possessing multiple spiritual roots, unless one wishes to start anew. The process of recultivating techniques can be overwhelming, as the journey to regain spiritual power can shatter the resolve of most cultivators. Cultivation is not akin to martial arts. It demands the passage of time for accumulation. No one desires to traverse the arduous path of decades, or even centuries again, especially not those ancient beings who have practiced for millennia. They can only grit their teeth and forge ahead, delving deeply into a singular path. Thus, the path of cultivation flourishes in its diversity. Upon reaching the Tsang Jingge, Guan indeed found no 5 elements techniques. However, he procured foundational techniques of the other 4 attributes, opting for the most economical choices, as he could afford to sacrifice his life force to enhance his progress. Spiritual stones must be primarily allocated towards purchasing seeds. Back in Xingu, Zuolin had already sensed Gu An's attitude toward the disciples of lesser status. Guan not only sought to ingratiate himself with the royal-born Li Ye, but he also treated those of lower standing with kindness. Perhaps Li Ye was correct. He truly was a good person. Zuolin observed Guan's profile and thought as much. "Brother Zhua, could you take me to see the array?" Guan inquired with a smile. Zuolin readily agreed. However, the outcome left Guan somewhat disheartened. While teleportation arrays did exist, they were exorbitantly priced, far beyond his means. He could only contemplate this for another time. Although he was a due ex-cultivator, it would be unwise to resort to force. Upon entering the inner sect, Guan surmised that Tai Xuan men must harbor advanced cultivators of the due X, as the threshold for inner sect elders is the Hua Shen realm, with even higher ranks beyond that. Upon reflection, Tai Xuan men was indeed formidable. Many of the demonic cultivators had perished at the outer gate, and the demonic factions dared not launch an assault on Tai Xuan men. Moreover, operatives like Jiang Qiong, who had attained the Jidan realm, only dared to operate outside the gate. If Tai Xuan men were likened to a vast map, Guan was merely active in a small corner. Guan chuckled as he patted Zuolin's shoulder and refrained from saying more as they entered the Ji residence. Upon entry, Guan felt a multitude of presences. It turned out that the Ji residence was also shielded by restrictive formations, and he even detected a presence of the Huashan realm. Throughout the journey, he casually let his life force probe those he encountered. The Ji residence was bustling, filled with numerous talented individuals. Although Ji Xiao Yu had only brought 5 into Tai Xuan men, the Ji family boasted multiple branches, with disciples flooding into various sects each year. After a brief incense sticks time, Du Yi led Gu in to meet Ji Lin, a renowned genius within the outer sect. Ji Lin, Foundation Establishment Realm, level 936330900. At 36 years old, he was indeed formidable. He must have consumed quite a few medicinal pills. Observing Ji Lin, Guan thought to himself as he retrieved the herbs he had prepared in advance. Ji Lin was not arrogant. His demeanor towards Guan was quite amicable, and he painted an enticing picture for Guan, who feigned excitement, bringing their meeting to a pleasant conclusion. Subsequently, Dui guided Gu into their lodging. They shared a courtyard, each with their own room. The night passed uneventfully. At Dawn the next day, just as the sun began to rise, Guan was pulled out of the courtyard by Du Yi. The two of them waited by the main gate, joined by several other cultivators. Under the leadership's arrangement, they formed two lines, preparing to welcome the esteemed guests of the day's banquet. After half an hour, guests began to arrive. The first was a Yuanying realm cultivator. Upon entering the residence, Guan overheard the servants discussing that this individual was from the inner sect's law enforcement hall, wielding considerable authority. As time progressed, more guests arrived, and each wave of leaders possessed at least the Yuanying realm, with a significant number being at the Huashan realm. No wonder Li Xiandao had to conceal his cultivation. While being at the 8th level of the Huashan realm was strong, it was still far from invincible. One arrival caught Gu An's attention. It was Luo Sunyi, the master of Fu Xiong. Guan had memorized his visage when he probed Fu Xiong's soul. Luo Sunyi, Yuanying realm, level 9254-804-1300. At 250 years old, he was indeed a genius. The Ji family member at the front gate evidently had a close relationship with Luo Sunyi, as they exchanged pleasantries for a while. Who would have thought this man was a demonic cultivator? Guan mused quietly, remaining silent and standing at ease. After another half hour, Guan spotted a spy from Qianxiugu, Jiangxiong. Jiangxiong, Yuanying realm, level 1192-700-2490. 7 years had passed, and she had successfully crossed the tribulation so swiftly. Dressed in the robes of an inner sect disciple, her demeanor was icy, devoid of the frivolity she had shown when facing Guan. She merely cast a glance in Gu An's direction, and they exchanged no words until she entered the Ji residence. What brought her here? It couldn't be merely to offer congratulations, could it? Guan pondered in confusion. Could Jiang Xiong be plotting against the Ji family? Suddenly, a voice filled with excitement drew Gu An's attention. A familiar face from the outer sect's library. Gu Yu approached him briskly. Behind Gu Yu was a splendidly dressed middle-aged man, exuding an extraordinary aura, though his presence was faint, indicating he had clearly cultivated a method of concealing his aura. Guan instinctively probed with his life force. Guzong, Du X, level 26901-805-2800. Remarkable. Du X cultivator. Tai Xuan indeed sheltered a Du X. This man shared the surname Gu and was evidently related to Gu Yu. Guan had sensed that Gu Yu was no ordinary person. Guan, are you a member of the Ji family? Gu Yu asked excitedly as he approached. Guan nodded, replying, I am merely a servant. With your talent, why would you settle for being a servant? I'll have my father recruit you into the inner sect, Gu Yu declared grandly, causing the surrounding Ji family members to glance over in surprise. Gu Yu turned to Gu Zong, saying, Father, this is the person I often mention. Please take him under your wing. The cultivators accompanying Gu Zong were all at the Yuanying and Huashan realms, and they curiously scrutinized Gu, and upon hearing Gu Yu's words, oh no, how did this turn against me because of this kid? Guan cursed inwardly. Gu Zong frowned and remarked, in public, what kind of conduct is this? Guan breathed a sigh of relief. Great cultivators indeed understood the importance of decorum. Gu Zong turned to Guan, and his stern expression suddenly softened into a gentle smile. Young friend, my name is Gu Zong. Would you be my disciple? At these words, everyone was taken aback, and Du Yi looked at Guan in disbelief. My spiritual root aptitude is mediocre. I fear I am not suited to be your disciple. Guan replied helplessly. Gu Zong chuckled, I do not judge my disciples by aptitude, but by fate. I appreciate your writings. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Guan could not agree, nor did he wish to take a teacher of the same realm. He had only taken Cheng Xiandan as a last resort. This matter requires further discussion. I hope the senior can understand, Guan said, taking a deep breath and feigning difficulty. Gu Zong burst into hearty laughter, stepping forward to pat Guan on the shoulder. After the banquet, let us have a good talk. Even if you do not become my disciple, if you help me with a certain task, I will fulfill all your requests. Gu Yu winked at Gu and before following in his father's footsteps. Once this group of guests entered the residence, the surrounding Ji family members flocked over, inquiring about what Gu An had written that had garnered such esteem from Gu Zong. An elder cultivator jested, could it be that Feng Shunyan Yi is your work? Guan smiled and replied, I do wish it were my creation. Du Yi scoffed, how could he possibly have written Feng Shunyan Yi? It's likely something related to cultivating medicinal herbs. As others joined in the commotion, Guin's presence suddenly surged to its peak amidst the turmoil. Just as Guin contemplated making his escape, a cultivator from the Ji family emerged from within the estate, announcing, "Who is Guin? The third young lady requests your presence." Chapter 46. The innate Dao talisman, ambitions of the demon path. He is Guin. Yi gave Guin a gentle push, causing him to stumble slightly before he turned to the summoning cultivator and said, "I am Guin. Let us proceed." The cultivator replied affirmatively and turned to lead the way back into the estate. Guin followed closely behind, his mind swirling with confusion about why Ji Xiaoyu sought him. Their interactions had been sparse during his childhood, largely due to their vast differences in status. On the other side, Guin trailed the messenger cultivator for 2 miles until they finally arrived at Ji Xiaoyu's courtyard. The messenger halted outside the courtyard gate, gestured for Gu and to enter, and then departed. Guin could already sense Ji Xiaoyu's aura. Based on his assessment, she too was at the 9th level of foundation establishment. Yet she seemed considerably stronger than Ji Lin. He stepped into the courtyard, which was adorned with a grove of bamboo, exuding the vibrant colors of spring. Despite the autumn season, following the path through the bamboo, he soon encountered a pond, its surface cloaked in ethereal white mist. Within the mist sat a figure in meditation, faintly discernible as a woman. As Guin approached, he clasped his hands in greeting towards Ji Xiaoyu in the pond, saying, "Guin pays his respects to the third young lady." Dressed in a green robe, Ji Xiaoyu sat cross-legged, astonishingly suspended above the pond surface. Her hands rested gracefully on her knees, while her long hair was elegantly secured atop her head with 3 pearl-inlaid hairpins, wisps of hair drifting alongside her cheeks. Her forehead gleamed like jade, adorned with a subtle red line that flickered in and out of view. In terms of features, only Jiang Qiong could rival her in Guin's mind. Unlike Jiang Qiong's beguiling charm that oscillated between righteousness and wickedness, Ji Xiaoyu emanated an otherworldly presence akin to a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Her expression was devoid of emotion, radiating a sanctity that commanded reverence. Guin recalled their first meeting in his childhood, where he sensed that Ji Xiaoyu was no ordinary child. Her eyes seemed to have weathered the trials of time. He immediately cast a lifespan probe. Ji Xiaoyu, Foundation Establishment, 9th Level 3, 4830-8900. What on earth? An astonishing lifespan of 8,900 years? Most perplexing was that she was merely at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. How could she possess such an extensive lifespan? Guin was taken aback, realizing that Ji Xiaoyu was far more complex than just having dual spiritual roots. "You performed admirably earlier. After the banquet concludes, you may visit Gu Zong and take him as your master," Ji Xiaoyu stated, her eyes remaining closed, her voice melodious yet commanding. This fellow had actually eavesdropped on the conversation outside the estate. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu opened her eyes, the mist before her dissipating as she turned her gaze towards Guin. The corners of her eyes seemed to be etched with a subtle upward curve, lending her beautiful gaze an air of authority, as if she sought to peer into Guin's very soul. Guin lowered his head slightly, avoiding direct eye contact. It wasn't fear, but rather that he currently bore the fa ade of a mere servant at the 9th level of Qi refinement, playing his part well. "Then I shall not take you as a disciple. However, Gu Zong wishes to meet you, and you must pay him a visit. This indeed places you in a difficult position. Tell me, what can I do for you?" "I promise to assist you within my capabilities," Ji Xiaoyu said softly. Perhaps it was due to Ji Xiaoyu's earlier kindness that Guin felt a sense of fondness towards her. Thus, he spoke candidly, "Third young lady, the Xian Valley where I reside is quite small. I wish to cultivate more medicinal herbs. Could you assist me in acquiring another medicinal valley?" "Of course. I do not wish to be transferred from Xian Valley, for it holds my dedication and efforts." Ji Xiaoyu fell silent upon hearing this. Guin remained patient. If she could not fulfill this request, he would seek Gu Zong's assistance instead. He could somewhat guess what Gu Zong desired of him. As a mere author, what could he be summoned for? Ji Xiaoyu eventually spoke. "Regarding the medicinal valley, I cannot guarantee a complete commitment, as this is not the Ji family's domain, and you are reluctant to leave your medicinal valley. I will do my utmost to assist you. Additionally, you may present me with one more request." Without hesitation, Guin replied, "Could you provide me with a set of teleportation array formations? I wish to connect the 2 medicinal valleys for easier travel. That is not a difficult task. After the banquet, I will have someone deliver it to you." Thank you, third young lady. Guan beamed, bowing once more in gratitude. Ji Xiaoyu closed her eyes again and inquired, by the way, what exactly have you written that has garnered such esteem from Guzong, to the point where he wishes to accept you as a disciple? Guan pondered for a moment, realizing that he could not conceal this matter any longer. After today, Ji Xiaoyu might begin to investigate him. It would be wise to be forthright, especially since the Ji family could provide him with protection in the future. Feng Shanyanyi. As Guan uttered these 4 words, Ji Xiaoyu's eyes widened in astonishment, her head turning sharply towards him, her expression reflecting genuine surprise for the first time. You wrote Feng Shanyanyi? How do you possess such extensive knowledge? Ji Xiaoyu inquired, her brow furrowed. Guan sighed. It was merely a figment of my imagination, not a factual account. Had he not visited the Outer Sect's library, he would have believed that Feng Shanyanyi was indeed real, as there were no records pertaining to it within the context of Huaxia. A mere figment? Yet the world you depicted in Feng Shan is so grand, and the Taoist techniques are utterly captivating, Ji Xiaoyu remarked softly. It was evident that she had a fondness for Feng Shanyanyi as well. Guan feigned modesty, appearing uncertain of how to respond. This matter must not be disclosed to others. The impact of Feng Shanyanyi is too profound. The name Pan and has already spread throughout the Taitsong Empire, and other sects are eager to find you, Ji Xiaoyu cautioned. After contemplating, she raised her right hand, the jade ring on her middle finger shimmering with light, producing a small bronze sword that materialized in her palm. This is a talisman treasure. Simply inject spiritual energy into it to activate it. This treasure can slay cultivators at the core formation stage. Keep it for your protection. Ji Xiaoyu's words prompted Guan to gaze at the bronze sword with newfound interest. This was his first encounter with such a talisman treasure. Previously, Jiang Xiong had mentioned that talisman treasures do not recognize a master and require stored spiritual energy for use, often passed down by great cultivators to safeguard their descendants. He had never expected to receive one today. He accepted the bronze sword without hesitation. Ji Xiaoyu closed her eyes once more, her tone returning to its previous indifference. Guan offered a respectful farewell and turned to leave. Once outside the courtyard, Guan felt a surge of curiosity. He sensed an inexplicable aura emanating from Ji Xiaoyu, a presence that inexplicably beckoned for possession. He dismissed any further contemplation and proceeded towards his own quarters. As the number of guests swelled, the Ji estate became increasingly lively, bustling with the presence of many people. The transformation stage cultivators engaged in light-hearted banter, while those at the nascent soul stage kept busy, and the disparity in status due to cultivation levels was starkly evident within the Ji estate. While walking, Guan suddenly spotted someone, Jiang Xiong. The two encountered each other in a corridor, standing face to face. Guan maintained his composure, his expression unchanged, and Jiang Xiong mirrored his demeanor. They brushed past each other, merely half a meter apart, when Guan suddenly felt something being slipped into his left hand, a jade pendant. Jiang Xiong's voice resonated in his ear, conveyed through a sound transmission technique. Inside the room, Guan sat on the bed, grasping the jade pendant in his left hand, the back of his hand facing upward. Even within the confines of his quarters, he ensured the pendant remained concealed. He probed his divine sense into the jade pendant and soon furrowed his brow. Jiang Xiong's intention in approaching was none other than Ji Xiaoyu. Not only her, but Qianqiu Pavilion and other demonic sects had also dispatched spies, all vying to seize the innate Dao talisman within Ji Xiaoyu. The innate Dao talisman was a unique power, akin to a bloodline, innate from birth. However, once the bearer reached the core formation stage, the innate Dao talisman would manifest upon their golden core. At that point, should the golden core be taken, the innate Dao talisman would depart from the cultivator's body. According to Jiang Xiong, innate Dao talismans are exceedingly rare, more so than heavenly spiritual roots, possessing the ability to alter one as fate. No wonder Ji Xiaoyu's lifespan was so astonishing. It was indeed due to the innate Dao talisman. Guan found himself in a quandary. On one side was Jiang Xiong, and on the other, Ji Xiaoyu. Whom should he support? Oh well. Guan was filled with curiosity regarding the Xiantian Dao Fu. Was the unique aura he sensed from Ji Xiaoyu earlier truly that of the Xiantian Dao Fu? Even he, a venerable master of the crossing void realm, could not suppress his covetous thoughts, which spoke volumes of the immense power encapsulated within the Xiantian Dao Fu. As time passed, the banquet proceeded smoothly. with the lurking demonic cultivators refraining from rash actions. At noon, Ji Xiaoyu showcased the Qilin step to the guests, and Guan bore witness to this spectacle in the courtyard. Ji Xiaoyu stepped forth from the courtyard, ascending step by step, with each footfall manifesting the Qilin's visage beneath her. After 7 steps, the Qilin's form enveloped her, creating an awe-inspiring sight as if 7 dark red Qilins hovered in the air. With Guan's keen eyesight, he discerned that Ji Xiaoyu could still take 2 more steps. 9 steps marked the limit of her Qilin step. However, the true pinnacle of the Qilin step extended far beyond 9 steps, when mastered to its utmost. One could traverse 1,000 steps, conjuring 1,000 Qilins as avatars to besiege or bewilder adversaries. Regardless, it was indeed remarkable for Ji Xiaoyu to have perfected the Qilin step by the age of 34, empowering her to sweep through her peers in the same realm. As evening approached, Du Yi arrived with Gu Zong and Gu Yu to seek out Guan. After guiding them, Du Yi departed, not daring to intrude further. An hour later, Gu Zong left with a satisfied smile. The purpose of Gu Zong's visit was to request Gu and to document his exploits in a book, to which Guan readily complied, as it did not entail making Gu Zong the protagonist of a legendary narrative. In return, Gu Zong would elevate Guan's status to that of an outer disciple and bestow upon him a medicinal valley twice the size of the Xian Valley. Half a year later, Gu Yu would return with provisions for Guan. The prospect of exchanging a book for a medicinal valley seemed advantageous to Guan, especially since he had little to occupy his time. When he inquired, "Are you certain you wish to probe into the sect's secrets?" His question sent a shiver down Du Ye's spine, rendering him mute. The following morning, as the guests of the Ji residence dispersed, a cultivator approached Guan, presenting him with a storage pouch, stating it was a gift from the 3rd Mississippi. Upon scanning its contents with his spiritual sense, he discovered an abundance of materials for formations. Guan hesitated whether to inform Ji Xiaoyu, but upon observing the increased number of Ji family cultivators congregating in the residence, some even meditating beneath the eaves, he realized that the Ji family had sensed impending danger. With this knowledge, he felt no need to intervene. After bidding farewell to Du Yi, Guan made his way to the Xian Valley, where he began to devise a cultivation plan for his 2nd medicinal valley. Coupled with Li Xuandao's medicinal valley, he would possess 3, leading to a significant increase in longevity and income. Despite already having attained the 1st layer of the crossing void realm, Guan would not disdain a longer lifespan, for there were undoubtedly many more layers beyond the crossing void, each demanding greater sacrifices of life. His ultimate ambition was to achieve immortality and ascend to the pinnacle of the cultivation path. Standing upon his flying sword, Guan soared through the heavens, his heart brimming with dreams of eternal life. As he landed, his sword dove into his storage pouch, and he noticed Yin, who was weeding nearby. Rushing over to greet him, Guan nodded, saying, "I understand. Please continue with your work." He observed several flags concealed within the underbrush surrounding the Xian Valley, indicating the presence of a formation. He sensed the aura of the opposing forces and feigned ignorance of the formation as he proceeded towards the direction of the cultivator's presence, all the while rapidly surveying his medicinal herbs. To his dismay, he discovered that 6 4th-tier herbs were missing. Guan's expression darkened. The opponent's cultivation was formidable, being a cultivator of the transformation god realm. Yet, even at this level, to dare steal from him would incur consequences. Arriving at Xiao Chuan's courtyard, he noticed an elderly man refining pills within a quaint furnace, emitting wisps of blue smoke. The old man, hunched and stout, had his white hair tied back with a piece of grass. Qiu Qianli, transformation god, 2nd layer 486-930-1050, confirming that the man had not concealed a higher cultivation level. Guan approached and inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name and origins?" His tone was assertive, contrasting sharply with his usual demeanor. Qiu Qianli stood and turned towards Guan, chuckling, "I am Qiu Qianli, passing through this medicinal valley and wishing to stay for a few days." Guan probed further. "Are you affiliated with the Tai Xuan Sect?" Given Ji Xiaoyu's impending breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, he had to question the man's identity. For transformation god, cultivators rarely visited his medicinal valley. "And you, are you the master of this medicinal valley?" Qiu Qianli retorted with a chuckle. He shook his head in amusement, muttering to himself, "A mere qi refining cultivator dares to speak to me in such a manner." Suddenly, he crouched down and struck the ground with his palm. Instantly, The earth trembled, and the great flags hidden in the surrounding forests shuddered, releasing an onslaught of demonic energy that rapidly ascended, weaving into a net that enveloped the entire Xian Valley. The net then turned transparent, as if the preceding events had been an illusion. What do you intend to do? Guan feigned panic. The disciples sensed the disturbance and rushed over. The first to arrive were Xiao Chuan and Yi Yin, followed closely by Wu Xan, Zhen Xin, and Su Han. Others approached hesitantly, remaining at a distance, anxiously observing. Su Han stood at the forefront, gripping his sword, though his trembling legs betrayed his anxiety. Zhen Xin's face turned pale with fear, yet she stood protectively in front of Guan, prompting a smile from him despite the dire situation. This foolish girl, feeling Qiu Qianli's terrifying aura. All the disciples were engulfed in dread. Wu Xan gathered his courage to ask, "We are merely miscellaneous disciples. Even if you refine our souls, it would offer you no benefit. Let us speak civilly. What do you desire from us?" Fearing that Guan might fail to perceive the depth of the opponent's cultivation, he spoke first. Qiu Qianli sneered, "You are quite perceptive. From now on, you shall remain in the valley awaiting my commands. I intend to use your medicinal valley for pill refinement. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. My formation is formless and colorless. Even a golden core cultivator would be reduced to a puddle of blood upon contact." The onlookers had just witnessed the formation taking shape and believed his words without question. Qiu Qianli then fixed his gaze on Guan, mocking, "Valley Master, I now inform you that I hail from the Heavenly Sect. What shall you do about it?" Heavenly Sect. The specter of the past lingered painfully in Guan's mind. He had taken few lives in his existence, apart from Fu Xiong. The rest were all affiliated with the Heavenly Sect. Guan feigned terror, gritting his teeth. "I beg your forgiveness for my earlier transgressions, esteemed elder. As long as you do not harm my disciples, you may command me as you wish. Even if you wish to refine souls, please do so with mine first." Upon hearing this, the disciples panicked yet remained silent, fearing to provoke Qiu Qianli further. Wu Xan clenched his fists within his sleeves, secretly regretting, "Had I diligently practiced, once my technique reached fruition, I would not have allowed my senior brother to be in such a predicament." Senin, Xiao Chuan, Suan, and Yi Yin shared similar sentiments. Qiu Qianli chuckled derisively. Guan quickly added, "Elder, I possess fifth-tier herbs suitable for use as medicinal guides. Would you require them? Indeed, you are quite astute. Go fetch them." Qiu Qianli waved his sleeve dismissively. Guan immediately turned and dashed towards his pavilion. The others remained on high alert, wary of Qiu Qianli's next move. Qiu Qianli idly scratched his ear, his gaze landing on Zhen Xin, and said, "Little girl, come here and assist me." Seeing his malicious grin, Zhen Xin felt a wave of revulsion, but her greater emotion was fear. What was she to do? Judging by the formation's earlier manifestation, no one in the valley could match this demonic cultivator. Just as Zhen Xin was consumed by anxiety, a figure cloaked in purple-black materialized beside Qiu Qianli. Qiu Qianli's pupils constricted in shock as he instinctively turned to look. How swift! How could this be possible? As Qiu Qianli was about to strike, the adversary's right hand shot forth like a sword, piercing directly through his chest and lifting him into the air. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the figure beneath him. This entity, shrouded in dark violet flames, was inscrutable, as if emerging from the depths of the underworld. Wu Xan, Zhen Xin, and others were equally startled by the sudden appearance of this enigmatic figure, retreating in unison. Trembling, Qiu Qianli, master of the Ing divine skill of Qinqiu Pavilion, spoke with palpable fear. He despaired as he realized he could not summon the spiritual energy within him. That strike had shattered his golden core, and the overwhelming spiritual force kept his primordial spirit firmly suppressed within his body, unable to escape. The opponent was undoubtedly above the transformation realm. Wu Xan seemed to recall something, her expression changing dramatically. Immediately after, Guan clenched his right fist, unleashing a terrifying sword aura that obliterated Qiu Qianli's corporeal form in an instant, leaving only his primordial spirit hanging from Guan's arm. While Qiu Qianli's storage bag fell into his other hand, blood and flesh splattered. Wu Xan and the others were caught off guard, rendered speechless and frozen in place by fear. Qiu Qianli's primordial spirit quivered in a whisper, but before he could finish, Guan's overwhelming spiritual force crushed it. Following this, Guan's figure vanished into thin air. The next moment, A loud crash echoed as a door was flung open, revealing Guan, who descended from the loft with a fifth-tier Hua in hand. He rushed towards Wu Xian and the others, calling out, "Senior, do not act recklessly." He anxiously inquired, "Where did that demon go?" His voice dropped to a whisper, as if fearing that Xiao Qianli might overhear. Zhen Qin, seemingly jolted awake, screamed and clutched Guan's robe, trembling as she said, "Master, he is dead." Other disciples were similarly roused, turning to look in all directions, fearful that the mysterious shadow might reappear. Guan took considerable time to piece together the events from their accounts. It must be said, acting is indeed exhausting. He instructed his disciples to remain vigilant, urging them not to let their guard down. Simultaneously, he discreetly channeled his energy through his right foot, spreading his spiritual force underground to dismantle the invisible formation. Suddenly, a curtain of demonic energy manifested above Xiangu, and the mysterious demonic formation began to collapse, the demonic energy dissipating as if it had never existed. The autumn leaves atop the mountain fluttering down. "The formation has been dispelled?" Yin asked cautiously. Wu Xian took a deep breath. Looking at Guan, said, "Brother, let's find another place to converse." The slaying of Xiao Qianli had garnered 66 years of life, which was quite satisfactory. Pleased, Guan feigned confusion, hesitating for a moment before nodding in agreement. The two made their way into Guan's loft, while the other disciples gathered to discuss the recent events. Once inside the loft, Wu Xian closed the door and turned to Guan, gritting her teeth as she said, "The one who struck just now must be a high-ranking cultivator from Qianqiu Pavilion. Perhaps my father sent someone to protect me." Observing the complexity of Wu Xian's expression, Guan felt an urge to smile, yet years of acting experience prevented him from breaking character. His demeanor shifted, first to shock, then to relief, and finally to tension. Noticing her senior's fluctuating emotions, Wu Xian felt increasingly awkward but did not regret disclosing this matter. Since their last heart-to-heart, Wu Xian had come to regard her senior as the closest person to her, believing there should be no secrets between them. "This matter cannot be spoken of, otherwise. I cannot guarantee your safety," Guan said earnestly, taking a deep breath. Curiously, he asked, "Can you identify that person from earlier? What realm was he in?" He sought to probe the depths of Qianqiu Pavilion. Wu Xian scratched her head in contemplation, speculating, "I did not see his true form. He might be in the nascent soul realm. His movements were too swift. It seems difficult for someone in the golden core realm to possess such capability." Guan was taken aback. "This foolish child," he mused. "You claim your father does not care for you. Yet look, he even sent someone to protect you. He truly does not care for me, but perhaps fears losing face, or the one who intervened just happened to be on a mission for Tai Xianmen." Wu Xian speculated, remaining resistant to her father's influence. Thereafter, Guan issued a few more instructions before leading Wu Xian downstairs. He did not allow the disciples to clean the courtyard, but instead preserved the scene, awaiting Wu Xian's report to the law enforcement hall the next day. All the disciples within the valley had witnessed the earlier battle, making concealment impossible. Thus, it was better to inform Tai Xianmen in advance. Standing before Xiao Qianli's alchemical furnace, he examined the concoction inside, unable to discern what pills Xiao Qianli had been refining, yet deciding to retain it for Tai Xianmen to determine its fate. That night, Guan arrived at the 8 Scenery Cave Heaven. After feeding the How Long as usual, he took out Xiao Qianli's storage bag. He emptied its contents before destroying the bag itself. It must be noted that a transformation realm cultivator was indeed wealthy. Merely the spirit stones and spirit pills amounted to a significant sum. He meticulously checked each item, incinerating the useless ones to prevent anyone from tracing him. The magical artifacts were similarly cleansed of Xiao Qianli's marks, rendering them ownerless. In the end, he was left with a single letter containing a blank sheet that required spiritual consciousness to read, accessible only to those in the transformation realm. After probing, he learned of Xiao Qianli's purpose, to acquire the innate Dao talisman. Xiao Qianli's mission was to rendezvous with the Huan Sect's agents tasked with seizing the innate Dao talisman in the outer sect. Besides Qianqiu Pavilion, the Huan Sect had also infiltrated Tai Xianmen with numerous agents. If Xiao Qianli was responsible for the rendezvous, the individual in question must possess considerable strength. The infiltration of demonic spies was indeed insidious. How many others were like him, bound against their will? Guan reflected quietly before rising to inspect the herbs within the 8 Scenery Cave Heaven. The next morning, Wu Xan, accompanied by Tang Yu and Su Han, headed to the outer sect. Guan instructed the remaining disciples to continue their tasks as usual, shepherding, weeding, and watering. As they landed, Guan approached them. Leading the group was an elder from the law enforcement hall named Mu Rongying. Mu Rongying, third layer of Golden Core Realm 268503908, clad in a purple robe. Mu Rongying was tall and handsome, with hair interspersed with black and white, exuding the aura of a superior in every gesture. After listening to Guan recount the events, he nodded slightly, saying, "You have done well. We will proceed to sweep this area and will not allow demonic cultivators to remain hidden." Guan immediately expressed his gratitude. The disciples of the law enforcement hall did not linger to converse with the valley disciples. They proceeded to Xiao Chuan's courtyard, witnessing the bloodstains on the walls and ground, their hearts trembling with fear. Mu Rongying approached Xiao Qianli's alchemical furnace and peered inside, his brow quickly furrowing. Meanwhile, Yilan came to Guan's side to comfort him. Guan suggested that Wu Xian seek her out first. Her intervention would facilitate dealings with the law enforcement hall, which is why she had rushed to Xiangu upon hearing of the incident. After a brief moment, Mu Rongying retrieved the alchemical furnace and signaled for the disciples of the law enforcement hall to depart. Watching them leave, Zhen Qin could not restrain herself from glancing at Guan, asking, "Is that it?" Guan had not anticipated any significant action from the law enforcement hall. As long as the matter was reported, he wished to avoid being labeled a demonic spy. "They will investigate. At least you should trust your master Yi." Guan replied with a smile. Zhen Qin, upon hearing this, felt reassured. However, the attitude of the law enforcement hall still unsettled her, and she vowed to become an outer sect disciple as soon as possible. To the Xiangu, Qiao Qianli was merely a minor setback, yet for Guan, it served as a warning. How many times had Xiangu faced such peril? No, he must elevate his own cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 7 days swiftly passed. That night, Guan stealthily departed Xiangu, finding a secluded spot in the mountains 100 miles away to sit down. He summoned his attribute panel, focusing his gaze upon the Shenmu Chunyang Gong. It was time to enhance his cultivation technique. He immediately invested 1,000 years of lifespan. Ultimately, the Shenmu Chunyang Gong underwent a promotion, advancing to the Yangmu Hunyuan Gong, attaining a mastery level that was equally extraordinary. The Yangmu Hunyuan Gong also awakened a divine ability, which filled Guan with delight. He promptly activated the lifespan barrier to inherit the Yangmu Hunyuan Gong. Half an hour later, the inheritance concluded, and Guan grasped the intricacies of the divine ability. This divine ability was named Yangmu Wanli, capable of infusing spiritual power into the earth, condensing Yangmu, which would blanket the land. The Yangmu could devour the essence of living beings and even absorb spiritual power, making it exceedingly formidable. As long as the practitioner possessed sufficient spiritual power, it could cover a vast expanse of 1,000 miles. Such a domineering divine ability was something Guan truly cherished. Guan continued to examine the cultivation panel, preparing to elevate his cultivation to the 9th layer of the Dushi realm. As for a breakthrough, he feared it would create excessive commotion, especially since he had only a little over 20,000 years of lifespan remaining. He first invested 1,000 years of lifespan, successfully advancing from the 1st layer to the 4th layer of the Dushi realm, which was commendable. However, after investing another 1,000 years of lifespan, his cultivation only reached the 5th layer of the Dushi realm. In total, he consumed 7,500 years of lifespan to attain the 9th layer of the Dushi realm. With over 13,000 years of lifespan remaining, he decided to cease his efforts. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into his body, he began to meticulously comprehend the mysteries within himself. He could not always rely on lifespan for improvement. He also aspired to cultivate his understanding of cultivation. The spiritual energy pooled in his golden core, nurturing his sinews, bones, and primordial spirit, thus constantly enhancing his cultivation. Even upon reaching the Dushi realm, the golden core remained in his dantian, and after attaining this realm, Guan could even more acutely sense the significance of the golden core. This led him to ponder the golden core Dao in Taoist mythology. The primordial spirit, much like the golden core, represented the manifestation of the soul, allowing practitioners to transcend the constraints of their corporeal bodies. Guan intended to experiment with fusing the Yongmu Hunyuan Gong with other attribute techniques, aiming to create a 5 elements technique that would perfectly align with his exquisite 5 elements timeline. After 2 hours, Guan successfully reached the 9th layer of the Dushu realm, having drained the spiritual energy from the surroundings, likely alarming the outer sect once more. This was beneficial, as the Tai Xuan Sect would undoubtedly become more vigilant, increasing the pressure on the demonic spies, thereby enhancing Ji Xiaoyu's chances of success during tribulation. Guan mused that he had inadvertently aided Ji Xiaoyu. As expected, the following morning, while leading his disciples in practice, Guan observed several great cultivators soaring over the Xian Valley, and his disciples discussed the previous day's descent of spiritual energy. The energy consumed from the 1st to the 9th layer of the Dushu realm was by no means inferior to that from the 1st layer of the Huashan realm to the 1st layer of the Dushu realm. Perhaps even more. The outer sect of the Tai Xuan Sect had encountered such occurrences twice consecutively, which would undoubtedly leave them in disarray. Guan planned to continue preserving his lifespan, thus was unconcerned about being investigated. Next was the great undertaking of the Yaogu. The autumn wind howled, and the Xian Valley lived in seclusion. Ever since the calamity brought by Qiu Qianli, the disciples within the valley had been cultivating with even greater diligence. A month swiftly passed. One day, Guan was studying the Ziwei formation record beneath a tree, while the Bai Ling Shu napped beside him, resembling a plump dog. He perused the formation record with one hand, while gently stroking the Bai Ling Shu with the other, thoroughly content. Suddenly, Guan seemed to sense something. Lifting his gaze toward the distance in the direction of the intersect, he felt the formidable aura of the Dushu realm. A great cultivator was engaged in battle. It appeared that Ji Xiaoyu had successfully condensed her core, and various demonic spies could no longer contain themselves, erupting into conflict. Guan thought of Jiang Xiong and hoped she would not act recklessly. Given her 1st layer of the Yuanying realm, it would be quite challenging for her to seize Ji Xiaoyu's golden core. The distance from the inner sect to the outer sect was vast, and the disciples in the Xian Valley remained unaware of the battle's energy, continuing their individual practices. As night fell, Guan could still sense the distant battle's intensity, indicating how fierce it was. The cold wind blew through the window as Guan sat at his desk reading, when footsteps approached from outside. "Brother, may I come in?" The voice of Wu Xian reached him. He quickly swapped the Qingxiao travelogue in his hands for the Baichao record of Cheng Xiandan. Wu Xian entered, closing the door behind him, and approached the desk, noticing Gu Yan's Baichao record, filled with admiration, his gaze growing more resolute. "Brother is so studious. I must assist him." Guan looked up and inquired, "It is late. What is the matter?" Guan raised an eyebrow, questioning, "What do you mean? You are not dissatisfied with your position as the eldest disciple and coveting my position as the valley master, are you?" Wu Xian replied, "Brother, in truth, I am a genius, but I have cultivated a divine technique that suppresses my cultivation growth. This ability allows for a gradual accumulation, possessing the profound mystery of changing one's fate." Chapter 49, Daoyan Gong, Divine Ability, Dao, Am I Truly a Genius? Upon hearing Wu Xian's words, Guan nearly laughed. He joyfully replied, "You have always been a genius in my eyes. Do you wish to impart your technique to me?" Wu Xian nodded, stating, "When I say genius, I mean in comparison to others in the valley. However, compared to my older brothers and sisters, my aptitude is rather mediocre. The technique I practice is called Daoyan Gong, taught to me by a divine monk. Once this technique is cultivated, my cultivation level will not increase, but my power will continue to accumulate. I plan to unseal my realm just before my life reaches its end. At that point, my spiritual root and lifespan will undergo transformation. However, once unsealed, the Daoyan Gong will cease to function." Upon hearing this, Guan became intrigued by the Daoyan Gong. "What realm is that divine monk?" he inquired curiously. Wu Xian shook his head, saying, "I am unsure of his cultivation level." He referred to himself as a seeker of immortality. Since he is a seeker, why do you call him a divine monk? Guan questioned. He has shaved his head and wears a kasaya. How could he possibly be a seeker? My appearance is modeled after his. He claimed that my fortune would be extraordinary in the future and forcibly shaved my head. The scar on my scalp is a mark he left, making it so I cannot grow hair, Wu Xian lamented, feeling quite wronged. He desired to be as handsome as Guan, to attract the admiration of women. Guan ceased his inquiries and encouraged Wu Xian to elaborate on the Daoyan Gong. He was curious to see how marvelous this technique truly was. Wu Xian began to earnestly explain the Dao Gong. He spoke for an entire hour. The Dao Gong was indeed profound, with its methods of cultivation being remarkably intricate. And from Gu An's perspective of cultivation, the Dao Gong concealed deeper mysteries. Brother, do you remember everything? Or should I write it down for you tomorrow? Wu Xian asked with concern. Guan smiled and nodded, saying, yes, this technique sounds quite impressive. Thank you for your kindness. Let's rest for the night. No need for thanks. What is our relationship? Wu Xian replied with a smile, feeling content that he had finally been able to assist his brother. After saying this, he turned to leave. As he descended the stairs, Guan began to cultivate the Dao Gong. Wu Xian worried that he might not remember, so he decided to heed Wu Xian's intentions, lest he reveal his current aptitude and realm. In reality, as long as it was not a special Dao method, merely listening to the words, Guan could memorize them after a single hearing. 3 days passed, and in the forest, Guan was practicing sword techniques with Su Han. On that day, when Xiao Qianli caused chaos, Su Han had bravely stood at the forefront, which deeply moved Guan, prompting him to teach him a few moves. Initially, Su Han harbored little expectation, believing his master was merely bored, but he was taken aback by how the sparring unfolded, as the situation was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Guan wielded a wooden sword, employing simple footwork and ordinary sword techniques. Yet he effortlessly dismantled every one of Su Han's moves. Su Han was profoundly shocked, and Guan's stature in his mind was greatly elevated. After several dozen exchanges, Guan disarmed Su Han, causing his sword to clatter to the ground. Su Han stared at the wooden sword poised before his throat, swallowing hard. Astonished as he gazed at Guan and sheathed his sword, smiling as he looked at him, asking, what do you think? Incredible, Su Han responded, feeling a sense of shame. Guan shook his head, saying, I did not ask for your evaluation, but rather what you felt. Wait, he seemed to have realized something, his complexion drastically changing, and a look of astonishment crossing his face. He turned to Guan and cautiously inquired, Master, are you using the sword techniques of the Hentian Divine Sword? Guan nodded and replied, Indeed, my understanding of the Hentian Divine Sword is not profound. But do you know why I am able to counter your swordplay? Why? Su Han pressed on. I am faster than you, but you feel that I am slower than you? Yet I can effortlessly dismantle your techniques? Yes, Master, I truly feel you are slow, but Su Han quickly came to an understanding. It was indeed the case. From the moment they drew their swords, the outcome had already been determined. Su Han looked up at Guan, his face filled with admiration. Master, you are truly remarkable. You are able to practice better than I, after merely glancing at the Hentian Divine Swords Manual. Guan stepped forward, smiling. In truth, I have also practiced swordsmanship, which allows me to understand it better than you. But this is something only you should know. You must not speak of it. I carry certain grievances and cannot let anyone know that I understand sword techniques. Upon hearing this, Su Han was deeply moved and quickly knelt on one knee, raising his hand to swear, I will never disclose Master S knowledge of swordsmanship. If I do, may I be struck by lightning and live a life of solitude. Guan hastily pulled him up, exasperated. There is no need to swear. If you promise, I will trust you. Nonetheless, he was quite pleased with Su Han's attitude. Given his way of doing things, guiding Su Han in sword practice was already a risk. Su Han scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Guan continued to instruct Su Han in the sword techniques, although he had not diligently practiced the Hentian Divine Sword. His mastery of the Tai Xuan Divine Sword was more than sufficient to offer guidance. Half an hour later, Guan left the forest, leaving Su Han to practice alone. He arrived at the valley entrance, his gaze fixed on a wooden railing in a garden area where a figure stood, accompanied by the servant, disciple Yang Min Jiangxiong. In broad daylight, how dare this fellow directly enter the Xian Valley? Guan silently scoffed. He had sensed Jiangxiong's approach to the Xian Valley, which was why he had concluded his special instruction for Su Han early. The reason he did not stop her in advance was that Jiangxiong had flown in on a sword, making no effort to conceal her presence or aura. Guan strode over to Jiangxiong and said to Yang Min, You may go about your business. I will entertain her. Yang Min, feeling relieved, quickly departed. Guan suggested, Let us speak upstairs. Jiangxiong had no objections and followed him to the loft. Once inside, Guan closed the door and quietly asked, Master Ancestor, why have you come, especially in broad daylight? Jiangxiong seated herself nonchalantly, first waving her sleeve to toss 4 talismans onto the doors and windows. Then pouring herself tea from the kettle on the table. She casually replied, "What is there to fear? I am still an inner disciple of the Tai Xuan Sect. I have not revealed my identity before my injury. I hid because I had enemies, but I have investigated over the years, and those foes are now dead." Guan sat across from her, curious. Were those enemies from the Tai Xuan Sect? To be precise, like me, they were all demonic spies. Jiang Qiong said with a hint of a smile, emphasizing the words demonic spies. Guan furrowed his brow and asked what happened. He sensed that Jiang Qiong had sustained serious internal injuries, but was merely putting on a brave face. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiong's expression grew complex as she said, "That Ji Xiaoyu is indeed formidable. She had just stepped into the core formation realm and was able to evade my attack. In a moment of distraction, she was severely wounded by a Yuanying cultivator from the Ji family. They have made a move." Guan immediately felt tense. Jiang Qiong shot him a glance, irritated. "Have you forgotten the shadow demon technique I taught you? I did not expose my true self, so there is no need for you to worry." Upon hearing this, Guan released a sigh of relief. He then inquired, "Has Ji Xiaoyu's innate Dao talisman been seized?" Jiang Qiong shook her head. No one succeeded. With her Qilin step, it is difficult for Yuanying realm cultivators to approach her, and those at the transformation stage or stronger were blocked by the Ji family and the Tai Xuan Sect. The elders of the Tai Xuan Sect are indeed formidable. She seemed to recall something, her expression shifting with fear. Hearing that Ji Xiaoyu was unharmed brought Guan some relief. In his view, the fact that neither of them had died was the best outcome. Guan studied Jiang Qiong, contemplating how to comfort her. Jiang Qiong raised her eyes to him, smiling mischievously. "You wouldn't be informing the Ji family, would you?" Guan quickly shook his head. "How could that be? I'm not that kind of person." "Really? Really? Do you want me to swear?" Guan said seriously. Suhan had just sworn an oath to him, and now he would have to swear to Jiang Qiong? Jiang Qiong scrutinized him, clicking her tongue in amazement. "There is no need. Actually, I wanted you to inform the Ji family." Guan was perplexed, not understanding her meaning. Jiang Qiong took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "Seeing you standing at the door of the Ji residence, I had a sudden idea to use your voice to warn the Ji family to be on high alert. This way, when Ji Xiaoyu completes her core formation, there will be a fierce battle. What a pity, I did not expect you to be this kind of person. Master Ancestor has truly misjudged you." Jiang Qiong feigned a heartbroken expression, even letting out a sigh. Guan fell silent. Jiang Qiong quickly changed her tone, smiling. "But this also shows that your heart is more inclined towards me. I did not suffer in vain. From now on, Master Ancestor will treat you well. Congratulations. You have completely won my heart. Master Ancestor, do not speak nonsense. Haha, oh. It seems you have already been bound by the rules of the righteous path." Unable to take a joke, Jiang Qiong covered her mouth with a delicate laugh, leaving Guan feeling quite helpless. At that moment, Jiang Qiong suddenly patted her storage bag at her waist, producing a bronze plate and placing it on the table. This plate was square, with notches along the edges, covered with dense, intricate inscriptions. Jiang Qiong's eyes sparkled as she said, "This is the true purpose of my visit to the Ji residence. This is the Ji family's divine ability scripture, which records one of the 10 divine abilities of the Ji family. It is a gift from the family head to Ji Xiaoyu, and this item requires the blood of a direct descendant of the Ji family to unlock. Of course, if one surpasses the transformation stage, they can forcibly break the restrictions inside. The Ji family passes on the Qilin step to Ji Xiaoyu, and also the divine ability scripture. It seems they wish to aid her in joining the Holy Land in the future." Divine ability scripture? Guan's gaze instinctively fell upon the bronze plate. His eyes filled with curiosity. Jiang Qiong pushed the bronze plate towards Guan and said, "For now, let this be kept with you. Hide it within the 8 scenery cave heaven. I will come to find you once I obtain the blood of a direct descendant of the Ji family. Keeping it on my person during this time may invite calamity." Guan blinked at the bronze plate on the table. Chapter 50, The Tao of Heaven and Earth. Tianya Valley Guan stored the bronze plate in his storage bag and asked, "Are the 10 divine abilities of the Ji family truly powerful, even enticing a talent like you from the Qianqiu Pavilion?" Jiang Qiong gazed towards a wooden cabinet nearby and softly replied, "They are indeed powerful, and it is not something one can achieve merely by desire. Within the Ji family, anyone who can master a divine ability, regardless of their status, will receive significant cultivation from a Ji family and be integrated into the main clan. Within the Taitsong Empire, It is quite difficult for all sects combined to overturn the Tai Xuan Sect. The same goes for noble families. There is a vast disparity, with three major families dominating over the empire, one of which is the Ji family. Listening to her words, Guan began to suspect that the Qinqiu Pavilion also had spies within the Ji family. Truly the demonic path. Following her lead, Guan inquired, who are the other two families? Zhou and Gu. Why not Li? Ha! The Li family is merely a puppet. Jiang Qiong's disdain for the Li family was evident in her words, which gave Guan a new understanding of the Taizong Empire. The royal family is not the most powerful family. Indeed, while Li Xiandao's lifespan is formidable, it cannot compare to Ji Xiaoyu's. Ji Xiaoyu is the most terrifying talent Gu and has encountered thus far, and the Gu family is likely the family behind the Gu sect, as their cultivation in the void-crossing realm is enough to prove their foundation. As for the Zhou family, Guan had yet to make contact with them. After a short while, Jiang Qiong grew impatient. Why are you asking so many questions? Hurry and arrange a place for me to stay. Jiang Qiong glared at him. Guan was hearing her refer to herself as Lao Nyang for the first time, which suggested that her injuries were becoming unbearable. Consequently, Guan escorted Jiang Qiong downstairs and personally arranged her accommodation. After settling in, Jiang Qiong began to cultivate her energy to heal, remaining indoors. Zhenxin then approached Guan, curiously inquiring about Jiang Qiong's identity. Guan merely stated that she was an inner sect disciple, which was enough to intimidate Zhenxin. Thus, the news of an inner sect disciple's arrival in Xiangu spread rapidly among the disciples, who soon learned that this inner sect disciple was exceptionally beautiful. As the night deepened, Guan entered the eighth scenery, cave heaven alone, and buried the bronze piece into the earth. After Jiang Qiong departed, he planned to investigate the Ji family's secret pathways. As autumn transitioned into winter, snow began to fall from the sky. After nearly a month of recuperation in Xiangu, Jiang Qiong bid farewell to Gu and watching her ascend on her sword. Guan noticed she headed in the opposite direction of the inner sect, likely intending to leave Tai Xianmen. Guan glanced towards Zhenxin's dwelling, sensing that she was practicing a peculiar skill taught by Jiang Qiong. Before leaving, Jiang Qiong had explained that Zhenxin had insisted on bothering her. After observing for a while, Guan made his way into the mountains, intending to see the demon sheep roaming in the forest. The demonic presence should have dissipated by now, and it was time to resume the peaceful farming life. Guan, however, was not one to become complacent due to his achievement of the ninth layer of the void-crossing realm. He felt it was insufficient and began to anticipate what abilities a lifespan of 1,000,000 years might unlock, hoping for something formidable. In the days that followed, he occasionally ventured out of the valley to manage the cave dwellings of the outer sect disciples and procure high-grade medicinal herb seeds. The winter snow grew heavier, enveloping the world in a vast whiteness. One night, Guan stealthily returned to the eighth scenery cave heaven. He unearthed the bronze piece from the ground and took it to the Tsong Tung tree, where he sat down to meditate. Hao Long approached him, rubbing against him affectionately. Guan suddenly noticed that Hao Long's physique was beginning to widen, which was not a good omen. He admonished Hao Long not to overindulge, as he did not wish to raise a corpulent dragon. After playfully frolicking with Hao Long for a while, Guan began to channel his consciousness into the bronze piece. Jiang Qiong had not deceived him. Indeed, this bronze piece concealed a formidable restriction that could only be forcefully breached by someone in the void-crossing realm. Guan had already devised a plan. If this item could only be passed to one person, he would learn it first and then teach Jiang Qiong. If it could be reused, he would pretend not to have touched it. Boom! The powerful consciousness of the ninth layer of the void-crossing realm surged into the bronze piece, and the mysterious restriction held for just a moment before being forcefully shattered. A torrent of immense memories flooded into his mind. These memories were complex and chaotic, with various pieces of information crashing into his consciousness, causing him to frown slightly. Guan's formidable consciousness enabled him to discern subtle connections, and after a while, he managed to organize his thoughts. This divine ability was named Tian Di Dao Gang. As the winter snow blanketed the ground, the snowfall this year was far greater than before, necessitating Guan to lead the disciples in shoveling snow. Unless absolutely urgent, they refrained from using spiritual power, as Guan remarked that this could also be considered a form of cultivation. The snow fell heavily like rain, continuing for half a day before finally easing. Standing before the wooden railing and surveying the medicinal herbs he had cultivated. Guan was pleased to see that none had suffered any mishaps. After a while, Guan's gaze flicked towards the mouth of the valley, where he spotted a man wearing a rain hat and a cloak, carrying a long spear wrapped in cloth on his back. Luo Han, Jiedan Realm. 8th layer 664002803. An impressive lifespan of 2,800 years. Quite remarkable. Guan immediately approached him, making his way to Luo Han and bowing in greeting. Just as he was about to inquire further, the other party spoke first. Who is the Valley Master Guan? Luo Han's voice sounded somewhat youthful, yet robust. Luo Han looked up, revealing a handsome face beneath the rain hat, although a mark resembling a prison character marred his left cheek. The Emperor sent me. You have an hour to prepare, after which you will accompany me, Luo Han stated expressionlessly, brushing past Guan as he walked further into the valley. Upon hearing this, Guan's eyes sparkled with joy. Finally, it had arrived. He was eager to see the extent of the medicinal valley that Li Xiandao had prepared. He promptly sought out Wu Xian, who had become the chief disciple of Xiangu, capable of overseeing the entire valley. The title of chief disciple does not necessarily imply being the master's apprentice, similar to the chief disciple of Tai Xuan, who possesses the strongest abilities but is not the master's disciple. Wu Xian understood that his senior brother had few interests, with forging being one of them, and assured that he would not pick anything without permission. Meanwhile, Luo Han approached Yin, who was practicing his family's staff technique with a long stick. Noticing Luo Han's arrival, Yin promptly halted, nervously regarding him. Luo Han pulled out a tome from his robe and tossed it to him, saying, "Your bone structure is commendable. You should practice this." Spiritual roots merely define one's aptitude for absorbing energy, and a person's talent encompasses other aspects as well. Your bone structure is stronger than average, making you an excellent candidate for spear practice. Once you have mastered it, you can enlist in the army in Sangzhou, achieve merit, and exchange it for rare treasures to refine your physique and alter your fate. Luo Han's words invigorated Yin, who immediately expressed his gratitude. Luo Han nodded slightly before moving on to other areas, wandering through the medicinal valley to observe the herbs being cultivated there. After a while, Guan found him and announced that it was time to depart. Luo Han raised his hand, retrieving the long spear from behind him. A brilliant golden spear falling into his grasp, catching the attention of the disciples in the valley. What a show-off! Guan silently scoffed. Luo Han leaped into the air, standing atop the spear, glancing at Guan below on the snowy ground, and said, "Get on." Guan promptly leaped up, landing behind him with his feet on the spear shaft. With a surge of spiritual power, Luo Han propelled the spear, and they sped away, soaring over the mountain peaks and tracing a long line through the misty white snow. The disciples in the valley gathered together, curiously discussing Luo Han's identity. The air was frigid, and Guan's black hair was blown back, revealing a fair and handsome face. "Not bad. Your control over spiritual power is quite refined, and you stand very steadily." Luo Han's voice resonated, his back turned to Guan, laced with a hint of admiration. Guan casually replied, "I enjoy sword control techniques, so I've studied them. Although your cultivation is quite low, being valued by the Emperor surely indicates you possess exceptional qualities. Once we reach that medicinal valley, feel free to act. I will safeguard its safety." Luo Han began discussing the medicinal valley, and Guan listened intently. According to Luo Han, this medicinal valley held great significance for the Emperor, who would nurture a group of prodigies there for future use. If Guan performed well, he might also receive a share of precious herbs. Guan could sense that Luo Han held genuine respect for Li Xiandao, which piqued his interest in the prison character on Luo Han's face. The medicinal valley, named Tianyagu, was situated several thousand miles away from Xiangu, within a mountainous region rife with demonic beasts, despite being near Tai Xuan. Guan proposed constructing a teleportation array within Tianyagu to facilitate a connection to a Xiangu, but Luo Han rejected the idea, stating that the existence of Tianyagu must remain unknown to Tai Xuan. This left Guan wanting to retort, "You are situated so near Tai Xuan, yet you wish to keep it hidden?" However, he recalled the 8 scenery cave heaven and speculated that perhaps Li Xiandao had set up high-level formations. To accommodate Guan, Luo Han maintained a leisurely flying speed, continuing their journey even after nightfall. Guan sensed a pervasive demonic aura in the surrounding forests. with creatures rivaling the Jiet Dan realm lurking nearby. Sure enough, a third-tier demonic bird suddenly swooped down from behind, but Luo Han responded with a punch, condensing his spiritual power into a golden spear shadow that tore the creature apart and effortlessly captured its demonic core. After this display, no other demons dared to impede their progress. By the following morning, Guan finally beheld Tian Yagu. The expanse of land and mountains lay shrouded in a thick layer of white mist, and amidst the peaks, a swirling vortex of snow appeared, with white cranes soaring gracefully within, resembling a fairyland. Through the snow mist, Guan's gaze fell upon Tian Yagu, and his expression turned peculiar. Tinya Valley lies nestled among the mountains, its expanse indeed twice that of Xian Valley. Towering stone tablets stand on the surrounding peaks, unmistakably part of some formation yet to be activated. The valley is overrun with wild grasses, a testament to its untamed nature. This means he must first clear the land. Guan could not help but inquire, are we the only two in Tinya Valley for now? Chapter 51. Zhou Tongyu, the strongest in a century, catching monsters? Guan's interest was piqued. As they descended, the landscape of Tinya Valley began to emerge from the swirling snow and mist, resembling a vast, emerald sea from above. Streams meandered from the surrounding mountains into the valley, and upon closer inspection, two small rivers at the edge flowed mysteriously underground. Before long, Luo Han guided Guan to the ground, and he produced a cloth to wrap his long spear. From this moment on, you are the lord of this valley. You may do as you wish and command me at any time, Luo Han declared. Guan nodded and drew the Tiansu sword, saying, please construct a few pavilions in the peripheral area while I clear the weeds. Luo Han's gaze fell upon the sword sheath of the Tiansu sword, his pupils dilating in shock as he knelt, intoning, I, Luo Han, pay my respect to the master of the Tiansu sword. Guan had intentionally revealed the Tiansu sword to command respect from Luo Han. The effect was splendid. What are you doing? Please rise, Guan feigned alarm, quickly assisting Luo Han to his feet. After rising, Luo Han's expression was complex as he remarked, I never expected His Majesty would bestow the Tiansu sword upon you. Guan, taken aback, inquired, why such a strong reaction? This revelation led Guan to realize that Leia held a significant position in Li Xiandao's eyes, equivalent to that of a prince. Without Li Xiandao's consent, it would be difficult for Leia to inherit the Tiansu sword. Yet now that the sword was in his possession, would Li Xiandao plot against him? Guan habitually considered the worst-case scenario, believing Li Xiandao's intentions to be far from simple, for the heart of an emperor is as deep as the sea. Now I understand. Let's get to work. Guan replied. Luo Han had no objections, but could not help stealing glances at the Tiansu sword. Subsequently, he witnessed Guan using the sword to clear the weeds, leaving him at a loss for words. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Han turned away. Half an hour later, the formation stone tablets surrounding Tinya Valley activated, each tablet erupting with blue light that soared into the sky, coalescing above to form a semicircular light shield enveloping the entire valley, which then transformed into a translucent hue. Once the formation was complete, Luo Han began constructing pavilions. By noon, Guan had efficiently cleared all the weeds from the valley floor. Had he not needed to conceal his true strength, he could have done so with a mere stomp. 3 days later, Guan had finished sowing seeds. Luo Han had brought an abundance of high-grade herb seeds, his storage bag seemingly inexhaustible. During these 3 days, Luo Han constructed 5 pavilions and captured 3 monkey demons. These 3 monkey demons were second-tier beasts, capable of walking upright and resembling humans save for their fur. Luo Han asked Guan to name them, and he promptly named them Sunda, Sun Air, and Sun San according to their cultivation levels, which left Luo Han in contemplative silence. The 3 monkey demons seemed quite pleased with their names. Guan led the 3 monkey demons around the garden, assigning them daily tasks. The monkeys had already begun to speak, their cleverness making communication effortless. Guan felt no anxiety about their antics, as Luo Han had placed a curse upon them, binding their lives to his will. Meanwhile, Luo Han reclined on the stairs of the pavilion, retrieving a book from his robe, prominently titled Feng Shinyini. He was an ardent admirer of the work. When Guan had previously discussed it with him, he had shown great excitement, a stark contrast to his usual aloof demeanor. Guan assured him he would exercise caution. He accepted the talisman paper, expressing his gratitude. Still somewhat uneasy, Luo Han suggested, How about you establish your foundation first? I have foundation building pills here. Guan shook his head, replying, I have my own foundation building pills. You need not worry. I have memorized the way here, and I possess ample spirit pills. With that, he took to the skies on his sword. Exiting Tinya Valley posed no challenge due to the formation, but entry would be another matter. Luo Han watched Guan's retreating figure, his brow furrowed. He recalled the emperor's words and sighed. Li Xiandao had instructed that if Guan were to perish, another would be appointed as the Valley Lord, and Luo Han's task was merely to guard Tinya Valley. With the establishment of Tinya Valley, Guan's forthcoming days would be filled with activity, managing the outer disciples' abodes while periodically overseeing the valley. He could not place complete trust in the monkeys. Though the hustle would be relentless, Guan felt no fatigue. Rather, he was invigorated. In a few years, his lifespan would surge. Once the ancient sect fulfilled its promise of the medicinal valley, the prospect of a million-year lifespan would no longer seem so distant. Guan even contemplated the art of puppetry, planning to leave a puppet in each medicinal valley to oversee the herbs. Before that, however, he needed to elevate his outward cultivation. Thus, after 15 days, Guan visited the outer sect to consult Elder Lu Chong from the library hall. He sensed Lu Chong wielded greater authority than Zhu Qinglu from the alchemy hall. The two met privately in an inner chamber, where Lu Chong perused the latest volume of Fengshan Yini, exclaiming, not bad, not bad. It's brilliantly written. Just flipping through it makes my heart race. Guan hesitated before speaking. Elder Lu, I have a request. Lu Chong, not lifting his gaze, inquired, what is it? I intend to establish my foundation, but I do not wish to become an outer disciple. I want to continue serving as the Lord of Xian Valley, as this would facilitate my writing. If I become an outer disciple and venture out on missions, I fear I might not return. Is that all? Can Elder Lu arrange this? Guan asked. Of course. I'll go speak to Gu Yu right away. He mentioned to me before that his father holds you in high regard and instructed me to look after you and satisfy your requests as much as possible. Lu Chong chuckled, grinning like a cunning fox. Guan immediately expressed his gratitude. Lu Chong set down his book, stating, You are already a special talent of the Tai Xuan Sect. Your annual contributions rank among the top 3 in the outer medicinal valley. Not to mention you can write Fengshan Yini. Because of your book, the number of disciples recruited by the Tai Xuan Sect has increased by 50% each year. Your contributions far exceed those of an outer disciple on missions. Rest assured, even if you achieve the golden core stage, you will not be sent out on missions. He chuckled at his own words, knowing he himself could not achieve the golden core stage. Yet Guan could. Guan felt a wave of relief wash over him. This would make things much easier. He simply needed to act less like a genius and could gradually elevate his outward appearance, facilitating his future endeavors. Lu Chong seemed to recall something, saying, recently, the genius Zhou Tongyu from Zhu Mountain Sect is coming to challenge the young cultivators under the age of 100 at Tai Xuan Sect. It is bound to be quite lively. You might want to gather some insights for inspiration for your next book. Remember to include Tai Xuan Sect in it. Lu Chong was nearing completion of Fengshan Yini and had already received directives from above. Guan nodded, curiosity piqued as he asked, Is Zhou Tongyu truly formidable? Naturally, he is remarkable. He possesses dual spiritual roots, and his physique is cultivated by the Zhou family over thousands of years. He has never encountered an opponent of the same realm and has, in the past, slain a third-tier golden core cultivator while at the 9th level of foundation establishment, earning him fame in the realm of immortality as the strongest genius in a century. Lu Chong exclaimed, recounting the battle with great admiration, while Guan listened intently. A genius capable of slaying foes across realms seemed to possess the aura of a protagonist. After all, he could not achieve such feats, or rather, he dare not. Compared to countering formidable enemies across realms, he preferred to suppress weaker foes with overwhelming power. Half an hour later, Guan departed from the library hall. The following morning, Guan gathered his disciples for practice, simultaneously announcing his successful foundation establishment from the previous night, which brought great joy to his disciples. Wu Xian felt elated, yet somewhat reluctant. His senior brother's successful foundation establishment meant he would soon depart for the outer sect, becoming the Valley Lord. Master, are you about to leave us? Zhen Xin asked hurriedly, her tone laced with reluctance, her face feigning a pitiful expression. The other disciples anxiously turned their gazes towards Guan, while Wu Xian concealed her excitement, also pretending to be despondent. Guan sighed and replied, Indeed. The expressions of the disciples instantly dimmed, and Wu Xian's heart raced uncontrollably. The one most affected was Xiao Chuan, as he was destined to become the elder of the valley. However, due to the bountiful harvest of our Yaogu, I have applied to the outer sect to remain in Yaogu, and they have already granted consent, Guan swiftly added. The disciples were momentarily taken aback before erupting into cheers, crowding around Gu, and Wu Xian stood frozen for a few moments before mustering a smile. The happiest among them was Xiao Chuan, who, knowing he could never establish a foundation in his lifetime, was delighted at the prospect of Gu and accompanying him always. For only Guan would indulge his interest in nurturing monsters. Guan perceived his emotions and led him aside, revealing that he would soon have a new Yao Gu. And even if he remained in Xiangu, he would have authority there. From now on, Wu Xian would wield the power of the Valley Master. This revelation thrilled Wu Xian immensely. Observing his excited smile, Guan was reminded of Cheng Xiandan and Zhang Chunxiu. How times have changed. Days passed swiftly, and Guan ventured outside the valley every 2 days to manage the cave abodes of the outer sect disciples, making a trip to Tianyagu every half-month. Learning that Guan had already established a foundation, Luo Han felt completely at ease and ceased to disturb him. Noticing Luo Han's fondness for reading, Guan brought him a copy of Qing Xia Yuji. Strangely, the next time Guan visited Tianyagu, he did not see Luo Han engrossed in Qing Xia Yuji. Did he not enjoy it? Perhaps he would refrain from bringing it again. Yet why had he even stopped reading Feng Xinyeni? Chapter 52. Internal Strife. Third Yao Gu. As winter gave way to spring, the new year was fast approaching. The Bai Ling Shu nestled comfortably in his arms, eyes closed as if in slumber. A sound of something slicing through the air came from the horizon, and Guan turned to look, a smile brightening his face. He gazed at her and inquired, "Is the law enforcement hall not busy?" "No matter how busy it is, one can still spare a few days. A proper relaxation greatly aids cultivation. This is what you, my senior brother, have always taught me, and I keep it close to my heart," Yilan replied, blinking playfully. After exchanging pleasantries, Yilan pulled Guan towards the pavilion, chatting as they walked. "Senior brother, let us go to your room first. I have something to show you." "Something precious?" Guan asked, tossing the Bai Ling shoe onto the ground before following Yilan. The two ascended to the pavilion, and upon entering the room, Yilan did not close the door, which relieved Gu in approaching the table. Yilan retrieved a brocade box from her storage bag, turning to Guan with a proud smile. "Senior brother, this is a congratulatory gift for your foundation establishment. There is no need for such formality. I did not present you with a gift when you established your foundation," Guan replied. "Without your foundation pill, could I have established it? I am not one of those prodigies who can forcefully establish a foundation solely based on innate spiritual roots and talents." Yilan countered with a smile, shaking her head. Hearing this, Guan ceased to decline further, moving beside her to curiously observe the brocade box. Yilan opened it to reveal a root resembling ginseng, and upon closer inspection, one could barely detect the faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from it. Ren Mian Shu, resurrected state 060022000, 22,000 years of maximum lifespan? Guan raised an eyebrow, having never before seen the term resurrected state. Yilan explained it. This is the root of a 6-tier spiritual tree. If planted in the soil for several years, it can regrow and enhance the spiritual energy of the surrounding area. Curiously, Guan asked, "Such a precious treasure, where did you acquire it? Isn't that inappropriate?" "Rest assured, other disciples of the law enforcement hall will also leave some things behind. And it has been tacitly approved, as long as one does not be greedy and no one is aware of this treasure," Yilan reassured him. Guan felt his burden lighten upon hearing this, and after a moment of thought, he said, "If you require any medicinal herbs, feel free to inform me at any time. I will soon have a second Yao Gu, and we can assist each other." Yilan smiled. "All right, I will first seek out the others. I have gifts for them as well." Nodding, Guan watched as she departed. He contemplated where to plant the root. After much thought, he decided to reserve it for the third Yao Gu, as the new valley required an enhancement of spiritual energy. The more abundant the energy, the faster the growth of the herbs. Xiangu already had its own rhythm, devoid of the need for a spiritual tree, and Tianyagu was even less so. Why should he plant the seeds himself? Tianyagu belonged to Li Xiandao, and he held only management rights. Any needs within Tianyagu could easily be addressed by requesting them from Li Xiandao. Afterward, Guan stored the brocade box in his storage bag and approached his desk, picking up pen and ink to begin writing. Yilan's presence had lifted the atmosphere of Xiangu. The disciples of the law enforcement hall, besides guarding the outer sect, also needed to venture out for training. Yilan was no exception. The task we undertook was to eliminate evil, leading us to a mountain town where nearly 1,000 households perished within just a few days. To prevent further harm from the malevolent entities, the local authorities sought assistance from Tai Xuan men, and we were a total of 7. Yilan recounted her experiences with vivid expression, perfectly timed for the evening, and the disciples listened intently, their tension palpable, the female disciples clinging together in fear. Watching the girl who once trailed behind him now stand independently, Guan's smile never faded. As Yilan spoke of ghosts and monsters, the hearts of the disciples raced. Even Xiao Chuan, Wu Xian, and Su Han felt the tension. It was not until deep into the night that the disciples finally dispersed. Guang Feng Ju Jing Dui. Yilan took the manual, not opening it but placing it into her storage bag. She looked at Guan and said, "Senior brother, it would be best to be cautious when encountering Lu Jiujia in the future." "What about him?" Guan inquired, puzzled. Yilan sighed. "Did we not discuss before that internal strife exists within Tai Xuan men? Elders opposing the sect master have been secretly rallying disciples. And Lu Jiujia has taken a master from the outer sect elder hall who is aligned with the sect master's adversaries. Sooner or later, a major upheaval will erupt within Tai Xuan men. If the sect master prevails in the end, he will undoubtedly purge the rebellious disciples, and Lu Jiujia will not escape." Guan fell silent upon hearing this. He could not intervene in Lu Jiujia's choices, for he had a point. Cultivating immortality necessitated competition. His own reluctance to compete stemmed from his ability to claim longevity. Thus, he had no right to instruct others on their paths to immortality. Yilan then shifted the conversation to other matters, discussing the outer sect and the internal struggles of Tai Xuan men, which even involved the Ji family and royal descendants. Guan listened with great interest. It was not until dawn that he finally saw Yilan off. The two had conversed throughout the night, still brimming with energy. Before she departed, Guan reminded her not to forget practicing Kuang Feng Ju Ing Tue, to which Yilan nodded, though her gaze held a hint of melancholy. After she left, Guan summoned the disciples to practice their exercises. On a scorching summer day, 35-year-old Guan stood by the window, gazing at the sky, his brow slightly furrowed. He awaited Guyu. The 6-month period had passed. Why had he not yet arrived? Guan eagerly anticipated his third Yao Gu, having already prepared the seeds. Just wait and plant them. Would there be no mishap? Guan's heart was troubled. Last month, during his visit to the outer sect, he had sensed something amiss in the atmosphere. There were now numerous disciples clad in black, reportedly established by the newly appointed outer sect elder, known as the Exorcism Division. The Exorcism Division was directly under the control of the elder, with a minimum cultivation level of the 5th layer of foundation establishment for its disciples, enjoying superior treatment compared to other divisions. Tai Xuan men comprised 8 outer sect cities, and if the outer sect was like this, how much more chaotic would the inner sect and the sect master's city be? Such strife would undoubtedly affect the Gu sect. Alas, how vexing. It hampers my herb planting. Guan suddenly felt a surge of frustration, wishing to punch those troublemakers. Just then, he sensed something, and his grim expression blossomed into a smile. He has come. Guan detected the presence of Guyu, making a concerted effort to calm his emotions and refraining from descending the stairs. After a considerable interval, Guyu finally landed within Xiangu. "Guan!" Guyu called out loudly, immediately capturing the attention of the disciples in the valley. Guan pushed open the door and gazed at Guyu, saying, "Brother Gu, come up and speak." Guyu tossed the compass he held into his storage bag and ascended the stairs. Once inside the room, Guan closed the door and poured tea for him. Guyu, however, did not take a seat but began to browse through the nearby bookshelf, seemingly searching for something. "I have yet to write the final volume of Feng Shan in Guan remarked. Upon hearing this, Guyu's disappointment was palpable as he turned to sit at the table, retrieving several books from his storage bag, ultimately producing a token. Guyu introduced it, and as he spoke further, a playful expression crossed his face, hinting at Guan with his eyes. Guan placed the teacup in front of him, casually picking up the Valley Master's token. Unlike the bronze token of Xiangu, this one was silver-white and contained multiple restrictions. "In a moment, I will take you to the Medicine Valley. If you happen to lose your way, simply channel your divine sense into the token, and it will guide you." Guyu continued after sipping his tea. Guan nodded, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to explore his new medicine valley. Guyu seemed to recall something, saying, by the way, when you write about me, include Zhou Tongyu, portraying him as the strongest young genius in the realm of cultivation, who particularly admires me and follows me closely. Gu Wen's face twitched as he responded, isn't that a bit inappropriate? I fear that such a portrayal might bring me trouble. Ask for what you desire. I can fulfill it. It is not a matter of price. 100 top-quality spirit stones. If he sees this, he will certainly investigate me. 1,000 top-quality spirit stones. This is all I possess. How about a homophone? Upon hearing this, Guyu raised an eyebrow, saying, that is acceptable, but you may only change one character. All right, Guwen agreed, yet he had no intention of disparaging Zhou Tongyu in his writing. He contemplated portraying the two as rival brothers, ensuring neither would offend the other. He could discern that Guyu bore no animosity towards Zhou Tongyu. Otherwise, he would not have taken him as a subordinate, but rather humiliated him in the narrative. It seemed Guyu was merely envious of Zhou Tongyu. If he could become Zhou Tongyu's brother, perhaps with some emotionally charged drama, Guyu would be satisfied as well. After resting for half an hour, the two promptly set off, riding their swords away from Xiangu. Chapter 53, the so-called comprehension. Gu Wen's anger as evening fell and the sun dipped below the horizon. Gu Wen stood upon a cliff, surveying the expansive medicine valley before him with a look of satisfaction. Before him lay a series of modest mountains, interspersed with a vast valley stretching for several miles, bordered by rows of trees that served as a natural barrier against the winds. Guyu stood beside him, stating, there are inner disciples' caves nearby, not just one. As long as you remain within a 100-mile radius, you will not encounter any demonic beasts. Guwen nodded, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He envisioned not merely the medicine valley, but an endless stream of longevity numbers. Guyu patted Gu Wen's shoulder and departed on his sword. While Gu Wen leaped towards the medicine valley, his limbs enveloped in a visible whirlwind, indicative of his mastery of the wind manipulation technique. Upon landing, he approached the entrance of the valley, where a stone tablet stood bare, devoid of inscriptions. Using his finger as a sword, he inscribed 4 characters. Third Medicine Valley. The simplicity of a name stemmed from his intention to create more medicine valleys in the future. Satisfied with his handwriting, Gu Wen admired his work. He had practiced extensively for his writing endeavors, and his calligraphy now bore a sharpness, exuding a sense of vigor. After appreciating his script for a while, Gu Wen began seeking a location to construct a pavilion, preparing to establish the teleportation array first. As dusk faded into night, Gu Wen sat by a campfire on a stone, perusing a book provided by Ji Xiaoyu, which detailed the construction of the teleportation array she had given him. The advancements in cultivation within this world were indeed remarkable. Reading this book felt akin to perusing an instruction manual, albeit a simplified version. The teleportation array was already set with restrictions, and he merely needed to follow the sequence outlined in the text. Gu Wen intended to work through the night to complete the teleportation array, planning to bring a few disciples to sow seeds once it was operational. Activating the teleportation array required spirit stones, and he was quite affluent at present. Without considering the income from Fengshan Yini, Guyu had just provided him with 1,000 top-quality spirit stones, sufficient for considerable expenditure. A night passed, and Gu Wen successfully built the teleportation platform, immediately departing on his sword. Upon returning to Xiangu, he constructed the teleportation platform adjacent to his pavilion, drawing the attention of all disciples who gathered to watch. Xiao Chuan inquired about his activities, and he did not conceal his intentions. Upon learning that Gu Wen was about to take charge of another medicine valley and construct a teleportation array, the disciples grew curious and bombarded him with questions. By noon, Gu Wen had completed the construction, and before everyone's gaze, he placed spirit stones into the array's grooves. Once the stones were set, he infused spiritual energy into the activation mechanism. With a resounding rumble, the teleportation array activated, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The 2 array pillars emitted brilliant light, converging to form a luminous curtain. Gu Wen turned to survey the crowd, instructing Wu Xan, go to the outer sect and recruit 3 servant disciples. Su Han, Zhen Qin, Yin, come with me. The rest stay behind to guard Xiangu. Upon hearing this, Zhen Qin and the others eagerly stepped forward, following Gu Wen into the teleportation array. Shortly after, the radiant curtain dissipated and the platform returned to tranquility. On the other side, within the third medicine valley, Guan directed the three disciples to clear weeds while he focused on constructing the buildings. Suan Guilida Sorth, Jejian Aspir, and Zhenqin employed her agility to remove the weeds. Since Luohan had imparted a set of spear techniques to Yi Yan, he could not resist requesting a spear from Guan. This spear, purchased from the outer sect, was not an ordinary iron spear. It could withstand spiritual energy, qualifying as a low-grade magical artifact. Guan, having little interest in spear techniques, refrained from observing Yi Yan's practice. Since taking up spear training, Yi Yan's prowess had advanced significantly. Guan witnessed genuine talent for the first time within Xiangu. Although Yi Yan's cultivation progress remained slow, his combat effectiveness surged dramatically. After merely 6 months of spear training, he surpassed Hang Yu and Su Han in joint combat, which was a considerable blow to both. Guan thus reflected upon his own comprehension, recognizing that it was the one aspect that could not be directly enhanced by longevity. In this world, it seemed that spiritual roots and qualifications did not dictate everything. Heiwan Samin Suan, Senin, and Yi Yin not only for their abilities but also to guide them. During the calamity involving Xiao Qianli, their performances had garnered his favor, and he resolved to nurture them, propelling them further along their paths. The third medicine valley was situated between the inner and outer sects, with abundant spiritual energy to aid their cultivation. Occasionally, Guan could provide them with additional training. The three were industrious by nature, and before completing their weeding task, they did not rest, even competing silently to see who could work faster. Once they had cleared the weeds, Guan had already constructed 4 pavilions. The 4 gathered in front of the pavilions for a break, and Su Han cast a glance at Yi Yan, his eyes betraying a hint of discontent. Yi Yan, however, remained composed, becoming increasingly reserved since taking up spear training. Zhenqin, wiping her sweat, inquired of Guan, "Master, is 3 of us sufficient for such a vast area?" "Indeed, it is sufficient. In my early days, I managed Xiangu alone while your negligent Sherbois, Meng Lang, and Leah shirked their responsibilities." Guan chuckled softly. Zhenqin, intrigued, pressed for tales about his past. Su Han and Yi Yan listened intently, holding Guan in high regard. Even though Yi Yan's spear techniques were not taught by Guan, he felt indebted to his master. Had it not been for Guan, that mysterious cultivator would not have come to Xiangu and bestowed upon him the spear techniques. After conversing for half an hour, they resumed their labors. 3 days later, the third Yao Gu has been sown with herbs. It appears as a desolate wasteland, for seeds require time to germinate and grow. The remaining disciples of the miscellaneous sect are filled with curiosity, and some wish to explore the third Yao Gu, but are restrained by Wu Exine. As the master of Xiangu, Wu Exine cannot allow anyone to leave. Xiangu is his foundation. Thus, Guan's 3 Yao Gus commenced operations, ushering in a blissful agricultural life. A month has passed since the sowing in the third Yao Gu, with Zhenqin and her companions guarding the area, while Guan visits only occasionally. Their daily tasks involve checking on the various plots, dedicating the rest of their time to cultivation. As dusk approaches, the sky turns crimson. Zhenqin steps outside, stretching her arms and exuding vitality. The martial techniques imparted by Jiang Xiong have significantly enhanced her cultivation, far surpassing her previous abilities. Thus her spirit for training reaches its zenith. She turns her gaze to the hillside at the valley's mouth, where Yi Yan continues to practice his spear technique. Without gathering energy, is mere spear practice sufficient? Zhenqin muses, choosing not to join the fray, but instead tending to the various plots, for they embody her master's hard work. Meanwhile, Yi Yan practices his spear under the fading glow of twilight, sweat pouring down like rain. Yet he persists despite his aching body. The spear technique he practices is his only opportunity. He refuses to let it slip away, nor does he wish to remain a mere miscellaneous disciple for life. Why not practice within the valley, where the spiritual energy is more abundant? A voice interrupts his thoughts, startling him, and he turns to see a figure standing atop a tree 10 paces away, clad in flowing blue robes, embodying an ethereal grace. When did he arrive? Yi Yan feels a surge of alarm, lowering his spear and addressing the figure. "What brings you here, senior?" Guan has instructed that within this domain, all encountered cultivators must be respectfully addressed as seniors. The man in blue is not conventionally handsome, yet his eyes shine with an intensity that renders direct contact daunting. "I merely pass by and observe your spear practice," Your technique is quite remarkable, incorporating the essence of energy gathering and body refining. A rarity indeed. Zhou Tongyu leaps down from the tree and approaches Yi Yan. As he approaches, Yi Yan grows increasingly anxious, pondering how to respond in the absence of his master. Is this spear technique taught by your master? No, it is from a friend of my master. To be acquainted with such a friend suggests your master is not ordinary. May I ask your master's name? My master is Guan. Zhou Tongyu halts, raising a hand and proposing. Shall we spar? I will not use spiritual power or magical artifacts, only techniques. What do you say? Yi Yan fronts, hesitating. Are you afraid? Zhou Tongyu's words ignite Yi Yan's fighting spirit. Having faced formidable foes before, he would not cower before this man. At noon, Guan arrives at the third Yao Gu via the teleportation array. He first scans the various plots with his divine sense, and upon finding no issues, he turns to his disciples. Soon, he is captivated by Yi Yan practicing his spear at the valley's mouth. As he approaches, Yi Yan notices him and slightly turns his back. Yenner, how did you get hurt? Guan inquires upon arrival. Yi Yan hesitates, but ultimately turns to face Guan, revealing his bruised visage, with a handprint visible on his left cheek. He recounts the events of the previous evening, and upon hearing this, Guan's anger flares. Who dares to bully my disciple? What is his name? Will he return? I don't know. He did not say, only that he would come to find me again once he is free. Fear not. Your master will support you. Guan reassures, patting Yi Yan's shoulder and providing him with healing pills. In the following days, Guan remains at the third Yao Gu. Yet the assailant who injured Yi Yan fails to show himself. The individual strikes and vanishes. Time passes, and over the next 2 months, Yi Yan is attacked 4 times, each instance occurring while Guan is absent. Guan suspects that the assailant is deliberately avoiding him. One day at noon, while Guan reads beneath a tree, he observes a slope leading to the valley's mouth, where Yi Yan practices. Suddenly, Guan senses something, raising an eyebrow, thinking, finally he has come. In Chapter 54, your sword is remarkably swift. A figure darts towards Yi Yan, landing in front of him. Yi Yan, upon seeing this person, feels a surge of tension, even retreating a couple of steps. It is Zhou Tongyu, the renowned cultivator from Tai Xuan. Zhou Tongyu has gained fame for challenging and defeating young disciples, his reputation echoing even beyond the outer sect. As a distinguished member of the prestigious Tai Xuan Sect, which maintains cordial relations with Tai Xuan, he has evaded any repercussions for his actions during his extended stay, as he fights only for sport, sparing lives and declaring challenges solely to those under 100 years of age. The disciples of Tai Xuan can only watch in silent frustration. Zhou Tongyu's gaze shifts to Guan on the adjacent slope, his expression calm. Guan places his book into his robe and descends to confront Zhou Tongyu and Yi Yan. I am Guan, Yi Yan's master. May I inquire how my disciple has offended you? Yi Yan feels a swell of gratitude, seeing Guan stand before him. Guan had previously stated that all cultivators here are inner disciples, signifying a level of cultivation at the Jedon stage. How could he, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, confront a Jedon cultivator without feeling deeply moved? You are his master? I find your cultivation disappointing, Zhou Tongyu remarks, scrutinizing Guan with a furrowed brow. I do not seek to bully your disciple. I respect him, Zhou Tongyu adds, but Yi Yan's face pales at this statement, leaving him speechless. Guan fixes his gaze on Zhou Tongyu and responds, if you wish to offer guidance, speak plainly. My disciple could then remember your kindness. However, your actions have been heavy-handed, and while your intentions may be honorable, your disdain is evident, which explains your reluctance to clarify. Should Zhou Tongyu indeed be the finest talent in Tai Xuan, Guan might consider his words more carefully, but he is not. Guan does not desire to provoke Zhou Tongyu without cause, yet if he dares to bully his disciple, he will not show mercy. Upon hearing Guan's words, Zhou Tongyu's expression tightens further. He longs to retort, but recognizes the truth in Guan's observation. He does harbor a certain contempt for Yi Yan, and his frequent visits to provide guidance stem from a fleeting impulse. Ah, it seems you seek to confront me. Very well. Let us adhere to the same rules. No use of spiritual power, only techniques. If you manage to defeat me, I shall apologize to your disciple and bestow upon him a complete body-refining technique. What do you say? Zhou Tongyu's gaze is fixed on Guan, his tone icy. Master, it is not worth it. Yi Yan interjects hastily, fully aware of Zhou Tongyu's prowess. knowing that even a contest of techniques would be a daunting challenge. Only techniques? Gu inquires. Indeed, seeing Gu An's interest, Zhou Tongyo's smile turns somewhat sinister. Gu frowns, stating if you lose, you must not disclose your defeat to anyone and may not harass my disciple and me again. Ha! You wish to challenge me to a contest of techniques. Zhou Tongyu laughs. As you wish, go ahead and retrieve your weapon. Gu raises his right hand, summoning a branch from the nearby forest, gripping it as if it were a sword, and gestures towards Zhou Tongyu. Zhou Tongyu immediately approaches, closing the distance, while Yi Yin hurriedly steps aside, anxious not to impede his master. When the distance between the two individuals shrank to less than 7 paces, Zhou Tongyu abruptly accelerated, closing the gap in a single stride to stand before Gu. With a clenched fist, he struck towards Gu An's abdomen. Even without the infusion of spiritual energy, the punch reverberated with a fierce sound akin to a tiger's roar. Before the punch could make contact, Gu felt a wave of formidable energy pressing towards him. Zhou Tongyu halted his fist, his pupils quivering in astonishment. Yi Yin's eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle before him. Gu An's body leaned slightly backward, a branch held firm against Zhou Tongyo's throat, while Zhou's fist remained 2 feet away from Gu. If I were wielding a sword, might I be able to injure you? Gu inquired with a calm demeanor, causing Zhou Tongyo's expression to alternate between shadows and light. After a few breaths, Zhou Tongyu retracted his fist, and Gu followed suit with his branch. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Tongyu turned to Yi Yin and said, I apologize. My actions were excessive. He retrieved a tome from his storage bag and tossed it to Yi Yin, then redirected his gaze to Gu. Your sword is remarkably swift. Who exactly are you? Gu discarded the branch into the forest, responding steadily. I am merely a cultivator of mediocre spiritual root talent, disinclined to absorb energy. I enjoy practicing swordplay in my spare time. My techniques may not be exquisite, yet they are sufficiently rapid. If the rules were to be disregarded, I would undoubtedly be no match for you. Should Zhou Tongyu refuse to acknowledge this, Gu would ensure he regretted it. His willingness to apologize to a lowly disciple had already altered Gu An's perception of him. While Zhou Tongyu was proud, he was not inherently malevolent. Upon hearing Gu An's words, Zhou Tongyo's expression shifted once more, and he gritted his teeth, asking, Will you truly keep today's events a secret? Gu retorted, I do not even know your name. How could I possibly speak of it? Zhou Tongyu exhaled in relief, promptly cupping his hands in a bow to Gu before swiftly departing, even faster than when he had arrived. Yi Yin approached excitedly, exclaiming, Master, I never anticipated your sword to be so swift. You defeated him with but a single move. Gu glanced towards the valley, noting that Zhenqin was meditating indoors while Su Han practiced swordplay several miles away. Neither had sensed the recent skirmish. This matter must remain confidential. Let it be a secret between us disciples. Do not speak of it to your senior brothers or sisters. Gu cautioned Yi Yin. Yi Yan nodded vigorously, feeling a closer bond with his master. Zhou Tongyo's lesson was merely a minor interlude for Gu, who could now venture out without the necessity of guarding the third medicine valley. However, Yin was practicing with his spear while Zhou Tongyu observed nearby. Sensing Gu N's gaze, Zhou Tongyo's face lit up, and he waved enthusiastically. A flicker of displeasure crossed Gu N's eyes as he approached. Upon reaching the mouth of the valley, Gu furrowed his brow and asked, What brings you back again? Do you intend to linger at Tai Xuan? Zhou Tongyu replied with enthusiasm, I've devised a way to break through your sword techniques. Come, let us spar again. Do we not agree to cease this entanglement? Are you so untrustworthy? Gu questioned. This is not entanglement. Here is the deal. Whatever you desire, just ask. I merely wish to test your sword techniques. Zhou Tongyu hastily clarified. Yi Yin and Skye then interjected, Master, he has been waiting here for 4 days. Gu frowned, hesitating. Zhou Tongyu seemed to recall something and produced a small cloth bag from his storage, saying, This contains seeds of 4th-grade herbs, all for you. Just practice with me. I seek not victory, but to learn from you. Gu accepted the bag, weighed it in his hand, and sighed, Only this once. There will be no second time. Zhou Tongyu exclaimed in excitement, secretly vowing to make Gu submit convincingly this time. He retrieved a sword from his storage, tossing it to Gu. This is a mid-grade flying sword, perfect for a foundational cultivator. It is a gift, so use it to spar with me. With that, he drew a spear for himself. Well, they say an inch longer grants an inch stronger. Gu mused, holding the flying sword bemused. Zhou Tongyu, sensing the scrutiny in Guan's eyes, quickly explained. Same rules as before. No spiritual energy, just techniques. Come on. This time, Zhenxin and Suhan heard the commotion and hurried over. Yet, before they could reach the valley entrance, Guan initiated the attack. He hurled the flying sword at Zhou Tongyu. Zhou Tongyu's pupils dilated in surprise. Realizing the speed was astonishing. No, this fellow possesses tremendous strength. Zhou Tongyu sidestepped, thrusting his spear forward, having noticed Guan was right behind the flying sword. In the blink of an eye, Guan tilted his head, seized the spear shaft with his left hand, pulling it back while his right hand formed 2 fingers into a sword, pointing at Zhou Tongyu. Everything transpired too swiftly for Yi Yin to comprehend. When the two finally halted, Guan's fingers were already pressed against Zhou Tongyu's throat. Zhou Tongyu still clutched his spear, yet his body had stiffened. How can your speed be so exceptional? Are you truly only at the first level of foundational cultivation? Zhou Tongyu ground his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. Releasing his grip, Zhou Tongyu's face flushed red as he muttered, I did not intend to trample upon your dignity. Farewell. He fled in haste. At that moment, Zhenxin and Suhan arrived, but Guan ignored them, picking up the flying sword and heading back into the valley. To the 3 disciples, his silhouette epitomized the essence of a master. A month later, Zhou Tongyu returned once more, this time equipped with even more herb seeds, which Guan reluctantly accepted. On this occasion, Guan defeated him in 3 moves, leaving Zhou Tongyu disheartened yet tinged with a glimmer of hope. Zhou Tongyu's generosity made Guan hesitant to send him away. Time flew swiftly, and as the year drew to a close, winter snow blanketed Tinya Valley. Guan patrolled the Medicine Valley with 3 monkey demons. After completing his inspection, he made his way towards the pavilion, reflecting upon his lifespan. Although the year had been busy with planting, his lifespan had grown appreciably thanks to the caves and the Xian Valley provided by the outer disciples. In a few more years, as Tinya Valley and the 3rd Medicine Valley reaped their harvests, his lifespan would begin to soar. Just as Guan approached the pavilion, Luo Han approached him, appearing quite bashful and hesitantly remarked, Recently, why have you not brought any books? Do you wish to read? I thought you were not fond of them, Guan replied. The Medicine Valley is dull. One needs something to ease the mind. Very well. I shall bring you the latest volume of Fengshan Yini next time. Ahem, a few volumes of Qingxia Yuji would also be nice. Tuepter visigmentavisi, Tai Xuan Sect. The change of sect leader. Observing Luo Han's awkward demeanor, Guan suddenly comprehended that he had a fondness for such things. He should have mentioned it sooner. Guan promptly patted Luo Han on the shoulder, smiling, Luo brother, I never realized we shared the same taste. To be honest, compared to the battles and conflicts in Fengshan Yini, I prefer the subtle human interactions and the experiences of wandering through mountains and rivers. Those truly refine the heart of the Tao. His words dispelled Luo Han's awkwardness, and a smile broke across his face. The two began to discuss Qingxia Yuji, drawing their bond closer. However, Luo Han remained quite reserved and refrained from discussing the romantic elements within the book, only sharing tales of wondrous sights and peculiar occurrences. Playfully teasing the serious Luo Han brought Gu in great amusement. Life in Tinya Valley would no longer be so monotonous. Time passed like an arrow, and 3 years swiftly elapsed. Another summer arrived, and Guan was now 38 years old. This year marked the beginning of the first batch of herbs maturing in the 3rd Medicine Valley, which he eagerly anticipated. As for Tinya Valley, due to the cultivation of high-grade herbs, it would require more time. One morning, Guan led his disciples in practice at Xian Valley. Although Zhenxin and the others had gone to the 3rd Medicine Valley, 3 new errand disciples had arrived, keeping Xian Valley lively. While Guan was twisting his waist, he suddenly sensed something, a smile gracing his face. Xiaochuan noticed his smile and inquired, Senior brother, what brings you joy? Nothing. Continue practicing, Guan replied dismissively, prompting Xiaochuan to relent. After a while, practice concluded and the disciples dispersed. Guan began to walk towards his pavilion. Just as he reached the base of the stairs, a sound reminiscent of slicing air reached his ears. He turned to see someone soaring in on a sword. It was Leah. After many years apart, Leah still donned a robe of black, yet his demeanor had transformed. A strand of white hair adorned his forehead, adding an air of maturity. From a distance, he spotted Guan, and a smile broke through his stern visage, reminiscent of an ice mountain melting. Li Ya's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage, and Guan sensed that he was stronger than Ji Lin had been, likely on the cusp of forming his core. Upon landing, Li Ya opened his arms and embraced Guan, though his body was somewhat stiff. Indeed, he had made significant progress in his cultivation. It was evident he had put in considerable effort. Li Ya grasped Guan's shoulders, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Li Ya shook his head, responding, "It hasn't been smooth sailing, but it can be seen as a blessing in disguise. Let's converse indoors." Guan nodded and led him upstairs. An hour later, in the attic, Guan and Li Ya sat across from each other, drinking. After hearing Li Ya's experiences over the past years, Guan was deeply moved, feeling they could fill the pages of a book. Indeed, Li Ya remarked with a smile, "Though I have narrowly escaped death multiple times, it has shaped the person I am today." In the years that followed, Li Ya had journeyed south in search of the legacy of a great cultivator, competing against various prodigies. After a hard-fought struggle, he found himself targeted by that very cultivator who sought to take over his body. Fortunately, he turned the situation to his advantage. While he did not divulge how he evaded the possession attempt, Guan surmised it was connected to the soul within him. After the danger had passed, Li Ya learned a sword intent in the cave of that cultivator, spending 3 years refining it, emerging transformed. The local government, after pursuing Li Ya for several days, eventually gave up and even rescinded the arrest warrant. Guan poured another cup of wine for Li Ya, who suddenly inquired, "Gu Shidi, what do you believe is the purpose of cultivating immortality? Is it merely to chase after the elusive concept of longevity? Throughout history, has there ever been an immortal?" In response, Guan, while pouring himself more wine, replied, "I am uncertain what cultivators should truly strive for. I only know that life should be lived with ease. Whatever brings you that ease, pursue it. I spend my days tending to flowers and herbs. Many may view it as a waste of my cultivation time, yet I find great joy in it. The herbs I cultivate can assist the sect, which holds some significance, does it not?" He did not perceive Li Ya's sentiments as overly sentimental. After all, one often becomes confused after enduring certain experiences. Li Ya, upon hearing this, held his wine cup and fell into deep contemplation. He pondered for half an hour, during which Guan did not disturb him, but instead took out Qingxia Yuji to read. Once Li Ya emerged from his thoughts, his eyes sparkled with clarity. He lifted his gaze towards Guan and said, "The profound truths are never found in the halls of power. Gu Shidi, thank you. I believe I now understand what I must do." Without waiting for Guan to dissuade him, he swiftly exited through the window. Guan remained silent, pondering why this young man preferred to leap through windows. His gaze fell upon the white jade vial on the table. Why did everyone seem eager to present him with gifts? With a resigned expression, he placed the vial into his storage bag. On a summer night that arrived later than usual, Guan made his way to the third medicine valley. As he stepped off the teleportation array, his attention was drawn to a small pavilion in the distance, where Zhenqin, Su Han, Yi Yin, and Zhou Tongyu were gathered, engaged in lively conversation. Guan approached them. Zhou Tongyu, who was animatedly speaking, glanced at Guan and smiled. The others followed his gaze and quickly rose to their feet. Upon reaching the pavilion, Guan asked with feigned annoyance, "Why are you here again? Haven't you emptied your storage bag yet?" 3 years had passed, and Zhou Tongyu had visited no less than 10 times, each time bringing an assortment of herbs, elixirs, and magical artifacts. During their last spar, Guan had to use 10 techniques to defeat him, winning by a narrow margin. "Rest assured, this time I am not here to spar," Zhou Tongyu chuckled. "I have come to bid farewell. After all these years at Tai Xuan Sect, you have become a true friend, and I hold you in high regard." "Friend?" Guan was unsure how to respond. Yi Yin looked at Zhou Tongyu with a hint of reluctance. Over the years, Zhou Tongyu had guided him in his cultivation and had become something of a mentor to him. "What do you mean after all these years at Tai Xuan Sect? Are you not a disciple of Tai Xuan Sect?" Zhen Qin exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Su Han and Yi Yin shared her sentiment, all thinking the same thing. Could he be a spy for the demonic sect? Zhou Tongyu smirked. "Well, I had intended to keep a low profile to spare you the pressure. But since I am about to depart, I shall reveal my identity. I am Zhou Tongyu of the Tai Xuan Sect." At this revelation, Zhen Qin and the others were momentarily stunned, which only pleased Zhou Tongyu further. He even raised his chin, eager to see Guan's astonished expression. Guan was indeed taken aback, causing Zhou Tongyu's spirits to soar. However, Zhen Qin suddenly shot a pointed remark. "Are you truly that famous?" Zhou Tongyu's pupils dilated, and he froze. fearing he might reconsider and choose to stay. Guan quickly added, "Indeed, your reputation is quite substantial, having subdued all the younger generation of Tai Xuan men. I must say, I am humbled." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tongyo's expression softened, and under Guan's urging gaze, Zhun Qin and the others gasped in unison. "My heavens! Did I hear that correctly? It is you? How could this be?" Zhou Tongyo's face twitched. For some reason, he found their words quite grating. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Tai Xuan men will undergo significant changes. Be cautious in your daily affairs. May our paths cross again in the future." With that, he leaped away, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the horizon. The three disciples were left astounded, staring blankly in the direction he had vanished. Guan waved his hand, instructing disperse now. Focus on your cultivation and establish your foundation soon, lest you find yourselves unable to bid him farewell in the future. The three promptly bowed and departed. Guan pondered Zhou Tongyo's words. Tai Xuan men would undergo significant changes? He hoped it would not affect his medicine valley. He turned and headed towards his loft. Upon entering, he closed the door behind him and took a seat at his desk. He pulled out pen and paper, beginning to contemplate the writings of the ancient sect's father and son. The final volume of Feng Shanyan he had already been submitted to the library, and it was time to commence a new work. After Feng Shanyan he would inevitably write Shiyuji, but he feared it would garner too much attention. So he decided to set it aside for now and write a novel about the ancient sect's father and son to temper the fervor, allowing Pan and to appear less godly. Recently, outer disciples had elevated Pan into the status of a living immortal, which left Guan somewhat unsettled. The ancient sect had cultivated for 500 years, renowned throughout the cultivation world, and was the strongest elder of Tai Xuan men. The year his partner gave birth to their son, the demonic sect invaded, leading to a catastrophic disaster for Tai Xuan men. Utilizing his own divine abilities, the ancient sect summoned the forces of heaven and earth to obliterate the demonic sect, yet he fell into a spatial rift caused by his powers. The world believed him to be dead, unaware that he had landed on a deserted island overseas, where he unexpectedly discovered the legacy of immortals. Zhou Tongyu and Guyu were of the same age, having been close friends since childhood. Even after Guyu's demotion, Zhou Tongyu continued to hope for his resurgence. After centuries of entangled fates, the two became stalwarts of Tai Xuan men, safeguarding the peace of the cultivation world. After deep contemplation, Gu's eyes gleamed with determination. He began to write. The year following Zhou Tongyo's departure, during the spring season, Guan went to the outer sect to submit his manuscript. Lu Chong expressed great interest in his work, Tai Xuan Xianzun, and engaged him in lengthy conversation. As he left the library, Guan overheard disciples discussing rumors that the sect leader, Tian, had fallen into madness during his cultivation and had inadvertently perished. With Elder Chu Tianqi assuming the position of sect leader, Guan was taken aback. Could the sect leader have been killed? He hurriedly left the outer sect city, making his way to the third medicine valley. Upon entering the valley, he found Guyu waiting for him, with an old man hunched over behind him. The elder was emaciated, with a mane of white hair, clad in tattered garments, and his eyes surveyed the various gardens. Gu's gaze shifted to the elder, his expression subtly changing. Tian, Chi Refinement Stage Level 6742, 850-3200, Chapter 56. The Fate Returns to Tian. Was this not the sect leader who had just perished? Guan's mind was filled with numerous possibilities, yet his expression remained largely unchanged. Curiously, he inquired, "Since he is a distant relative of your father, why wasn't he a more suitable place arranged? This Yaogu is both dirty and exhausting." Guyu chuckled. "The Tai Xuan sect was not established by my father. Being placed in this Yaogu is certainly preferable to the external sect's Yaogu." He seemed unaware of the true identity of Elder Tian. Guan could not outright refuse, for doing so would imply his knowledge of Elder Tian's real identity. Once inside, Guyu closed the door and excitedly asked, "So, how is it? The book should be ready now, right?" Guan smiled. "Indeed, it is ready. After careful consideration, I have decided to make you the protagonist." "Really? Really, you will soon see." Guan nodded with a smile. As Pan An's name had already become renowned in the Tai Xuan cultivation realm, his second book would undoubtedly receive strong promotion from the Tai Xuan sect, especially since it bore the three characters of Tai Xuan. This book was meant to satisfy the aspirations of the higher-ups. After this, Guan would no longer write for them. Notably, for this publication, the Zhongshu Tang generously allocated an additional 20% of the profits to him, courtesy of the Tai Xuan Sect. Upon hearing Guan's words, Guyu instantly became exhilarated. He pulled out a piece of spirit stone from his storage bag and slammed it onto the table, exclaiming, "Thank you." Guan's gaze shifted to the spirit stone on the table, his eyebrows raising. "What a rich aura of spiritual energy," Guyu proudly declared. "This is a top-grade spirit stone, worth the equivalent of 100 upper-grade spirit stones. I only have 2, both gifted to me by my mother. Quite sincere. Wouldn't you agree? Rest assured in your writing. I can help you with anything else. 100 upper-grade spirit stones?" Guan was moved. This fellow truly possessed a lavish spirit. The wealth disparity in the cultivation realm was indeed staggering. This single top-grade spirit stone equated to 1 million lower-grade spirit stones, while the salary of a mere servant disciple was only 1 lower-grade spirit stone per month. One extravagant individual. Guan felt a pang of envy but accepted the top-grade spirit stone, smiling. "You won't be disappointed." It was long before Guyu took his leave. Guan speculated that he was heading to the Zhongshu Tang. After bidding farewell to Guyu, Guan approached Elder Tian, introduced himself, and Elder Tian reciprocated with utmost respect, completely concealing his identity as the sect master of Tai Xuan. At 742 years old, Elder Tian's current lifespan was 850 years, meaning he had only 108 years left to live. Guan suspected this was related to his injuries, for at the sect master's level, his lifespan should be at least close to 2,000 years. Subsequently, Guan took him around, introducing him to the Yaogu situation and instructing him on his daily duties. Elder Tian listened attentively, occasionally inquiring about the various herbs they passed by, genuinely seeming interested in the agricultural life. Could it be that he truly fell into madness, leading to his decline in realm? Previously, when Guan heard of the sect master's ordeal, he instinctively thought the sect master was schemed against, especially given the prolonged conflict with the elders. However, observing Elder Tian's current state, that did not seem to be the case. The lifespan detection would not deceive him. This individual before him was indeed the sect master, El by Tian. Half a year passed swiftly. Autumn arrived, leaves fluttering down into Tian Yagu. Guan stood on a path within the garden, watching 3 monkey demons clear the fallen leaves. In the distance, Luo Hun sat on a hillside, engrossed in reading the adventures of Qing Xia, his spear standing beside him, strands of spiritual energy weaving into it, forming a subtle whirl of wind. Suddenly, Guan sensed something and glanced toward the distance. Before long, a figure approached from the valley's entrance, donned in a black and white long robe, exuding elegance, wielding a folding fan. It was Li Xiandao. After many years, the emperor of Taizong maintained his impressive demeanor. Guan turned to look, conducting a lifespan detection. 9th layer of the transformation stage. Luo Hun also noticed Li Xiandao's arrival, promptly rising to stow his book into his storage bag, then descending the hill with his spear. Luo Hun first approached Li Xiandao to pay his respects, followed by Guan. As Li Xiandao walked toward the Yaogu pavilion, he turned to Guan and asked, "So, how do you find my Yaogu? Are you satisfied? Did you forget my previous instructions?" "Uncle, now that is more like it." Li Xiandao laughed heartily, while Luo Hun appeared taken aback. "Uncle?" Luo Hun's expression shifted, becoming peculiar. The 3 of them engaged in light-hearted conversation as they reached the pavilion. Li Xiandao seated himself at a stone table, and Luo Hun immediately poured him wine. "Has he shared with you his experiences over the years?" "Yes. Uncle must have sent someone to follow him, right? How could I dare to send someone after him? We merely have informants in various locations. Tell me, how could a Foundation establishment cultivator evade the seizing of a transformation stage master? What secrets does he hide?" As Li Xiandao posed his question, he raised his cup, downing its contents in one go, then gazed at Guan with a grin. Guan frowned, replying, "Secrets? He hasn't mentioned anything to me, nor could I directly ask him." Li Xiandao, half smiling, said, "My son has always been of mediocre talent, the least gifted among my children. However, since joining the Tai Xuan Sect, he has soared to new heights, continually surprising me. While I am pleased with his growth, I fear he might be exploited by those with ulterior motives." Guan observed his expression, suddenly uncertain about Li Yu's standing in his father's heart. Nevertheless, Guan's allegiance undoubtedly lay with Li Yu. "I shall subtly inquire in the future," Guan mused, though he had no intention of directly asking. Li Xiandao nodded in satisfaction, turning to Luo Han beside him, asking with a smile, Luo Han, do you believe Iya possesses the qualities of Crown Prince? Luo Han's complexion slightly altered as he solemnly replied, this humble soldier dares not overstep. Oh, you are truly dull, Li Xiandao chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. His gaze shifted back to Gu and quickly interjected, Uncle, please refrain from asking me such matters. I wish to avoid trouble. I only want to help you with planting grass and flowers. Ha ha ha! Li Xiandao burst into laughter, lifting the wine jar beside him and pouring it into his mouth, his demeanor far more extravagant than before. He then grabbed another jar of wine and continued pouring. Gu sensed something amiss. The emperor seemed troubled. Luo Han also perceived this, frowning and asking, Your Majesty, is something the matter? After downing 3 jars of wine in one breath, Li Xiandao replied, Oh, it's nothing serious. You must have read the Investiture of the Gods, right? Luo Han nodded. It's quite well written. You enjoy it too, don't you? Indeed, I do. However, recently, some have used the Investiture of the Gods to criticize me, claiming I am akin to King Zhou. The Li family has ruled for 500 years. It is time for a change in the throne. The mandate of heaven belongs to the Ji family, who have been sending their disciples to slay demons and eradicate evil across various regions, gaining ever-increasing fame and the people's support, Li Xiandao said with a light laugh. Gu's heart sank. Luo Han, incensed, declared, Your Majesty, who dares to claim the mandate belongs to the Ji family. This humble soldier is at your service at any time. Even if it requires slaying Pan, and I am willing to go. What a character! I shall not bring you the adventures of Qing Xia anymore. Gu felt a surge of indignation, but feigned a worried expression. Li Xuanda uskufa, foolishness. If you kill Pan, it would only solidify the notion of my narrow-mindedness, that I cannot even tolerate a mere author. Upon hearing this, Gu felt a swell of admiration for Li Xiandao. Now, that is a wise ruler. Your Majesty, fear not. My next book will be Journey to the West, in which the emperor's surname is Li. Although Journey to the West carries a critical undertone, it is targeted at the Jade Emperor. The portrayal of Li Shimin within the book is rather favorable. While there is no heavenly court in this world, the cultivation realm exists. Critiquing the cultivation realm is quite appropriate, aligning with the current expectations of cultivators toward Pan, and provided he does not directly name the Tai Xuan Sect. As Gu pondered, Luo Han remained in a state of anger. Every state governor possesses a background, increasingly eluding the control of the court. With public grievances on the rise, using the Investiture of the Gods to critique me is likely just their first step. One day, the sword will hang over my head. I need to cultivate my own power. Tian Gu plays a significant role, so do not let me down, Li Xiandao stated, standing and walking toward the garden, with Gu and Luo Han quickly following. 3 full days passed before Li Xiandao finally took his leave. In these past 3 days, Li Xiandao has consistently taken the opportunity to express his expectations for Li Ye to Gu. The more he spoke, the more Gu felt that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. He chose to let the words go in one ear and out the other, not wishing to meddle in the affairs of father and son. After Li Xiandao departed, Gu also decided to leave, and before he did, Luo Han advised him not to bring the Feng Shun Yin anymore, but rather to take the Qing Xia Yuji. Gu merely smiled in response. As the seasons changed, 3 years passed. This year, Tian Gu welcomed the first batch of matured medicinal herbs, and Gu reaped nearly 5,000 years of lifespan in one go, greatly uplifting his spirits. Starting this year, his annual lifespan income would soar. His total lifespan had already surpassed 70,000 years, and he was determined to continue striving for 1,000,000 years. One day, Gu accompanied Su Han and Zhun Qin to the outer sect. Both had reached the foundation establishment stage, and in addition to their regular cultivation, Gu had also concocted numerous low-tier elixirs to assist them in their successful establishment. After escorting them to the elder hall of the outer sect, he turned to leave. The outer disciples needed to register their identities at the elder hall to become formal outer sect disciples. As he walked past the street, a familiar voice called out, "Senior brother, long time no see." Gu turned to see Lu Jiojia, clad in the black robe of the demon extermination hall, approaching him, accompanied by 6 disciples from the same hall. "How have you been?" Gu inquired with a smile. Ever since the change in leadership, the demon extermination hall had flourished, even surpassing the law enforcement hall, making it common to encounter them within the outer sect city. Lu Jiujia approached him and nodded, saying quite well. My master just promoted me. Not only has my treatment improved, but my authority has also expanded. If you ever need anything, feel free to come to me. He took out a black token from his storage bag and handed it to Guan. Guan accepted the token from the Demon Extermination Hall without hesitation, looking at Lu Jiujia with a smile of approval. Not bad. You have indeed become what you aspire to be. Hearing this, Lu Jiujia's spirits lifted, and he chuckled. In the past few years, I truly felt like I was walking on thin ice. I didn't dare to contact you, fearing it might implicate you. Now that the storm has passed, we can keep in touch more often. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Jiujia hurried away with his companions, claiming they needed to apprehend some demonic spies. Guan watched his retreating figure, his mood somewhat complicated. The reputation of the Demon Extermination Hall was far from favorable. It was not only the most powerful hall among the outer sect, but also the most despised. It was said that anyone who offended the hall would find themselves branded as a demonic spy, leading to their demise. Guan could clearly sense the disdainful and contemptuous gazes directed at him from those around. Choosing not to dwell on it, he turned and departed. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the Third Medicine Valley and spotted Tian Lao standing before the stone tablet, one hand stroking his beard, seemingly lost in thought. Over the years, Guan had grown familiar with Tian Lao, who presented himself much like a menial disciple. Zhenqin, Su Han, and Yi Yin were oblivious to his distinguished nature, treating him as one of their own. Tian Lao, why are you just standing here? Guan approached, greeting him. Tian Lao looked at Guan, a kind smile lighting up his face, his eyelids drooping as if he were on the verge of falling asleep. Valley Master, I was pondering why this valley is named the Third Medicine Valley. Do you have two other valleys? He inquired with a chuckle. Guan walked up to the stone tablet and replied with a light laugh. Not quite. Aside from this valley, I only have one medicinal valley. The name Third Medicine Valley reflects my principle in life, to not vie for first or second place, but to contend for the third. I believe that being too prominent invites trouble. The top three are formidable, but the third is the safest. Upon hearing this, Tian Lao's eyelids lifted slightly as he fell into contemplation. Guan patted his shoulder, smiling. Today I brought roast chicken and fine wine. Let's enjoy together. This chicken was raised in the outer sect and cost me 10 low-grade spirit stones. Yi Yin was not practicing his spear at the valley entrance, but stood upright in the central path of the garden, gripping the spear with one hand and closing his eyes in meditation. He claimed he was understanding the connection between himself and the spear. Guan had never inquired about his spear techniques or body refining methods, as he had no interest in the former, and the Xianhuang Long Qi Gong sufficed for the latter. Yan, come over and join me for a drink to celebrate your senior brother and senior sister becoming outer sect disciples, Guan called out loudly. Tian Lao asked curiously, over the years, you have refined all the medicinal herbs meant for yourself into elixirs for your disciples. What do you gain from this? Even if they owe you a debt of gratitude, such bonds may fade with time. Why not use those resources for yourself? He added, and as for me, being an old man, I am uncertain how much longer I have to live. Giving me elixirs would be a waste, wouldn't it? Having spent several years together. Tian Lao held Guan in high regard. Guan treated him well and did not ignore him like other disciples, even willing to share elixirs to help him enhance his cultivation. Before his realm fell, he could not have imagined that such a selfless person existed within the Tai Xuan Sect. He even regretted his previous neglect of the outer sect. Guan smiled. I possess mediocre talents. Being overly fixated on improving my cultivation would only bring me suffering. It is better to share with those younger who still hold hope. As for you, Tian Lao, though you are older than me, you are still considered my disciple. I must treat you equally. Even if your cultivation does not increase much, it can enhance your vitality, allowing you to live better, can it not? His gaze turned to Yi Yin, his face adorned with a smile. Sunlight filtered down, illuminating his profile and moving Tian Lao deeply. Suddenly, he recalled the words spoken by the ancient sect when they recommended Guan. Do not be fooled by that young man's low cultivation. The fact that he can write the Feng Shan Yin, he signifies the vastness of his heart. Even after gaining fame and fortune, he remains at the Medicine Valley, tirelessly contributing to the Tai Xuan Sect. In terms of character and demeanor, I believe he surpasses even the great cultivators of the Void Realm. Lost in thought, Tian Lao's lips curled into a smile, seemingly infected by Guan's joy. Soon, The three gathered around a stone table, beginning to drink and feast. Guan shared his recent experiences, mentioning the matters concerning Zhenqin and Su Han, as well as the Demon Extermination Hall, curious about Tian Lao's stance. However, Tian Lao remained indifferent, merely gnawing on a chicken leg. Yin spoke up. I actually think the Demon Extermination Hall is quite good. Previously in Xiangu, I encountered demonic cultivators several times. The outer sect is too chaotic. The poor reputation of the Demon Extermination Hall likely stems from demonic spies stirring trouble behind the scenes. Guan nodded, acknowledging the possibility. After the establishment of the Demon Extermination Hall, he had indeed not encountered any demonic cultivators in Xiangu, nor had the spies from Qianxioga sought him out. Master, after I establish my foundation, I do not wish to remain in the Tai Xuan Sect. I want to join the army, Yin suddenly declared. Goodness! To speak of changing careers in front of the former sect master? Guan inquired. Why is that? Yian's expression turned resolute as he replied. The Tai Xuan Sect values spiritual roots and talents, making it difficult for someone like me to make a mark. Moreover, joining the army allows one to slay demons and protect the common people. My parents were killed by monsters. I swore from a young age that once I mastered my skills, I would travel the world as a hero, exterminating demons. Tian Lao lifted his gaze to him. Nodding slightly, Guan smiled. I did not expect you to harbor such grand ambitions. Your master supports you. Yian Biaomit, immediately raising his wine cup in a toast to Guan, then pouring another cup to clink with Tian Lao's. The atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. And with Yian opening up, he spoke more than usual, which in turn made Tian Lao more talkative. Master, will you be transferring disciples from Xiangu in the future? Yian asked. Guan shook his head, saying, We will discuss that after you establish your foundation. I worry that others may disturb your path to enlightenment. With Tian Lao and me, we are sufficient to manage things. The various gardens have already entered a routine, and the daily chores are not overwhelming. Upon hearing this, Yian felt even more touched. Guan began to envision the future with him, drinking one jar of spirit wine after another until he became intoxicated. As summer waned, the scorching heat of the world was finally receding. Guan stood on the grassy expanse of Xiangu, silently watching as 4 members of the exorcism hall soared into the sky. Wu Xian approached, inquiring, Brother, why are you lost in thought? With so many boxes, aren't you going to check them? Upon hearing this, Wu Xian's face broke into a smile, relishing the delightful sensation of being entrusted with such responsibility. Now, Guan had entrusted the management of Xiangu entirely to Wu Xian, as he focused solely on harvesting. Wu Xian had no objections. How could he resist when Guan helped alleviate some of his burdens? What he desired was power, not to drive Guan away. Without Guan, he felt that something essential was missing from Xiangu. Thus he devoted most of his time to cultivation during Guan's absence. Guan turned and walked towards the teleportation array. After a while, he arrived at the 3rd Medicine Valley. Since Zhenqin and Su Han became outer disciples, this valley had grown quite desolate. After completing his tasks, Yian went off to practice with his spear, while old Tian remained a man of few words. Guan descended from the array platform and noticed old Tian squatting in the garden, admiring a 4th-tier herb. Guan had grown accustomed to the old man's frequent daydreaming. He ascended to the pavilion and took out the Z-Way array record to study. Over the past year, he had diligently researched the record, gaining considerable insights. After several hours, sensing something, he promptly stowed the record in his storage bag and awaited further developments. Guan, come out quickly. Guan heard Gu Yu's voice rising in volume as he approached. He stood up, exited the pavilion, and positioned himself on the 2nd-floor balcony, where he spotted Gu Zong and Gu Yu descending rapidly on a golden wheel. Upon landing, Gu Zong tucked away his magical artifact, and Gu Yu stepped forward, excitedly proclaiming, Guan, your cough. Gu Zong cleared his throat, prompting Gu Yu to hastily silence himself. Guan, standing above, chuckled, Please come up and speak. The 4 of them gathered in the 2nd-floor room, where Gu Zong raised his hand to cast a spell, creating 2 barriers on the window ledge. Gu Yu pulled Guan down to sit, his excitement palpable. Tai Xuan Xianzun has made it. The entire cultivation world is watching. Moreover, even the neighboring dynasties and sects are seeking to purchase this book from Tai Xuan men. Ha. Years ago, when Tai Xuan Xianzun first emerged, many mocked Pan for his lack of talent. But now, just a few years later, they're all eager to follow and see me. Gu Yu, prove my genius. Seeing Gu Yu's fervor, Guan couldn't help but smile wryly. The popularity of Tai Xuan Sect did not surprise him. After all, tales of miraculous ascendance and the subversion of powerful figures were bound to create significant emotional upheaval in the cultivation realm. Gu Zong interjected, "We are here not only to discuss this matter, but also for something related. The saintess of Dao Tian Jiao intends to come to Tai Xuan for cultivation, and she is coming specifically for you. Dao Tian Jiao hails from the neighboring Dao dynasty and is the foremost sect within it. The saintess is the daughter of its leader. Her arrival could forge a long-lasting friendship between Tai Xuan and Dao Tian Jiao. Rest assured, I will bring the saintess to meet you, and this matter will remain confidential. You will only need to meet her, and she has promised not to reveal your identity." Guan felt overwhelmed. "Am I now a pawn in diplomatic affairs?" Gu Zong chuckled, stroking his beard. Tai Xuan Sect has significantly propelled the development of Tai Xuan. The Elder Hall holds you in high regard. If you can persuade the saintess to stay, the Elder Hall will reward you with a sapling of a 7th-tier spirit tree. Once it matures, it will greatly enhance the local spiritual energy. Even if your talent is mediocre, reaching the Jindan stage will not be difficult. They initially considered bestowing upon you techniques and high-tier artifacts. But you mentioned your aversion to conflict and preference for cultivating flora, hence the change to the 7th-tier spirit tree, which will also benefit the entire Medicine Valley's yield. Its advantages immeasurable. Chapter 58. If you were made sect leader, what would you do? A 7th-tier spirit tree. This is the same grade as the Tsang Tang tree. How could Tai Xuan possess a spirit tree comparable to the sacred tree of Qianxiuge? Could it be that the Tsang Tang tree within the 8th scenery cave heaven is not a true sacred tree or has yet to fully mature? Gu's excitement surged. This treasure was simply irresistible. How difficult could it be to keep the saintess here? She loves reading, after all. I could write her an epilogue to Feng Shun Yin Yi. When will the saintess arrive? Guan took a deep breath and inquired, masking his joy with a semblance of concern. Gu Zong replied, "She will arrive within a year at the latest. You need not feel pressured." Beside him, Gu Yu teased, "Don't worry about her wanting to claim you. After all, the disparity in cultivation levels is apparent. She simply admires your writings." Guan nodded. He was not that self-absorbed. There were countless individuals who adored Feng Shun Yin. Gu Zong turned to Old Tian, who stood nearby, and asked, "How do you find it here?" Old Tian nodded. "Quite well. The Valley Master treats me very well." Guan felt a sense of helplessness within. Gu Zong had pulled in his distant relative, seemingly to alleviate any suspicion he might harbor. "No, if we are to act, let us do so thoroughly." Guan glanced at Gu Zong, hesitating to speak. Gu Zong, seemingly perceiving his confusion, laughed. "He has known your pan and identity for quite some time. It is precisely because he admires Feng Shun Yin that I brought him here. Apart from him, only the Elder Hall is aware. You can rest easy. Now, we are even more concerned about your pan and identity being revealed than you are. Before the advent of Feng Shun Yin, disciples had always penned texts. But the impact of Pan and was unprecedented. No one had ever envisioned that a book could attract more disciples, cultivation resources, and even facilitate diplomacy with other forces for a sect. Especially after the release of Tai Xuan Sect, the gaze of the entire world fell upon Tai Xuan, and he, positioned at the pinnacle, perceived it most clearly. Guan exhaled in relief. He regarded Gu Zong with a peculiar expression. "Ahem, I cannot divulge too much in advance. Otherwise, the suspense will dissipate." Indeed, Guan shifted the topic to the saintess of Dao Tian Jiao, feeling a pressing need to gather as much information as possible to better prepare for her arrival. Gu Zong began to introduce the saintess. Shunjun, possessing 3 spiritual roots, is the youngest daughter of the Dao Tian Jiao leader. Her talent is not exceptional, but she has a profound understanding of musical and rhythmic spells, and she enjoys the arts of qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. From this description alone, Guan sensed that Shunjun's personality was not overly assertive. With such interests, she likely possessed a gentle temperament. Late at night, in the 8th scenery cave heaven, beneath the Tsang Tang tree, Guan practiced his swordsmanship, focusing on the Mu Ling sword technique. This technique was imparted to him by Zhuolin as a means of gauging Gu's capabilities. It was not particularly rare and could be purchased in the outer city. Given its wood attribute, Guan intended to practice it himself, not willing to invest his lifespan in this technique. However, Isn't real time just as precious? With the mastery of the Tai Xuan Sect sword and his current top-notch 5-element celestial roots, Guan found himself grasping a sense of genius in the Mu Ling sword technique. He had already mastered it and was now pursuing a higher realm. Every technique, spell, and secret art has its minor realms, which, according to his summation, range from novice practice, initial comprehension, entering the threshold, achieving minor success, integrating knowledge, reaching perfection, attaining the peak, to returning to simplicity. It felt akin to leveling up in a game, which intrigued Guan greatly. A 10-foot-long How Long perched on a tree, gazing intently at Gu in sword practice, exuding the majesty of a true dragon. Guan moved within a radius of 30 feet beneath the tree, creating a flurry of afterimages, as though 10 of him were practicing swordplay. The Tiansu sword in his hand was incredibly sharp, its energy surging forth, dissipating 2 zhang away without damaging the surrounding flora. After an hour of practice, Guan finally came to a halt. With a clang, the Tiansu sword sheathed, emitting a sound akin to a dragon's roar. He stowed the Tiansu sword into his storage bag and stretched his limbs. How Long descended from above, its youthful voice chiming, "Master, you're amazing. Can you teach me?" Guan cast a sidelong glance at it and inquired with a smile, "Can your dragon claw wield a sword? Wouldn't it suffice to use the claw as a sword?" The How Long blinked its dragon eyes and asked. Upon hearing this, Guan paused momentarily, realizing the depth of the question. There is indeed something to ponder. The How Long grasped the sword manual with its claw and hastily added, "Remember to bring me some roasted chicken." Guan nodded with a smile before turning to depart. The How Long landed, placing the sword manual on the ground, and began to peruse it with its claws. After leaving the Ba Jing Dong Tian, Guan ventured into the forest, where the night enveloped the landscape, blanketed in snow, yet he left no footprints behind. The following morning, after Guan had finished practicing with his disciples, he prepared to head to the Third Medicine Valley, only to be interrupted by the arrival of Yilan. Naturally, Guan felt obliged to accompany his junior sister. The two entered the pavilion to converse. Guan first inquired about her recent circumstances. Despite her busy schedule, she made it a point to visit him annually, and it was impossible for Guan not to feel moved by this gesture. Since last year, there have been frequent disappearances among the Outer Sect disciples, and no matter how our law enforcement hall investigates, we cannot uncover the true culprit. However, the demon-slaying hall always manages to find demonic spies who confess their crimes. Sighed Yilan. After the change in leadership, she had lost contact with Lu Jiojia, primarily due to the long-standing rivalry between their respective halls, which had reached an irreconcilable state. Guan responded with a smile, "Then let the demon-slaying hall handle it. This will free up time for you to cultivate." Yilan shook her head, saying, "It is not that simple. The head of the demon-slaying hall intends to absorb the law enforcement hall, and it seems the Grand Elder of the Outer Sect has similar ambitions. If our law enforcement hall does not take action, we will inevitably be disbanded. That cannot be allowed. What would happen to you if I were to take over?" Yilan firmly rejected the notion, her expression grave. Seeing her demeanor, Guan chose not to press further and shifted the topic to other matters. The Xiangu had many people, while Tianyagu was not devoid of life with its 3 monkey demons. However, the Third Medicine Valley was quite different. Every time Guan visited, it was enveloped in a profound silence. Yin and old Tian relished this tranquility, remaining undisturbed by one another. Guan stepped into a garden area and began to harvest the mature herbs. Old Tian approached, curious, and asked, "Why do you always insist on harvesting personally?" Upon hearing this, old Tian chuckled, "You are indeed contributing rather than seeking self-satisfaction. I hope the higher-ups think the same." Guan replied with a light laugh while continuing to gather herbs. Suddenly, old Tian posed a question. "If you were to become a sect leader, what would you do?" Guan's heart trembled, yet his hands remained steady as he retorted, "Don't entertain such thoughts. You are not the sect leader, so how could you bestow that upon me? And besides, I can only oversee the Medicine Valley, not the millions of disciples in Tai Xuan men. With my current cultivation, who would heed me if I were to become the leader?" He had no desire to assume such a role. He wished to persist in his cultivation without facing undue pressure. If he were to become the sect leader and encounter an insurmountable foe, could he escape? Guan was not blindly loyal to Tai Xuan men. Old Tian chuckled and ceased to pursue the topic. Once Guan finished his harvesting, he made his way back to the pavilion with old Tian. "Actually, I know of an extraordinary technique. Would you like to learn it?" Even the elders of the Guzong are unaware of it. Old Tian suddenly asked. I shan't learn it. Wouldn't it be better to write a book with that time? You have seen for yourself that I seldom cultivate, relying entirely on elixirs to enhance my prowess. You are still young. Why do you think this way? You wouldn't understand. It is called enjoying life. I prefer to act within my means. However, this is merely my perspective. Everyone has pursuits are different. Guan casually remarked, wondering why the old fellow was so talkative today. Did he wish to undermine his resolve? Old Tian seemed inclined to continue speaking, but suddenly a sound resonated from the horizon. The two turned to see Guzong controlling a flying artifact, accompanied by a woman in black garb, her face veiled, revealing only a pair of enchanting and captivating eyes. The holy maiden of Dao Tian, Jiao, has arrived. Guan instructed old Tian to place the herbs inside the house first before he turned to greet Guzong and the others. He cast a lifespan probe. Shun Jun, second layer of Jidan realm 786601050. As the golden wheel landed, Guzong smiled. Guan, this is the holy maiden of Dao Tian Jiao, Shun Jun. You must treat her well. He then turned toward Shun Jun, who raised her hand in greeting, and he nodded before swiftly departing on the golden wheel. Shun Jun regarded Guan, her eyes scrutinizing him closely. Just from her gaze, one could surmise she was an exceptionally rare beauty. Guan raised his hand in greeting, saying, I am Guan. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Shun. Shun Jun slightly nodded and curiously asked, which do you prefer, Feng Shun Yin, or Tai Xuan Sect? Testing me right from the start, Guan remained composed and replied, I enjoy both. One cannot be fond of merely a single book. Different emotions compel one to seek out different readings, would you not agree? Upon hearing this, Shun Jun's eyes sparkled with interest. Actually, I have written a book. Would you care to take a look? Shun Jun blinked, speaking eagerly. Naturally, Guan would not decline, saying, shall we go upstairs to see? Shun Jun nodded and followed Guan up to the second floor of the pavilion. Guan initially intended to leave the door open, as the atmosphere could become awkward with just the two of them alone in a room. However, Shun Jun closed the door behind them. The two approached the table, where Shun Jun retrieved a book from her storage bag. Her brow furrowed slightly, as if hesitating. After contemplating briefly, she decided to hand the book to Guan. Upon receiving it, Guan's eyelids twitched in surprise. Heavenly Rogue's Adventures? What on earth? This title was certainly unconventional. Guan hesitated to open the book, fearing that Heavenly Rogue's Adventures might indeed be written by Shun Jun, which would shatter his perception of the author. But then again, how could Shun Jun, hailing from the Dao Tian Jiao of the Dayou Empire, possibly publish a book within Tai Xuan? After coming to this realization, Guan calmed himself and began to read through Heavenly Rogue's Adventures. Shun Jun lowered her gaze to the table, her long hair revealing a hint of red on her ears. After finishing the first page, Guan breathed a sigh of relief. She was not the author of Heavenly Rogue's Adventures. The disparity in writing style between her work and that of Heavenly Rogue's Adventures was glaringly apparent, although it was evident that she was attempting to emulate it. He continued to read patiently. Each tale in Heavenly Rogue's Adventures began with descriptions of the local landscapes, painting vivid imagery before delving into the interactions between characters. And Heavenly Rogue's Adventures followed suit. However, it was evident that Shun Jun's experiences were not as rich as those of the author of Heavenly Rogue's Adventures, and the descriptions of nature in her book lacked depth, at least in Guan's eyes, compared to the vividness found in Heavenly Rogue's Adventures. The room fell into silence. Eventually, Shun Jun stood up to inspect the nearby bookshelf. Guan inquired, do you enjoy Heavenly Rogue's Adventures? Standing before the bookshelf, Shun Jun nodded slightly, saying, aside from cultivation techniques, the first book I ever read was Heavenly Rogue's Adventures, but my favorite remains Your Tai Xuan Sect. That is quite common, yet it holds a sense of authenticity. Guan chuckled. In truth, I also have a fondness for Heavenly Rogue's Adventures. It was after reading it that I felt compelled to put pen to paper. Shun Jun immediately approached, her enthusiasm noticeably heightened, her eyes sparkling as she began to converse with Guan about Heavenly Rogue's Adventures. Although her Heavenly Rogue's Adventures contained themes of romance, it lacked the overt nature of Heavenly Rogue's Adventures, falling within the realm of conventional literature. Through their discussions on Heavenly Rogue's Adventures, their relationship quickly grew closer. They transitioned from discussing Heavenly Rogue's Adventures to Feng Shan Yin Yi, and then to Tai Xuan Sect. After a considerable time, Guan could not resist asking, have you ever met the author of Heavenly Rogue's Adventures? Shun Jun slightly shook her head, saying, "Although I greatly admire his work, I sense he is rather unorthodox and do not wish to meet him. You, however, are different from Feng Shun, Idatai, Xianxianzun. Your styles are remarkably diverse, which piques my curiosity about you." Upon hearing this, Guan felt a tinge of regret. Just who was the author of Heavenly Rogue's adventures? This was his greatest curiosity within Tai Xianmen. After completing Tai Xianxianzun, will you continue writing about the struggles of the Dao lineage akin to Feng Shun in it? Shun Jun inquired. Gazing at Guan, Shun Jun smiled, saying, "Tai Xianmen must exert pressure upon you, but in truth, we merely require a name. Dao Tian Jiao also needs to collaborate with Tai Xianmen to intimidate the other sects within the Yu Empire and to jointly confront the impending demonic calamity." Guan raised an eyebrow, pressing for clarity. What is this demonic calamity? On this vast continent, there exist 9 neighboring dynasties, including Tic, Dy, and Gzho, who have collectively driven formidable demons from their realms. Consequently, the territories beyond the Gzho have become a haven for malevolent creatures. At present, these demons pose a significant threat to the 9 dynasties. Despite the continuous efforts of various sects of cultivation to dispatch disciples for extermination missions, the vastness of the land allows some exceptionally gifted demons to thrive. Within a century, the Gzho will face an unprecedented calamity from these demons, leading to the potential collapse of some dynasties. When Shn spoke of this matter, her expression was grave. Jin felt an immediate weight of pressure upon hearing her words. His mind conjured images of shattered landscapes, the Tai Xuan Sect's front lines faltering, and the forced conscription of miscellaneous disciples into battle. This cannot be. Within 100 years, I must ensure my lifespan reaches 1,000,000 years, unlock the next ability, and drastically elevate my cultivation level. Jin thought to himself before inquiring, "If that is the case, why do you not devote yourself to cultivation instead of writing?" Although Shn could not compare to J, Shi, Oi, or Zhu, nor could she match Ly, her aptitude was not lacking. With the support of the Dao sect, if she wished to cultivate, she could certainly ascend. In response, Shn chuckled lightly, saying, "Each person has their own fate. Cultivation is not my destiny. I prefer reading and writing. Who knows, perhaps one day I shall attain enlightenment through my writings. Who says one must absorb the essence of heaven and earth to achieve enlightenment? Throughout history, it seems no cultivator who absorbed energy has survived to this day." Jin could not help but regard her with newfound admiration. She certainly had a daring imagination. After further conversation, Shn prepared to take her leave, and Jin rose to see her off. Upon reaching the ground floor, she summoned a flying sword, stepped onto it, and with a parting remark, soared into the horizon. "GG, I shall establish my cave residence nearby. Let us exchange ideas more often in the future." Jin watched her departing figure, a smile gracing his face. His joy stemmed not from her residing nearby, but from the assurance that the 7th grade spiritual tree had found a home. The Tai Xuan Sect acted swiftly. Less than 3 days after Sh's departure, the sapling of the 7th grade spiritual tree arrived, personally delivered by Gzing. Once Gzing departed, Jin carried the sapling to the central area of the garden. Though referred to as a sapling, the tree already stood tall. Jin planted it on the lush grass connecting 4 garden plots, while Tnlo and Yin observed from behind. After planting, Jin gazed at the tree, his face beaming with delight. Suing Qing Tree, 7th grade, 4889-996-5000, a remarkable lifespan of 65,000 years, surpassing that of any mortal. Tnlo chuckled. The Suing Qing tree is extraordinary, though it bears no fruit. Cultivating beneath its branches can calm the mind and invigorate the spirit. Upon hearing this, Jin's smile widened even further. Tnlo, you must keep a vigilant eye on the Suing Qing tree. It must not suffer even the slightest mishap. Fear not, it has taken root, its vitality far surpassing this old bone of mine. Jin chuckled at Tnlo's humor and then turned to leave. Tnlo and Yin remained chatting by the tree, not following in his footsteps. Jin made his way to the edge of the medicinal valley near the mountain wall. In this grassy area, a tree had been planted, yet currently showed no signs of growth. This was the 6th grade spiritual tree gifted by YLN, known as the RNMIN tree. The roots had been buried for several years, remaining in a state of revival. With an age of 0, G-In had attempted to aid its growth using his own wood-element spiritual energy, but it absorbed his energy without yielding any results. He crouched before the RNMIN tree's roots, which only peeked out of the soil, appearing like wooden tips. After observing for a while, G-In suddenly sensed a subtle flow of spiritual energy from beneath the earth towards the RNMIN tree, tracing the source back to the Su-In-Q-Ing tree. Could it be that the Su-In-Q-Ing tree can aid in the resurrection of the RNMIN tree? While G-In felt a surge of joy, a twinge of worry also arose within him. He feared the RNMIN tree might drain the Su-In-Q-Ing tree, as it originated from Chin Ki Pavilion and had a rather ominous name. Should the RNMIN tree mature into something malevolent, he would not hesitate to uproot it, for he could not allow it to ruin the 3rd medicinal valley. G-In also felt the need for someone to keep watch to prevent this entity from growing quietly. YYN had already reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement, with his cultivation primarily reliant on medicinal pills. He practiced his spear daily, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth during his training, yet the increase in his cultivation was minimal. Once he departed, G-In resolved to recruit someone. As summer waned, the 43-year-old G-In ventured to the outer sect city. He first submitted his manuscript, then strolled through the streets. He noticed that the outer sect city was not as lively as before. Although many disciples traversed the streets, the majority bore solemn expressions and spoke in hushed tones. G-In looked up to see 4 disciples from the exorcism hall descend from the sky, landing before a distant pavilion. They surrounded a disciple who had just exited the building, commencing an interrogation. The disciple appeared quite irked, leading to a verbal spat that escalated into a fight. When one of the exorcism hall disciples brandished a token, the disciple immediately cowered, complying as they escorted him away. After so many years of apprehending demonic spies, had they not yet completed their task? G-In furrowed his brow, feeling perplexed but not inclined to intervene, as long as he was not caught up in it. He cared little. He proceeded towards the beast hall, intending to raise a few magical beasts in the 3rd medicinal valley, ensuring TNLO would not feel lonely. TNLO was diligent in his work and had earned G-In's favor. He now regarded TNLO as his own errand disciple. Half an hour later, G-In exited the beast hall, now carrying 3 bags at his waist. These were beast control bags, designed to hold living creatures, but each could accommodate only 1 beast. Just as he stepped outside, he fortuitously encountered LGG. This time, LGG was alone, striding towards the beast hall with a grim countenance. However, upon spotting G-In, a smile immediately brightened his face as he hastened forward. SH11ing, are you here to purchase magical beasts? LGG inquired cheerfully, though his pallor appeared more pronounced than before, and an aura of malice emanated from him. G-In nodded and expressed concern. You seem unwell. Is everything all right? Would it be wrong? I have merely been fatigued from my recent training, LGG replied. Shaking his head, G-In noticed subtle traces of demonic energy within him, cleverly concealed. It would be difficult to detect without careful observation. Has he succumbed to demonic cultivation? LGG was reluctant to elaborate, and G-In felt it inappropriate to pry further. After exchanging pleasantries, LGG cautioned before departing, SH11ing, refrain from leaving the valley at night. A powerful demon cultivator has infiltrated the outer sect recently. With that, he turned and left. G-In regarded his retreating figure without further thought and continued towards the 3rd medicinal valley. Upon arriving at the 3rd medicinal valley, he released the 3 spirit hounds he had just purchased, all of which were 2nd-grade magical beasts of noble lineage and not inexpensive. I plan to remain in Su-In Valley for a while. I trust you to look after them, G-In instructed TNLO. TNLO nodded in agreement, and G-In then walked towards the teleportation array. Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, he sensed a hint of worry in TNLO's gaze directed at him as he stood on the array. Before he could ponder further, the formation activated, transporting him to Su-In Valley. Upon his arrival, G-In immediately sensed a familiar aura. Y. He stepped down from the array and looked into the distance, where he saw Ly instructing disciples in sword practice, with even Xiao Chu In following along. After giving a brief command, Ly turned and approached Jin. Upon meeting, Jin curiously inquired, "What brings you here?" "I've reached the first layer of the Jian stage. At 45 years old. I am merely 5 years behind Qiying. Ly chuckled lightly. "I've come to protect you. I heard that the demon lord from Tinu sect has infiltrated the outer sect, and I am concerned for your safety. I wish to remain until this matter is resolved before returning to the inner sect." Chapter 60. Ancestor, save me. Can you confront that demon lord? Jin asked skeptically. Ly grinned with pride. "I have achieved Jidan. Do not underestimate me. In Tai Xuan Sect, being at the Jidan stage merely qualifies one as an inner sect disciple. How could you possibly stand against a demon lord? You young man, I have come specifically to protect you, and yet you express disdain? I fear you might act recklessly as you did in the past. Have you forgotten how you charged out to confront the greedy demons, only to end up injured on the ground? Can we not bring that up?" As the two began to engage in a playful banter, Guan subtly teased Liya, who remained unperturbed. Sensing that Guan's intentions were kind-hearted and aimed at protecting him from potential trouble. Little did he know that Guan's concern was not merely about causing trouble, but rather about being a burden. "Brother, if the demon lord were to arrive, your presence beside me would hinder my ability to act," Guan thought, struggling to articulate his true feelings. Yet, Liu was resolute in his decision to stay, leaving Guan with no choice but to acquiesce. "By the way, have you seen Lu Shidi recently?" Guan inquired. Liu shook his head in response, stating, "I have not encountered him. We crossed paths in the past when he joined the exorcism hall, but since my relationship with the elders are strained, we have not kept in touch." He spoke of this matter with indifference, showing no concern for Lu Jiujia. Despite his warm demeanor towards Guan, he was rather aloof with others. "Let us ascend and have a proper discussion. I heard you acquired a new medicinal valley, and it's located in the inner sect. You must tell me all about it," Leah urged, leading Guan upstairs. Their conversation stretched late into the night. Guan refrained from revealing his identity as Pan, and instead explaining that the harvest from Xiangu had pleased the higher-ups, resulting in the allocation of an additional medicinal valley to him. Given the backlash against Li Xiandao due to the Feng Shun and Guan dared not disclose his identity to Liya, fearing that he might inadvertently let it slip. After all, they were father and son. Despite their conflicts, their bond remained closer than that with Guan. As summer transitioned into autumn, the weather remained somewhat warm. 10 days had passed since Liya's arrival, during which time Xiangu had encountered no dangers. Guan had also ventured out to tend to the caves of the outer disciples, with Liya insisting on accompanying him. However, upon reaching the caves, he refrained from entering, wishing not to impose on Guan and wished for Liya to remain in Xiangu to safeguard the disciples. But Liya showed little interest in anyone else. In his words, he only imparted sword techniques to the disciples out of respect for Guan. One evening, as Guan was harvesting ripe herbs, Liya sat meditating atop a mountain peak, the setting sun casting a halo above him, bestowing upon him an aura of an unrivaled master. Suddenly, Guan sensed a shift, his right hand faltering momentarily before he resumed harvesting. Indeed, there was a demon lord. He hoped it would not fixate on his medicinal valley. Guan mused silently, noticing that the aura emanating from the presence far exceeded that of the Foundation establishment realm. Yet within his perception, it posed no threat. The faint trace of demonic energy began to recede from Xiangu, granting him a sigh of relief. He feared exposure of his own strength more than the prospect of losing decades of life through combat. Night fell, and Guan was indoors engrossed in examining the Ji Wei formation records, particularly those pertaining to wood attributes, when a frown suddenly creased his brow, followed by a sigh. Although Xiangu had not attracted trouble, it was Liya who had drawn the attention of the demon lord. On the mountaintop, Liya, while meditating, abruptly opened his eyes. Rising, he approached the cliff's edge, gazing down into the forest below. Approximately 100 zhang from his position stood a shadowy figure, observing him from beneath the trees. In the moonlight, the mysterious figure was nearly indistinguishable from the darkness, only discernible upon closer inspection. Liya frowned and pointed towards the distance before leaping into the night sky. The shadow below dissipated into a cloud of black mist, vanishing without a trace. After the passage of a short incense stick's time, Liya landed beside a river that flowed through the mountain, its width spanning 2 zhang, shimmering under the moonlight. Just as he touched down, A mass of black mist materialized on the grass across the river, coalescing into a humanoid form. Leah queried, "You are not the demon lord of Tai Xuan Sect. Do you seem to recognize me?" The mysterious figure rasped, "Prince Leah, inheritor of the first sword cultivator of Jizhou. To encounter you is indeed a pleasant surprise." Drawing his treasured sword, Leah pointed it at the shadowy figure, exclaiming, "Stop your tricks." As his words fell, a tempestuous surge of sword energy erupted from his corporeal form, causing the shadow's dark attire to flutter violently. While 7 radiant silver sword images rapidly coalesced around him, glowing brilliantly against the night. "Even a foundation establishment cultivator dares to resist me?" The mysterious figure scoffed, disdain evident in his voice. He transformed into a wisp of demonic energy and, in an instant, reappeared behind Leah. With a swift contraction of his pupils, Leah leaped, while simultaneously twisting to slice backward, unleashing the 7 silver sword images at the shadowy figure with astonishing speed. Boom! 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 The silver sword images struck the ground, raising clouds of dust and shaking the surrounding trees. As Leah hung in midair, yet to ascertain whether the mysterious figure had been hit, a fierce wind swept by, catching him off guard and propelling him away. He plummeted through the forest like an arrow, crashing into tree after tree, covering a distance of several hundred zhang before finally coming to a halt. As the dust settled, Leah leaned against a tree trunk, bloodied, with cracks spiderwebbing across the bark, its branches still trembling. The mysterious figure hovered above, looking down on Leah, and scoffed. "Young man, daring to engage me so soon after achieving the foundation establishment stage. You possess quite the audacity. Do you even know my realm?" Struggling to lift his gaze, Leah's vision was tainted red with blood. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, making an effort to rise but failing completely. "Alas, how did you get injured again? This is not merely playing with your own life, but with your ancestors' life as well." An elderly voice echoed in Leah's mind, tinged with exasperation. The mysterious figure raised a hand, directing it towards Leah across the void, enshrouded in demonic energy, his true visage obscured. Just as he prepared to speak, a hand, swirling with demonic energy, landed on his shoulder, rendering him momentarily stunned. In that instant, his physical form erupted with branches, intermingled with blood, blooming like a blood flower in the air. The demonic energy surrounding him dissipated, revealing a middle-aged man, his outer elder robe penetrated by branches, his countenance filled with disbelief. He struggled to turn his head, catching a glimpse of a purple-black figure standing behind him. "Bmoing Shangong." The middle-aged man trembled. Leah's eyes widened in shock as he shouted, "Elder Chun, how could it be you?" The purple-black figure hovered, maintaining its grip on Elder Chen's shoulder. Below, Leah felt an immense pressure. He realized Elder Chun was a great cultivator of the Yuaning realm, yet here he was, utterly defenseless against another. The Du Su realm, at least above the 5th level. The voice of his ancestor resounded in Leah's mind, laden with gravity. The term Du Su sent Leah's heart racing. The forest beneath the night sky fell into silence as Leah's heart raced in fear, bracing himself for an attack. He internally pleaded, "Ancestor, save me." After a few breaths, the purple-black figure vanished in a thin air, startling Leah, who quickly scanned his surroundings. He has left. He must have weighed his options. The voice of his ancestor echoed in Leah's mind, allowing him a moment of relief. "You rascal, forget about Guin and head to the inner sect immediately. This outer sect is growing increasingly sinister. There are surely those who would harm the heavens. If you linger, trouble will come." The tone of his ancestor turned severe, leaving Leah in silence. In the loft of Xiangu, Guin gazed at the storage bag in his hand, letting out a slight sigh. "Li Shixiang, I apologize, but if you do not sustain some injuries, you will remain here indefinitely." Guin felt a pang of guilt. After all, Leah had come for him. Although Elder Chun had clearly intended to capture Leah, had he gone directly to the inner sect, there would have been no ensuing troubles. By slaying Elder Chun, he had gained 37 years of life, neither more nor less. He began to probe into Elder Chen's storage bag, using his spiritual sense to scan it multiple times, extracting and incinerating any items that could pose potential danger. The man had changed into a clean set of garments, appearing as though he had not endured a battle at all. When Gun encountered him downstairs, he inquired, "Li Shixiang, why does your complexion seem off?" Leah responded with a smile, "I encountered a minor mishap during my practice last night. It is of no consequence. Guan furrowed his brow and pulled him upstairs, revealing dozens of vials of elixirs he had concocted, claiming they were all accumulated purchases. Leah, astonished, inquired, "Gu Shidi, what are you doing?" His expression turned grim as he took a deep breath and said, "Indeed, I encountered a demonic cultivator last night and sustained injuries. Gu Shidi, you should move to the inner sect's Yaogu. The outer sect is no longer safe." "Not safe? I refuse to believe it," Guan asserted, for his foundation lay here, and he could not abandon it. Whoever sought trouble would meet their demise. With a bitter smile, Guan replied, "Li Shi Xiao. The herds we cultivate in this Yaogu are of low grade. The demon lord would not take notice. In fact, we would be safer without you here. You should go to the inner sect. We will be fine. I can seek help from Lu Jiujia. Our relationship remains intact." However, Leah hesitated. Guan interrupted, "Li Shixiao, I feel that the chaos in the outer sect is not closely related to the demonic cultivators. The anti-demon hall has been established for many years and has captured countless demonic spies. Is it possible that someone is using the name of the demon path to create turmoil? If you go to the inner sect, perhaps you can save the outer sect. But if you stay here, how long can you protect me alone?" Upon hearing this, Leah's countenance darkened as he thought of Elder Chun. After a moment of struggle, he took a deep breath and declared, "You're right, Gu Shidi. I will head to the inner sect now." Guan smiled and insisted on giving him all the elixirs, which deeply moved Leah. Shortly thereafter, Guan urged him to depart, feeling that matters could not be delayed. After Leah's departure, Guan quietly placed Elder Chin's storage bag into the Bai Jingdong Tian. That afternoon, he arrived at the third Yaogu, wandering around and inspecting the premises, though his brow remained furrowed. After a while, Elder Tian finally approached him, curious as to why the sect master appeared so troubled. Guan cast him a sidelong glance, shaking his head slightly, remaining silent. Elder Tian stepped forward, suggesting, "Perhaps I cannot aid you, but sometimes voicing one's concerns alleviates the burden. I can offer my perspective as an observer." Hearing this, Guan sighed and recounted the events occurring in the outer sect, mentioning Leah's injuries while protecting him. He specifically named Leah to ensure the former sect master remembered Leah's contributions. Guan harbored the suspicion that Elder Tian would not truly spend his life in seclusion and might return one day. Upon finishing, Elder Tian frowned. Unable to contain his grievances, Guan vented, "The anti-demon hall in the outer sect spends every day capturing demonic spies. Yet after all these years, there are still demonic cultivators infiltrating the Tai Xuan Sect. Is Tai Xuan Sect truly the foremost sect? Our disciples cannot even guarantee their safety within its bounds. If I were killed, it would be of little consequence, but I worry for my disciples." As he voiced his concerns, he sighed again, feeling both anxious and frustrated, secretly applauding his own performance. If acting could be quantified, he would have reached an unparalleled level, leaving some room for improvement while striving for authenticity. Elder Tian sighed in response, "Is indeed troublesome. However, the world of cultivation has always been this way. No sect cares for their miscellaneous disciples. To put it bluntly, they do not even consider them as disciples." Guan frowned, genuinely troubled by Elder Tian's words. Hearing such remarks from a former sect master was jarring. "However, I have heard that the new sect master possesses benevolence and is favored by the elders. Perhaps he can change the current situation. At least he is better than the former sect master," Elder Tian continued, his expression unchanged, making it difficult to discern whether he was being sarcastic. Guan refrained from responding, merely sighing as he continued to inspect the herbs. Elder Tian did not follow his pace, choosing to remain silent, fearing that excessive interference might be counterproductive. The disciples of the Xiangu were puzzled by Gu An's prolonged stay, until Wu Xin and Tang Yu visited the outer sect and learned of the recent infiltration by demonic cultivators, which both alarmed and touched them. Their master cared for them. Since the establishment of the third Yaogu, the disciples felt a growing distance from Guan, but now they sensed a renewed closeness. Wu Xin, under the greatest pressure, began to compel the disciples to practice their spells, striving for each to possess some means of self-defense. He purchased several loud spells from the outer sect for them to train with. While countering demonic cultivators was challenging, if the battle made enough commotion, they might attract support from the outer sect. Guan did not intervene, believing this might enhance the cohesion of Xiangu and serve as a training ground for Wu Xion's leadership and organizational skills. Days later, Yilan arrived, her reason for visiting mirroring Li Yu's, concern for Guan. In the attic, Yilan retrieved a sword from her storage bag, placing it on the table and stating, "Recently, there have been demonic cultivators on the prowl, and their cultivation levels are not low. This sword, named Qing Hong Jian, is for you to carry. Though it lacks great power, it is connected to my Bai Ling Jian. If you encounter danger, I will sense it immediately and come to your aid." Guan chuckled. "Shimmy, your cultivation is only a few levels above mine. Do not offer yourself as bait." "Bait?" Yilan paused for a moment, then understood. Glaring at Guan and huffing, "Shi Xiang, if it comes to blows, I can subdue you with a single move. Though I appear this way before you, it is a different story when facing others." Guan realized his younger sister was indeed formidable and admitted, "I underestimated you, Shimmy." He then took up the Qing Hong Jian. The scabbard was exquisite, adorned with a carving of a wild goose soaring among the clouds, exuding elegance. Drawing the sword, a slender blade gleamed before his eyes. "It is beautiful. I shall wear it at my waist from now on," Guan remarked, eliciting a bright smile from Yilan. Noticing Yilan's beauty, while perhaps not as stunning as Ji Xiaoyu or Li Xianyu, she had a charm that grew on him with time. Yilan sat down, watching with amusement as Guan handled the Qing Hong Jian. Curiously, he asked, "If you encounter danger, will the Qing Hong Jian sense the Bai Ling Jian?" Yilan raised an eyebrow. "What, Shi Xiang, do you wish to protect me?" "Ha ha, how could that be? You know I have never engaged in combat. I would only be a burden." "Just as well, Shi Xiang, if I am in danger, do not come. Rest assured. I fear death." "Hee, I fear death too. I must survive. Without me, I worry you will be bullied." "Nonsense. Have I ever been bullied in all these years?" "Then I wish Shi Xiang a lifetime of peace." As he exited the transmission array, his gaze inadvertently fell upon his attic. Someone was inside. Shenzhen. Guan did not approach Shenzhen directly, for there were no secrets in that attic. The only secret was the Qing Xiaoyu Ji, which she also enjoyed. He wandered into a garden, beginning to gather herbs, and as he observed the prompts appearing before him, a smile crept across his face, his mood immensely uplifted. No matter how high he ascended in cultivation, the sight of his lifespan extending brought him joy. He wondered how many realms his cultivation could reach with a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. He had scoured the outer sect's library, but found no records of ascension. And no one knew the true scale of this world. The larger the world, the higher the realms. Merely within Tai Xuan Sect, there were great cultivators in the void crossing realm. The true successor, traveling abroad, might have surpassed the void crossing realm, yet still could not claim invincibility over the world. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Guan lost himself in thought while gathering herbs. Once finished, he turned to return to the attic. Passing by Elder Tian, he mentioned that Miss Shun has come looking for you several times. Guan nodded slightly and continued on his way. Elder Tian hesitated for a moment, saying, "I have informed the Elder Gu Zong about the matters you mentioned. Perhaps it will improve the situation in the outer sect." Guan raised his hand in salute and, having spoken, turned to leave. Tian Lao, lost in thought, murmured to himself, "Everyone has their own purpose." Meanwhile, Guan ascended the stairs, pushed open the door, and beheld Shenzhen seated at her desk, diligently writing. She was still clad in black, her face veiled, her long hair elegantly styled in a bun. With two wisps of hair like willows gently swaying by her cheeks, her brows and eyes exuding a beauty as soft as water. Shenzhen did not lift her gaze, seemingly unaware of Guan's entrance. Guan approached, circling to her side to glimpse her writing. At that moment, she leisurely set down her brush and tucked away her papers. However, having caught sight of part of the content, Guan's expression turned peculiar, hesitating to speak. Shenzhen rose, stowing the papers within her sleeve, and moved away from Guan, smiling as she remarked, "I've sought you several times, yet you were always absent. Is a medicinal valley outside truly so worth your affection?" Guan replied helplessly, "The outer sect has been rather perilous lately, and I cannot relocate all my disciples. So I must remain to oversee them, especially since my cultivation is superior to theirs." By revealing this matter, he hoped to convey it through her to higher authorities. The more voices raised in conversation, the greater the strength and hope. With your current accomplishments, entering the inner sect is but a trifling matter, and reaching the main city of Tai Xuan is equally within your grasp. Why not focus on writing instead of engaging in these trivialities? Shenzhen inquired curiously. Shenzhen fell silent. Guan began to tidy the desktop. After a while, Shenzhen sighed. truly deserving of having penned the works of Tai Xuan Sect. It is evident that only you can understand me in this world. Should you perish, I would not only lack your writings, but also a kindred spirit. No, I cannot allow you to die. I shall share a secret with you. She raised her hand, waving her sleeve to shut the door, and from within her sleeve emerged talisman papers, which she affixed to the doors and windows. Guan looked at her with curiosity, wondering what secret could save his life. Within Tai Xuan men, there are those who wish to cultivate demonic arts to break through to higher realms, preparing for the impending calamity of demons. However, the efficacy of these arts remains uncertain. Thus your outer sect serves as an experiment. This matter must not be made public, as it would tarnish the reputation of the righteous sects. Hence, they disguise their intentions under the pretense of capturing demonic cultivators, Shunjun stated calmly, her gaze turning unusually indifferent. Guan furrowed his brow and asked, "How do you know this?" Upon hearing this, Guan felt a deep discomfort. Must disciples be sacrificed for such demonic arts? Guan pressed further. Life in this world, while cultivating, is indeed an act of defiance against fate. The higher one rises in cultivation, the more one senses the mandate of heaven. This demonic art seeks to enable those who can no longer break through to defy their destinies. In short, abandon the medicinal valley outside. Remaining there brings you no benefit. For you are Panin, and they fear your writings may cause chaos, which is why they dare not inform you. Do not disclose that I told you this. Shunjun's words left Gu and in silence. The distinction between righteous and demonic became absurd at that moment. Shunjun's eyes sparkled as she asked, "By the way, what did you think of my writing?" Gu's expression shifted again, and he replied earnestly, "In truth, the tale of Qing Xia Yuji has its flaws. Some elements are unnecessary to learn. Why can't they be learned? They represent the most authentic collisions, reflecting true human emotions. Must you insist on writing it?" "Yes." Might the protagonist bear a different name than Guan? Chapter 62. Preparing for Breakthrough. Exterminating the immortal sword array. What is there to fear? There are many named Guan in this world. Unlike you, I cannot fabricate characters at will. I must acknowledge a person to weave a story, and in my eyes, you fit the role of the male protagonist perfectly. From what I gather, your only flaw is your low cultivation. Shunjun stated earnestly, observing Gu's facial muscles twitch. Is that a compliment? It sounds more like a personal attack. If I were to showcase my cultivation, even your father might not compare. Guan continued to persuade. But Shunjun resolutely refused to change the name. Ultimately, Shunjun proposed exchanging a secret manual for his name, and he could only acquiesce. After Shunjun departed, Guan remained in the loft, perusing the manual she had provided. Xianinju. This is a melodic spell capable of harming internal organs and bewildering an enemy's senses. Quite comprehensive. Guan was in need of such a spell, which would be beneficial for his future studies. After finishing the Xian Inju, he stored it in his pouch and then left. A month later, Guan arrived at the outer sect city, first visiting the Danyao Hall to submit this year as harvest. Elder Zhu Qinglu received him, noting the weariness etched on his face. A trace of demonic energy swirling within him, much like Lu Jiujia. "Elder Zhu, you appear unwell. What troubles you?" Guan inquired. He was unaware of how demonic arts were cultivated in the outer sect. While some had gone missing upon arriving at the outer sect city, he found many disciples harboring concealed traces of demonic energy, predominantly from the various halls, not ordinary disciples. It was difficult to judge whether they were colluding or had been ensnared, and Shunjun had not elaborated. Elder Zhu smiled and said, "It's merely the side effects of training. There is no need for concern. Do you not possess a medicinal valley in the inner sect? You should relocate there quickly, as the outer sect has become peerless with rampant demonic cultivators." Guan tentatively asked, "Many have told me that the outer sect is quite dangerous. If it's so perilous, why hasn't anyone been dispatched from above to exterminate the demons? Also, what is the area under construction within the city? It nearly occupies a quarter of the urban space." Upon entering the outer sect city, he noticed numerous disciples laying stones at the city center. These were no ordinary stones, as they could harbor spiritual energy. To him, it seemed like the construction of a grand altar. Elder Zhu, appearing indifferent, replied, "The higher-ups must have their reasons, which we cannot speculate upon. Our focus should be on preserving ourselves. As for the construction within the city, that is an array platform intended to protect the outer sect in the future. Observing his demeanor, Guan felt he was not a well-meaning person, likely privy to the truth and benefiting from it. Guan chose not to press further, exchanging pleasantries before taking his leave. Upon exiting the Danyao Hall, Guan stood on the street, gazing distantly at the array platform under construction. The sky was overcast, and the once vibrant outer sect city appeared gloomy, resembling a realm of demonic influence. Guan paused for a moment, observing intently before turning away. The autumn wind swept through the street, stirring his garments, while the Qing Hong sword at his waist swayed slightly, its scabbard glimmering with a cold light. After leaving the outer sect city, Guan went to tend to the caves. Upon arriving at Li Xianyu's cave, he discovered her already present. From now on, you need not come. I must proceed to the inner sect. This is your compensation, Li Xianyu stated from her position at the table, her right hand sweeping across, revealing a pile of spirit stones accumulating on the table. Guan immediately bowed, moving to collect the spirit stones into his pouch. He said little else and turned to leave. Li Xianyu watched his retreating figure and coldly inquired, "I've heard your leg techniques are quite formidable? I didn't expect you to mention it so soon." "Yes, I merely asked out of curiosity," Li Xianyu replied with a calm expression, pausing before adding, "I look forward to the day you enter the inner sect, then we can compete." Guan, perplexed, responded helplessly, "How could I compete with you? Senior sister? I could never catch up to you." Li Xianyu did not entertain his words further and gave him the dismissal signal. Guan had no choice but to depart. After leaving her cave, Guan felt little psychological burden, as long as he did not acknowledge it. What could Li Xianyu possibly do to him? The reason he had spoken earlier was that he was preparing to break through. Once he broke through, the commotion would be significant. If disciples sought him and found him absent from his quarters, it could raise suspicions. Since arriving at the outer sect city, Guan had sensed an intense atmosphere of danger. Those in power practiced demonic arts, while noble descendants fled the outer sect. These signs filled him with trepidation. Although he was strong at the 9th level of the crossing void realm, Tai Xuan Men also had its own cultivators at that level. After struggling for several days, Guan resolved to first break through a major realm. At worst, he could delay the unlocking of the longevity function by a year. On this occasion, he took a lengthy detour, traversing 300 miles through a dense forest before coming to a halt. He stopped because he sensed 2 Yuan Ing auras, one of which he had encountered before. Zhuo Yijian, the Canghu sword enthusiast who had been injured by Gu in the Flying Leaf Sword Immortal. While comprehending the sword near Xuangu Valley had only been seen by Gu and at the Ji family estate thereafter. Guan had suppressed his aura to the lowest level, unafraid of being discovered by those in the Yuaning realm. Several miles away, in the sky above the forest, Zhuo Yijian stood poised in his blue attire, 5 treasured swords floating around him, showcasing the demeanor of a sword cultivator. Opposing him was a burly man clad in a voluminous black robe, wielding a long staff. With thick brows and leopard-like eyes, his square and authoritative face was accentuated by the billowing of his robe, exuding an overwhelming and tyrannical aura that caused the surrounding woods to sway. Zhuo Yijian, why do you not remain within the inner sect to study, but instead come to obstruct me? The man in black demanded coldly. Zhuo Yijian, expressionless, replied, Chun Xianjin, as the grand elder of the outer sect. You cultivate demonic arts and harm your fellow disciples. It is not I who obstruct you, but rather you who commit injustices. I am here to collect your due. Upon hearing this, Chun Xianjin laughed mockingly. Do you not realize for whom I work? He sneered, then struck the ground with his staff. A circle of purple light erupted from the base, coalescing into intricate and mysterious runes that formed a vast array exceeding 100 feet in diameter. As the edges of the array neared Zhuo Yijian, they were halted by an invisible sword intent, revealing a gap in the purple light from above. Zhuo Yijian remained impassive as the 5 treasured swords simultaneously unsheathed, their blade light illuminating the night sky. Do you wish to kill me? Chun Xianjin found this notion utterly ridiculous, his face contorting into a grimace as his aura erupted violently, causing the trees within a 10-mile radius to tremble. Zhuo Yijian's expression shifted slightly, his eyes narrowing. You, at the 1st level of Yuaning, believe you can kill me. Who is at the 9th level? Chun Xianjin retorted. Do you think that because you have your master as a support, I will not dare to kill you? Since you have chosen the path of power and do not walk in the light, you are inherently mistaken. Saving a few mediocre outer disciples pales in comparison to saving the entire Tai Xuan dynasty. If you cannot comprehend this, then your existence is in vain. Standing proudly, Chun Xuanjin's overwhelming aura pressed against Zhuo Yijian's sword shadows, causing even his 5 swords to tremble. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Yijian stated, "Since you mentioned the investiture of the gods, do you know about the Zhuxian sword array?" Zhuxian sword array. Chun Xuanjin's expression shifted, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Guan, who had been secretly observing from afar, was also taken aback. The unity of the 3 purities is even more extraordinary. With the marvelous methods of the pot encompassing the universe, Zhuo Yijian chanted, as the swords around him trembled and swiftly dispersed, forming an array that surged with malevolent energy. Guan, standing beneath the trees, was astonished. Can one discern the laws of the Dao from reading? He wondered. Is he a genius? Chun Xianjin was also frightened and immediately cast a spell to attack. The battle was on the verge of erupting. The heavens shook and the mountains and forests trembled. Guan remained steadfast beneath the trees, his eyes shimmering with sword light, fixated on Zhuo Yijian's figure. After 10 breaths, the battle concluded. Guan sighed in relief. That startled me. He genuinely thought Zhuo Yijian had comprehended the Zhuxian sword array from the investiture of the gods. If that were true, it would imply the authenticity of the investiture of the gods, which was alarming. Zhuo Yijian had employed a self-created sword technique, which indeed proved formidable, allowing him to contend with a cultivator at the 9th level of Yuanying, but he could not maintain it for long. The remnants of clouds dispersed in the night sky, and the mountains and forests turned desolate, with dust rising. Chun Xianjin hovered in the air, panting heavily, his face reflecting a look of lingering fear as he gazed down at the swirling dust. He could sense that Zhuo Yijian was not dead yet, and his brow furrowed in conflict. Although he yearned to kill Zhuo Yijian, reason cautioned him that doing so might invite trouble. Despite being at the Yuanying realm, he remained a pawn within the Tai Xuan Sect. At that moment, a sound of something slicing through the air startled Chun Xianjin, causing his pupils to dilate. A cold ray of light sped toward him from the horizon, scattering dust along its path and stirring countless leaves, akin to a cold sword slicing through time. Lying among the ruins, Zhuo Yijian sensed something and instinctively opened his eyes. The dust above was suddenly swept away, and the night sky reflected in his pupils, where amidst the darkness, a brilliant light shone. It is him. Zhuo Yijian's eyes widened as he witnessed leaves imbued with sword energy pierce through Chun Xuanjin's chest, blood spraying across the night sky. In that moment, Zhuo Yijian finally understood. The flying leaf sword immortal had not maliciously harmed him, but had guided him. Otherwise, how could he have survived? Now, with the flying leaf sword immortal coming to his aid, he felt both joy and shame. Who exactly was this senior? Chapter 63. Breakthrough to the He Huan realm. After being pierced through the chest by a leaf enveloped in sword energy, Chun Xuanjin's internal spiritual power collapsed. His eyes widened in terror, and he immediately fled into the Yuanying, escaping toward the horizon. Even if he killed Chun Xianjin now, someone would take his place, addressing only the symptoms, not the root cause. If he couldn't deter the threat, it would endanger his Xuangu, leaving Guan no choice but to address the core issue himself. In the darkness, Guan's gaze was icy as he turned to leave, swiftly vanishing into the forest. Amidst the ruins, he sat cross-legged to heal his injuries. Meanwhile, Guan moved forward rapidly, traveling 1,000 miles before finally halting. He remained concealed within the trees, lifting his garment as he sat before a tree, then summoned his attribute panel. Gazing at his lifespan of over 100,000 years, he took a deep breath. The crossing the void tribulation was fraught with uncertainty, and he did not know how many failures lay ahead. Yet he had resolved, regardless of the number of failures, to achieve a breakthrough. Otherwise, he would lack a sense of security. He decided to invest 10,000 years of lifespan. You invest 10,000 years of lifespan into cultivation. You cultivate for 100 years, forcefully attempting to break through to the He Huan realm with the mastery of Yangmu Hunyuan Gong, beginning the tribulation. You did not survive the 5 elephants' divine thunder tribulation. The tribulation failed. You cultivate for 400 years, forcefully attempting to break through to the He Huan realm with the mastery of Yangmu Hunyuan Gong, beginning the tribulation. You did not survive the 5 elephants' divine thunder tribulation. The tribulation failed. The failures continued. attempting to break through once every 300 years. No wonder the Tai Xuan Sect sought to cultivate demonic arts to overcome fate. This realm was indeed difficult to breach. After 10 consecutive failures, Guwen's heart began to tremble. Was it truly this challenging? He had practiced the Wuji, Wuzong, Xintian step and the Great Yin-Yang transformation, and mastered 2 supernatural powers. Was it still so hard to transcend the tribulation? Guwen noted that most of his tribulations were related to the 5 elements. Could it be that the tribulations he faced were far more formidable than others? After forming his golden core, Leah had once mentioned that tribulations vary by type, and different cultivators might encounter different tribulations, primarily based on their innate talents and techniques. Guwen's eyes sharpened. No matter how challenging it was, he must succeed. The heavens do not fail those who strive. You cultivate for 5,400 years, forcefully attempting to break through to the Hehuan realm with the mastery of Yangmu Hunyuan Gong, beginning the tribulation. You did not survive the 5 elephants' divine thunder tribulation. The tribulation failed. You cultivate for 5,700 years, forcefully attempting to break through to the Hehuan realm with the mastery of Yangmu Hunyuan Gong, beginning the tribulation. You did not survive the 5 elephants' divine thunder tribulation. The tribulation failed. The notifications of failure persisted. Guwen quickly glanced at his attribute panel. Reassured by his lifespan, he still had ample confidence. However, even after 10,000 years passed, he had not succeeded. His mindset was on the verge of breaking, and he hastily invested another 1,200 years. Failure, 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 failure. Guwen's eyes turned red as he invested another 1,200 years. Failure, failure, success. You have cultivated your qi for 900 years, and with your profound mastery of Yang Muhan Yuan Gong, you forcibly ascended to the He-Ti realm and began to transcend calamities. You endured the 5 symbols divine lightning tribulation and successfully crossed over, breaking through to the first layer of the He-Ti realm. After 1,200 years of cultivation, your prowess has grown. Success. Guwen let out a sigh of relief, realizing it took him an astonishing 12,400 years to achieve this breakthrough. Although the lifespan consumed by this evolution surpassed the time spent in actual cultivation, he still felt immense pressure. If the He-Ti realm was this challenging, how would he face the subsequent realms? Yet upon reflection, considering his initial aptitude, reaching the He-Ti realm before the age of 50 was indeed remarkable. What he was consuming was not his life, but merely numbers. Guwen adjusted his mindset, activated the lifespan barrier, and prepared to revel in the enhancement of his cultivation. The ground began to overflow with spiritual energy, manifesting at a visible speed. In less than 3 breaths, the earth displayed azure waves, a manifestation of what attributes spiritual energy. The energy surged into his body, swirling around him like a tempest. The commotion intensified. Guwen sensed that this disturbance would surpass previous experiences. Although it appeared to be merely a breakthrough to 1 layer, the spiritual energy required for this realm was incomparable to prior levels. As the energy entered his body, Guwen's cultivation began to ascend, and insights about the He-Ti realm surged in his mind, as if he had truly traversed the years of cultivation. In the outer gate city, within a certain residence, Chun Xuanjin's Yuan Ying hovered before the table, his countenance grim, his gaze fixated on the ancient bronze mirror before him. Soon, a blurred face reflected in the mirror, and a detached voice emanated from it. "So late, what brings you to seek me? I was nearly slain by the flying leaf sword immortal, and there is also Zhua Yijian, who thwarted our grand scheme." Chun Xuanjin gritted his teeth, his tone laced with resentment and a hint of fear. When the flying leaves pierced through his flesh, he felt as though he confronted death itself, and now he was filled with dread. He feared that had he reacted even a moment slower, he might have perished. Upon hearing this, the figure in the mirror fell into silence. Chun Xuanjin did not interrupt, patiently waiting. After a while, he seemed to sense something, his expression changing drastically. The spiritual energy was sinking again. Chun Xuanjin hastily remarked, his eyes darting toward the door, seemingly fearful that the flying leaf sword immortal would come knocking. "Tomorrow, I will personally visit the outer gate," the figure in the mirror declared, and as the words fell, the image vanished. Chun Xuanjin turned to gaze out the window, where the ominous clouds gradually obscured the bright moon, as if terror were descending, intensifying his anxiety. Not only did he sense the sinking spiritual energy, but the entire outer gate city was stirred, with more disciples soaring into the sky. Recently, demon cultivators have been rampant, and disciples have been disappearing sporadically. Tonight, with the sudden descent of spiritual energy, who could remain calm? Yilan soared towards the law enforcement hall and encountered Lu Jiojia, who was flying toward him on his sword. Both halted simultaneously. Lu Jiojia's expression was stern, and upon seeing Yilan, he hesitated. Yilan, her face devoid of emotion, inquired, "Is it you're doing again?" Lu Jiojia shook his head. "No, the demon extermination hall has already issued a warning. This time, it may indeed be an invasion by demon cultivators." "Is it really?" Yilan asked, her tone laced with sarcasm. Lu Jiojia frowned. Yilan continued, "Lu Shixiao, do you truly believe this path is correct? If they can be cruel to other disciples, can you be certain they will never turn on you?" Lu Jiojia retorted, "If we do not walk this path, then which path should we take? Should we, like you, join the law enforcement hall that could be disbanded at any moment?" Their gazes locked, sharp and confrontational. Ultimately, they brushed past each other, refraining from further harsh words. The ominous cloud swirled, and a colossal inverted vortex appeared in the night sky, vast and expansive, with the forest below undulating like ocean waves, creating an atmosphere of extreme oppression. In a secluded grove where no one could spy, Guan remained seated in meditation. Half an hour passed, and his cultivation continued to rise. Yet he had not yet broken through to the He realm. The spiritual energy required for the He realm was overwhelmingly vast, far exceeding Guan's expectations. What a terrifying prospect it must be to transcend tribulations in reality. He suddenly felt that the failures in his evolutionary tribulations were inconsequential, for in reality, a single failure could lead to death. As Guan sensed his surging spiritual power, his emotions became tumultuous. If the He realm possessed such immense spiritual energy, how formidable must a true immortal be? He fell into boundless reverie. The earth's spiritual energy surged wildly into his body, with green waves rising from ground, making him feel as though he were submerged in an ocean. Outside the lifespan barrier, the mountains and forests trembled violently, with cultivators continuously soaring overhead. Yet none noticed Guan's presence. The impact he caused extended beyond this, as the entire Tai Xuan Sect felt the repercussions. The forests outside each outer gate city trembled, instilling anxiety among the cultivators of Tai Xuan Sect. Guan had experienced this before and remained unperturbed, even finding a tinge of amusement in the chaos. If they desired to practice demonic arts and sacrifice outer gate disciples, let us see how they would react. Guan held a strong discontent towards the notion of sacrificing a few for the sake of the many, not out of nobility, but because those sacrificed included himself. Time continued to pass. The number of cultivators soaring above Guan increased, and he persistently employed lifespan detection. Over 10 were at the Hua Shun realm, and he even glimpsed those at the Du Su realm. Indeed, the Tai Xuan Sect was a place of hidden talents. As more Du Su realm cultivators passed by, Guan even caught sight of a figure from the Gu family. The patrolling Gu family members exuded immense pressure. Unlike the gentleness shown towards Guan, their overwhelming presence caused all living things to tremble. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. After another half hour, Guan finally broke through to the He realm, experiencing a transformation in his senses. He felt an even deeper connection between his physical body and Yuan Shun, making the process of his Yuan Shun exiting the body much smoother. His control over both his physical form and Yuan Shun far exceeded his previous capabilities. This sensation was indescribably exquisite, a blissful experience beyond words. Upon reaching the He realm, Gu and spiritual power underwent a transformation, becoming stronger and more expansive. His divine perception broadened significantly, yet he refrained from probing, fearing he might disturb the powerful cultivators passing above. The number of Du Su realm cultivators had surpassed 10. Guan even spotted a Du Su realm cultivator of the Ji surname. No wonder the Ji family dared to establish a residence within the Tai Xuan Sect, and this individual had not appeared during Ji Xiao Yu's banquet. After another short half hour, the rate of increase in Gu and spiritual power began to wane, signaling the imminent conclusion of his breakthrough. His heart gradually regained its tranquility. The lifespan consumed by this barrier had already exceeded 1,000 years, yet he felt no regret, for it had allowed him to evade the scrutiny of over 100 formidable cultivators. He estimated that the powerful cultivators he sensed must be at least at the Yuan realm, and this was merely one direction within the Tai Xuan Sect. How many more powerful cultivators would there be across the other 7 outer gate cities combined? The only thing that reassured Gu was that he had not yet seen any He realm cultivators. While this did not entirely confirm the absence of He realm cultivators in the Tai Xuan Sect, it at least indicated that those within the He realm were among the elite. Chapter 64, Bu Tian Tai. The mysterious great array, the morning sun peers through the mountains and rivers, sweeping across the outer gate city, where disciples continuously flew in and out, bustling yet strained. Within a certain residence, Chun Xuanzhen's Yuan hovered in the main hall, his head bowed, visibly anxious. Before him sat a man in a dragon-patterned black robe, youthful and handsome, yet the authority emanating from his brow brought a sense of pressure incongruent with his appearance. His long hair, cascaded beneath a silver crown adorned with a Chilan motif, exuding an aura of unparalleled supremacy merely by his presence. Your brother was slain by the demon cultivators of the Qian Qiu Pavilion, and now you've been gravely injured by the flying leaf sword immortal. Tell me, does Zui Yijian's master have any ties to the Qian Qiu Pavilion? The man in the black robe spoke slowly, his tone calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. Chun Xianjin quickly raised his head and remarked, "We cannot dismiss this possibility. It is no secret that Qian Qiu Pavilion has long infiltrated Tai Xuan men with spies. Did you not mention before that the upper echelons surely have agents from Qian Qiu Pavilion? Now they have revealed themselves. Offending Zui Yijian would undoubtedly lead to relentless troubles. If one could bring down the powerful ally behind Zui Yijian, then Chun Xianjin would not fear him." The man in the black robe narrowed his eyes, his gaze landing on Chun Xianjin, causing him to hastily lower his head. The hall once again fell into silence. After a while, the black-robed man spoke in a hushed tone, "Prepare the formation. With the recent chaos caused by the demonic cultivators, we can lay the blame for this matter on Qian Qiu Pavilion." Chun Xianjin promptly replied, "However, given my current state, it seems I must bear the brunt of this myself." "What? That cannot be. The success of this endeavor is still uncertain, and Dao Tianjiao is waiting for us to make the attempt. Nothing is guaranteed in this world. The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with thorns. This plan has been in the making for a century, and Tai Xuan men must proceed. We cannot allow those lurking in the shadows to sabotage our grand scheme. There is no need for further persuasion." Hearing this, Chun Xianjin could only suppress his worries and acquiesce to the matter. Meanwhile, in Xian Valley, Gun was instructing his disciples in their drills. The disturbances from the previous night had left the disciples restless, leading them to discuss amongst themselves. Others turned their gazes towards Gun. Upon hearing his words, the disciples felt a sense of shame, believing they were too weak and always burdening their master. Xiao Chuan, with concern etched on his face, suggested, "Senior brother, why don't you go to the inner sect, Yao Valley? We can disband and seek our own paths in the outer sect. That way, you can ensure your safety." His intention was not born from fear of death, but rather from a desire to alleviate Gu and S burdens. Gu had already reached the foundation establishment stage, a level of achievement beyond their reach. Why should he constantly be anxious for their sake? Gun responded, "If you wish to go to the outer sect city, I can allow you to leave. However, I must caution you that the outer sect may not be as safe as Xian Valley, for there are disciples who have gone missing in the city. This is neither a threat nor a suggestion. I respect your choices. I cannot force you to stay against your will, whether you leave or remain. My gratitude toward Xian Valley remains unchanged." His words were heartfelt. He pursued longevity and would inevitably face the cycles of life and death, having long prepared himself mentally to disregard the fates of others unless someone truly made it difficult for him to let go, in which case he would act according to his heart. Upon hearing his words, the disciples fell silent, exchanging glances. Wu Xian hesitated to speak, but ultimately refrained. Why leave? To become errand disciples elsewhere? Who could refine pills for us as Master does? Xian Valley does not require so many errand disciples. Yet Master still welcomed us and did not lower our treatment. We cannot forget our gratitude. Tang Yu was the first to speak, expressing his regret for not rushing to the forefront during the chaos caused by Qiu Qianli. Once, Su Han had a chase after him now. Su Han had reached foundation establishment, while he remained uncertain if he would ever achieve that stage in this lifetime. This disparity had begun from that calamity. Tang Yu bore no resentment towards Guan, only shame, and vowed to perform well to regain Guan's favor. As he spoke, the other disciples echoed him, the atmosphere becoming lively once more, dispelling the earlier gloom. Guan smiled, and then urged the disciples to continue their drills. Once they finished, Yilan arrived. After confirming Guan's safety, she did not linger and swiftly departed. Guan stood by the window, gazing towards the outer sect city. The skies were still occasionally graced by the passage of powerful cultivators, but their numbers had diminished compared to the previous night. Guan's spiritual sense could effortlessly traverse thousands of miles, allowing him to peer into the outer sect city, although this was far from the limit of his perception. He observed a massive formation platform that was being hastily constructed, with disciples beginning to transport spirit stones. He silently watched, unable to discern the nature of the formation at this moment. The descent of spiritual energy had plunged Tai Xuan into turmoil, and the tense atmosphere persisted for nearly 10 days before easing. Guan was affected by the situation. Several outer sect disciples were relocating their residences, causing him to lose several channels for extending his lifespan. These outer sect disciples were clearly attempting to flee this city. Guan was not disappointed. He currently possessed 3 Yao valleys, and his lifespan would only increase in the future. He even planned to expand the 3rd Yao valley. He was merely waiting for the outer sect matters to conclude swiftly, as long as they did not threaten his Xian Valley or the few individuals he cared about. He had no desire to interfere in Tai Xuan's intrigues. As Shun Jun had remarked, even the foremost sect of the Diyu Empire, Dao Tianjiao, was engaged in such affairs. Why should he intervene forcefully? He did not possess such a strong sense of justice to save the suffering. There was an abundance of suffering in this world. Could he truly save them all? Moreover, such matters were inherently difficult to manage. If he forcefully undermined Tai Xuan's plans, and they subsequently faced a calamity from demons, he would be deemed a sinner of Tai Xuan, and all would blame him. After all, aside from the sacrifices, the others were beneficiaries. Those he saved might even resent him, believing that had he not intervened, they would not have perished. It was unreasonable to save one group only to later save another, constantly bearing the mission of saving all beings. The mere thought of it exhausted him. As time marched on, one day, Guan arrived at Tinyao Valley, first harvesting the mature herbs before leading 3 monkey demons in sowing seeds. Luo Han approached from behind and said, "A month ago, the Earth's spiritual energy sank, and many powerful cultivators from Tai Xuan patrolled the area. Some even passed overhead Tinyao Valley. What truly transpired within Tai Xuan?" Guan casually replied, "It seems there's been an invasion by demonic cultivators. By the way, Liu was also injured by them, and is currently recuperating in the inner sect." Upon hearing this, Luo Han's brow furrowed deeply, and he turned to leave, making his way into the mountains. Subsequently, Guan observed him performing a spell on a particular piece of talisman paper, infusing it with spiritual energy until it ignited and quickly turned to ash. Having reached the integration stage, Guan could keenly sense a trace of Luo Han's spiritual energy darting towards the horizon at remarkable speed. It appeared that Luo Han was sending a warning to Li Xiandao. Guan did not dwell on this and continued sowing seeds. After the sowing was complete, he briefed the 3 monkey demons and then departed from Tianyao Valley. Compared to those schemes and plots, he was far more invested in the development of Yao Valley. Focusing his energy on this was the priority. The heavens were shrouded in dense clouds, and the outer sect city was teeming with people. Su Han and Jin Qin stood before a stone tablet, with Su Han reading aloud Bu Tian Tai. Following Jin Qin's gaze, they beheld a massive formation platform stretching over several miles, an awe-inspiring sight, with stone statues lining its edges, each depicting ancient celestial beings in various poses. At the very center of Bu Tian Tai stood a stone pillar, towering 100 feet high, square in shape. Its surface adorned with numerous indentations resembling the meridians of the human body, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Senior brother, what purpose does this Bu Tian Tai serve? Why has the sect summoned all outer sect disciples to return, and why must we gather on the platform tomorrow? Jin Qin inquired, her delicate brows knitted in dissatisfaction. Su Han gazed at Bu Tian Tai and softly replied, "I do not know. It may be related to the descent of spiritual energy a month ago." Behind them, the streets were bustling with people, many disciples pausing to discuss Bu Tian Tai. Such a large formation platform. Once activated, how powerful must the formation be? Unable to find an answer, Zhen Qin turned her head to look in another direction. In a moment of distraction, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. But upon closer inspection, the person was nowhere to be found, as if she had misseen. Strange, Zhen Qin muttered under her breath. Amidst the crowd, Jiang Qiong, dressed in green, walked leisurely, her gaze cast sideways towards Bu Tian Tai, her expression devoid of emotion. Beside her walked an elderly hunchback, leaning on a cane, his head only reaching her shoulder. Miss, this formation platform is no simple matter. There may be significant events tomorrow. Should we really remain here? The hunchbacked elder inquired. Not only he, but many disciples around them were also concerned, filled with various speculations. The hunchbacked elder gazed at her and remarked, Miss, you have indeed undergone a remarkable transformation. Within the realms of Tai Xuan, you surely lack any attachments, correct? I do have some, which is precisely why I have summoned you. He chuckled. It seems this old body of mine will once again face trials. The two engaged in casual conversation, deliberately avoiding any mention of Qian Xiugu, thus evading suspicion regarding their identities. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Bu Tian Tai, atop a 9-story pavilion, two figures stood at the edge, both appearing remarkably youthful. One among them was the black-robed man, a formidable ally of Chun Xinjin. The black-robed man surveyed Bu Tian Tai, his gaze profound, lost in contemplation. The voice that resonated was unmistakably that of Chun Xinjin, who had seized the body of a young disciple. The black-robed man softly replied, No need. An abundance of auxiliary disciples dilutes their cultivation. Chapter 65. The Demon-Subduing Umbrella. Qing Hong trembles as night gave way to day. An increasing number of outer disciples entered the outer city. The demon-subduing hall and the law enforcement hall disciples began to guard the city gates, scrutinizing the identity tokens of every disciple entering the city. Numerous disciples had already settled on Bu Tian Tai, meditating in anticipation. Su Han and Zhen Qin stood at the edge of the platform, their brows furrowed in concern. Senior brother, I feel something is amiss. Should we withdraw? Zhen Qin whispered. Trained in the techniques imparted by Jiang Qiong, her keen senses detected discomfort among the demon-subduing hall disciples stationed at the edge of Bu Tian Tai, instilling in her an instinctive desire to flee. Su-Han also sensed something was off and nodded, guiding his junior sister away. As they moved against the current, they were not alone. Several other disciples had also sensed the unease and